Chapter 1 Miss, we are collecting protection money. Hey. At night time, the neon lights on the signboard of Zhu GT restaurant flashed with colorful light. Miss, the outside of your entrance is dirty. Hey. We're charging for sanitation and cleaning. Three guys with dyed red and green hair yelled at the girl behind the bar as soon as they entered. The girl's small delicate face was filled with panic as she looked at their menacing appearance. I'm going out to clean up now. May I ask if you're with the city council? The leading guy with dyed red hair and a string of earrings laughed as if he had heard some funny joke. Is there any mistake? Miss, we are collecting protection money. The girl hurriedly defended. We already paid it earlier this month. The redhead knocked on the bar's tabletop and said fiercely, I'm telling you, the previous ones don't count. Look carefully. From now on, we'll collect the protection fee here, and everyone else will be null and void. The gazes of the people in the cafeteria all focused on this side of the bar. There were people sitting close to the bar who took their meals and went to the tables far away. There were also people who had already started to pack up their things and were ready to leave. They didn't want to get into any trouble while having a meal. At a table 2 meters away from the bar, four young men who were eating with their heads buried in their hands also looked at those traffic light looking guys. Kid, where are you from? When is it your turn to collect protection money here? A handsome looking, well-built youth among the four stood up and said nonchalantly. The girl looked at the handsome youth who stood up for her and was so touched that her eyes turned red. Brother Chang. The redhead was arrogant, pointing at the handsome youth and shouted, no matter how it was in the past, in the future, the protection fee here will be collected by us, Hong Fa, Binning and Sha Jiao. In the future, we, Hong Fa, will have the final say. At this time the three young men who ate with the handsome youth stood up in unison. The handsome youth kicked aside a chair. Pouncer boy, today I'll let you see whether it's Rong or you Hong Fa who's in charge here. The handsome youth's name was Lin Yiqing, and he had traveled from the 21st century's Azure planet a month ago, crossing over to a person with the same name as him. This was none other than the world of Hong Kong Island in the early 90s, a world that incorporated many Hong Kong movies. The Lin Yiqing of this world is an unknown country boy, born in the countryside of Yuanlong, with both his parents dead since he was a child. At the age of 17, Lin Yiqing joined the police force and was placed undercover in a club 2 weeks later. Since then he has followed his current boss, Seafood Kung, and worshipped under the Yi Wing Company in the Sha Tin district of Hong Kong Island. Who would have thought that the only boss who knew his identity would die in a car accident half a year after he joined the society? Lin Yiqing can only honestly do his Yi Wing 4 to 9 boy to make a living. He was born in Yuanlong, so the people in the society gave him the nickname, Long Qing. After traveling to this world, Lin Yiqing has been looking forward to the appearance of the Golden Finger, but has not been waiting. Just today, right now, a beep suddenly appeared in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The cloud reward system opens. Any event led by the host can receive different rewards. The system opens to reward the character's initial value. Host, Lin Yiqing. Name, Langqing. Age, 24. Base physical strength, 30. Basic strength, 30. Basic agility, 30. Danger sense, 30. Normal healthy person base attribute is 8. Limit is 10. Boxing, 5. Knife skill, 5. Legwork, level 5. Stick technique, level 5. Lin Yiqing's spirit was shaken. System, it's finally here. This place will finally be my world. After receiving the initial system reward, Lin Yiqing felt his entire body filled with strength, and the muscles around his body became incomparably tight and powerful. There were many more things in his brain about boxing, sword fighting, legwork as well as stick fighting. These things instantly took root in his brain, as if he had always known these martial arts. After Lin Yiqing said those words and kicked down the chair, the other three youths with him all stood behind him in unison. A chubby middle-aged man hurried out from the back kitchen when he heard the sound, pulling Lin Yiqing's arm and pleading, Chang, don't make a scene here. If they want to collect money just give them a few $100. Don't scare my customers away, please. Lin Yiqing comforted him. Uncle Ping, don't worry, I won't make trouble in the store. He then strides over to the redhead by the bar, the three youths by his side following closely behind. Kid, if you have something to say, go out and say it. Don't ruin other people's business. The redhead did not show any weakness. Go out, just go out. Do you think I'm scared? The redhead's companion had just opened the door, and at this moment, all three of them had their backs to Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing didn't hesitate for a second and directly attacked. He kicked the redhead's back. A huge force came from the redhead's back. The redhead screamed and flew out of the cafe with his two companions. The girl at the bar couldn't help but cry out in shock at the sight. People passing by on the road in front of the cafe stopped to watch. They all wanted to see what kind of person was able to kick three people out of the cafe at the same time. When they saw Lin Yiqing, their surprise intensified. No one could have imagined that such a well-mannered and handsome-looking youth would be so ferocious, kicking three people away with a single kick. An ordinary person would never be able to have such a powerful explosive force. Could this be the legendary powerful Vajra kick? Dong. Ah Son, Zuni, hit me hard. The three youths behind Lin Yiqing surrounded them and shined on those three colorful guys lying on the ground and started repairing them. At first, those three colorful guys still wanted to resist. Lin Yiqing kicked the three of them one by one, and they instantly fell to the ground in excruciating pain, without a trace of strength to fight back. After more than 10 minutes of fighting, Lin Yiqing pulled over the red-haired guy and patted his already swollen face. Well, Pouncer boy, now you're talking about who's in charge here. The redhead was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, and his body was already as soft as a noodle. Big brother, please let us off the hook. We're here on the orders of the boss to collect protection money. Don't beat us up. Seeing him so spineless, Lin Yiqing didn't even bother to hit him anymore. Who is your boss? Daring to send you guys here to collect protection money. Do you know that you've stepped over the line? The redhead whispered. Big brother, you don't know? Last night my boss Blind Leopard with more than 100 people have swept away all of Yirong's venues in Yiming village and Shajiao village. And Seafood Strong was hacked twice and went to the hospital. What? Lin Yiqing frowned. Seafood Chang was their boss, and Yiming village and Shajiao village were precisely the territories that the company had assigned to Seafood Chang. If it was really like what the redhead said, Seafood Strong's turf had been swept by Hongfa's people, that would be a really big deal. 2 days ago Lin Yiqing 4 people went to Saigon to do some work for the company. This evening just came back actually happened such a big change. Chapter 2 Hongfa Blind Panther. I'll let you guys off the hook today, but in the future, you'll remember that Yirong's territory is not for anyone to step on whenever they want to. Get lost. The three colorful guys went off with their asses in each other's hands. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the 3 punks. Rewarded with 3 points and 50,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yiqing's heart was overjoyed, and he exchanged all 3 points into strength. Thus his strength value became 33, which was already very strong. Brother Chang, is it true what that puffer with the red hair said? Our field was really swept by Blind Panther? The boss even got slashed twice? The one who spoke was a white-looking man with glasses. His name was Fine Dong. Brother Chang, when did you become so powerful? Kicking 3 with 1 kick. I adore you so much. The other 2 looked at Lin Yiqing so excited that they had to yell. The other 2 were called Bo Zai Song and Zuni. All 3 of them were Lin Yiqing's brothers. Lin Yiqing took out a Marlboro cigarette and put it on his mouth. Zuni hurriedly took out a lighter and lit it for him. Ah Dong, go call the boss right away and see if the situation is really as bad as that red-haired puffer said. Ah Son, Zuni, there are guys in the van that the company sent us on an errand. Go get them out. If the boss tells us to do it, we'll act immediately. Lin Yiqing had a bad premonition that what the red-haired kid said was all true. The initial danger perception ability that the system had given him was no joke, allowing his ability to foresee danger to increase by a very large amount. Fine East went to make a call inside the restaurant, and Lin Yiqing paced over to the bar. At this moment, the girl was hiding behind the bar, her face a little pale, looking quite scared. Ian, scared, right? Lin Yiqing took a drag on his cigarette and gently patted Zhu Yin's hand. Looking at this movie goddess that so many men in the previous world had dreamed of, a trace of tenderness flooded his heart. Ian's eyes contained tears and held Lin Yiqing's hand tightly. Brother Chang, will those people come looking for trouble again? I'm so scared. Lin Yiqing felt her smooth and tender little hand and was in a much happier mood. Ian, don't be afraid. I'll keep you all safe. The girl looked at Lin Yiqing's resolute face and couldn't help but break into a smile. I trust you. Brother Chang. Ah Chang, listening to those people. They are Hongfa's people. Shouldn't they be in Xiaoxi Wei? How come they came over to Yiming's side? At this moment, the girl's father, the same Uncle Ping who had just told Lin Yiqing not to make trouble, stood next to them at some point. Lin Yiqing hurriedly pulled his hand out of Ian's hand. After all, anyone would be embarrassed to eat someone's daughter's tofu in front of their dad. Uncle Ping, did you guys hear anything special last night? Uncle Ping pondered for a while and said, in the latter part of the night yesterday, that street to the south was in chaos, but it was noisy for like an hour before it stopped moving. The south side of Shajiao Street was exactly where Lin Yiqing and their boss, Seafood Strong, had their venues. A dance hall, a bar, and 2 mahjong parlors were all located there. Ah Chang, thanks to you protecting us these years, no one dares to come and collect protection money. When Yuri Rong's people came to ask, we all said that we handed it over to you. Now that Hongfa's people have stepped over, will there be any trouble? Lin Yiqing smiled and pacified him. Uncle Ping, the neighborhood is joking. If I collect protection money from you guys, wouldn't it be a waste of time for Ian to call me Brother Chang? Don't worry, as long as Yirong's flag doesn't fall, Hongfa can be beaten out if he can step over it. Lin Yiqing said goodbye to Uncle Ping and Ian, and came to the road outside the tea house to wait for Ho Shi-tung and Bo Chai Song to come back. The power of the societies in the entire Sha Tin district of Hong Kong Island was divided into 3, with Lion Bridge as the boundary. Tai Wai on the west side of the bridge was the sphere of influence of Hung Fat Company. while the downtown area of Sha Tin on the east side of the bridge as well as the following Sha Tin Y, including Yiming Suan and Sha Koksuan, the first city of Sha Tin, and the Shekmun of Sha Tin were the territories of Yi Wing Company. The area around Ma On Shan further east was the area of influence of the Tung Sing society, except that Ma On Shan was a little farther away, unlike Hung Fat's territory and Yi Wing's territory, which were connected at the head and tail. Sha Tin district belongs to the new territories of Hong Kong Island, and it is one of the poorer districts. Of course, compared to Hong Kong Island's most lucrative Yao Tsim Mong district, it is naturally not comparable. However, the Hong Kong government is now vigorously building new towns. Sha Tin is also one of the key areas, such as the soon-to-be-completed construction of the first city of Sha Tin, is a large-scale community template for the new towns. What made Lin Yiqing feel strange was that Hongfa and Ying had been using the Lion Bridge as a boundary for many years, and their wells did not interfere with each other's water. Why would Hongfa suddenly turn on Yirong's territory? In the past, there had been disputes between the two companies, but it was just a quarrel between the 49 boys and the peripheral boys, and it was just a matter of putting up a show and talking about the numbers. This time is different. Hongfa's people have stepped straight into the territory of Yirong. This is a situation of no end. What's going on here? Is there a grudge or an interest? If the company needs me to participate in this incident, what benefits or bad things can I get? Lin Yiqing thought for a long time, but suffered from knowing too little about the inner workings of the situation. Just a vague feeling that things will never be simple. Brother Chang, I've asked clearly. The boss is at Fei Xiong's medical center. He asked us to go there now. Fine East reported after coming out from inside the restaurant. Alright then, Son, you put your guys away and go to Fei Xiong's place right away. Fei Xiong was the doctor of the Yirong society. His medical skills were very good. Usually people in the society would go to him for non-fatal knife and gunshot wounds. As soon as Lin Yiqing's words fell, he heard someone shouting something over at the street corner. Boss, it's them. The redhead led the way, and there were quite a few people coming, at least a dozen. A bald and squinty-eyed brawny man led by the redhead rushed over with his men aggressively. It was one of Hongfa's red sticks. Blind Panther, chop up these Yirong boys. Blind Panther and those behind him all had brightly colored swords and sticks in their hands. At this moment, the other side of the street also came from the end of the street with chaotic footsteps. Lin Yiqing glanced at them. There were at least 20 people. 4 people against 30 or 40 people. Anyone would say that there is no chance of winning. Lin Yiqing's eyes had no fear at all. He took a machete from Bo Zai Song's hand and held it in his hand. Brother Chang, what should we do? Fine East voiced through the panic. No accident. The 4 of them today. I'm afraid to account for the here. Lin Yiqing said in a deep voice, don't panic. I'll deal with Blind Leopard. You guys deal with the people behind you. As long as you guys can hold out for 3 minutes, you'll be fine. After saying that, Lin Yiqing raised his sword to meet Blind Leopard. Blind Panther saw that this handsome young man on the opposite side didn't even know how to escape, but also greeted towards himself at a fast pace. He couldn't help but be enraged. Pouncer, how dare you fight with me alone? You don't care about me. My Blind Leopard is Hongfa Redstick, 1 for 10 existence. Look down on me, let you taste my power. Today, I have to kill this street kid, so that the name of Blind Panther can be heard in Sha Tin City. Chapter 3, Hanging the Blind Leopard. Chopping away Hong Fat Chai. Swish sound. Both sides just contact. Blind Leopard in the hands of the Toyo knife from Lin Yiqing head down. The sharp light of the knife was like a thunderbolt flashing under the light, and the speed of the knife's momentum made his junior behind him not see it clearly at all. The fact that his little brother didn't see it clearly didn't mean that Lin Yiqing didn't see it. Lin Yiqing's eyesight was particularly sharp at this time with his physique enhancement. Long before the Blind Leopard's blade moved, Lin Yiqing's body had already moved. He didn't take the Blind Leopard's blade hard at all, but his body was short and dodged it. The Blind Leopard's blade cut through the top of Lin Yiqing's back, but it didn't touch a single hair on Lin Yiqing's head. It just had a close contact with the air. Lin Yiqing took advantage of the bending of his body when he dodged the knife. The knife in his hand was instantly activated, and with a hard horizontal stroke, the Blind Leopard's left ankle at the pants leg had been cut through. Blind Panther secretly bad. Right foot to support the body. Both hands holding the Toyo knife to Lin Yiqing has not yet stood up to slash down. Lin Yiqing used the knife in his hand to block the Blind Leopard's mighty blade, and then kicked the Blind Leopard's stomach with a heart kick. With a sound, the Blind Leopard's body was no longer supported and fell down uncontrollably. Lin Yiqing had cut off his hamstring with this single slash. Fast, precise, vicious. This was a physique that was beyond normal. Strength and agility. Of course, there's also the added bonus of knife skills that normal people don't have. The minions behind Blind Leopard also rushed up at this time. Lin Yiqing's face was expressionless, and he continued to do as he did. A few seconds later, 2 more minions fell to the ground covering their ankles. The red-haired guy didn't even dare to rush up. The other juniors were also a little hesitant. One by one, they all yelled loudly, but they didn't dare to rush forward again. At this time, the blind leopard suddenly stood up again, but he was barely standing on one foot. Brothers, don't be afraid, give me on, cut him to death. Those little brothers were inspired by their boss and started to move again, slowly surrounding Lin Yiqing, forming a semicircular encirclement. Wrong boy, if I don't finish you off today I won't be called Blind Panther. Brothers together, he's nothing to be afraid of with one man and one knife. In fact, not more than a few seconds later he had already regretted saying those words. Lin Yiqing's eyes were cold. Without any hesitation, his body sprinted and rushed towards Blind Leopard in an arrow step. At this time, the Blind Leopard's heart was shocked. He did not expect that under the encirclement of so many people, this handsome young man on the opposite side still dared to take the initiative to launch an attack on himself. In a hurry, Blind Leopard used all his strength to brandish the oriental sword in his hand to chop at Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing did not dodge this time, directly took the machete in his hand and blocked it, swinging away the Blind Leopard's oriental knife. The next second the machete was already on the Blind Leopard's neck. The Blind Leopard's body was all soft, but his mouth was still hard. Kid, I'm warning you, it's useless for you to hold me hostage. I still have so many brothers here. If you dare to move me, today you won't be able to escape with your wings. Had ha, is that so? Lin Yiqing laughed out softly, then the knife in his hand gently pressed and dragged. The Blind Leopard covered his slit throat. His mouth seemed to be saying something else, but nothing came out. After he collapsed, the eyes of several of his minions turned red. Boss, save the boss. Finish him off and avenge the boss. The semicircular encirclement instantly became smaller, and 4 or 5 people launched an attack at Lin Yiqing in unison. Lin Yiqing rolled on the ground and picked up the Blind Leopard's oriental knife. Left hand machete, right hand oriental knife. Right hand knife to block the knife. Left hand knife to cut people. Left and right like no one else's territory. A minute later, the Blind Leopard that 4 or 5 want to avenge his beloved henchmen have been holding arms and legs fell to the ground. Lin Yiqing's knife cuts the tendons of the hands and feet. Even if these people are cured in the future, they will still be crippled. I gripe. Run. This man is a murderer. The redhead had already pissed himself in fear, and shouted and turned around to run backwards. The remaining 7 or 8 people were no cuties either. The boss, Blind Leopard, was dead, and a few of the backbone members had been hacked to pieces. They were originally some peripheral members. How could they dare to fight so hard? When the redhead ran, these people also followed and started to run. At this time, 3 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. 3 minutes to kill the Blind Leopard and cut down 4 or 5 backbone members. Lin Yiqing will be famous for this battle. Fine East's side wasn't as optimistic. Bo Zai Song had already been chopped in the arm. Fine East's back had been slashed, and Zuni also had some minor injuries. If there was no support, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to last the next 3 minutes. Chop them to death. The 24 Hong fat boys were furious and had already surrounded Fine East and the others. Ah! A Hong fat boy cried out and fell to the ground in a pool of blood. Then one after another Hong fat boy fell down, and the Hong fat boys retreated, only to see a man with a knife in both hands walk out from behind those who fell to the ground. On the blades of both hands, fresh red liquid flowed, emitting an oozing light. An oriental sword. Wasn't that boss Blind Leopard's weapon? They looked in Blind Leopard's direction again, only to see a field of people lying in the east, and the others had already run into the distance. Blind Panther is dead. I am Yi Wing Long Ching. From today onwards, if you Hong Fat Chai dare to take a step into the Sha Tin enclosure, Blind Leopard's fate will be your example. Blind Panther is dead? Why should we play with our lives when the boss is dead? Yi Wing Long Ching. 1 man against a dozen men still killed the boss Blind Panther. Who dares to show off in front of him? Lin Yiqing came to his aid. Fine East and Pachai Sung, Zuni and the 3 of them were in high spirits. Hung Fat Chai, don't run away if you've got the guts. Piss on you. Hung Fat, go to hell. Lin Yiqing hands double knife up and down, and Fine East 3 people inside and outside the attack. Hong Fat Chai instantly lay down a few more. The remaining Hong Fat Chai began to flee one after another. The road in front of Zhu GT restaurant has already fallen more than a dozen Hong Fat Chai, including the Hong Fat Red Stick Blind Leopard who has already cooled down. Lin Yiqing and his men chased them all the way from Ening village across the Lion Bridge, during which they cut down 3 more scared and weak-legged Hong Fat boys, and chased them all the way to the Che Kung Temple in Tai Wai, west of the bridge. Before they gave up, Lin Yiqing instructed Zuni to dispose of the weapons they used tonight, and the 4 of them then called a taxi to Fei Xiong's medical center. In the taxi, the gaze that Fine East and the 3 of them looked at Lin Yiqing could already be described as worship. Brother Chang, how did you do it? Fighting a dozen of them by yourself? I'm afraid those big club's double flower red sticks can't do it, right? Bo Zai Song said with glowing eyes. What do you mean by beating a dozen of them alone? If it wasn't for Brother Ching, the 3 of us would have been hacked to death by those 24 people. It should be said that it's Brother Ching who beat more than 30 of them alone. Zuni was not satisfied with Bo Zai Song's words and spoke out to refute them. Fine East was very grateful at this moment. Brother Ching, thank you. If it wasn't for you today, I'm afraid the three of us wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Lin Yiqing patted Fine Dong's shoulder. You guys called me Brother Ching. I have to protect you all. What's it like to be a mother-in-law? The four people couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 4 Searching. Ding! Congratulations on killing Hung Fat Red Stick Blind Leopard and driving Hung Fat Chai out of Yurong's territory. Rewarded with 30 points and $500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yiqing accepted the system rewards with satisfaction. He added the points to physique, strength, agility and boxing, knife skills, leg skills respectively. Opening the panel and glancing at it, new attribute values were presented in front of him. Host, Lin Yiqing. Name, Langqing. Age, 24. Base physique, 35. Basic strength, 38. Basic agility, 35. Danger sense, 30. Normal healthy person base attribute is 8. Limit is 10. Boxing, 10. Swordsmanship, 10. Legwork, level 10. Stick technique, level 5. Physique and strength. The increase in agility made Lin Yiqing's physical quality even stronger. If he were to meet someone of Blind Leopard's level again now, there was no way he would let Blind Leopard slash a second time. Fei Xiong's medical center was on Xia Xian Street in Wuchei Village. Lin Yiqing led the three of them to the downstairs of the medical center in a hurry. The stairway was guarded by a dozen or so people, all of whom were Seafood Kung's henchmen, and Lin Yiqing was very familiar with them. Each of their hands are holding a newspaper. This is certainly not their love of learning. The hands of the newspaper is wrapped in the office with the guy. Lin Yiqing was an experienced curmudgeon. Of course he could understand it at a glance. Brother Ching, you're here. Brother Ching. Hello Brother Ching. As soon as the dozen or so boys guarding the stairs saw Lin Yiqing, they immediately greeted him. Lin Yiqing had been following Seafood Kung since he was 17 years old, and his status was still very high in their gang. Lin Yiqing nodded his head in response to each of them. It seemed that after Seafood Strong had been cut, his guard had been strengthened not just by a tiny bit, and he had sent a dozen or so people just to guard the stairs. When they arrived at the entrance of the Fei Xiong Medical Center on the 4th floor, two people stood outside the door of the medical center. One of them, a man with big wavy long hair, a tiger's back and waist, and a height of 1 meter 9 stopped them. Body search. Ah Cheng. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but show a rare hint of displeasure on his joyful face. Lousy was fighting for his life outside, and he still has to search me when he comes here? Grass Ash Industry. There is no such rule, right? One's own people still need to be searched? Fine East was the first to open his mouth to question. This guy with long wavy hair is the head horse of Seafood Strong, Grass Ash Industry. Usually they don't see eye to eye with Lin Yiqing. Now they can make things difficult for Lin Yiqing. Of course they won't let go of this opportunity. Fine Dong, what kind of thing are you? Long Qing hasn't spoken yet. Are you qualified to argue with me? Grass Ash Yi had an arrogant face, glaring and pointing his finger at Fine East. Grass Ash Yi, this isn't a matter of being qualified or not. The boss hasn't even spoken. So what are you arguing about here? Lin Yiqing said coldly. At this time, Zuni and Bo Zai Song also couldn't hold back. One by one, they wanted to come forward. Both sides just confronted each other like a cockfight. Ah Yi, don't be so formal with your own brothers. Let A Ching and the others come in. A voice came from inside the door. It was none other than the voice of the boss Seafood Strong. He was the boss of the crowd. And with just a single sentence, the flames of the two groups of people with swords drawn dissolved into nothingness. Grass Grey Yip and his little brother were full of indignation as they moved out of the way, their heaving chests indicating that he was quite angry. As Lin Yiqing and the others entered the door, Grass Ash Industry also pointed at Fine East and threatened. Kid, remember this, it's not over. Ouch. Before Grass Ash Industry could say the following words, Lin Yiqing grabbed his fingers with one hand and gently twisted them. Grass Ash Industry was immediately in pain. Lin Yiqing stretched out his foot and kicked him in the kneecap. The Grass Ash Industry's huge body could not withstand this huge force. His knees were about to fall down. At this time, Lin Yiqing used his hand to support Grass Ash's arm, so that Grass Ash's body which was going to fall down had support. He used his hand again to help Grass Ashi up, and then gently loosened Grass Ash's fingers. Ah Yi, did you go out and get high last night? How come you can't even stand up? How can you still guard the door for the boss like that? While teasing Grass Ash Yi, Lin Yiqing brought the three of them into the medical center with Fine East. Lin Yiqing of course couldn't explicitly clean up Grass Ash Industry. After all, they were fellow disciples. It would let others catch them and say that they were fighting each other. However, this secretly clean up the Grass Ash Industry, give him a little small discipline can still be. Let him know that in the future some words cannot be nonsense. Seafood Chang at this time is half lying on the sofa of Fei Xiong Medical Center. His upper body is bare. A few gauze wrapped around his body shows that the words of those Hong Fat Chai are not false. It is true that he has been chopped twice. When Seafood Strong saw Lin Yiqing and the four of them, He was a bit surprised. What's wrong with you guys? How come one of you is covered in blood? The lights in the hallway were dim, and Grass Ash Industry didn't see the specifics of Lin Yiqing and the others at that time. Now that he followed them in and saw Lin Yiqing's appearance, he couldn't help but feel happy inside and said gloatingly, "Ah, Chang, are you guys being ambushed? Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had told you earlier I wouldn't have said anything to stop you." Lin Yiqing ignored Grass Ash Industry. He sat on his butt on the sofa, took out a cigarette and lit it, saying, "Ah Dong, you three go and let Fei Xiong treat your wounds first." He then asked Seafood Strong, "Boss, what was going on last night?" "Tonight, the four of us came back from our errands to have dinner at Eminence Village, and that's when we heard that there was a big mess last night. Alas, don't mention it. Ah Ching, I don't know if Hongfa's dog head Sang was stoned out of his mind or not. Last night he suddenly sent his head horse, Blind Panther, with more than 100 people to sweep away all of our venues in Yiming and Shajia. Damned bastard. At that time, I was also chopped twice by those Hung Fat Chai at the Sparrow House. Today, Qin has been negotiating with Hung Fat's old top, Eagle's son, and so far there is no result." Grass Ash Yip said very indignantly, "Boss, last night, it was because our manpower was spread too thin that we were caught off guard by them, and there were too many of them." Seafood Chang sighed somewhat helplessly. "It seems that this time, we can only rely on the company to send out people. Doghead Zhang's strength is on par with their Hongfa sitting Eagle Nu. With more people and more money, we can't win by ourselves in any case." Grass Gray Industry also did not forget to give Seafood Strong cheer. "Boss, you are step by step to follow Gong mixed up. He will not let us go." The brother Qin in the mouth of Seafood Kung and the grandpa in the mouth of Grass Ash Yip are the same person. That is, the present-day Yirong Sitting Hall's Beardy Qin. When Beardy Qin was still a white paper fan with no territory of his own, Seafood Kung worked under him as a junior. Later on, Seafood Kung was able to work as a boss in the name of Grass Shoes, all because he was the beloved of Beardy Qin. Chapter 5 Recruitment. Lin Yiqing slowly inhaled a mouthful of smoke and said, "Boss, there's no need for the company to send out people now. The Blind Panther has already been hacked to death by us, and there are dozens of Hong Fat boys who have already been knocked back to Dawei, so we can go and reclaim our field now." "What?" Seafood Strong and Grass Ash Yip looked at Lin Yiqing with disbelief. They had been beaten by Blind Leopard and hid in the territory of Yirong's headquarters, and now Lin Yiqing was easily saying that Blind Leopard was dead. How could this not shock them? "You're stoned out of your mind, Longqing. Blind Leopard is Hongfa's Red Stick, as well as dozens or hundreds of people around him. Can he be chopped to death just because you say so?" Grass Ash Industry immediately spoke up to question. Among Seafood Strong's men, only he and Lin Yiqing were the most top-notch, but Grass Ash Industry had always pressed Lin Yiqing, and now that Lin Yiqing had said this he was definitely the first to issue a question. Seafood Chang is also a face of disbelief. Lin Yiqing in the past, although the work ability is good, but compared to the Grass Gray Industry is still a little worse. In terms of chopping and fighting, Grass Ash Yi was a big man of 1 meter 9, and his force value was the strongest among so many people under him. Last night, Blind Leopard's body strength was stronger than Grass Gray's, not to mention the fact that he had so many people under his command. Lin Yiqing only 4 people could cut him down? And also cut dozens of Hong Fat Chai back to the big surroundings? Not only does Grass Ash Yip not believe it, Seafood Kung also can't believe it. Zuni came over at some point. "Boss, it's true. Tonight, Cheng made a big splash in Shajia Street. He beat up a dozen of them by himself, even hacked Blind Leopard to death, and also relieved us from the siege by hacking away the 20 or so people who surrounded us." Seafood Strong and Grass Ash Industry now stared wide-eyed. Zuni speaks so colorful, cannot help but they do not believe. Lin Yiqing said at this time, "Boss, you'd better call and ask the people we left over there now, to see what's the situation over there. If Hongfa's people didn't move, we can totally bring our brothers to take back our territory." Seafood Strong's hands were shaking a bit with excitement. He picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call was to ask the other party to send someone to check out the situation in the Sha Tin paddock immediately. Half an hour later, the other party on the return call came. Seafood Strong, after listening to the phone, cannot hold down the expression of excitement on his face. "Ah Cheng, well done. This time you have made a great achievement for the company. I will definitely recommend you to the top at Brother Qin." Grass Ash Industry, after hearing this face like ashes. Seafood Strong can say this, that Lin Yiqing, their words are not half water. Lin Yiqing made such a big merit on the throne that is sooner or later. Originally, the Grass Ash Industry would like to wait for Seafood Strong after a few years of retirement. He, as Seafood Strong under the head of the horse, can smoothly take over the Seafood Strong territory as the boss. Now it seemed that Lin Yiqing had become his biggest competitor, and this competitor had become particularly tough. Seafood Strong's face was excited as he instructed Grass Ash Yi, "Ai, gather all the men at once and take back all our venues tonight. I didn't expect the chance for revenge to come so soon." Grasashi glanced at Lin Yiqing with an ugly expression, and hopelessly led the order to code people. Seafood Chang patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder. Chang, I won't say any more unnecessary words. I will definitely report this credit of yours to Brother Qin. The company will definitely not treat you badly. Also, you should not go out tonight. Take a good rest here. After all, after hacking the blind leopard to death, the cops are afraid to look for you. Everything will wait until tomorrow when I take you to see Brother Qin. After saying this, Seafood Strong with a full face put on his clothes and also went out. Tonight's Sha Tin siege is bound to be another bloody storm. Fine East at this time has already let Fei Xiong deal with bandaging the wound. Looking at Lin Yiqing, who was sitting on the sofa and smoking silently, at the moment of crisis, this man holds up a piece of Irong sky. Follow this man to fight for a lifetime. Even if it's worth dying, it's worth it. Lin Yiqing felt the Fine East's gaze, raised his head to signal him to sit down. Fine East sat down. Lin Yiqing gently tapped the armrests of the sofa with his fingers, lowered his voice and said, Dong, now here only you and I brothers. I will not say anything out of the ordinary. From today onwards, I am going to recruit troops and horses to expand strength. Will you support me? Fine Dong was a smart person, instantly understood the meaning of Lin Yiqing's words. Lin Yiqing was going to start cultivating his own strength. In other words, if they sided with Lin Yiqing, then from today onwards, they would have to start divesting themselves from Seafood Strong's power. Was this considered bullying? Brother Chang, the four of us are righteous brothers who have burned yellow paper and beheaded chickens and drank blood wine. We will definitely support you in whatever you want to do. Just, how can we explain on the boss's side? Lin Yiqing looked at Fine East's unconfident expression and laughed. Dong, don't worry. I'll find a way to get to the top as soon as possible. And I'll also take the three of you along with me when the time comes. I won't do anything unwise. And it's even more unlikely that I'll flip out with the boss. Only then did Fine East put his heart down and rubbed his head, saying, Brother Chang, what do you mean by telling me these words? Of course it's for you to go recruit. What else could it be? Lin Yiqing couldn't help but laugh as he looked at the expression of Fine East, a normally quite intelligent fellow, who was fidgeting because he was nervous. Recruiting troops and horses? In what name? Fine Dong was Fine Dong, and in a single word, he had gotten to the crux of the matter. Lin Yiqing was still just an ordinary 49 boy in Irong, without his own peer. What name to use to recruit people was the biggest problem, since he has already prepared to go it alone. It is definitely not possible to collect people under the name of Seafood Strong. Lin Yiqing smiled and pointed to his head, saying, Dong, think carefully. What we did tonight at Shajia Street will spread throughout the entire Shatianwei and even downtown Shatian tomorrow. 4 people hacked and 1 dozens of people did away with Hongfa Red Stick Blind Leopard. The 4 words Irong Lang Ching are enough. Of course I will use my name to recruit soldiers. Fine East suddenly realized, Brother Chang, it is true that you have enough brains. Several of our brains are all showy. A grouch who doesn't use his brain will remain a grouch for the rest of his life. Dong, if we want to do well in our own business in the future, we must have our own people. Dong, here's $200,000 for you to take. We only recruit loyal and righteous juniors, but if there's no money, loyalty and righteousness can't feed the stomach. From tomorrow onwards, your main task is to recruit our own men. People are more valuable than quantity. Remember. Fine Dong nodded, understood. Brother Chang, tomorrow the boss said he's going to take me to see Gong. At that time if I'm arranged to run away and go out to hide for a while, you and Song Zuni, the 3 of you will mainly do this. If you run out of money feel free to ask me for it. Of course, you guys don't shortchange yourselves. Brother Chang, where did so much money come from? You don't have to worry about where the money comes from. Just do your thing. Chapter 6 Confusion. The most important reason why Lin Yiqing wants to find East big recruitment. The most important reason is that with his current strength, and then nestled in the ability to not strong enough strength under Seafood Strong as a junior is really a little aggrieved. Everyone has the qualifications to realize their own goals and ideals. Lin Yiqing's goal is certainly not Seafood Strong now excited to want to take back a few streets of gambling stalls, mahjong parlors and broken bars. That night, Sha Tin's police car sirens rang through the streets. Lin Yiqing had hacked the blind leopard to death and left the police at the Sha Tin police station in a state of confusion. Coupled with the fact that Seafood Kung had brought people to Sha Tin to round up the turf, I'm afraid that the Sha Tin police station wouldn't be able to take a rest for the whole night. Lin Yiqing slept on the sofa in Fei Xiong's living room overnight, and Fine East and the 3 of them slept on Fei Xiong's hospital bed. Chang, get up and have breakfast. Fei Xiong came back early from buying breakfast, and there were several bento boxes on the table, radiating hot air. Thanks, Fei Xiong. Lin Yiqing felt from the bottom of his heart that Fei Xiong was a good person. The 4 brothers themselves had human lives on their hands, and Fei Xiong was able to agree to let them stay at the medical center for a night, already risking the danger of harboring criminals. Early in the morning also bought them breakfast back, enough to see his warm and kind heart. Fei Xiong's medical skills were known far and wide. but he didn't have any stance. He worked tirelessly for the sake of the society, and he even liked to help the neighbors in the street to see the patients without any compensation. His reputation in this area of Xiexin Street was especially good. Fei Xiong, did you receive any new rumors today? Lin Yiqing asked while eating seafood congee. Fei Xiong nodded his head and said, I'm sure you already know. Last night, Brother Chang brought people to Sha Tin and drove away all the Hong Fat Chai. 3 were seriously injured and a number of minor injuries, and now Sha Tin is back in the hands of Ari Rong. But there is another bad news. Just as Brother Kung fought Sha Tin, Yiwing Sitter Eagle's son sent his head horse Ghost 5 boy with more than 200 men to sweep away all the venues in our Yiwing's Newtown Plaza. Kin's men are dead and injured. Hong Fa and Ari Rong have gone to full war. Lin Yiqing finished his seafood congee and lit a cigarette. His brain was running fast. What's the reaction from the cops? It is rumored that in the middle of the night yesterday, the head of the Sha Tin crime unit invited Eagle Xin and Kin to the Sha Tin police station for tea, and they were just released on bail this morning. Lin Yiqing waved his hand for Fei Xiong to go and get busy, but his heart was in waves. After a night of negotiating with the Sha Tin crime unit, it seems that the battle between Yi Rong and Hong Fa is inevitable. Since it was already inevitable, it would depend on which side was stronger. After years of peaceful coexistence in Sha Tin, an armed fight of this magnitude suddenly erupted in a few days, and I'm afraid the Sha Tin Police Department would not be able to account for it in front of the Commissioner of Police. What was the big event that spawned this fight between the two societies? This is confusing. With Lin Yiqing's current identity and status cannot access the deeper things, and according to his observation, even Seafood Kung does not know the root cause of this incident. Although Seafood Strong is Yirong sitting in the museum Beard Jian's beloved little brother, but selling fish origin Seafood Strong all the hawker habits cannot be changed. The Beard Jian is a person who has become a big deal. Of course, will not be with the Seafood Strong bottom. There is breakfast to eat. Brother Chang, why not call us? Zuni rubbed his sleepy eyes. Seeing the breakfast on the table instantly came to life. Lin Yiqing was disorganized and stopped thinking about it. Smiling and pointing to the breakfast on the table, there's food and you still can't stop your mouth? Called both Dong and Song up for breakfast. Looking at Zuni who was jumping around like a child, Lin Yiqing's heart suddenly had an inexplicable sense of responsibility. For the sake of his brothers who were dependent on each other, he must become stronger. When Fine Dong and Bo Zai Song came out, there was already a large cowhide envelope on the table. Zuni wanted to open it and take a look, but was knocked back by Lin Yiqing with a chopstick handle. Dong, the funds for doing things are all here. Today you will take Song and Zuni to do what I have explained to you. Be sure to remember what I said last night. Fine Dong nodded his head and said, Don't worry, Brother Chang, I'll make sure to do it beautifully. Zuni came over and wrapped her arms around Fine East's neck and asked, Do what? Brother Ching hasn't told me yet. I don't know anything. I'll tell you later. Let's eat breakfast first or it'll get cold. Fine East was really a bit overwhelmed by Zuni's intimacy. Hashido, tell me. Zuni was being softly persuasive. Fine East could only come to his ear and whispered a few words. Zuni instantly became happy after hearing it. Taking in a little brother. I like it the most. Brother Chang, don't worry. I will definitely give you a large number of little brothers back. Zuni thumped his chest. Lin Yiqing looked at him with tears and laughter. Zuni, when you go out to work, listen to Dong when I'm not around. You can't make up your own mind about anything. Do you hear me? Zuni whispered, Oh, I know Brother Chang. At this time the phone of Fei Xiong's medical center rang. Fei Xiong hurriedly walked out and picked up the phone. Oh, okay, got it. Downstairs right? Okay. Hanging up the phone, Fei Xiong said to Lin Yiqing, Chang, Brother Chang called to tell you to come downstairs right away. His car is waiting for you. Okay, thanks Fei Xiong. Go get busy. Lin Yiqing stood up and patted the shoulders of the 3 Hoshi Dongs. You 3 do what I said properly. If nothing happens this time, I'll come back to the medical center in the afternoon to meet with you. Okay Brother Chang, got it. Brother Chang, we'll be waiting for you in the afternoon. When Lin Yiqing arrived downstairs, he really saw Seafood Strong's Lexus already parked downstairs. Seafood Strong was sitting in the back and Lin Yiqing got on the passenger side. Seafood Strong's Lexus was a smuggled car, but in this day and age smuggling cars wasn't a big deal. Even if it is a smuggled car, to be able to have a Lexus is still very dignified. The driver is Seafood Strong under a nicknamed Parking Hua's younger brother. Used to specialize in the Hyatt Hotel entrance valet parking, only a year ago became the exclusive driver of Seafood Strong. After Lin Yiqing got into the car, Seafood Chang did not say anything, but closed his eyes in the back row. Lin Yiqing opened the car window, lit a cigarette and gazed out the window. The car got onto Fo Tan Road from Taipa Highway and drove all the way to Fo Tan Industrial Park. Originally, an ordinary 49 boy like Lin Yiqing would not be able to reach this level of the society's headquarters, but after killing the blind leopard last night, Lin Yiqing already had this qualification. He had once rumored that the company had factories and other industries in the Sha Tin industrial park, but it was just a rumor. Now it seemed that the rumors were true, because the car entered inside an industrial center on Guad Street after 10 minutes, and after stopping the car in the parking lot of the industrial center, Seafood Chang opened his eyes. Chapter 7 Gathering Together. Chang, this is where our Irong headquarters is located. This factory is Irong's biggest industry. Brother Kin works in the factory's office every day. Today is when Brother Kin named me to bring you to meet him. Seafood Chang patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder. Chang, the opportunities in one's life are limited. This opportunity is something you fought for yourself. You must cherish it. After the two of them got off the bus, Seafood Chang led Lin Yiqing straight to the office building of the industrial center. Inside the office building are some factory staff. In addition to workers wearing uniforms or white-collar suits, Seafood's strong green stubble short hair, upper body black t-shirt lower body casual pants, hanging on the neck with a large gold chain, waist don't copy machine, hand holding a mobile phone, feet stomped on a pair of white sneakers, arm green tattoos revealed. Lin Yiqing was not as exaggerated as he was, dressed in jeans and a white t-shirt, clean and fresh, but the tattoos on his arms also showed people that he was different. A security guard walked towards them and asked alertly, "Two gentlemen, may I ask who you are looking for?" Seafood Strong replied, "We are looking for Mr. Lu." The security guard's face revealed doubt. He had thought that these two kooky-looking people were here to reap benefits, but he didn't expect the other party to directly report Mr. Lu's name. In the past, there had been some unknowledgeable goons who came to the factory to get benefits, and when he reported the name of Irong according to his boss's instruction, the other party instantly softened and retreated in a grayish manner. Today, these two are a bit different, even able to report the name of the boss. It seems that there is something. May I ask what the two of you call yourself? I'll go call and inform. The security guard asked. Seafood Chang was a bit impatient. Just say that Chang has arrived. This security guard was a bit knowledgeable and could see that Seafood Chang and Lin Yiqing were not those ordinary kooks. Please wait a moment for the two of you. I'm sorry. The receptionist received the security guard's words, and glanced at the obviously not good people Seafood Chang and Lin Yiqing. Some nervous gulped. Half a minute later, the security guard came back. The two of you, Mr. Lu is waiting for you in the office. Please go with that lady. The so-called Mr. Lu is Bearded Kin. The reason why he has the fancy name Bearded Kin is solely because of his thick, bushy beard. The receptionist lady was wearing a professional outfit with a wraparound skirt and black stockings, which set off her delicate figure. Seafood Chang followed behind her to see the eyes are straight. Whispered to Lin Yiqing said, "No wonder so many sitting in the Big Brother to take the right line to engage in industry it. Look at the quality of this front desk lady, then those wave floor nightclub lady can be much stronger. Those all day long thickly made up dusty woman with this kind of serious woman is not a grade." Lin Yiqing just smiled and did not say anything. Seafood Strong usually do not have any bad hobbies. Not drugs, not alcohol, not good gambling. The only hobbies is to like women, but the woman well, ask which men do not like. The elevator stopped on the 6th floor. The two followed the receptionist all the way to the manager's office. After reporting a front desk lady left, Seafood Strong reluctant to look at her, and then took Lin Yiqing into the office. The office does not have much luxury decoration. In addition to a wide boss table, there are no valuable things. There is a computer on the table. There are also some folders and other things. It was no different from an ordinary factory manager's office, and the only difference was the person behind the boss desk. Bei Jian is not tall, but the body is very thick, slightly blossomed belly, head of hair is also a little sparse, in a high-grade suit, but does not look greasy. When he was young, he was a red stick of Irong, and now Irong's territory in Mongkok is the one hand of Bearded Jian down. Being able to sit for 3 consecutive 9-year terms, Beardy Kin certainly could not be an easy man to deal with. Chang is here. Ha ha ha. Sit down. Sit down. Hu Zijian walked out from behind his desk. Chang, I heard that you came up. I happened to brew a pot of good tea. Taste the flavor? Seafood Chang smiled fawningly. Beardkin personally poured him a cup of tea and patted his shoulder to let him sit on the sofa. Since his boss was so enthusiastic, Seafood Chang hurriedly picked up the cup of tea and took a sip, praising it repeatedly. Good tea, good tea. At this time, Hu Zijian looked Lin Yiqing up and down, some appreciation in his eyes, and extended his right hand to Lin Yiqing. So you're Langcheng? Lin Yiqing shook Beardy Jian's hand and said, How are you, Grandpa? I'm Lin Yiqing, and Longqing is a fancy name given to me by my brothers. Cheng, sit, have some tea. Hu Zijian didn't nag and poured Lin Yiqing a cup of tea as well. Cheng, well done. I heard that you chopped up dozens of hung fat boys last night, drove them back to Tai Y from Sha Tin Y, chopped up the dog-headed Sang Tao Ma's blind leopard, and injured dozens of hung fat boys. The younger generation is fearful. What our company lacks now is young people like you who can fight and have the ability to fight. Lin Yiqing laughed. Grandpa, you heard wrong. How can I be that capable to cut dozens of people by myself? It's all just my brothers helping me. Seafood Chang said angrily. Ah Chang, Kin is not an outsider. What's wrong with admitting it? You are just too unimpressed. Hu Zijian patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder. Ah Chang, it's good to be modest, but those who eat in our line of work will be looked down upon if they are too modest, and it will cause a lot of trouble for no reason at all. Do you understand? Got it, Grandpa. He. Times have changed. I feel old calling you Grandpa. Grandpa. Ah Chang, just follow Ah Chang and call me Kin. At this time that beautiful receptionist lady knocked on the door again and came in. Mr. Lu, there are 3 gentlemen claiming to be some kind of morning FAI, crippled Bing, and another one I didn't remember, and are now downstairs to see you. Please ask them to come up. Hu Zijian's face showed a gloomy look, turned his head to Seafood Kung and said, Kung, last night Hongfa has swept away all the venues in our new city plaza. At least half of the venues are now owned by them Hongfa. It was only Doghead Chang's men who stepped in when they moved your Sha Tin siege. Now Eagle Nu has personally sent his men to fight their way into the downtown area, and at the Sha Tin police station we fell apart in our talks, and that's why I'm calling everyone to a meeting today. Hongfa made war on us, now it's time for us to fight back. At this moment, that receptionist lady brought 3 people into the office. The one at the head was a young man wearing a red and yellow beach short sleeve on top and jeans underneath, about 26 or 27 years old. It was Irong's boss in Mongkok, morning FAI. Behind him was Cripple Bing, the boss of Irong's Sha Tin Shekmun, and Gue Li Chang, who was a moneylender in all of Sha Tin. All the bosses of Irong gathered together, and a battle with Hung Fat had become inevitable. Chapter 8 Unbeatable. Morning Hui had a high and mighty and unbeatable look, glanced askance at Seafood Chang and Lin Yiqing, and sat down on the sofa with a big grin. The receptionist lady greeted Beardy Jian to go down, and was slapped on the buttocks by Morning Hui on her way out. It's so resilient. Ha. The receptionist exclaimed and fled like a frightened quail. Ah Hui, the others are serious college students. How can you be like this? You still cause trouble in your own company. Hu Zijian said with an angry face. Brother Kin, it's just women. They still look the same when they take off their clothes and get into bed? This receptionist lady of yours is too good at pretending. I'll go down and give her a few $1,000s after the talk to see if she'll follow me or not. Morning Hui didn't give a damn about Beardy Jian's words, picking his teeth leisurely. Not all women are like your Bolu's stage girl. The company is now about to get on the right track. Ah Hui, in the future you must be more restrained. Otherwise how to lead the men? Morning FAI still looks like a hangdog. Buddy Ken, we are not here to listen to your lesson. We are out there fighting to the death. You are in the air-conditioned room with remote control and command, and white-collar ladies to play with. So of course you will say so. Morning FAI, how do you talk to Kin? Brother Kin is the leader of Yi Wing. What's wrong with saying a few words about you? What are you yakking about? Seafood Chang shot up. Everything he had was given by Bearded Kin. If Morning FAI wanted to step on Bearded Kin, then he had to step over him. Seafood Chang. First, Lin Yiqing followed Seafood Strong and stood up. Didn't say anything, just coldly stared at Morning Wee. Morning Wee clapped his hands and laughed in a licentious manner. Others say that Seafood Chang is the lapdog of Brother Jin of Irong Sitting Hall, and it's true that he's right. Ha. In an instant, Morning FAI changed his face again and viciously pointed at Seafood Kung. Be a good lapdog. Don't be arrogant. Doghead had been able to send people to clear out your Sha Tin circle. I, Morning FAI, can do the same. Do you want to try? Morning FAI, if you're capable of letting your horse come over, I'll wait for you at Sha Tin Siege. Now you blow the whistle and stack the horses. Come on. Lin Yiqing finally couldn't listen anymore and stood behind Seafood Strong and coldly spat out a sentence. Morning FAI's face exploded with coldness. He didn't expect this young man behind Seafood Strong to dare to speak to him like this, his 2 eyes staring at Lin Yiqing in death. Where are you from? I haven't seen you before. Do you have the qualifications to speak here? Brother Kin, we're here to talk about serious matters. What's the point of mixing in a little scumbag? Seafood Chang blocked in front of Lin Yiqing. Morning Hui, what Ah Ching said is what I'm going to say. I can play with you anytime you want to. Morning FAI looked a bit dazed, then immediately returned to normal. Rong Langqing? One person hacked dozens of people from Sha Tin Wai to Che Kung Temple? No wonder he is so arrogant. But this is the bosses talking about business. Buddy Ken, can we clear the scene? At this moment, Crippled Bing was also chewing betel nut and said, right, aren't we going to talk about how to beat Hung Fat today? Then let's talk about it. Hu Zijian turned his head to Lin Yiqing and said, Ah Chang, you go first, do your job well and there will be no problem. Got it brother Kin. Lin Yiqing went downstairs and returned to Seafood Chang's car, continuing to rest his eyes, but his heart was pounding inside. He had a premonition that he and Morning FAI, this puffer, would have a battle sooner or later one day. Anyone with eyes could see that Morning Fai didn't have the slightest respect for Beardy Jin, so why would he respond so positively to the call to come back and defend the club? Morning Fai's territory is in Mongkok, where the oil water is particularly sufficient, although there is only half of Sai Street, but there are 30 units in 3 buildings as a bourgeoisie, gambling stalls, but also owns 2 bars and a nightclub. In Mongkok, where land is scarce, the size and clientele of a bar is not comparable to that of a small bar in Sha Tin. Moreover, Morning Fai also supplied pills to many bars and nightclub discos in Mongkok, and his earnings had always been extremely lucrative, and he was the most profitable person in Irong other than Beardykin. It is reasonable to say that after seeing the prosperity of Mongkok and enjoying the benefits of rich oil and water, he will no longer be interested in such a countryside place like Sha Tin, but he still came here today with great interest. What was his purpose? Lin Yiqing thought of only one possibility. Irong Sitter Beard Jian, this 3-year term is only 2 months away. Morning Hui is likely to hit the idea of sitting. Irong other 3 qualified boss. Crippled Bing is minded to make pills in his Sha Tin Sherman. Unless there is something big, he simply will not step out of the Sherman step. Irong all the field and the pills are supplied by him. He simply does not have that mind. Gue Li Chang has several financial companies under his command. Everyday debt collection busy. Now put the debt to Saigon to go. He also has little interest in sitting. Seafood strong, needless to say. Everything to listen to the Beard Jian. Loyal to the Beard Jian. But his territory. Poor people less hands. Want to be a sitter are not able to do. Only Morning Hui. Want money. Want people. If this time Hongfei and Irong fight, he can make a name for himself. Then everyone will support him to do on the seat of the seat. After thinking about all this, Lin Yiqing's mouth revealed a trace of imperceptible smile. Bei Jian will never let Morning Fai, this big gun barrel, to be the leader of Irong. Then at that time there will be room for his own play. After going downstairs, there are several cars parked in front of the building. There are Mercedes-Benz and Crown. There are also several vans. Although there was a sunshade film on the vans, Lin Yiqing still shadowed them and saw that they were filled with people. Half an hour later, Seafood Strong was the first to quickly walk down from the upper floors, and Morning Fai and a few others also came downstairs. Morning Hui took 8 steps, strutted over to Seafood Chang's Lexus, and knocked on the glass of the passenger side where Lin Yiqing was. Lin Yiqing glanced at him coldly and slowly dropped the glass. Pouncer boy, I'm warning you, in the future it's the dragon that has to be coiled and the tiger that has to lie down. Irong has me Morning Fai in the day. There is no time for you to be arrogant. Understand? Seafood Chang sat on the back seat and pointed at Morning Hui. Morning Hui, you mustn't go too far. What's the point of bothering with a junior? Today's matter has been settled by the boss. Why do you still want to cause trouble? Morning Hui narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly through his nostrils. If it wasn't for Brother Kin today, you all would have to stay. Humph. Lin Yiqing said coldly. Morning Hui, your belly is not even as good as a woman. You're a gangster. One man, one life. Why are you so wild? Is your egg extra large or are you a Vajra, immortal body? Be a man and leave a thread of goodwill for the future. Now is not the time for internal disputes among our own people. Everything will be said after the fight against Hongfa. Simply no brains at all. Seafood Chang did not expect Morning Hui to be taught a lesson by Lin Yiqing just like that. He was still dumbfounded and had no words to refute. He could not help but feel a secret pleasure in his heart. He then greeted the driver. Ahua, drive. Looking at the back of Lingji's exhaust fumes, Morning Hui couldn't help but curse. Puff you old M. Long Ching, Seafood Strong, old man. Long Ching, Seafood Strong, I will kill you all sooner or later. Chapter 9, Collecting a Large Number of Juniors. Ah Chang, you hacked to death blind leopard, that thing Jian brother has smoothed out. Looking for a scapegoat for you in jail. You don't have to care about anything. In the future there will be no police to find you trouble. Seafood Strong inhaled a mouthful of cigarettes and continued. The content of today's meeting is actually nothing secretive. It's the counterattack on Hongfa. We Irong several aspects of the forces to come out, and then choose a leader to fight Hongfa. Originally I recommended you to do this leader. Just you are not qualified enough. Was Morning Hui robbed? Originally, if you were to be the leader, you could be zapped to the top after fighting Hongfa, but now it's... Seafood Chang's words carried some apologies. The fight and death of the mixed societies was to get to the top. But Lin Yiqing this time snatched Sha Tin way back from Hongfa's hands but didn't get anything. Seafood Chang was a loyal person. Of course he felt a little bit of a debt to Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing's attention, however, was not here, but instead asked, Kung. This time Morning Fai brought people to fight Hung Fat. Which people to bring? Morning Fai himself will bring 100 people from his Mongkok. Crippled Bing, Gili Song and I will put together another 100 people for him. A total of 200 people. He claims that he can easily take back the new Town Plaza venue, and also fight his way into Tai Wai to retrieve Irong's face. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Brother Chang, This matter of beating Manhwa can't be that simple at all. It's a good thing that I wasn't asked to be the leader of this. How can a society with decades of heritage be knocked out by him? Morning FAI. With just 200 people? Wait and see. There's definitely a good show below. Seafood Chang asked again. What you said also makes sense. But this time, beating Manhwa is also a good opportunity to get out. Ah Ching, do you want to? Brother Chang, today we have already torn our faces with morning FAI. Do you think I can have a good time working under his hand? Seafood Kun thought for a moment and said, alright, then you shouldn't get involved. I'll send Yi to bring someone. After returning to Sha Tin, Seafood Chang took Lin Yiqing to Lufu restaurant for a seafood meal, and the two of them discussed the situation in Sha Tin and the internal situation of Yirong in detail. Seafood Chang is an old man. In Lin Yiqing accidentally a few words of enlightenment, for the Jianghu dragon and tiger already have a preliminary conjecture and plan. After dinner, Seafood Chang pulled Lin Yiqing to talk for an afternoon. See, the time is not early. Lin Yiqing will excuse something with Seafood Strong hurriedly separate. His copy of the machine has been a number of unanswered messages. Lin Yiqing no, this is all Fine East to call him. Lin Yiqing to Fine East to call the phone arranged to meet in GT restaurant. When he arrived Fine East in Bozai Song, Zuni has ordered a meal waiting for him. After entering, the first person to greet him was the girl behind the bar. Since that night when Lin Yiqing chopped Hung Fat Chai on the road in front of the restaurant, Julian had not seen him for 2 days. And when something happened to her god, the worry in her heart was naturally beyond measure. Now seeing Lin Yiqing standing in front of her alive and well, Julian was really surprised and happy. Brother Chang, you're here. Julian ran from behind the bar to Lin Yiqing. Looking at this delicate and lovely girl in front of him, Lin Yiqing's heart couldn't help but be flooded with a trace of tenderness. He patted the girl's shoulder and said in as gentle a tone as he could, Hi In, how are you doing? What happened that day didn't scare you, right? Seeing that Lin Yiqing was so concerned about herself, Julian couldn't help but feel happy in her heart, and 2 pink halos appeared on her face. No, Brother Chang, I'm not a child. How can I be scared so easily? At this time, Fine Dong and the others stood up to greet Lin Yiqing. Brother Chang is here. Brother Chang, Hoshi Dong greeted the young men at the other tables. This is our big brother. Irong Lang Ching, call him Brother Chang. The young men all hooted and hollered and stood up, shouting in unison, Brother Chang. Lin Yiqing nodded, waved his hand for them all to sit down, gave Julian a greeting and went to sit at Fine East's table. Brother Chang, how is it? All of them are young people from the area of Shangxiaowai, Yiming Village, Shajiao Village. Their backgrounds are clean and they didn't join the clubs. As soon as they heard that it's you, Irong Lang Ching, who is collecting juniors, a large number of people want to come and follow them. I've only picked out a few physically fit and a few resourceful ones to come, Fine East said while eating boiled rice. Lin Yiqing nodded and cruised around the young men. There were a total of 23 or 4 of them. One of them, a young man in his 20s with a darker complexion, but with a handsome appearance, caught his attention. Ah Dong, what's the name of that backwoods boy? Fine Dong followed his gaze. You mean the one with the black head and face? His name is Jimmy Boy. He was bullied to the point of running away and coming to Sha Tin when he was doing small business in Xiaoyun Mountain. Today it just so happened that his best friend came to join us. He came along with him. I took him in because I saw that he was quite resourceful. I see. Lin Yiqing never dreamed. Hong Kong Island, one of the several major associations, and the future spokesman of the United Sheng Jimmy actually worshipped under his own door. Really Fade Jimmy is not actually mixed society material, but business is the top talent. Lin Yiqing of course, cannot waste this hand to the talent. After eating and drinking, Lin Yiqing greeted Dong Xiaodong and brought everyone to the alley at the back of Yiming Village. Brothers, for you to be here today, you're looking up to me. Long Qing, since you've followed me, from now on, we're all brothers, and I definitely won't treat you poorly. From now on, your affairs are my affairs. However, I still have 3 prohibitions. Firstly, no touching powder boys. Secondly, no hand-to-hand combat. And thirdly, no eating out of the palm of your hand. Do you hear me? Yes, big brother. Lin Yiqing nodded. These juniors were all still new. Their future plasticity was very strong. Lin Yiqing was confident that he would bring them up well. He then greeted Tiny Dong, and took out a stack of $1,000 Hong Kong dollars from the bag beside Tiny Dong, and handed out 3 to each person, patting them on the shoulder for each one, $3,000 each. But don't spend this money recklessly. Take some back to your family if your family is in financial difficulties, or buy yourself something useful. Do you hear me? Got it, big brother? Thank you, big brother. Young people were in the hands of $1,000 in Hong Kong paper, and still each $3,000. Always heard that those societies are to pay membership fees to the boss. Who did not think that Lin Yiqing surprisingly give them money? Now everyone is grateful to Lin Yiqing, thankful. Lin Yiqing also whispered a few words in the ears of Hoshi Dong and Bo Zai Song, and Hoshi Dong brought Jimmy Boy and the other 3 over. Bo Zai Song took a pile of banknotes given to him by Fine East and pulled on Zuni to greet all of them. Brothers, today is Ching's treat. Red Maple nightclub to play all night long. All of you follow me. The youngsters all cheered and were very happy. They followed Bo Zai Song and Zuni to the nightclub. You guys follow me. Lin Yiqing took Fine East, Jimmy Boy and the other three to the bar next to him. A puzzled look appeared on the faces of Jimmy Boy and the three men, but they didn't dare to ask too many questions, and followed behind Lin Yiqing and the two of them into the bar. Chapter 10, Jimmy Boy and the Piracy Factory. Lin Yiqing took Jimmy to a booth alone, and the waitress came over and opened a beer for them. Jimmy Boy, right? Know why I called you alone? Lin Yiqing picked up the beer bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine, picking one up and taking a sip. Jimmy's expression was a bit rushed, but his eyes were full of anticipation. Brother Ching, whatever you have to do, just order me. Even though I used to be just a hawker who was bullied all day long, but I'm especially happy that Brother Ching can look down on me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lin Yiqing nodded. In the past you were a peddler who was bullied. In the future I can guarantee that no one will be able to bully you anymore. Do you believe me? Believe. Of course I believe it. I've heard all about your deeds from my friends. Brother Chang, so when I heard that Yiron Langqing was accepting little brothers, I came here without any hesitation. Good. Lin Yiqing signaled Jimmy to pick up his wine glass and the two clinked it. After the toast, Lin Yiqing patted Jimmy's shoulder. Happy cooperation, Jimmy Boy. Jimmy was a bit puzzled. Brother Ching, you haven't said anything about what's going on yet. Not to mention I'm just a junior. What's the point of talking about cooperation? It's like this, Jimmy Boy. What did you used to sell as a hawker? Newspapers, magazines, pirated CDs and all that. True enough, Jimmy Boy in the movie started out as a small newspaper vendor, and it was still the same now. Lin Yiqing didn't move and continued to ask, what do you think about the pirated CD business nowadays? Nowadays, pirate merchants get their goods from a few pirate factories in the new territories. I've been to those factories and they're just small workshops with very low production that can't meet the market demand. Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette and said, if you were allowed to do piracy, what would you do? It was a bit difficult to answer this question. Jimmy glanced at Lin Yiqing, and summoned up the courage to say, if I were to do it, I'd go to Fusan to buy a few advanced recorders, and package my own movies for mass production, and surely make a lot of money. Lin Yiqing slapped his thigh and laughed. Good, Jimmy, from now on, you go to contact the source of the machine, as well as the factory site selected. If there are difficulties directly find me, I will do my best to help you. You don't have to worry about the funds, as long as you negotiate a reasonable price. I will get you the money right away. Production, sales you all catch up. When the time comes I'll give you 20% of the shares. What do you think? Jimmy was so shocked that he stood up at once. Brother Chang, I'm just paying lip service. How can I have the ability to open a piracy factory? I used to be just a peddler. Lin Yiqing pointed at those kooks who were dancing on the bar's dance floor, and said, Jimmy Boy, from the first moment I saw you, I knew that you were different from these people. Do you want to be a chopping and slashing kook for the rest of your life? Maybe now you are still young and don't quite understand, but let me tell you one thing. Make money, everything can be put aside. Making money is the first priority. With money and social status, what kind of big brother? What kind of double flower red stick? Even the police chief, you can always step on your feet. Understand? Lin Yiqing's deep eyes stared at Jimmy. Jimmy was a little nervous and a little uneasy. Both of his hands were about to go nowhere. He just drank one glass of wine after another. Alright, Brother Chang, I'll give it a try. Lin Yiqing finally revealed a smile. Jimmy Boy, do a good job. I'm optimistic about you. You don't have a bottom in the society now, and the police station doesn't have a file on you. A blank sheet of paper. A good business in the right line of work. Definitely better than a short mule. Then Lin Yiqing also let the Fine East to bring over a pile of $1,000 Hong Kong paper and a mobile phone and a note. Here is $30,000. As soon as possible to find the source of Fusan machine. The note is my phone. This mobile phone sent to you at any time and eye contact. If you need manpower I can send someone to you. Jimmy did not politely and directly took the money. Brother Chang, don't worry. I will do my best to do it. I will try it myself first. If I need people I will notify you. Brother Chang. After Jimmy left, Fine East handed Lin Yiqing another portable phone. Brother Ching, this one phone is tens of thousands of dollars. It's too costly. The $200,000 you gave me is not much left now. Lin Yiqing laughed. Only those who are willing to pay will be able to reap the rewards. Don't be attached to these small amounts of money. Call them over. In the gap between Fine Dong going to call those 3 juniors over, Lin Yiqing took out another 200,000 Hong Kong dollars from the system space. And now there was only 150,000 left in the space just in case. Brother Chang, these 3 are Flying Squirrel, Tim Ming, and Crumbling Nose Chan respectively. Out of the 20 or so little brothers collected they are the 3 most resourceful. Lin Yiqing nodded a greeting to them and took out another cigarette. Flying Mouse was quick and hurried to light it for him with his lighter. After exhaling a thick mouthful of smoke, Lin Yiqing took a closer look at the three of them. Flying Squirrel was short in stature and did have some thieving eyes, but Lin Yiqing only looked at his talent and would not judge a person by his appearance. Tim Ming, on the other hand, looked like an ordinary young man who was still attending college, only that the glint in his eyes showed that this person was not simple. As for Avalanche Nose Chen, there was no need to say anything about his looks. It was obvious just from his fancy name. This person was very comfortable in everything he said and did. I'm looking for you guys because there's something I want you to do. Lin Yiqing's opening statement was very simple, and he looked at the three of them with interest to see how they would react. Brother Chang, if there's anything you can order, the Flying Mouse, will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Brother Chang, just tell me what's up. If I need to take the blame, Tim Ming, will be the first to go. I'll do the chopping. Brother Chang, I'm especially happy that you've given me the chance to follow you. Bang Nu Chin. Lin Yiqing waved his hand and said, if it's just these things, I don't even need to find you guys. Listen up. I want the three of you to collect useful news for me throughout Hong Kong Island. All of it, all kinds of news from major associations, major companies, docks, banks, and even the police and the Hong Kong government. Starting today, I want you three to build up our intelligence network. Do you have any confidence? The three of them had never guessed how Lin Yiqing would want them to be intelligence officers, but this kind of work didn't seem to be a difficult task for the brainy ones. Brother Chang, are we just collecting intelligence? Flying Mouse asked tentatively. Lin Yiqing laughed out loud. Do you guys think this is such an easy task? Remember, you guys have to set up as many eyes as possible. Don't be afraid to spend money. What I said before is enough to keep you guys busy, and I won't treat you guys poorly. Here's a $30,000 provision per person. Call me if you don't have enough by then. Lin Yiqing took out 3 stacks of Hong Kong dollars, with a slip of paper placed on top of each of them, precisely his own phone number. Flying Squirrel is in charge of Shangjian Island, Tim Ming is in charge of Kowloon, and Ah Chen is in charge of the new territories. You guys go, do a good job, and in the future, I'll definitely let you guys make a name for yourselves. The three of them gratefully took the money and left. Before leaving, Lin Yiqing instructed once again that all news should be reported to him at the first time. The three of them were directly under Lin Yiqing's management. Chapter 11 Counseling. After everyone had left, a system beep sounded in Lin Yiqing's head. Ding! Congratulations on successfully accepting Jimmy Boy and the other little brothers. Rewarded with 20 points and 300,000 Hong Kong dollars. I didn't expect to be able to receive rewards for collecting juniors, so Lin Yiqing was naturally in a very happy mood. Lin Yiqing added all of his points to his basic agility and danger sense. Right now, his basic agility had reached 45, and his danger sense had reached 40. Today's Sha Tin beacon is full of smoke. No one can predict what will happen in the future. That's why Lin Yiqing raised his basic agility. Special moments are the key to save his life. As for the danger perception ability is the best ability in this confusing situation. How many people can only dream of being able to sense danger in advance? Lin Yiqing's mind is still pondering the words of Seafood Strong today. Morning FAI volunteered to bring 200 people to fight Hongfa, which must have been stimulated by Lin Yiqing's reasons. Due to Lin Yiqing's fame in the battle against Hongfa and Sha Tin, the 4 words Yiron Langqing were now loud and clear in the whole of Sha Tin. Since Morning FAI wanted to get to the top and sit in the pavilion, he had to be quite meritorious. Why did Wu Jian become a Yi Wing sitter? With his own strength, he led people from Sha Tin across Mong Kok and planted a flag of Yi Wing in Sai Yi Street. Back then, there were quite a number of large and small associations in the whole of Sha Tin, who were so capable. What's more, later on, Hu Zijian led the organization to unify the urban area of Sha Tin Y and Shekman in Sha Tin, and Yi Wing became the largest organization in Sha Tin district by leaps and bounds. With such a great achievement in the history of Yi Wing, who would be the chairman if not Hu Zijian? Moreover, he had been the chairman for 3 terms in 9 years. If Morning FAI wanted to compete with Beardy Kin to be the next Yi Wing's chairman, the difficulty could be imagined. Ring ring ring, the phone rang, interrupting Lin Yiqing's thoughts. After picking up the phone, Fine Dong's voice came from the phone. Brother Ching, the boss is looking for you for something. Well, I know. You and Azanzuni take your brothers and have fun. Don't be afraid to spend money. This afternoon just broke up. Now it's only evening. Seafood Strong looking for him again. There must be something important. Lin Yiqing didn't think much about it, got up and left the bar towards the Kung Ki Bird Club. Strong Record Sparrow Friends will be Seafood Strong one of several Sparrow Hall, but also Seafood Strong Base Camp. Usually Seafood Strong in the Strong Record Sparrow Friends will sit shift. At this time, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Walking on the street between Yiming Village and Sha Kok Village, many of the stores on the roadside had already closed early, and only a few street vendors had not yet closed their stalls. For the whole of Hong Kong Island, Sha Tin is nothing more than a desert area. And Sha Tin Y is the desert of deserts. Seafood strong can in Sha Tin Y there's not much oil and water in the countryside place to guard, but also to support dozens of little brother. So many years is not easy. Next to the stores are all ready or ready to close, but there are quite a lot of people in the Kung Ki Bird Club, all of whom are gamblers who like to play mahjong. Most of these people are some low-level gamblers, good gambling but not much money in their pockets, so they will play mahjong in the mahjong hall for fun, winning or losing only a small amount of money, far from the point of injury. Lin Yiqing entered the hall of the mahjong hall. The two juniors watching the venue rushed to greet him when they saw him. Lin Yiqing waved his hand to them signaling them to get on with their work. Seafood Chang's office is on the second floor of the mahjong hall. Lin Yiqing went upstairs, knocked on the door and went in. Seafood Chang was the only one in the office. He couldn't stop the excited and delighted expression on his face after seeing Lin Yiqing. "Ah Ching, quickly sit down. There's something good to inform you. Something heavenly good." Lin Yiqing sat down, lit a cigarette and laughed. "Boss, don't make fun of me. There's a war going on outside. What good thing can there be?" Has quit smoking for a long time. Seafood Strong unprecedentedly to Lin Yiqing asked for a cigarette. After Lin Yiqing lit it for him, Seafood Chang took a deep breath and said, "Ah Chang, Brother Kin said that he will tie the job for you tomorrow. As a red stick." "Tomorrow? So urgent?" Lin Yiqing's brain was racing. "Beardy Kin suddenly wants to zap me as a red stick at this sensitive time? What is his purpose? It can't just be for the incident of chopping up Hung Fat Chai. So the answer is obvious. Checks and balances. It could only be for the purpose of checking morning FAI. The only explanation is that Beardy Ken desperately needs another boss to support him. It goes without saying that Seafood Kung is Beardy Kian's hardcore little brother. But if funeral FAI brings crippled Bing and Gue Li Cheng into the picture, I'm afraid that Beardy Kian will have to give up his position to funeral FAI in 2 months' time. Morning FAI has money and people at his disposal. Compared to the other three bosses, he is no longer the same. Hu Zijian's purpose for Lin Yiqing is very obvious. That is, to foster a loyal little brother with the same Seafood Strong as the boss. Then even if the crippled Bing and Gue Li Cheng and they all support Morning Hui, he can still have room to turn around. The stag who is dead is still to be seen. After thinking about this, Lin Yiqing calmly looked at Seafood Chang, who was still happy, and said, "Boss, I'll be the 4, 2, 6, then who will be the 4, 1, 5, white paper fan and 4, 3, 2, straw sandals?" Seafood Chang did not expect Lin Yiqing to suddenly ask him this question, touched his forehead and said, "I have not thought about this problem." "Jian brother," he did not say, "but I also thought of letting IE do the white paper fan. How do I know that I told him that this brat even yelled to do it to do the red stick, but also said that the white paper fan is nothing? Almost made me angry to death." Seafood Strong himself is only a long time after the tie job straw shoes before the beard firm support to do the boss. Grass ash industry even white paper fan cannot see, which makes Seafood Strong especially depressed. Lin Yiqing laughed, "Boss, you know I don't deal with grass ash industry, but also want me to tie jobs with him? You guys are in the same sect. I was going to set you up, so it's best not to get so stiff." Seafood Chang smiled a little awkwardly. Of course he knew that Lin Yiqing and grass ash industry didn't deal with each other, but he was still thinking of having both of them zapped, so that there could be some checks and balances between the two of them when the time came. Lin Yiqing has long since seen through his thoughts, but see through and not say anything, but in his heart he is sneering. Beard Jian wants to use me to check and balance funeral FAI, but Seafood Chang uses the grass ash industry to check and balance me. No one in the society does not think for himself. Seafood Strong can have this idea is also reasonable. He crossed his legs and sat on the sofa opposite to Seafood Strong, holding a cigarette in his hand, and said with a straight face, "Boss, if I want to be a red stick, then the white paper fan and grass shoes have to be picked from my brothers. Otherwise this red stick will not be done. I recommend that Fine East be the white paper fan and Bozai Song be the grass shoes. If you agree, boss, then tell Grandpa for me. If Grandpa doesn't agree, this matter will be dropped and forget about it." Seafood Kung saw that Lin Yiqing was very determined, so he had no choice but to pick up the handheld phone. "Hey, Kin, we've already notified Ah Chang, but he has a condition. He wants his sidekick Fine Dawn to be the white paper fan, and Bozai Song to be the straw shoe. Kin, you see, okay, yes, right, thank you, Kin, take an early rest, Kin." Chapter 12 Uncle Ping's Worries. Ah Chang, Kin has agreed. Seafood Chang let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed that he was also very apprehensive inside. Lin Yiqing's heart was thrilled. He originally thought that Hu Zijian would play 2 sets of Tai Chi, but he didn't expect that he would agree so painfully. After zapping the red stick, you have to think about being the boss in the future. Ah Chang, is there any confidence? Lin Yiqing smiled faintly. "Boss, can you do it well or not later? There are too many things inside and outside the club now. One step at a time." This kind of thinking doesn't work. Ah Chang, you became famous in Sha Tin overnight. You started from a much higher point than I did back then. Your future achievements are bound to be limitless. You have to have confidence in yourself. Understand? Boss, I'll do my best. Lin Yiqing of course couldn't show how strong he was in front of Seafood Strong. He understood the principle that what shows in the forest and the wind will destroy it, even if Seafood Strong treated him well. But just because Seafood Strong didn't have any other thoughts doesn't mean that other people don't have them, such as grass ash industry. Seafood Strong nodded in relief, and then said, "Good. Ah Chang, you just sent someone back with a message saying that Morning FAI has already entered Newtown Plaza with his men, and the control of several venues has been taken back. The Sha Tin police station will be busy again tonight." After Seafood Kung gave Lin Yiqing an overview of the current situation, his eyes stared at the doorway, not knowing what he was thinking. "Ah Chang, downtown Sha Tin is in chaos tonight. I'm afraid that Doghead Chang's men will fish in troubled waters and kill over here. Whether Sha Tin siege can be saved or not depends on you. I've heard that you've collected a lot of juniors. I'll send you all my men that I can. Ah Chang, if Doghead Chang's men come over to cause trouble, remember to do things beautifully, and also impressive enough." Understood. Lin Yiqing instructed Ho Shi Tung and Pachaisung to drive and bring people to guard Che Kung Temple and Lion Bridge respectively. Doghead Chang's people who wanted to cross the Sha Tin siege would definitely pass through these two places. When the time came, Ho Shi Tung and the others would notify Lin Yiqing in time, and then Lin Yiqing would immediately lead his men to deal with Doghead Chang's people. Zuni with the rest of the troops and the Red Maple nightclub stand by. Red Maple nightclub is Seafood Strong. Look at the venue, belong to their own territory. After arranging these matters, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Lin Yiqing went back to Chu Ki Tea restaurant. There were no more diners eating in the store. The sales clerks had all called it a day and finished work. Only Uncle Ping and Zhu Yin were still busy closing up. "Uncle Ping, bring me an iced milk tea and a pineapple bun." After entering, Lin Yiqing sat down at the seat by the bar and greeted Uncle Ping. The caring emotions that Zhu Yin showed towards him today made Lin Yiqing feel especially warm in his heart. This sweet and gentle-looking girl had made many young people in the neighborhood of Eminence Village fall for her, but her heart was focused on Lin Yiqing. In the past, although many people came to harass her, but heard that the cafeteria is covered by Lin Yiqing or backed off. After all, Zhuji Cafeteria is located in the village of Yiming is Seafood Strong territory. Lin Yiqing is Seafood Strong right-hand man. Of course, there will be no one so unenlightened. Now that Lin Yiqing's big name resounded through downtown Sha Tin Y and Tai Y, naturally no one would dare to come and find pain. Zhu Yin was especially cheerful when she saw Lin Yiqing coming. "Brother Ching, you're tired after a busy night. Wait a bit, I'll go make it for you." Uncle Ping was still sweeping the floor and hurriedly said, "No need. Yin, you stay with Ching and chat. I'll just go and make it." Uncle Ping went to the back kitchen. Zhu Yin sat on her but across from Lin Yiqing with a happy smile on her face. Yin, I had something to be busy with this afternoon, so I didn't have time to chat with you in detail. Honestly, have you been worried sick these past 2 days?" Zhu Yin's eyes were red as she said, "Brother Chang, after such a big incident yesterday, and then you were nowhere to be found, I was scared to death and didn't close my eyes for the whole night. Don't you still trust me? Afraid that I'll be hacked to death?" Lin Yiqing joked. "Nasty. You quickly say ba 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 ba. Talking so scary." Zhu Yin's soft little hand was placed on Lin Yiqing's hand. "Brother Qing, I know that you work in a club, and fighting is inevitable, but you have to promise me that you must be careful, and don't let anything happen, okay?" Facing Zhu Yin's peace of mind, Lin Yiqing was also very touched. After all, not everyone will have such a confidant who cares about them all the time. "I understand all this. Yin, don't worry about me. Brother Qing, I'm a cat with 9 lives. No one can take them away." Lin Yiqing gently rubbed Zhu Yin, sent up the small hand. Heart itchy. If not, Uncle Ping is still there. Lin Yiqing cannot help but eat Zhu Yin. At this time, Uncle Ping came up with iced milk tea and pineapple buns. He also carefully made a small barbecue pork. Enthusiastically said, Chang, I'm afraid that you don't have enough to eat. I specially made a barbecue pork for you. Eat more meat so that you won't get hungry easily." Lin Yiqing revealed a gentle smile. "Thank you, Uncle Ping." In his heart, other than his own brothers who were close to him in life and death, it was only Uncle Ping and Zhu Yin who were the closest to him, and Seafood Kung's position in his heart could only be ranked behind them. "Uncle Ping, sit down. I have something I want to discuss with you." Soon Lin Yiqing wolfed down the food on his plate. He then prepared to say the words he had hidden in his stomach for a long time just today. After Uncle Ping sat down and saw how serious Lin Yiqing was, his heart couldn't help but thump. It seemed that what was supposed to come was still coming. Chang, we're not outsiders. Just say what you have to say." Lin Yiqing smiled, then said in a serious manner, "I want Yin to be my girlfriend. Do you agree?" Uncle Ping? After hearing this, Zhu Yin's face suddenly surged with a blush. Brother Ching, why are you suddenly saying this? Lin Yiqing and Zhu Yin's gazes were both on Uncle Ping. It was now time for Uncle Ping to make a decision. Chang, you know what kind of food you eat? In your line of work, it's 1 foot in prison and 1 foot in a coffin. I'm just afraid that if Ayin follows you at a young age, she'll be scared all day long. Uncle Ping is a father. Of course he will put himself in his daughter's shoes. Zhu Yin's mother passed away when Zhu Yin was very young. Uncle Ping brought Zhu Yin up, never remarried, and poured all his heart and blood into Zhu Yin. So of course he had to plan for his daughter's future. Dad, Zhu Yin pulled Uncle Ping's arm to try to get him to stop talking, but Uncle Ping gently patted her, signaling her not to interrupt. But Chang, I believe you're different from other kooks. You're sentimental and steady. You'll be great in the future. I can give Ayin to you, but not now. Ayin's studies are not yet finished. After she graduates I'll marry her to you. How about it? Lin Yiqing then remembered that Zhu Yin was still a student at the Chinese University of Hong Kong Island and was now helping out at the restaurant during her vacation. Okay Uncle Ping, it's a deal. I'll go first. Ayin, bye. Looking at Lin Yiqing's back as he left, Zhu Yin knocked on Uncle Ping's arm. Dad, what are you doing? You know I like Qing so much. Why did you say that? Ayin, I'm doing this for your own good. I'm afraid that you guys falling in love will delay your studies. Once you've worked so hard for so many years to study and wasted it, you won't even be able to regret it in the future. Listen Ayin, there's still a year or so before you graduate. At that time I'll personally go and propose to Qing on your behalf, okay? Chapter 13 To do great things. Lin Yiqing walked alone on the drizzling street with mixed feelings in his heart. It seems that no matter in the movie or in reality, the ordinary grouch is not looked upon favorably at all times. Or that, to be the biggest and most fierce one, to make a lot of money and then whitewash, then only be able to be worshipped by all people to aspire to. Uncle Ping in the weekdays is a small shrimp punks to see the legs and stomach cramps of the honest people. He was able to face to reject the current Yirong the most popular Lang Qing. It seems that they are right. Short mule to the short mule when all the time is looked down upon. Thinking of this, Lin Yiqing suddenly yearned for tomorrow's zapping. Ring, ring, ring. The ringing of the phone pulled Lin Yiqing's thoughts back. Hello? After Lin Yiqing picked up the phone, Fine East's anxious and excited voice came from the other end of the line. Brother Chang, there are more than 100 Hongfa boys from the direction of Chegonmyo heading up to Lion Bridge. I specifically went over to take a look. The Lion Bridge side has already gathered more than 200 Hongfa people. Several important Hongfa people are present. It seems that Morning FAI has completely pissed off Hongfa. Well, I know. Our task today is to guard Sha Tin siege. You guys don't care about the things in the downtown area. Understand? Understood. While nothing happened in Sha Tin siege overnight, Seafood Chang spent the entire night in apprehension, not resting the entire night. Although there was Lin Yiqing personally sitting in Sha Tin siege, Seafood Chang's heart had some comfort. But Hongfa's massive mobilization of men last night kept Seafood Chang in a constant state of panic. At 4 o'clock in the morning, when the sky just dawned, Seafood Chang's portable phone rang. After connecting it, an anxious voice came from the other side of the phone. Boss, Hongfa gathered more than 300 people have killed towards the city side. Funeral FAI summoned all of them, and will start the firefight right away. And the patrol police cars are scared away. Okay, I know. Report over to me anytime there is any situation. Watch out for yourself. Got it boss. The one who called to report the battle situation was the eyes of Seafood Chang arranged in New City Plaza. After hanging up the phone, Seafood Strong let out a long breath of relief. It had begun. The big battle had begun. The sky in the early hours of the morning had just dawned, and a light rain was still falling. Lin Yiqing stood under the bus stop canopy in Yiming village, the cigarette dangling from his mouth flickering on and off. He was waiting. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of the battle between Morning FAI and Hongfa. For Lin Yiqing, if Hongfa won this fight, then he would have a lot of room to play next. However, if Morning FAI won, then Morning FAI would take the position of Yirong's leader in one fell swoop, and at that time, I'm afraid Lin Yiqing's situation in Yirong would be very difficult. What should we do now? The best thing to do is to help Hongfa to defeat Morning FAI, but if the matter is exposed, Lin Yiqing will become a traitor of Yirong. Everyone scorned 2/5. Lin Yiqing's smile at the corner of his mouth. If Morning Hui really won, sitting in the Yirong sitting hall, the big thing is to fight with Morning Hui. Mixed society in the end is still the strength of the king, although the strength of Morning Hui, but in the eyes of Lin Yiqing is not enough to see. The phone rings. Lin Yiqing picked it up. A female voice came from the phone. Brother Chang, this is Ayin. Ayin, why are you still up so late? Is something wrong? Brother Chang, don't be angry with my father. He always thinks it's for my own good. But I love you Brother Chang. My heart will always be given to you. Ayin, I understand your heart. Didn't Uncle Ping say that when you graduate you can consider being with me? But I want to be with you now. Every moment. Zhu Yin's voice choked a little. Lin Yiqing could hear that she had given all her heart to herself. But I lick blood on the knife's edge every day. If I get married, I'm afraid I won't be able to give you a stable life. So I won't get married. Are you willing to be with me even if I don't have a name? I am willing. Brother Chang, as long as I can be with you, even if you have another woman I'm willing. I'm touched that you can say something like that. Okay, I promise you. But you have to take good care of yourself when I'm not with you. When will you come to see me again? Brother Chang? I'm very busy in the company right now. When I'm busy for a while, I'll take you to Simsha Sui for a stroll and some fun. Okay, Brother Chang, don't forget me. Understood. Hang up the line. This phone call from Zhu Yin made Lin Yiqing's heart ripple again. Even if there is no name, even if he has another woman to follow. What a good girl. Lin Yiqing asked himself that it is impossible to keep a woman in this life. Zhu Yin, this kind of non-competitive character for him, is simply a good match. He couldn't help but resolve that in the future. No matter what, he must treat this girl well and take care of her family. After a good half hour, the call finally came. Brother Chang, they're done fighting. Eagle's new henchman, Ghost 5, led by Hung Fat Chai, dispersed Rome's men. Morning FAI was hacked by Ghost 5. 24 people followed him and were blocked in a building in Yazengli. Morning FAI's people guarded the hallway. Ghost 5's people couldn't get up there, and the two sides are at a standstill. It seemed that Fine East's work had not been in vain. He was able to pry into such a specific situation. So, Morning FAI has lost? Hashido was quite excited on the other side of the phone. He didn't just lose. Our brothers in Irong were hacked to death and injured by Hung Fat Chai, all because of Morning FAI's improper command. Brother Chang, Morning FAI has lost a lot of face this time. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant in the company in the future. Lin Yiqing was not thinking about face. Face is nothing in a social organization. Power, status and money are the first priority. After Morning FAI's defeat this time, he had completely lost the qualification to compete with Beardy Kin for the leader's throne. No one would support a person who had lost a big battle to be the sitting leader. Dong, come back. Call everyone to guard this side of Eminence Village. Brother Chang, are we going to help? No, you stay out of it for now. I have my own plans. Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Seafood Chang's call should have come. Why hasn't it come yet? After finishing a cigarette, not surprisingly, Seafood Strong did call. Chang, something big has happened. Morning FAI lost the fight. He was blocked in Yazengli. Qin is trying to find ways to rescue him. If he was captured by Hung Fat Chai, he will surely poke out a lot of our Irong's insiders, which is very unfavorable to Irong. And if Morning FAI is captured or hacked to death, word will get out that we, Irong, can't hold our heads up in front of everyone, and Irong will become a soft target for everyone to pinch. Brother Qin said, think of every possible way. Whoever can save Morning FAI, let him rise to the top as the boss. All those red sticks and white fans in the company are eager to seize this opportunity. Chang, tomorrow we will be zapping the red stick for you, and you can't work under me all the time. If you can be the fifth boss of the club, it's what I want to see the most. Chapter 14, 3 Ruthless Men. Lin Yiqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction of the great siege in the distance to the west. Morning FAI, Morning FAI. This pouncer, making a mess of things and asking others to save him. But this also gave all the people in Irong who wanted to get to the top a chance. At this point, Lin Yiqing had already seen this opportunity to rise to the top as his own. He had already thought of what would happen if Morning Glory lost. And don't forget that he had sent out 4 people when he collected his juniors. Jimmy is needless to say. The other 3 are in charge of intelligence. And the one in charge of the new territories is Avalanche Nose Chan. Lin Yiqing last night to the collapse of the Nose Chen orders. Find a few eyes plus the collapse of the Nose Chen himself. The other first regardless of the first. The first to keep an eye on the Hongfa side of the movement. The main focus is on the Hongfa sitting house Eagle Nu. In the past few days, Bengnu Chen has brought people to the Hawk's whereabouts of the nuclear. I'm afraid that the Hawk himself did not expect that there will be someone to hit on his idea. In the past, the society fights are the following between the boss of the Mountainhead dispute and then by the head of the sitting house to set the stage. This is a very long time since the agreed rules. However, even if the rules were written down in writing, there would still be people who would not follow them. Not to mention this kind of rule that relied on the tacit agreement of all the people. Lin Yiqing was going to be the one to break the rules, letting the entire Sha Tin cooks see the power of Iron Lengqing once again. He then called Fine East and gave them some assignments, and soon Avalanche Nose Chan's call came over. Brother Chang, the target has come out of his hotel and is now going to a 24-hour fast food restaurant on Jetty Street called Sun Ki Fast Food. He's surrounded by 3 people. I've been staring outside. There's no other suspicious people. And now the target is eating. Eagle Xin. finally revealing his cracks. Ah Chen, well done. You go find a car now, park it in front of the restaurant, and be ready to receive it. Got it, brother Cheng. Lin Yiqing reached out and beckoned a taxi, speeding off in the direction of Tai Wai. For the entire night today Eagle Nu had stayed at his home base, a luxury hotel. Now that Sha Tin Newtown Plaza had been taken down by them again, and morning FAI had been pushed to the brink, it was the time for him to let his guard down. It was only natural to come out for a meal at this time. After all, after laboring all night, his stomach must have been hungry long ago. In the wee hours of the morning, there were few cars on Sha Tin Road except for taxis, and the taxi driver drove fast under Lin Yiqing's urging, and soon passed through Mei Tin Road from Che Kung Temple, entered Tai Wai Road, and then turned back to Chick Fu Street. The illuminated signboard of Sung Ki Fast Food looked dazzling in the early morning. Lin Yiqing instructed the driver to slowly stop on the other side of the road. After paying the fare, he gave the driver a small tip, and the driver thanked him profusely and drove off. Lin Yiqing glanced with his residual light and found a white van parked on the side of the road. The window was open and Bun-Nose Chen's head stuck out to greet him. Lin Yiqing nodded to B and then waved his hand to signal him not to get out of the car before striding towards the restaurant. Song Ji Fast Food was just a tiny storefront. The restaurant door was a transparent glass door, and from the outside of the door one could clearly see what was going on inside. Eagle Xin and his 3 henchmen were sitting there eating. The 3 henchmen were relatively young, all in their 20s. Eagle Xin himself was sitting facing the door. In his 40s, his hair was neatly combed without a trace of mess. An expensive suit was worn on Eagle Xin's body, and the watch and gold ring on his hand also emphasized the difference in status between Eagle Xin and his 3 henchmen. After identifying the target, Lin Yiqing pushed open the glass door and walked in. Seeing someone come in, Eagle Xin looked up at Lin Yiqing, his eyes fixed on him, a hint of doubt plus ruthlessness in his eyes. The others also looked up and turned to watch Lin Yiqing. One of them had already stood up, his hand reaching for his waist about to make a move. Sir, welcome, what can I order? A chubby middle-aged greasy man sat behind the bar by the door and asked Lin Yiqing with a smile on his face. The middle-aged greasy man must be the owner of this restaurant. Lin Yiqing simply ignored him and went straight to Eagle News table. At this time, the guide who had already stood up beside Ng Xian drew a narrow-bladed knife with a cold light from behind his waist and took a step forward to block in front of Ng Xian's table. The other 2 also stood up. One of them drew out a steel pipe with a sharpened end from under the table, and the other struggled to chew his mouth full of food, wiping the grease from his mouth as he stood up to face Lin Yiqing. Looking at their unhurried appearance, Lin Yiqing had already realized inwardly that these 3 people were definitely not easy to deal with. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to be so arrogant. Eagle Xin was able to bring only 3 people out for dinner. He must have thought that he had a foolproof plan, but even if he had calculated well, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to count on Lin Yiqing as a variable. Lin Yiqing slowed down his pace, approaching step by step to a place 3 meters away from Eagle News table. He was exerting pressure on Eagle Nu, letting Eagle Nu feel the oppression he brought. Stand still. One more step forward and you'll try to see if my sword is fast. The first young man to stand up shouted sternly at Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing had a smile on his face. Hongfa old top Eagle Nu big brother, right? Are you taking the initiative to come with me or do I have to make a move and ask you to leave? Ng Xian and the 4 of them looked at Lin Yiqing with an unbelieving look, as if what he had just said was a big joke. Ha 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 ha, Irong boy. Daring to break into the great siege by yourself. You're one of the few young men I've seen with guts. Eagle Xian put down his chopsticks, lit a cigarette and continued. But just have the guts is not enough. Remember the old saying in the Jianghu, kooks don't eat brains all their lives or kooks. You think you can deal with us by yourself? Are you kidding? Eagle Xian's 3 henchmen also looked at Lin Yiqing with contemptuous gazes. The meaning in those gazes was as if Lin Yiqing was a lamb to be slaughtered. The young man with the knife was the first to attack, and the moment his body moved, Lin Yiqing could tell that this man was definitely a practiced fighter, and the kind with excellent hands. It seemed that Eagle Nu had spent a lot of money and manpower for this big fight between Hongfa and Yirong, and was able to hire such a strong person to protect him. The young man's knife stabbed straight towards the small of Lin Yiqing's back, and Lin Yiqing's sharp intuition told him that the other party's knife would immediately change in the next moment, and then slice upwards towards his chest. This was 40 points of danger perception ability, although it was still a very vague feeling, but it was already enough for the current Lin Yiqing. Relying on his superior agility, Lin Yiqing directly dodged the opponent's blade that was stabbing at his belly, and then grabbed the person's hand that was holding the knife with a speed that was so fast that the opponent couldn't even see it. Chapter 15, all taken in one sweep. Lin Yiqing looked at the surprise and panic that showed in the eyes of the young man across from him, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. How could it be so fast? The astonishment in that knife-wielding young man's mind knew no bounds. Without waiting for his thoughts to continue again, a bone-cracking sharp pain came from the young man's knife-wielding hand that Lin Yiqing had grabbed. Ah! The young man couldn't bear the pain and called out, his entire face already twisted and distorted due to the pain. With a dang sound, the knife in his hand fell to the floor, and then his body flew backwards along with Lin Yiqing's full force kick, knocking over 2 tables in succession before landing on the ground. Originally still sitting there, Eagle Xin had already stood up, and the surprise on his face was exactly the same as that of the young man who had already fallen to the ground. The other 2 people all gripped the hands of the weapon, originally before a look of drama expression, now have become a face of gravity. The man with the steel pipe wearing an undershirt revealing a muscular body was holding a steel pipe in both hands. The sharp end of the steel pipe was aimed at Lin Yiqing, and it seemed that he would launch an attack at any time. The other thinner guy, who was still chewing the food in his mouth before, completely swallowed it now and took out a black shiny axe from under the table. The steel pipe muscular guy stared at Lin Yiqing dead in the face and shouted to the skinny guy, bumped into a hard spot, take Mr. Song out the back door, don't worry about me. Without the slightest hesitation, the thin man took Eagle Xin's arm in one hand, and quickly ran towards the back door with a sharp axe in the other. How could Lin Yiqing let them have their way and just let Eagle Xin go for nothing? Seeing Lin Yiqing's body move, the pole muscular man used his own body to block his path tightly. The meaning was clear, unless he fell, it was impossible for Lin Yiqing to get by. Lin Yiqing didn't hesitate, his body made a long leap forward to the table where Eagle Nu and the others were eating. The muscular man waved the tip of the steel pipe and stabbed towards Lin Yiqing's calf. Just when the sharp part of the steel pipe was close to a few inches of Lin Yiqing kicked the muscular man's face with a whip kick. This kick is powerful and heavy. To Lin Yiqing stand in the power. Ordinary people get so hard only afraid of long ago fell to the ground unconscious. But the muscle man just shook a little. The hands of the steel pipe force sweep. Thunder sound. Lin Yiqing's pants by the tip of the steel pipe cut a slit. Fortunately Lin Yiqing agility is high enough to avoid fast enough. Otherwise the sharp end of the steel pipe is afraid that it will cause a lot of damage to his calves. Lin Yiqing's other foot quickly stepped on the steel pipe under the foot. Muscle man body muscle force. Burst out a strong force want to pull out the steel pipe. In Lin Yiqing's strength but not at all helpful. At this time, the muscle man gave up fighting for the steel pipe. Directly swung a fist to Lin Yiqing's waist. Lin Yiqing did not hesitate. The short knife in his hand to the muscle man's fist cut. Although the muscle man saw the short knife cut over, but their own inertia reason but simply cannot be put back. Ow sound. The muscle man with short knife cut off 3 fingers. Because of severe pain the whole body slightly curled up. Lin Yiqing along with a hook foot kicked in his throat. Muscle man pushed a mountain of jade pillar generally fell on his back, bringing down a large number of tables, chairs and benches. Knocked down these 2 people. Lin Yiqing only used less than 2 minutes time. At this time the door bar that the boss panicked and opened the door to run out and began to call for help. Lin Yiqing did not pay attention to him. Directly along the thin man with the eagle knew out of the direction of the chaseover. The thin man is still relatively calm, but the eagle knew due to the shock but some weak legs. The 2 escape speed is not fast. Aren't you 3 known as the best bodyguards in Haozhong? After charging me so much money, 3 of you can't even beat one. Eagle Xin warily whined at the thin man as he ran. The thin man tried his best to pull him along as he ran fast as he could. You tried our strength when we came here. My weakest brother could beat 4 or 5 of your former bodyguards, but you didn't tell us that the other side would have someone this powerful. This person's strength and speed has exceeded our knowledge. 2 of my brothers are alive or dead in there, all to save your life. Mr. Song, you won't be looking for us to settle back scores now. Eagle Nu's body that had been overly eroded by alcohol and sex over the years was already a bit physically exhausted. Panting, he said, as long as you can help me escape today, I'll give you guys a raise, and don't ever let me fall into the hands of that Irong boy. 2 people from the restaurant back door alley has run out more than 100 meters. At this time behind them came the sound of rapid footsteps. The speed of the 2 people feel shocked. The thin man turned around and was so shocked that his mouth opened into an O shape. Lin Yiqing was dashing towards them at an extremely fast speed. The thin man had never seen that there would be someone who was so fast. He put his heart on the line at this point and stopped in his tracks. Mr. Song, you go quickly. I'll hold him off. Although he said this on his lips, but his heart did not have any bottom. The strength of his 2 brothers he was very clear in his heart. The person who was able to finish them off in just 2 minutes time had already exceeded Slim's cognition. And among the people he knew, there was never a person who had this kind of strength. Lin Yiqing saw the thin man not retreating but advancing, carrying the axe in his hand and charging towards himself. Eagle Nu was running further and further behind the thin man. Never let Eagle Nu run away. Lin Yiqing mobilized his entire body's strength and speed. The short knife in his hand drew a perfect arc. The thin man holding the sharp axe tried to block the short blade's attack but it came up empty because Lin Yiqing's speed was just too fast. His eyes then revealed panic and confusion. The thin man hadn't thought that he wouldn't even be able to catch a single move from Lin Yiqing. Could it be that this tall and handsome young man in front of him hadn't even used his full strength in the restaurant? Could it be that the other party had just utilized his full strength now? However, the short knife in Lin Yiqing's hand didn't allow him to think too much. The blade of the short knife cut across the thin man's throat, and a few seconds later, a thin wound was revealed from the throat, and blood flowed out. The thin man could no longer breathe, covered his throat, mouth ho want to speak but could not say, then fell to his knees on the ground. In a few seconds, the last barrier was swept away, and Eagle Nu was just a dozen meters away in front of Lin Yiqing. Panting, Eagle Nu had thought that the thin man would definitely be able to fend off Lin Yiqing for a moment, and turning down this alley was his home base, the luxury hotel. As long as he entered the hotel will be safe. Lin Yiqing even how powerful it is impossible to enter the hotel alone to capture him. But how could Eagle Nu think that the thin man hadn't even been able to follow a single move of Lin Yiqing who was at full strength? Eagle Nu ran towards the entrance of the alley with his feet that had already begun to sink, not daring to go back, when a voice next to him made his heart feel like it had fallen into an ice cellar. Big brother Eagle Xin, don't bother, come with me? Chapter 16 FO Tan Warehouse. Xin couldn't help but turn his head to look after hearing that nightmare-like voice. Lin Yiqing was right behind him. I'm griping. Eagle Xin couldn't care about his image and burst out a foul language. He fought his way forward. Not 2 seconds later he felt a pain in the back of his neck and then he lost all consciousness. After Lin Yiqing knocked Eagle Nu unconscious, he shouldered Eagle Nu and walked quickly towards the other side of the alley. With his current physique, after the fight and sprinting, although there was a slight surge of blood and chi, it settled down after a little calming. Alley at the end of Jefu Street. There are already people scattered, one after another began to gather. Must be the owner of the restaurant shouted for help to greet people out. Lin Yiqing carried Eagle Nu to the entrance of the alley of Jefu Street. A white van whose sound stopped in front of him. After pulling open the door from the inside, Avalanche Nose Chen shouted from the driver's seat, Brother Chang, get in. Lin Yiqing threw the unconscious Eagle Xin into the car. Then he himself quickly jumped into the car and closed the door, because he saw that there were already a lot of people behind him darting over in the direction of the van with guys in their hands, and the closest ones had already reached the rear of the van. Avalanche Nose Chen's foot on the gas pedal are almost to the gas tank. The van madly rushed out from Jefu Street. Behind Hongfa's car also began to start up. More than a dozen cars divided into several ways ready to surround and intercept. Soon, the van passed through Mei Tin Road to Che Kung Temple Road. At this time, the car of Hongfa behind had followed far behind. Ah Chen, can it go any faster? Lin Yiqing turned his head to look behind him and asked, Brother Chang, I got this car temporarily. The gas pedal is already pressed to the bottom. Dense beads of sweat emerged from Avalanche Nose Chen's collapsed nose, and sweat began to ooze from his forehead as well. If they were blocked by Hongfa's men, even if Lin Yiqing's hands were as good as they were, there was no chance of them escaping the ascension. Lin Yiqing was able to fight dozens of people on his own, but Avalanche Nose Chen was afraid that he would be chopped to pieces by Hongfa's men. The car behind them is getting closer and closer. Lin Yiqing is calm on the surface, but his heart is also rippling. Bengnu Chen is even more nervous, teeth are almost biting the root. 2 hands holding the steering wheel is also a little trembling. The car at this time can be to the Che Gong Temple, behind Hongfa's fastest cars from them only a few hundred meters. At this critical moment, a few vans drove over from the direction of Sha Tin. Lin Yiqing swept through the headlights and saw the familiar license plate numbers on those vans. Ah Chen, stop the car. Avalanche Nose Chen somewhat wondered if his ears had misheard him. What? Brother Chang, stop the car. It's one of our own. Only then did the tense muscles in Bengnu Chen's body relax, slowing down the speed of the car and stopping in front of those vans. At this time, the two of them, Fine East and Bo Zai Song, got out of the car, both holding a weapon in their hands, and glanced at the Hongfa vehicle that was just about to come over from behind. Fine Dawn lying on Lin Yiqing's car window said, Boss, you guys go first, we'll block them. Lin Yiqing didn't want to cut off his good brothers and the minions he recruited in the past few days for the sake of an Eagle Nu. Ah Dawn, don't start a war on their turf. Go back to Sha Tin and talk about it. Avalanche Nose Chan's van was in front, and several other vehicles were behind it blocking the way of Hung Fat's car. A few minutes later, the several vans along with the several Hongfa cars that were clinging to them behind them arrived at Yiming Village. Zuni, who had been waiting in Yiming Village, had long been instructed by Hoshi Dong to keep an eye on the movements in Dawei. Seeing Fine East and their van return, Zuni with more than 30 people left behind all surrounded them. At this time, Fine East and their van came down more than 20 people. All looked at Hongfa's vehicle. Hongfa drove the fastest of these vehicles, but only 1 or 2 dozen people. To see so many people on the side of Yirong, of course, some fear, far away from the car stopped. Zuni greeted everyone at this time, brothers, cut down these Hongfa boys, go on. After shouting he took the lead and rushed up with his machete. More than 60 people all followed behind him with great vigor. Ah dong, dispersing and leaving immediately after disposing of these Hong fat boys, we need to retain our strength. Don't clash with the Hong fat boys coming from behind. Got it, brother Chang? Lin Yiqing nodded. I'll go first. Then he instructed Bengnu Chen, Chen, go to Fo Tan. Fo Tan referred to the Fo Tan Industrial Park, the company's headquarters. That industrial center was located on Gue D Street in the Fo Tan Industrial Park. At this time, Lin Yiqing had already taken the portable phone back from Fine East. Before he went out to do some errands, it was inconvenient to bring it with him before handing it over to Fine East for safekeeping. Lin Yiqing dialed the phone of Huzi Jian, brother Jian. This is Long Qing. I want to see you. Huzi Jian was a bit puzzled. Ah Qing? What do you want to see me about? I have Eagle Xin. Huzi Jian's voice suddenly raised an octave. What? You've kidnapped Hongfa old top Eagle Nu? That's right, brother Qin. Huzi Jian was overjoyed at his words. Good. Ah Qing. Good job. You take him to the intersection of Wasui Street and Wahyung Street in Fo Tan right away, and I'll meet you there. It was already past 5 in the morning after the car arrived at the intersection designated by Beardy Kin, and the sky was already bright. Pedestrians on the road were in a hurry. These were all office workers in the industrial park. There were blue-collar workers in overalls as well as white-collar workers in suits carrying briefcases. At this moment, a Mercedes-Benz drove quickly from the other side of the street, followed by several other cars. Lin Yiqing instantly recognized Bei Jian sitting in the Mercedes-Benz. He opened the car door and walked down, waving at Bei Jian's car. When the Mercedes-Benz saw Lin Yiqing, it immediately drove over, and Beardy Kin got out and shook Lin Yiqing's hand. Ah Chang. Good work, brother Kin. Where to take him? Huzi Jian patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder. Just follow my car. The van followed a few of Bearded Kin's cars into the underground parking lot of a building. Bearded Kin sent a few of his juniors over to load Eagle Xin into a cardboard box, then pushed it into the elevator with a pulling cart. After the group rode the elevator to the second floor, a signboard called Bangming Storage came into view. Lin Yiqing understood in his heart that a cunning rabbit would have 3 caves, and to do such an important thing, of course, Huzi Jian could not be in the company's factory. The fact that Huzi Jian was able to reveal his secret in front of Lin Yiqing shows that he has already taken Lin Yiqing as his beloved. Although the signboard of Bangming Warehouse was written as storage, not many things were stored inside. It was empty like a rough room. Only a big table and a circle of chairs around it, and a statue of Guan Gong was placed at the front door. Chapter 17 Reaching a Consensus. After entering the door, Huzi Jian respectfully offered incense to Master Guan Er, and then instructed a few of his men, get him out. The men received the order and immediately lifted Ing Xian out of the cardboard box. Someone sprayed a mouthful of water on his face and pinched him a few times. Only then did Eagle Xian leisurely wake up. His consciousness was still not very clear, but he still made an effort to open his eyes. When Bei Jian's figure came into his eyes, Ing Xian immediately understood his current situation. Help big brother Ing Xian up and sit down. Bearded Firm commanded his men. Eagle Nu sat down across from Bearded Kin, and Bearded Kin had a smile on his face like a fox eating a chicken. Brother Xin, after saying goodbye at the police station that day, I didn't expect to meet so soon. Eagle Nu pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, and snorted coldly. Bearded Kin, count me in this time. Just tell me what you want. The beard on Bearded Kin's chin twitched and said, Brother Xin, this time you hastily started a big war between Hongfa and Yirong. What is the reason for that? We all know in our hearts. Now Doghead Zhang must have gotten your order. Knowing that your people have already taken New City Plaza, he sent people over to Sha Tin siege again, right? Huzi Jian threw a handheld phone over to Eagle Xian. Call Doghead Zhang and Ghost 5. Withdraw all of your Hongfa's men back to Taiwan, and also, release Morning FAI so that you can go back to Taiwan in peace and quiet. Eagle Nu dusted off his cigarette ash and crossed his legs. What if I don't do what you say? Not necessarily you dare to do anything to me, right? Nowadays, Yuri Rong has lost its great power. If Ghost Wu Zai and Doghead Zhang take another step forward at the same time, Yirong will immediately fall apart. Huzi Jian, do you think my life is more important than Hongfa's future? Huzi Jian laughed out loud. If you Eagle Nu lost your life, I'm only afraid that Hongfa would make a huge fuss over the sitting position overnight. By then, Hongfa won't even be able to wipe his ass clean, and he still wants to come and beat me. Yirong, dream on. If you don't make this call like I said, then I'll let it out to the public that you, Eagle's son, have already been taken out by us. When someone becomes the leader after your Hongfa's internal turmoil, I'll release you back to Taiwan and inform your Hongfa's people. By that time the new sitters will have taken over. You should know very well what will happen to you, the old sitter, when you go back. Only that you will die a horrible death at the hands of your own people. Eagle Nu, I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you can't give me an answer in 10 minutes, you'll slowly mold in this warehouse. Eagle Xian's face darkened. From his expression you could tell that his brain was racing. He was making a choice. This was possibly the toughest choice of his life. Lin Yiqing was bored and sat on a seat a bit far away from them, smoking a cigarette and watching the game between Beardy Jian and Eagle Xin. To be honest, if Beardy Can wore a kitchen coat in the restaurant, he would be considered a somewhat fat cook. Ing Xin, wearing a suit, looks like a middle-aged white-collar man, and if he is given a briefcase to hold, it will be even more similar. If you tell the general public that they are the two leaders of the two societies that dominate the underground order from Tai to downtown Sha Tin, most people would not believe it, because the Jianghu aura on their bodies is already very, very faint, but now it is these two leaders, in this small warehouse in the industrial area to decide the fate of the next Sha Tin Jianghu. This is really dog blood. Eagle Nu was still in deep thought. Beardy Kin's face was grave, and all eyes were on the two of them. Snapped. A cigarette case was thrown on the ground by Eagle Xin, who lit the last cigarette. Amidst the smoke, Eagle Xin picked up the portable phone and took a deep drag on the cigarette, making up his mind. After 2 brief phone calls, Eagle Nu gave Beardy Kin a satisfactory answer. Beard Firm said those words just poked to the soft underbelly of the Eagle Nu, and that are the Eagle Nu most scrupulous, regardless of which person is the new leader of Manhwa, will not let the Eagle Nu live in the world, because as long as the Eagle Nu is still there, then the new leader is not a good name. Eagle Nu of course do not want to end up being killed by their Manhwa's own people, and then even a person to avenge his death is not died in vain. Without his shelter, even his family would be implicated. Half an hour later, someone came to report the situation. Doghead Zhang's men had already arrived at Yiming village and turned back to Dawei after receiving Ing Xian's call. Ghost 5 also released Morning FAI, who also withdrew from New Town Plaza with everyone. It seems that the Doghead Zhang and Ghost 5 are very loyal to Eagle Nu, or Eagle Nu hands have their fatal handle. Otherwise they could not be so obedient. Of course, the biggest possibility was still the latter, because how could there be any absolute loyalty to speak of amongst the kooks? They were all just trying to maximize their own interests. Beard Firm, I've done what you said, and now that Zhang and Ghost have withdrawn, isn't it time to fulfill your promise? Beard Firm rubbed the beard on his chin and said, don't be in a hurry, new brother. You and I are old friends. Since I invited you to be my guest, what can I do if I stay a little longer? Ing Xian's face changed greatly. Beard Jian, you even went back on your word. No, absolutely not. Beard Firm pulled out a cigarette from his own cigarette case and personally lit it for Eagle Xin, then took out 2 bottles of beer, one for each of the two of them. Brother Xin, I have one more request. Eagle Xin frowned tightly and coldly said, don't you give an inch. Hear me out. Brother Xin, do you think it's fun for the two of us to fight endlessly like this? In the end, it can only be a lose-lose situation. So what I'm trying to say is, stop fighting and make money peacefully. Isn't that good? Bearded Firm stared at Eagle Nu's face, as if he didn't want to miss any of Eagle Nu's tiny expressions. Make money? Had. You have to earn. Can I earn? Eagle Xin said with a cold smile. Huzi Jian seems to have made a great decision in his mind. New brother, you go back and stop there. I'll pay $5 million. Into your personal account. What do you think? Eagle Nu laughed. So big business. You give me $5 million? Too little look down on my Eagle Nu, right? What else do you want? Beijian coldly lowered his face. 10%. I want 10% of the income from that business into my personal account. Otherwise I'll let Hongfa keep fighting with you. And then that person won't be able to cooperate with you even if he wants to. Huzi Jian clenched his teeth and said, good, I'll make it 10%, but we have to wait until the business is almost done, and then give it to you after the boss over there settles the bill. Deal. It's a deal. The two society bigwigs picked up their beer bottles and clinked them together, drinking the cup of peace wine as their eyes intertwined. Chapter 18, Appointment. Eagle Xin looked at Lin Yiqing after putting down the bottle of wine and said, Jian, Coucher Rong is blessed to have produced such a young talent. He is the Long Qing who beheaded Zhang's head horse. Bao, right? Huzi Jian looked at Lin Yiqing with satisfaction and said, that's right. The younger generation is fearful. Eagle's son stood up and walked towards Lin Yiqing, patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder. I got 3 of the most capable bodyguards from the Haojiang number gang, and they were all killed by you in a few minutes by yourself. Young man, it's too bad to stay in Irong. How about it? Are you interested in coming to Hung Fat? I'll guarantee you to be Hongfa's next sitter in a few years. Huzi Jian interrupted Eagle Xin. No way Xin, digging up my corner in front of me? As far as I know, this Qing is still a junior under that fishmonger boy Kung, right? What's the future of staying in Irong? I'm just showing him a clear path to follow. Huzi Jian said with a cold face. This is our Irong's own family matter. Today I'll zap Qing as the boss. Irong's people don't need you Eagle Nu big brother to worry about. Alright then. Eagle Xin nodded to Lin Yirong. Young man, if you have any ideas feel free to come to Dawei to find me. Beijian was a bit too much for Ing Xian and hurriedly ordered his men to see him off. You two send Big Brothering Xin back to the way. Big Brothering Xin, I won't see you off. Take care. After Ring Xin left, Bei Jian warmly walked over to Lin Yiqing and said gratefully, "Ah Cheng, thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, we, Yirong, would have been." Alas, Lin Yiqing laughed, "Brother Jian, it was just a fluke. I'm happy to be able to contribute to the company." "That's good. Ah Cheng, let's go. Let's go for dinner first. After dinner, call all the few bosses of theirs to zap your job for you." The midday sun shone brightly. It was rare for Hong Kong Island to have such good weather. Outside a shrine in Fo Tan village, many vehicles were parked outside the entrance. There was a wide array of cars from Benz, Lexus, Crown and other brands. Yirong's sitter, Bei Jian, as well as several bosses, Morning Hui, Crippled Bing, Gue Li Chang, and Seafood Chang, were all present, as well as several retired elderly people of Yirong's uncles and fathers, were all in place. Yirong star-studded. All the bigwigs are present for the reason of course, is for Lin Yiqing and Fine East, Bo Zison's zapping. There is no need to talk about the ceremony, which is similar to the one in the movie. After the ceremony, Morning Fai secretly asked Hu Zijian to his car, "Brother Qin, you're hiding it so deeply. I only got wind of it today." So it turns out that Hongfa is hitting Sha Tin to take up Sha Tin as a springboard to take the business of Sha Tin First City. Hu Zijian's face was calm and unperturbed. "That's right. That's exactly the reason." "Why? What do you have in mind?" "Sha Tin First City is a big business. Who are you going to send to manage it? Brother Qin?" Morning Fai's eyes revealed a greedy gaze. "Brother Qin, this time I was born to die for the company. I was cut twice by that pouncer, Ghost 5 boy, and it still hurts so much that my heart is still torn out. How about I go and manage this business for the company?" "You?" The corner of Hu Zijian's mouth showed a cold smile. "Ah hui, you brought 200 people to fight with others. 3 of your hands and feet were hacked to death and I had to pay for the funeral expenses. 12 people were hacked and injured and I had to pay for the medical expenses. And you yourself were blocked into a desperate situation. If it wasn't for Ah Ching stepping forward, I'm afraid this little life of yours would be gone now." "Ah hui, don't be too greedy. Don't even think about the first city of Sha Tin. I'll give it to someone else to go." Morning Fai was snubbed and still not dead. "Brother Qin, I have done a lot for the company over the years. No credit but also hard work, right? That other person should be Long Cheng, right? Long Cheng is a junior. He's good at fighting, but he can't take over such a big business. How about this? He and I will share half of it. How about it?" Bei Jian completely turned cold and pushed open the car door. "Morning Fai, I'm telling you clearly, don't even think about Sha Tin First City. This business is already Ah Ching's." After saying this, Bearded Firm got out of the car and left. Morning Fai was furious. "Bearded Firm, Long Ching, you guys wait." Morning Fai went back to Mongkok. Everyone could see his dissatisfaction, but none of them spoke for him. This time, Yirong's victory was a disastrous one. It was still accomplished with Lin Yiqing's strength alone. Morning Fai dragged his feet and wanted benefits. Which person would still support him? Hua Jin solemnly announced to everyone, "Ah Ching's performance is as everyone has seen, and now since he has been zapped, I announce that he will be our 5th boss of Yirong from now on, managing the territory and business of the first city of Sha Tin. Now we, Yirong, have already deeply cooperated with Hung Yut and taken the renovation works of nearly 50 buildings in City 1 Sha Tin, as well as the properties of City 1 in the future under our Yirong. This is a great event for the entire company. Ah Cheng, make sure you do a good job." Only then did Lin Yiqing fully understand the root cause of the war between Hongfa and Yirong, the renovation of the 50 buildings in the first city, a business of several $100 million. Anyone would be red in the eyes. There is also the future of the property business. That is a long-term business. As long as the development of Hong Kong Island, property prices will be higher and higher. The first city of Sha Tin, tens of thousands of units of property is a constant source of wealth. This business is taken down by Hung Yut, but Hung Yut does not have a parish in Sha Tin, so it chooses to associate with the Sha Tin community. Hung Yut sends people to manage with Yirong. Yirong is responsible for all the stabilization work. At the time of the cooperation negotiation, Hung Yut has promised to cooperate with Yirong after the renovation business will be withdrawn. Then the property business is certainly Yirong's own. The profits are self-evident. Hongfa, if this time in one fell swoop, will be Yirong subdued, take the territory of Sha Tin Y, then all the business of the first city of Sha Tin will fall into their hands. So Eagle Sun will break the peace between Hongfa and Yirong for so many years, hastily start a big war. Negotiation. Beard Firm has promised the Eagle New, divided into 10% of the profit to him. Such a big business, even 10% of the profit is very rich, and still into the Eagle New private account. With the Hongfa company has nothing to do. Eagle Nu do not have to contribute a little effort to get such benefits. Let him agree to those conditions. Of course he has no reason not to agree. Bei Jian asked Lin Yiqing to manage the business of the first city of Sha Tin now. Then it is to put him on the tip of the wind and waves. However, if there is a risk, there will be an opportunity. Lin Yiqing is not afraid of the risk but only afraid of the lack of opportunity. Of course, he agreed to it. After the meeting, Seafood Strong also advised Lin Yiqing not to rush to participate in such a big business. Mixing the society should also start from the beginning and slowly. Lin Yiqing, of course, will not listen to his pedantic ideas, told Seafood Strong not to worry, something if he will have his own way. Seafood Strong can't convince Lin Yiqing also have to give up. Lin Yiqing from the teenage followed the Seafood Strong. He used to be the character of the head of the hard work and obedience, but recently the performance but let Seafood Strong impressed. Now the name of Yirong Lengqing resonates through the north and south of Sha Tin. Seafood Strong as Lin Yiqing's boss of course, also feel honored, very proud. Chapter 19 Meeting with the Hung Yut crowd. Ding! Congratulations on your successful capture of Eagle Nu. Receive reward points of 60, HKD 1 million. Ding! Congratulations on your success in becoming a boss. Earning 60 bonus points and 1 million Hong Kong dollars. A series of system beeps came one after another, echoing in Lin Yiqing's mind. Lin Yiqing was not in a hurry to use these points, but was prepared to save them and use them when needed. As for the 2 million Hong Kong dollars, Lin Yiqing took $500,000 out, instructed Fine East to rent a large warehouse in the first city of Sha Tin as their base camp. The rest left Fine East to take to continue to recruit juniors. Now Ho Shitong and Pachai Chung have been working with Lin Yiqing, and are qualified to collect juniors. Lin Yiqing wants them to collect as many juniors as possible. In the future, he also wants to open a venue in that big enough warehouse to make a boxing gym to facilitate the juniors to practice boxing. To be a big brother, to be rich, to eat brain, under the junior's fist must also be hard enough to work. The next day, the Beard Jian called all the bosses to the headquarters of the Gui D Street collection. Said to have important things, Lin Yiqing has just become the boss, has not yet had time to buy a car. So he asked Seafood Chang's car with him to go to Gui D Street. By the way, to see what Seafood Chang insiders. Seafood Chang asked mysteriously, Chang, do you know what Brother Qin is looking for us for in such a hurry today? Lin Yiqing smiled and shook his head. He knew that even if he didn't ask, Seafood Chang himself would automatically say it. Originally, Seafood Chang wanted Lin Yiqing to ask him, and then he could sell the story. But he saw that Lin Yiqing didn't have the slightest intention to ask. Seafood Chang was a bit helpless, so he had to take the initiative to say, today, Hung Ying's chief executive Chan Yu and Causeway Bay's Big B will come to Sha Tin to talk to us, Yirong, about the specific affairs of the first city of Sha Tin, which is why Qin is so grand and has gathered everyone. Hung Ying was one of the largest associations on Hong Kong Island, with more than 70,000 people in the association, more than 100,000 people who relied on Hung Ying for their meals, with halls and territories all over Hong Kong Island, and owning businesses involved in various industries. In comparison, Yi Wing is only a third-rate society on Hong Kong Island. The whole society's people add up to only a few thousand people. At best, it is only worth a big haul of Hung Ying. The business of City 1 Sha Tin is taken down by Hung Ying. Such a big business needs to have certain friendship with several major real estate developers in Hong Kong Island who develop City 1 Sha Tin, and the third-rate associations such as Yi Wing and Hung Fat are not enough to look at all. Hung Ying hold number Chen Yao personally come to talk business with Yirong. Can be said to give enough face to Yirong? Beard Jian, of course. The matter is extremely important. That is why all the bosses have called over. Seafood Chang's car turned into Gui D Street, drove to the parking lot of the factory of the headquarters of Yirong and stopped. At this time, Beardy Qin had already waited downstairs along with Cripple Bing and Gui Li Chang, and waved at Lin Yiqing and Seafood Kung upon seeing them. Chang, this time Hung Ying Chan, you come with us to talk about the first city-specific matters. Hung Ying, specifically responsible for the business of Causeway Bay Shoulder Big Brother B, will bring his head of the horse Liang Zainan. Big Brother B cannot always stare at this side, so Liang Zainan is the Hung Ying side of the main person in charge of the send. When you meet you can and he know to exchange a little. Remember, although they are a big society, but cooperate with others cannot lose the face of our Yirong. But you cannot, because that pretty boy south is only Hung Ying's red stick, to underestimate him, the proportion of which you have to pinpoint yourself. Once Hu Zijian saw Lin Yiqing, he said in detail about the specific situation, but also earnestly instructed a lot, fearing that Lin Yiqing will be proud of his achievements and offend the people on the side of Hung Ying. Lin Yiqing nodded and smiled. Don't worry, brother Jian, I'm not a kid anymore. I'll do things beautifully. Hu Zijian also nodded. Ching, you are the most outstanding young man in our Yirong. In the future, Yirong will depend on you. At this time, several cars slowly drove in from outside the factory. The foremost black Bentley drove to a stop in front of the Yirong crowd. After the driver got out of the car and pulled open the door, a middle-aged man with semi-shawl-length hair and wearing a black suit and white shirt walked down from the car. The middle-aged man looks handsome. His gaze reveals a stern flavor. His hands and feet show a superior breath. This is the famous Hung Hing Society control Chen Yao. He is also the head of Hung Hing West Ring Hall. From the back of a few cars also came down a few people one after another. One of them wore a denim sleeveless shirt. Covered with tattoos of the short bald man is naturally the Hung Hing Causeway Bay shoulder Big Brother B. Another black leather jacket jeans cloaked in a black leather jacket and jeans. And the other one is a black leather jacket jeans cloaked in a black leather jacket and jeans. Another black leather jacket and jeans. Shoulder length hair. Looking very handsome young man is the beard firm to Lin Yiqing and his cooperation with the pretty boy South. That is, Chen Haonan. The latter few Lin Yiqing recognized at a glance. The horny chicken, Nest Skin who had long hair like Chen Haonan, and Big Sky 2 and Pao Pai. Chen Haonan's brothers had all arrived today. Lin Yiqing heart cannot help but secretly said, if according to the plot of the movie of the old man, not long Chen Haonan will be on the throne. After a few big twists and turns after the success of the Hung Hing leader position. In the process, Chen Haonan brothers in Hong Kong Island Jianghu all the wind, the upper hand. If Lin Yiqing wanted to get a foothold and rise in Hong Kong Island, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to avoid friction with them, and at that time, he could see whether Lin Yiqing's brothers were more powerful or Chen Haonan's brothers were more closed. Brother Yao, welcome. Beardy Jian had his trademark smile on his face as he stretched out his right hand to welcome Chen Yao. Chen Yao reached out and shook hands with Bearded Firm. Brother Firm is joking. This is Sha Tin. It is said that a strong dragon can't suppress a snake. Besides, Brother Firm, you are older than my little brother. How dare I say yes to calling me Brother Yao? Huzi Jian laughed loudly. I am just a few years older than you, but you are now the leader of Hung Hing. Who doesn't know that apart from Mr. Chang, you are the most influential person in Hung Hing. Brother you? At this moment, Big Brother B also came over. Hello Brother Kin, I have heard a lot about you. This is the first time we meet. Please take care of us in the future. Huzi Jian hurriedly shook Big Brother B's hand. People say that among the 12 Hung Hing gangs, Big Brother B's Causeway Bay is the most capable of fighting and earning the most money. And it seems to be true now. Every one of the younger brothers is so talented and fierce. It really makes me envious. No, Brother Kin, you flatter me. Big Brother B smiled like a flower when he was complimented by Huzi Jian, and he didn't even know how to humble himself back. Several big brothers upstairs please. Let's sit down and talk about specific matters. Huzi Jian led the Yi-Rong crowd to invite the people from Hung Hing upstairs. This time, Morning FAI gambled that he didn't come, and that rather attractive receptionist lady no longer had to worry about being molested. Chapter 20 Nightclub Fiasco. The cooperation negotiation between Yi-Rong and Hung Hing went on smoothly. Although the intention of cooperation was reached before, but the specific matters were not discussed in detail. Chen Yao brought people here this time to discuss the details of the renovation business of City 1 Sha Tin with Huzi Jian. He brought along Chan Ho Nam, Chicken and others to manage the renovation business with Yi Wing. Of course, Chan Yu also put forward a lot of requirements for Yi Wing, but for Yi Wing, who had deep roots in Sha Tin, it was nothing. All Yi Wing needed to do was to take care of all the troubles caused by the local forces in Sha Tin, such as the local squire forces and the local gangsters, and of course to make sure that the cops in the Sha Tin police station wouldn't find them troublesome. The two sides agreed to split the profits 50-50 after the completion of the business, which also made Huzi Jian quite satisfied, although it seems that Hung Hing needs to do very little in this business. In fact, it is most important to reach cooperation with several major real estate developers in the early stage. In addition to Hung Hing, Hong Kong Island can do this thing with the three fingers of the society can be counted. After discussing the cooperation, Huzi Jian introduced Lin Yiqing to Chen Yao and Big Brother B with great enthusiasm. When Chen Yao and Big Brother B heard that Lin Yiqing had become the boss of Yi-Rong at such a young age, they were full of compliments, saying that the younger generation was fearful. Chen Haonan was silent as he listened, looking in a very unpleasant mood. Chicken can see Chen Haonan's thoughts. Are in their 20s of the same age? Chen Haonan mixed for so many years or Big Brother B under the red stick, but Lin Yiqing already have their own hall as the boss. This gap must make high-minded and proud Chen Haonan feel uncomfortable. He whispered next to Chen Haonan, Haonan, when this business with Sha Tin is over, the company will definitely guarantee you the top spot. He is just the head of a few thousand people countryside society. How can he be comparable to you? The Hung Hing red stick. Chen Haonan pretended to be dashing and picked his ears and eyes with his thumbs. What are you talking about? Chicken, am I that careful? Chicken poked Chen Haonan in the waist. Then you still look so bereft. Chen Haonan patted Chicken's shoulder. I know. Loser. At this time, Chicken stole a glance at Chen Yao, Beardy Jian and the others who were still chatting enthusiastically, and quietly said to Chen Haonan, Haonan, I heard someone say that there is a paradise nightclub in Sha Tian Sherman. and the girls inside are all very powerful. How about we go and take a look at it tonight? Chicken is really a chicken. He can't get away from women. Chun Haonan could only shake his head helplessly. Going is fine, but you have to promise to get high tonight and start doing serious work tomorrow. Don't get distracted all day again. Chen Haonan also had no way of dealing with his right-hand man, Chicken. Although Chicken was outstanding in his ability to do things, he was too horny. No problem, Haonan. Let's talk about it after having a good time tonight. After a while, Chen Yao and Big Brother B called Chen Haonan over and introduced him and Lin Yiqing separately. Lin Yiqing shook Chen Haonan's hand and laughed. Brother Haonan, I've heard a lot about you. We'll be working together from now on. Chen Haonan patted Lin Yiqing's hand. Brother Ching, in your Shaishan's territory, you'll have to take care of me in the future. It's not polite to say that. Brother Haonan. The two sides exchanged phone numbers amidst false smiles, and agreed to send people into Sha Tin City 1 together from tomorrow to supervise the work progress of the renovation team as well as deal with all sorts of troubles. Chen Yao and Big Brother B went back to Hung Yut headquarters to deliver their orders, and Chen Haonan's brothers stayed in Sha Tin. In the evening, they ate at a restaurant in Fo Tan village and then went out to get into a crown car in front of the entrance. Chicken drove the crown car with a face of excitement. Chen Haonan sat in the passenger seat as a face of calm look. Nest Skin, Big Sky 2 and Pao Pai in the backseat of the car all looked excited as well. Hey brothers, I've heard in Causeway Bay that there's a paradise nightclub in Sha Tin Shekmun. The girls there are pretty and have superb bodies. I just haven't had the chance to come and take a look. This time, since we're here, of course, we have to feel it. Chicken drove while not forgetting to brag to them for a while. Big Sky 2 said with an excited face, I also heard from Turnip River's little brother, Che Yao Chai. It is said that there is a big horse inside this paradise nightclub, the kind that can be flown together by several people. Pao Pai poked Big Sky 2. Wow, no way Big Sky, you still like this kind of road? Beware of flower willow to hospital amputation. Amputation? Amputation? Who said that? Big Sky 2 was unsure. Chicken was almost out of breath from laughing. Lauer, he's talking about amputating your little brother's limbs. Ha 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 ha. Everyone in the car, including Chen Haonan, couldn't help but laugh, and it was only then that Big Sky 2 realized. Paopi, you dare to fool me. The two people frolicked in the back seat. The car drove very fast, and it didn't take long for them to cross the Kamlung Bridge, and soon entered Sha Tin Shekmun from Taichung Bridge Road. Paradise nightclub was located on Sha Tin Shekmun's and Xin Street, next to Shindu Plaza. From the outside, Paradise nightclub was decorated in a very high-end and magnificent manner, and it looked no less than the nightclubs in Causeway Bay. Chicken and the others got off the car and handed it over to the parking boy outside the nightclub, and then the five of them swaggered into the Paradise nightclub. The waiter welcomed them in, found a private room that was not too big or too small, and brought them a few cases of beer. A fashionable and beautifully dressed Mama-san swayed in, a few pretty boys. What kind of girl do you need? Chen Haonan is their big brother, of course, to self-esteem identity. Put up a frame, simply ignore her. Seeing this, Chicken hurriedly went over to embrace the waist of Mama-san. Pretty girl, what kind of pretty girl do you have over here? The Mama-san slapped away the hands of the chicken mooching, smiled and said, there are a lot of them. Big MM. Student girls, white-collar girls, air hostesses have it. Wow, what a variety. Bring it up here and take a look. Before leaving, Chicken also did not forget to touch the Mom-san's buttocks twice. In his words, this is called a thief not empty-handed. Not long after, Mama-san with more than a dozen warbling girls walked in. The girls have different postures, looks and body are quite outstanding kind. Chicken looked at these girls, couldn't stop nodding, and without saying so, first gave Chen Haonan a point of the most beautiful one. Then a few brothers began to scramble. Big Day 2 and Bag Skin respectively found their favorite type. Nest Skin to his girlfriend a loyal. Say what do not want. Chicken they will no longer force him. Chicken himself then called two chicks. One is a gorgeous imperial type. The other is a pure schoolgirl type. In his words, it is called double sensory enjoyment. Chapter 21 Little Leech Sorcerer's Man. After playing for more than an hour, the people in Paradise nightclub began to increase, and the various private rooms began to be lively. Chicken drank a lot of beer, some of the internal urgency, so with the two girls to say hello, a person from the private room out of the restroom. After taking a long piss, Chicken felt more comfortable, and his whole body was a bit more energetic. Just when he came out and washed his hands in front of the restroom, a foreign chick with fashionable dress, extremely hot and extraordinary body, high nose and blonde hair and blue eyes came out from the women's restroom. The foreign chick looked like she had drunk a lot of wine and was already a little bit drunk, and between her hands and feet, she exuded a voluptuous and exotic flavor, which made Chicken's eyes look straight. Wow, no way. They say there are big foreign horses in Paradise nightclub. I didn't think there really are. Hey. Chicken nervously rubbed his hands, and couldn't wait to go up. Hey, beautiful girl, drink too much. I'll help you. The foreign girl saw that Chicken was a handsome man, leaned on Chicken's arms and said in broken language, I want to go home. I know you want to go home. I will personally send you home after a while. First accompany me back to the private room. Chicken returned to their private room with this foreign girl in his arms. As soon as he entered the door, he shouted excitedly, Hanan, look. I told you that there is a big horse in this nightclub. That mommy just now is incapable of inviting him. And it's true. The big horse is here. Chen Haonan frowned after seeing the half-drunken foreign Chicken. This is what others call a sister child, right? This is not in Causeway Bay. Don't cause trouble. Send it back for someone else. Chicken looked indifferent. Che. This chick must be unwanted. Otherwise how come there is no one to accompany her when she goes to the toilet by herself? How about it? Ho Nam, do you want to try? If you don't, it's my turn. Look at this body. Wow. It's awesome. He hugged the two young ladies he called and the foreign girl together. Tonight I'm going to ascend to heaven. So many excellent goods flying together. I'm going to heaven. Big Sky 2 laughed. Chicken. Beware that they will drain you dry and you won't be able to get up for 3 days and 3 nights. Right. Chicken. Can you do it alone? Pao Pai also coaxed from the side. If you can't get out of bed, just don't. I'll fight with them for 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. A fat man full of alcohol smell broke in, looked around and locked his eyes on the foreign girl. Boss, your chick is here. Behind the fat man, a dozen people hula all crowded in at once, and the originally small private room was filled to overflowing. A man wearing a white suit with a big back head walked in, and after seeing the foreign girl in Chicken's arms, his eyes revealed a cold look. Pouncing boy, pouncing on your old ma'am. Dare to rob my boss's girl, don't want to live. A guy with dyed yellow hair following the man in the white suit shouted sternly at Chicken. Chen Haonan was quite calm at this scene. He stood up and poured a glass of wine for the white suit, saying, friend, we are all out to mix. My brother did not know that this foreign girl is your girl. In that case give it back to you, that is. Why so much publicity? Big Sky 2 and Nest Skin. Bag Skin hands have all picked up a bottle of wine, ashtray and other things. Ready to strike. The white suit sat down, picked up the wine that Chen Haonan poured for him, and casually threw it on the ground. With a pop sound, the wine glass shattered, and the wine in the glass spilled all over the ground. In Sha Tin, no one has dared to rob my Baxi's woman. You are the first. Baxi pointed at Chicken, his voice getting colder and colder. Chicken pulled the foreign chick and stood up with her wine glass. Brother Baxi, right? I didn't know that this foreign chick is your girl. I'll drink this glass of wine and apologize to you. Let's forget about this matter. What do you think? After saying that, Chicken pushed the foreign chick towards Baxi's side. Then he tilted his head back and finished the wine in the cup. I top you a puffer. This is Sha Tin. You snatched our boss's girl for no reason, and you still want to let it go so easily? That yellow hair did not know how much wine he had drunk. Staggering and arrogant to the extreme, not putting Chen Haonan and the others in their eyes at all. Chen Haonan at this time cannot help it. They are a few brothers in Causeway Bay where they have received this kind of anger. Baxi brother. Right, I am the Hung Ying Causeway Bay Chen Haonan. He is my brother Chicken. Today's matter is we are not right. He has also given you an apology. Your brother, if so unforgiving, it would be meaningless to want to fight. We are never afraid of Hung Ying Hu. As soon as he heard that Chen Haonan brought out Hung Ying, Baxi's face instantly became gloomy. Chen Haonan, right? You don't need to use Hung Ying to pressure me. This is Sha Tin. Your Hung Ying's hand is not that long to reach here. But today I am happy. I can give face to Hung Ying. You guys can leave. This puffer boy can't leave. Baxi pointed at Chicken and droned to his minions. Take him away. You guys dare. Chen Haonan copied a beer bottle and slammed it to pieces. And the Big Sky 2 guys were all holding beer bottles and other things as well, looking at each other viciously. Chen Haonan said, Baxi, let us go, or else no one will have a good time today. Baxi sneered, Chen Haonan, since you guys won't listen, none of you will leave. How about it? Will you obediently leave with us? Or do you want my brothers to ask you to leave? At this time, Chen Haonan threw his handheld phone over to Chicken. Chicken, hurry up and make the call. Chicken was a bit confused seeing the current scene. Call brother B, he won't be able to come for a while. Call Irong's people. Chicken understood and hurriedly picked up the portable phone. The only phone number they knew of for Irong's people was Long Qing's. When Chen Haonan said to call Irong's people, of course he meant to call Long Qing. When Chicken made the call, Baxi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Hung Ying's big brother's messing with me. Actually looking for Irong's people. Who doesn't know that Irong Shatian Shimon's leader Cripple Bing is my Baxi's cousin? None of you guys are going to walk out today. Fat Emperor, have the brothers arrived yet? The fat man who came in first shouted. Boss, the brothers are all here. Good. Paradise nightclub is covered by my cousin. It's not good for me to make trouble here. I'll wait for you outside. If you have the ability, you guys won't go out for the rest of your lives. After saying this, Baxi led the people out, and on his way out, He didn't forget to take his foreign girl horse with him. Big Sky too glanced from the window. Baxi and others had already gone downstairs to the entrance of Paradise nightclub. Many people were standing densely below. Brother Nan, there are dozens of people below. Why don't we just call Brother B? Can that Long Qing be relied on? Chen Haonan threw the beer bottle in his hand on the ground. Since Yi Rong is cooperating with us, they have to make sure that nothing happens to us. Otherwise they can't explain to us. Hung Hing, chicken, if Brother B knows about this time, you will go back and be punished. How many times have I told you but you don't listen? You will die on a woman sooner or later. Chicken's face was pale at this time. I didn't know that things would come to such a pass. Punishment or no punishment today, we can go out without any problems and then we'll talk about it. Haonan, don't be angry. Chen Haonan shook his head helplessly and asked, you called Long Qing? What did he say? He only said he knows, nothing else. Chen Haonan tilted his head back and laid down on the sofa. Then just wait. Chapter 12, Rescuing Chen Haonan. In a room full of romantic atmosphere in the Lihao Hotel, Lin Yiqing squinted his eyes as he lay on the bed. Beside him was a woman of delicate and attractive age and appearance, who was wrapping her arms around Lin Yiqing's arm and lying there with a face full of scarlet satisfaction. Ain, it's already 9:30 p.m. Will Uncle Ping be too concerned if we go back late? It's okay, Brother Qing. I called him in the afternoon and said that I'm going to attend a birthday party with my classmates and won't be back until very late. Zhuyin contacted Lin Yiqing when he was leaving the company headquarters. Lin Yiqing didn't have any socializing in the evening, so he simply agreed to take her out for Shanghainese food. After dinner, Zhuyin fell into Lin Yiqing's arms on the pretext of not being able to drink. Lin Yiqing had to open a room in the Lihao Hotel to bring her to sober up. I did not expect just into the room, Zhuyin on the stick up. Lin Yiqing since coming to this world has not had intimate contact with women, not to mention the pure Ain or virgin body. How can he stand this temptation? In a moment of excitement, the two people will do that indescribable things. Lin Yiqing took out a cigarette and lit it, took a deep breath. Ain, from today onwards you are my person. In the future, if anyone harasses you or hits on the idea of the tea house, just say that you are Long Qing's girlfriend. Brother Cheng, from now on I'm your girlfriend? That's for sure, but I've just zapped as the boss now. I'm usually very busy, so I definitely don't have that much time to accompany you, so you have to be more understanding. Do you understand? Aha, I understand. Brother Cheng. Zhuyin happily hugged Lin Yiqing's arm tightly. Lin Yiqing gently patted her shoulder. Maybe there's no accident. Marrying Zhuyin in the future should be quite happy. After all, she's the only girl who will be full of adoration and love when she sees herself. Ring ring ring. At this moment Lin Yiqing's portable phone rang. Who would be calling so late at night? Could it be Hongfa who's not convinced and is making a comeback? No way. Yi Rong has already signed a formal cooperation agreement with Hung Hing. Even if Hongfa takes down all of Yi Rong's territories, there is no way back. What's more, Hung Hing and Yi Rong now stand in a team to cooperate in business. Hongfa again want to find trouble, also have to take into account the feelings of Hung Hing. Lin Yiqing picked up the phone. Hello? On the phone was a slightly familiar voice. Brother Qing, right? We're at. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Yiqing's face went cold. Okay, I know. You guys don't act rashly. I'll rush over soon. After hanging up the phone, Zhuyin tightened her arm around Lin Yiqing. Brother Qing, what's the matter? Oh, there's something urgent in the company that I need to attend to, so why don't you take a taxi home and give me a call when you get there to tell me you're safe, okay? Lin Yiqing calmed Zhuyin down a bit, and then started to get dressed and get up. Zhuyin obediently agreed, with a sweet smile on her face. Her favorite thing to see is Lin Yiqing's serious look when he is doing something. It's simply beautiful and cool. After coming out of the hotel, the waiter at the entrance called a taxi for Lin Yiqing. After getting into the car, Lin Yiqing instructed the driver, go to Paradise nightclub. The driver didn't say anything, and directly started accelerating and drove from Sha Tin to Sha Tin Shekmun at a fast pace. Chen Haonan and Chicken's brothers had gotten into an argument with someone at Paradise nightclub and were surrounded by people. Paradise nightclub is in Crippled Bing's territory. The people who watch the venue are also Crippled Bing's people. During the day, Lin Yiqing and Crippled Bing just greeted Hung Hing's people together, and at night, Hung Hing's people had an accident in Crippled Bing's territory. Is this a coincidence or is it a deliberate act? Who was the person who clashed with Chan Ho Nam's brothers? Chicken did not say the identity of the other party on the phone. Perhaps he simply do not know. Always mixing in Causeway Bay, of course. Very small chance we'll know the people in Sha Tin. Lin Yiqing immediately called the phone to the Fine East. Bring all the brothers to take the guys to go to Sherman Paradise nightclub. By the way, go to Brother Chang's place to borrow some soldiers apiece to bring. The speed should be fast. There is an urgent matter. Fine Dong received Lin Yiqing's call in the big warehouse they just rented for their headquarters. Originally he was still directing his little brothers to arrange the things in the warehouse. When Lin Yiqing's call came, he immediately made his little brothers stop the work on their hands. Brothers, blow the whistle to gather people. The boss has something in Sherman Paradise nightclub. How many people can call? How many people can call? The more the better. Those brothers acted immediately. For a while the sound of car and motorcycle engines roared up outside the warehouse. Fine Dong and Bozai Song. Zuni got into the exclusive van that Lin Yiqing had equipped for them. Now Lin Yiqing didn't even have a car himself. Every time he went out, he would take a taxi. The purpose of giving Hoshi Dong a car is to make it easier for them to go out and do their business. Lin Yiqing told Hoshi Dong's brothers that it's the time for them to build up their business, so they can't spend money recklessly. When the future bigger and stronger, each person to give them with a luxury car, but also have a full-time driver and secretary. Absolutely let them comfortable and proper. Lihao Hotel is very close to Paradise nightclub. Lin Yiqing quickly arrived in a taxi. After getting off the car, Lin Yiqing took a glance at the brilliantly decorated and atmospheric Paradise nightclub. I have to say that Sha Tin Shekmun is much more prosperous than Sha Tin Y. The best nightclub in Sha Tin Y is not even half of this Paradise nightclub. No wonder crippled Bing is in this corner of Sha Tin Shekmun. Its income is only afraid to be much more than the seafood strong. Paradise nightclub's entrance is parked a few cars and a large number of motorcycle speeder. There are many people standing at the entrance, all carrying machetes and sticks of the gangsters. The gangsters saw that Lin Yiqing was just a person, and he didn't have much of a Jianghu atmosphere, like an ordinary young man. So none of them paid any attention to him. Lin Yiqing was also happy that they didn't pay attention to him. He lit a cigarette and walked into Paradise nightclub amidst the welcoming sound of the doorman. Just as he entered, a waiter greeted him. "Hello sir, may I ask how many of you are there?" Lin Yiqing didn't talk nonsense with him at all. "Where are the people who caused trouble here just now?" "There are 5 of them on one side. The more faceless ones." "May I ask sir, are you an errand boy?" the waiter asked cautiously. Lin Yiqing snorted coldly and threw the cigarette in his hand on the ground. "Have you ever seen an errand boy like me? Why are you inquiring so much? Just tell me where those people are." The waiter grayly brought Lin Yiqing to Chun Haonan's private room. As soon as Lin Yiqing appeared, Chun Haonan immediately brightened up, and Chicken and the others stood up in unison as if they had seen their savior. After sitting down on the sofa, Lin Yiqing picked up his wineglass and clinked it with Chun Haonan, took a sip of beer and asked, "What's going on?" Chun Haonan then told Lin Yiqing the whole story, and Lin Yiqing pondered for a while after listening. Chapter 23 Rescuing Chun Honam, 2. Lin Yiqing had heard of this person, Baxi, and had heard that he was active in the area of Shatten's Shu Lek Yuan in Kwangsin Street. The prosperity of Shu Lek Yuan was not yet comparable to that of Sha Tin Y, and the territory area was so small that no one in Yiwing even looked down on this desert area in the desert, so no one planted a flag here. There were only 24 brothers under Pat Hay, and more than 24 student boys from the Hang Seng University on Hong Kong Island were also taken in by him as juniors. He was Crippled Bing's cousin, and was also considered one of Crippled Bing's branches outside of Irong, which was why he was able to mix it up in the area of Little Lek Yuan, Kwangsin Street and Hang Seng University. Lin Yiqing picked up the phone and called Crippled Bing. "Brother Bing, do you have time to come over to Paradise nightclub? I'm having a bit of trouble over here right now." The Crippled Bing on the other side of the phone lazily said, "It's Ching. I'm not in Sha Tin right now." "What's the matter?" "Hung Hing's friends have some misunderstanding with your cousin Baxi here. Now Baxi has blocked them here. What do you think?" "Alright, I'll call him." Listening to the voice, Crippled Bing didn't take it seriously at all over there. After a while Crippled Bing called back, "Chang, things are a bit troublesome. Now Baxi doesn't listen to me. He is very close to the men of Tung Sing Kola in Ma On Shan. Hung Hing and Tung Sing are deadly rivals. I can't really do anything about it." Lin Yiqing's face turned cold. "Brother Bing, we all have a share in Hung Hing's business with us. It's a bit unorthodox for you to say you don't care, right? Paradise nightclub is your turf. What do you say? You should do what you want to do. Don't take my face into consideration. Just pretend I don't know anything." "Okay, understood." Lin Yiqing immediately cut off the phone. What he wanted was Crippled Bing this sentence. Crippled Bing on this matter completely hands off. The following will be played by him. At this time, Dai Tian Air was still observing from the window. "Brother Nan, Baxi has called many more people. I don't know which side they are from." Lin Yiqing also looked outside. Sure enough, Big Sky 2 was right. A bald guy and Baxi were chatting furiously. Behind the bald guy there were dozens of people who had never seen any new faces. At this moment Lin Yiqing's phone rang. After picking it up it was Fine East calling. "Brother Ching, the people have all been gathered, arranged on both sides of Xin Street. They can be killed at any time." "Good, I know. Come to the entrance of the nightclub right away." Lin Yiqing turned her head to Chen Haonan and the others. "Brother Haonan, we can go out now." Chen Haonan was a bit shocked and uncertain. "Brother Ching, there are more and more of them. There are over 100 of them now." "Are you sure?" Lin Yiqing laughed out loud and took the lead to open the door and walk out. Chen Haonan's few people glanced at each other and clenched their teeth to follow behind Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing leisurely walked downstairs, lit a cigarette and leisurely walked outside the entrance of the nightclub. Fine Dong saw Lin Yiqing outside the crowd and immediately slipped over from the side of the crowd. Brother Qing, our soldiers plus the ones we borrowed from the boss. More than 200 people. More than 100 on one side of the two street entrances on and Xin Street. Good. Lin Yiqing patted Fine Dong's shoulder and looked outside at Baxi and Baldy and the others. At this time, Baldy was still blowing smoke at Baxi. Hung Hings are nothing. We Tung Sing are never afraid of them. Pat, hey, you have already met Brother Kola. Just short of that ceremony is the people of Tung Sing. Today I will definitely support you to the end. Let's kill and hack them to death now. But this is Yirong's territory. I'm afraid it's not good if we make a big deal out of it. Baxi was still hesitant. We're not even afraid of Hung Hing. Why should we be afraid of a small Yirong? The bald guy had a big mouth. At this moment, they saw Chen Haonan and the others follow Lin Yiqing out of the doorway, and everyone clamored. They're out. It's that long-haired monster, and that silver-haired pouncer. Chop them up. Lin Yiqing didn't even bother to look at those clamoring minions, and said loudly, which one of you is the Baxi of Little Lixors? Everyone's eyes outside fell on Lin Yiqing. Before this young man who looked like an office worker hadn't caught their attention at all. Now Lin Yiqing suddenly spoke, making both Baxi and the bald guy a bit strange. Baxi pretended to be dashing and dusted off his white suit and walked forward. I am Baxi. What? Are you the rescuer these Hung Hing boys moved in? He exchanged a glance with the bald guy. The two of them couldn't help but laugh. They didn't even look at Lin Yiqing with a straight face, thinking that it was a joke for this young man dressed cleanly without a trace of Jianghu's aura to dare to talk to them. That's right. I'm the one they moved in to save the day. You don't think I'm qualified enough? Lin Yiqing took a drag on his cigarette and calmly exhaled towards Baxi. The distance between the two of them was only 2 meters. The smoke drifted towards Baxi. This provocative demeanor made Baxi instantly rage. Kid, where are you from? I think you don't want to live. Don't get angry. Baxi, I'm here to make peace between you. Lin Yiqing still had the look of a mountain crumbling in front of him without changing his color, which made Baxi somewhat afraid to act rashly. The bald guy didn't have the same scruples as Baxi. What kind of thing are you? Street pumper. You're here to make peace. Do you have the qualifications? A smile appeared on Lin Yiqing's face. I wonder if Yirong Langqing is qualified to make peace. Yirong Langqing? Yirong Langqing. Yirong Langqing blurted out from the mouths of Baldy and Baxi. Baldy was in doubt. He was from the Ma on Shantong of Eastern Star. He had little interaction with the downtown side of Sha Tin, so he might not have heard of Yirong Langqing's name. Baxi can be different. The recent Yirong the most popular is the just established as the boss of the Langqing. Yirong Langqing 4 words resonate through the Sha Tin city in Taiwan. For him it is like a thunderclap. Baxi's voice trembled a little. Are you, Langqing? That's right. As good as fake. How about it? Brother Baxi, am I qualified? Baxi's legs were a bit weak at this time. Of course he had heard that Langqing had chased and hacked more than 30 people from Hongfa by himself, hacked to death Hongfa's red stick blind leopard, and chased him all the way from Sheshanwai to Cheongmyo. Of course, he also heard that Langqing went to Taiwan alone to kidnap Hongfa's sitting duck Eagle Nu. Eagle Nu from Haojiang hired 3 bodyguards, 2 dead and 1 seriously injured. Langqing with his own strength to save righteousness and glory in the wild. Sha Tin's kooks have Langqing as their idol and goal to strive for. Because of this, Baxi felt that he was about the same age as Lin Yiqing, but all day long in the small leech source of this small place, but also with a group of students to mix is really no future, which is why he wanted to worship Ma and Shan's Tung Sing Kola as the boss, with Tung Sing as a backing, so that in the future, so as to make great achievements. Now his goal is right in front of him. How can he not be surprised and weak in the legs? Baxi, if you give me this face today, disperse your people and I can make you a friend in the future. If you don't want to make me a friend, then draw down the path. I'll take it. Lin Yiqing threw away the cigarette in his hand and gave Baxi an ultimatum. Chapter 24, Get out in 20 minutes. Baxi was a bit hesitant at this time. He never wanted to have any conflict with Lin Yiqing, but things were now set here. He was already riding a tiger. The bald guy shouted from the side, so what if you're Yirong's man? Can you bite me? Baxi, don't be afraid. I'll back you up. Brothers, go for me. Take that long-haired monster Chen Haonan and his brothers back. The bald guy gave the order. Those little brothers behind him became agitated. Dozens of people with knives and clubs came forward ready to arrest them. Lin Yiqing was undaunted, and with one glance, he stared at the 2 strong men with knives who rushed to the front. The swiftness of his legs made people feel like lightning. Lin Yiqing stomped on the stomach of one of the strong men with a flying foot. That man was like a child being kicked by an adult, like a kite with broken strings, flying out, and the bald man's men behind him were also knocked down a piece. The other strong man was already prepared and rushed towards Lin Yiqing with his knife, one of his hands still protecting his body for fear that Lin Yiqing would attack him just like he attacked his companions. Lin Yiqing faced a smile. with everyone cannot catch the speed of flash from the front of the second strong man to his side. The next to the ordinary I cannot catch the speed of the strong man's waist is to shine another kick. The strong man straight rushed to the bald man, flew over. Bald man did not have any defense, was flying over the strong man, smashed into the body. The strong man covered his waist in pain and rolled around on the ground while wailing, and the bald guy was repeatedly crushed and rubbed underneath the strong man's body. Although Baxi had heard about Lin Yiqing's extraordinary skills, he never expected Lin Yiqing to be so powerful. In just a few seconds 2 of the bald guy's right-hand men were knocked down like this. Worthy of being a Yirong Langqing, he was indeed as good as his name. Chen Haonan along with Chicken and the others behind him were also shocked. Such a fast stance, such a heavy force. Was this still human? When Chen Haonan first met Lin Yiqing, he thought that he was just an ordinary young man. Sha Tin, this kind of countryside can produce what talent, but really did not expect worthy of being called the Yirong most popular characters, just based on this kind of hands, not to mention this Sha Tin countryside. Even in Hong Kong Island's most prosperous Yaots and Mom also absolutely can have a foothold. At this time, the bald man's men saw Lin Yiqing's powerful hands. They were a little hesitant. The bald man climbed up from underneath the strong man and saw his men's appearance angry. You losers, so many people with knives are still afraid of a few of them? All give me on. Baxi waved his hand to stop the bald guy. Wait. Then he said coldly to Lin Yiqing, Brother Longqing, are you determined to protect these Hung Ying boys today? That's right. I am determined to protect them. Lin Yiqing stuck his hands in his pants pockets and smiled at Baxi with an air of calmness. Then don't blame me for being really nonchalant. Big Brother Longqing, there are more than 100 people on our side. Can you defeat us all if you're even more skilled? I don't believe it. In that case, are you going to bully the fewer people because there are more of them? The bald guy pointed at Lin Yiqing and shouted. That's right, we are the ones who are bullying the fewer of you. Why? Are you biting me? At this time, Fine East smiled coldly at the bald guy and Baxi, but, just now, Brother Cheng is just giving you a lesson. Where do I need Brother Cheng to do it himself to clean up your little street fights? After saying that, he put 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled a loud whistle, which could be heard by the entire NXIN street. At this moment, from the 2 street corners of NXIN street rang with the sound of chaotic footsteps. The black crowd pressed over from both sides of the street, sandwiching Pat Hay and Baldy's people in the middle. Bo Chai Song and Zuni shouted while one of them shouted, Brother Cheng, give the order, we'll cut down these street fighting boys right away. The group of student boys under Pat Hay who were still wearing the uniforms of Hang Seng University were already terrified. Each one of them was shivering, and they couldn't hold the knives and clubs in their hands. East Star's bald boy, don't you want to bully us because we're outnumbered? No problem, come on. Fine East walked to the bald guy's front and pointed his finger at the bald guy's chest. The bald guy was about to explode with anger, but he didn't dare to say anything when he saw the densely packed Yirong's people around him. Baxi, why don't you come with me? I'll treat you guys to tea. How's that? Lin Yiqing always had that polite and civilized look. Chen Haonan and Chicken couldn't help but marvel as they watched. This young elder brother of Yirong really didn't change his color even when he was in front of a mountain. Baxi had already bowed his head honestly, but raised his head again after hearing Lin Yiqing's words. Big Brother Longqing, you yourself claimed that you came to make peace for us, but now you want to take me away. That's a bit unreasonable, isn't it? Lin Yiqing took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Baxi, what I said was that I wanted to invite you for tea. It's not like I want to make things difficult for you. You're too sensitive. Don't worry. How can I say that Brother Bing and I are also fellow disciples? If I move you, how can I explain to your old cousin? Then, okay. The 8 happiness still bowed down in front of the powerful strength. Lin Yiqing looked at bald guy again. At this time he changed his previous pleasant color and said sternly, Dongqing boy, I'm limiting you to 20 minutes to get out of the Sha Tin Stone Gate. If I ever see you in Yirong's territory again in the future, I'll take one of your hands every time I see you. Got it? The bald guy was startled by his sudden fire. Understood. Understood. And tell East Star Cola to keep an eye on his men. Don't come to Yirong's turf to play around. Yirong doesn't welcome you East Star saddlebacks. Remember? Remember. Remember. Good. Bring your men and get lost. The bald guy slipped away with his men's asses, and Baxi instructed his minions to disperse. Lin Yiqing took a few tens of thousands of dollars and handed it over to Fine Dong, asking Fine Dong to take the brothers who had worked today to have a late-night snack and give them a little more money for their hard work. Baxi left behind the fat man called Fat Emperor, and the yellow-haired firecracker Ming who looked like he had eaten gunpowder, and a guy who was even thicker than Fat Emperor, with the fancy name of Hippo. Seeing that Chen Haonan's brothers were about to be played to death by Baxi and the others tonight, but Lin Yiqing easily dissolved this conflict into nothing. Chen Haonan and Chicken and the others of course breathed a long sigh of relief. Ding! Successfully resolved the conflict between Chen Haonan and Baxi, rewarded with 30 points and $500,000 Hong Kong dollars, together with the 120 points saved from the previous reward. Lin Yiqing already had 150 points at this point. First, he added the points evenly on top of each attribute, adding physique, strength, agility, and danger sense all to 50 points, which skyrocketed all abilities. Then he upgraded his fist technique, knife technique, leg work, and stick technique all to level 20. A total of 87 points had been spent, leaving 63 points left. Chapter 25, Receiving Another Competent General. Lin Yiqing was in a good mood at this time, and opened the control panel to take a look at it. Host, Lin Yiqing Flower, Langqing. Age, 24. Basic physique, 50. Basic strength, 50. Basic agility, 50. Danger sense, 50. Normal healthy person base attribute is 8. Limit is 10. Boxing, 20. Knife skill, 20. Legwork, level 20. Stick technique, level 20. At this time, Lin Yiqing could completely feel that his whole body physique had been improved even more, and his whole body muscles could explode with amazing strength in minutes, and those boxing skills, knife skills and whatnot had of course been doubled. Lin Yiqing brought Baxi and Chen Haonan and they returned to Sha Tin and arrived at the Red Maple nightclub. This is my favorite place. Brother Haonan, Brother Chicken, you guys make yourselves at home. I'll chat with Baxi for a few minutes. Chicken's eyes went straight again when he saw the girls that Mama-san brought over. The quality of Red Maple's girls wasn't as good as Paradise, but they were still women anyways. But Chicken was fine with having women. Lin Yiqing and Baxi came to another card seat. He didn't beat around the bush and said, Baxi, I heard that you're going to be with Eastern Star Cola. Is this true? Baxi scratched his big back hair. Ching brother, you know, I Baxi to now a handful of years old. All day in the small leeching source of this small place to mix. There is really not much success, so I would like to talk to a big power in the future so that there is a future for development. Lin Yiqing nodded. Indeed, East Star is considered to be one of the largest associations in Hong Kong Island, but there are hidden tigers and dragons within the large associations. Are you sure that following East Star Cola will guarantee you a future to make a name for yourself? Baxi was a bit hesitant. I heard it from Duck Egg. Oh, that bald guy you kicked out. He said that his boss Cola is in need of manpower right now, and through his introduction I want to join Cola's gang. Baxi, if I say I want to take you in, what do you think? Lin Yiqing's words were asked as bluntly as ever. What? Brother Qing Yu. Baxi had never thought that Lin Yiqing would recruit himself with such an attitude. After all, he had just had a conflict and was about to be someone else's little brother right away. No one would feel comfortable in their heart. It's fine if you don't want to follow me. Just pretend that I didn't say anything. You can go back to your little leeching source and continue to be the head of your students. But you're not allowed to follow Dongqing Cola either. If you follow East Star Cola, then I will bring my men into Little Leafy Source, so that you will have no place to stay in Irong's territory, and you will not be allowed to come back to Irong's territory in the future, or else you should know what the consequences will be. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. Lin Yiqing patted Baxi's shoulder and carried the beer bottle to Chen Haonan's and their card seat. Chen Haonan and Chicken and the others hurriedly stood up to warmly greet Lin Yiqing. Brother Cheng, sit down. Chen Haonan gave up the main seat for Lin Yiqing to sit over, but no one felt anything wrong at all, because Lin Yiqing was already a character whose strength was on par with Big Brother B in the hearts of their brothers. What's more, Lin Yiqing's hands are simply like the god of heaven, the most capable prince of Hung Hing in front of Lin Yiqing. I'm afraid that he is not a match at all. Chicken picked up a bottle of beer and clinked it with Lin Yiqing. Brother Qing, if it wasn't for you today, I'm afraid that Chicken would have gotten his arm and leg cut off. After saying that, he put up the bottle and gulped down a whole bottle of beer. Lin Yiqing picked up the beer and took a sip. Brother Chicken, how can I bear it if you praise me so much? Big Sky too at this time and cup directly finish, said, Qing brother, you don't be modest, whether it is your personal ability or under the strength of the brothers. We all admire you to the ground. Qing brother, in the future you are my goal, my idol. Lin Yiqing smilingly also drank a cup with Big Sky too. Chen Haonan also held up his glass. Brother Qing, I, Chen Haonan, am here to say that it's simply a pity that I didn't properly communicate with you when I saw you for the first time at that time. The first time we met, a few of us still think that you Irong are just some countrymen. What can you be capable of? I didn't expect. It's true that talents come out from everywhere in the river and mountain. Brother Cheng, you really let us see how good you are. I, Chen Haonan, am ashamed to be inferior. Words are not enough. Brother Haonan. After Lin Yiqing toasted another glass of wine with Chen Haonan, he saw that Baxi had already stood up at that side of the card table. Lin Yiqing said excuse me to Chen Haonan and returned to Baxi's booth. How about it, Baxi? How's the consideration going? Baxi gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Brother Ching, I've decided to follow you. From now on, I, Baxi, will be absolutely loyal to you. Good. Lin Yiqing nodded his head in satisfaction. Baxi, this way we are a family. Tomorrow I'll talk to our sitting brother Jian about this. Baxi, don't worry. I, Lin Yiqing, won't be limited to the tiny Sha Tin. I can guarantee that you'll have a better future with me than worshipping Eastern Star. You'll make more money. Okay, brother Ching. Baxi then brought the three of his men, Fat Emperor, Firecracker Ming, and Hippo, to Lin Yiqing to get to know them. Lin Yiqing sealed them each with a red packet of $5,000, and the three little brothers were so happy that they bowed straight to say thank you. Lin Yiqing dragged Baxi to Chun Haonan's card seat. Chun Haonan saw Baxi. They were a little nervous, although the conflict has been eliminated, but the two sides to come together is still quite awkward. Brother Nan, let me introduce you guys. This is my brother, Baxi. Chen Haonan. Several people at first didn't understand. They had almost fought. Of course they knew this person was Baxi. What was the need for Lin Yiqing to specially come back and introduce them again? But immediately Chen Haonan understood. He said with some envy, "Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations to Brother Ching for taking in another capable general." Chicken and the others now understood. So Lin Yiqing's purpose of inviting Baxi back was to bring Baxi's forces under his command. And now it seemed that Lin Yiqing had succeeded. How could an ambitious person like Chun Haonan not be envious when he saw this scene? At this time, a system beep appeared in Lin Yiqing's mind at the right time. Ding! Congratulations on successfully adopting the Baxi forces as your own, rewarding you with 60 points and 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Now Lin Yiqing had accumulated another 123 points and nearly 4 million Hong Kong dollars on hand. At this moment his handheld phone rang. After connecting, the tone on the other side was particularly excited. Brother Ching, the source of the Fusan machine has been found. $200,000 apiece. I've ordered 10 units. Good. You come back to Sha Tin right now. Let's meet and talk. Chapter 26, A Chance Encounter with the Landlord's Daughter. The phone call was from Jimmy. He had been out for several days looking for a source of Fuso recorders, and after tireless efforts he finally found 10 machines. Lin Yiqing was in a good mood after hearing that. The pirated CD factory could open. The next day, Lin Yiqing went to Fo Tan with Shang Street with Jimmy to meet a boss he knew through Seafood Kung. The boss, surnamed Gua. Once he heard that it was Jimmy's most popular boss who wanted to meet him, he put off all his business and came to meet with Lin Yiqing, giving him face. Lin Yiqing rented a factory building of several thousand square feet for Jimmy, and hired dozens of workers to work in the factory. Then Jimmy took Lin Yiqing to find the Fusanese who had the recorder source, and after some bargaining, he took all of them at $180,000 apiece. Jimmy called to tell Lin Yiqing 200,000 a time. Lin Yiqing has prepared 2 million Hong Kong dollars. Fusan people see Lin Yiqing directly took $1,080 million in cash. The two eyes stared at the boss, said that I have never seen such a generous guests. After the Fusan people also patted his chest to ensure that this batch of recorders warranty period of 3 years, but also specifically sent a mechanic to Jimmy, special door-to-door installation and commissioning, but also sent two will use the machine's veteran responsible for helping them train workers. After sales work can be said to be done to make people very comfortable. The rest was up to Jimmy. He had done such a great job in the movie piracy business that there was no one on Hong Kong Island who didn't recognize him. Now that Lin Yiqing had given him the startup capital and all the preparations had been made, Lin Yiqing had reason to believe that he would do even better than he did in the movie. Even if Lin Yiqing only gave Jimmy 20% of the shares, it would be enough for him to make a fortune. Knowing that there wasn't a single pirated disc factory on Hong Kong Island that had formed a large scale, which was simply an untapped gold mine. After finishing all this, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening 2 days later. Lin Yiqing looked in the mirror and found himself in a grimy state. He had been personally working with Jimmy and the workers to put the factory in order in the past few days, and the clothes he was wearing had also turned into grimy work clothes. Lin Yiqing suddenly remembered that he hadn't been back to his rented place for so many days, and the rent had already expired a few days ago, so today he could go back to take care of these things, and take a shower to change his clothes. He called a taxi and went to Wache Village in downtown Sha Tin. Wache Village is the old part of downtown Sha Tin, and it is also the most prosperous part of downtown Sha Tin, with the largest number of restaurants, gambling stalls, bordellos, and bars in the whole of Sha Tin. Lin Yiqing's rented apartment is on Feng Shun Street in Wache Village, and the landlord, Lang Hao Pin, has a duplex apartment that was left behind by his father. Lang Hao Bin, as his name suggests, has a very foul mouth, which often offends some of the residents and has been beaten up several times, but he has never repented and remains true to his character. Due to the recent years Lenkabin's company recession, the lower and lower the salary, so only with the family to discuss the home of a room to rent out to subsidize the family. When it happens to be Lin Yiqing want to rent a room, one after another with Lenkabin into a tenant and the owner of the relationship. However, Lin Yiqing did not tell Lang Kopin about his membership in a social organization, but only said that he was a laborer at the Saigon wharf. Otherwise Lang Kopin would not have rented the room to him. Lin Yiqing got off the bus at Fong Thuan Street, found a convenience store and bought a pack of Marlboro cigarettes. then walked through a dark alley, ready to walk in through the back door of the apartment building and take the elevator to the upper floors. The alley was dark, with lots of garbage discarded haphazardly on both sides of the road, and occasionally a few rats running past on the wet ground. Lin Yiqing at this time found himself directly in front of him. In the middle of the alley there were a few dark shadows. It looked as if they were a few kooks. Surely nothing good was going on. When he walked 3 meters away from them, Lin Yiqing could vaguely see that it was 4 goons surrounding a woman. The alley was too dark to see clearly, unless face to face was more or less the same. This kind of thing is commonplace. The old man and the old woman in the mess together. Lin Yiqing so long time to see a lot. Just as he was about to pretend he didn't see anything and just swept past, a voice caught his attention. Mr. Lin, save me. Hearing this voice, Lin Yiqing felt somewhat familiar and couldn't help but turn around to look at the woman. At this time, one of those few goofballs said, "Pretty girl, what are you doing asking others to help you? Our brothers can totally help. Guarantee to make you comfortable. Pretty girl, you be our girlfriend, okay? Ha ha ha." Lin Yiqing at this moment, a person popped up in his mind. Landlord Lang Kobin's daughter Xin. Lin Hao Bin and his wife only gave birth to a daughter, named Xin. Looks very similar to a famous Hong Kong girl, completely to the point where it can be mistaken for the real thing. It is said to be teaching in a secondary school in Tuen Mun. This Xin teacher usually live in the school staff dormitory, so Lin Yiqing has not seen her a few times, only remembered that this landlord's daughter looks and temperament are first class good, but the impression is a bit cold. Between the two people have not exchanged a word. The cooks saw Lin Yiqing turn around to look at them, and one by one, their mouths were cursing and swearing inanely. "Pouncer, what are you looking at? Go home and watch your old mom. Haven't you seen other people picking up horses? I'm warning you to get lost, and don't call the police, or we'll find out and chop you to death. Get lost, do you hear me?" The goons were so brutal and overbearing and said they would chop Lin Yiqing to death. The landlord's daughter shut up immediately after hearing this. She had been the good girl at home since she was little. Of course she was scared to death when she heard this. Lin Yiqing turned his body around and faced these geeks head on. "What are you talking about? I didn't understand? Are you deaf? Can't you understand when I tell you to get lost?" A grouch angrily came up to Lin Yiqing and grabbed Lin Yiqing's collar and yelled. They didn't think much of the disheveled young man in front of them, and in their eyes, the grimy Lin Yiqing only looked like a construction worker who had just wrapped up his work from some construction site. With a dull thud, Lin Yiqing fell to the ground opposite to the grouch who was still furious at him a second ago. One punch. Lin Yiqing only used one punch to make him curl up into a big shrimp on the ground. "Puff, you old M, dare to hit my brother." The other three saw their companions being beaten and all pounced on Lin Yiqing, as vicious as tigers and wolves. Lin Yiqing's eyes flashed. His feet moved quickly. Heavy fists and hand knives came out, and the goons fell down one after another. Within a minute, all the 4 goons had fallen to the ground. 3 of them were holding their stomachs and rolling around on the ground, and one of them had been cut in the neck by the hand knife and directly fainted. Chapter 27, Winter Melon Pig's Feet Soup. Xin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw how cleanly Lin Yiqing had cleaned up those kooks. She hurriedly ran to Lin Yiqing's side and took his arm, as if this was the only way to make her feel calmer. She asked Lin Yiqing with concern, "You're not hurt, right? Let's hurry home." Lin Yiqing patted her shoulder and softly comforted her. "I'm fine, don't be afraid, I'm here." He then asked the 4 lying goons, "Where do you guys hang out? Dare to act recklessly here? We're from Yirong. Our boss is missing Toothping. Kid, you're dead." A few of them were beaten so badly and still have a tough mouth. It seems that it has been a long time since they have been repaired. Thinking about it is also right. Sha Tin urban area is Yirong's land. Yirong boy in this side can be said to call the shots. Of course they have arrogant capital, but this time they kicked to the steel plate. However, since they were Yirong's people, Lin Yiqing was also unwilling to hit them too hard, and just left them with a sentence. "People from Yirong, right? Good. I'll let you guys off the hook today, but don't let me see you here again. Remember to be more restrained in the future. Don't go out all day to do wrong and ruin the name of Yirong. In that case your boss won't even let you go." Lin Yiqing turned around and led Xin to the back door of the apartment. Xin leaned close to his side. "Mr. Lin, I really thank you this time, but this won't cause you any trouble, right? I heard that they will still make trouble." "Ms. Li, don't worry, it's fine. Everything is with me." Then Lin Yiqing asked about what happened, and Xin told her once and for all. It turned out that today was the weekend. Xin had dinner with her co-workers in Tuen Mun and then went back to Sha Tin, thinking that she would be able to stay home with her parents for 2 days during the weekend. After taking a taxi to Feng Shun Street, she had the same idea as Lin Yiqing and wanted to take a shortcut to enter through the back door of the apartment building, so she walked down the alley. She didn't expect to be surrounded by the gangsters halfway down the street, and had to drag her to a bar for a drink. But of course she didn't agree, and the gangsters started to move. Luckily, Lin Yiqing came at this time, otherwise the consequences are really unimaginable. Lin Yiqing shook his head after hearing this. No matter in which society, this kind of scum will never be in short supply. After all, the society is full of kooks. Good people who are kooks? After getting on the elevator, Xin couldn't help but say, Mr. Lin, please don't tell my parents about this. I'm afraid they'll be worried when they find out. Okay, I promise you. The two entered the house one after the other. Lin Bin was a bit surprised to see them. Why did you two come back together? Xin was just about to open her mouth when Lin Yiqing spoke before her. Oh, Uncle Bin, we met in the elevator when we came back. Lin Bin glanced at the dirty Lin Yiqing and didn't suspect anything anymore. In his opinion, his own precious daughter Xin was a middle school instructor, a white-collar upper-class person. Lin Yiqing was a blue-collar laborer, to put it nicely, and to put it bluntly, a dock seller. The two of them couldn't have any connection or intersection no matter what. Ah Chang, why haven't you come back these days? I thought you were going to renege on the rent when it was due and play disappear with me. Lin Bin opened his mouth and started sneering at Lin Yiqing. Xin pulled Lin Bin's arm aside. Dad, what are you talking about? Mr. Lin is not that kind of person. Humph. I'm not sure if he's that kind of person. I only know that I didn't receive last month's rent. Lin Yiqing of course knew what kind of virtue Lin Bin was, so he wouldn't take it to heart at all, and directly took out his wallet from his pants pocket, pulling out a stack of bills from it and placing it on the table. Uncle Bin, here are a few $1,000s, last month's rent and utilities and this month's piece of payment. When the time comes I'm afraid I'll forget again. You're stabbing the villain in the back and cursing me. After saying that he went upstairs to go back to his room, leaving Lin Bin father and daughter looking at each other. In the past, Lin Bin always felt that Lin Yiqing was a quiet young man. He didn't expect that this pretty boy would still talk back to himself. What he didn't expect was that a guy who sells laborers at the pier and carries big bags would take out a few $1,000s without blinking, and Lin Yiqing's wallet was bulging, which was estimated to have at least a few tens of thousands of dollars in it. How could he be so rich? In Hong Kong Island, a place with high prices and high consumption, even in Sha Tin, a place known as the countryside, not many wage earners could casually go out with tens of thousands of dollars. Lin Bin's pocket is only a few dozen dollars. This is still his wife gave him to work at noon to buy fast food money. At this time, Lin Bin's wife greeted Lin Bin and Xin. What are you father and daughter doing? Quickly come to eat. Xin. Today I specially stewed your favorite winter melon pig's foot soup for you. Lin Bin busy promised. Hey good wife, we will go right away. Wife look, that kid paid the rent. We have a few $1,000s in the account again. Lin Yiqing returned to the room after a shower. The whole person feels much more refreshed. Opened a can of beer and took a sip, then rushed a cup of instant noodles. 2 days he didn't sleep well, coupled with the recent period of time is a bit tired, so he was ready to eat the instant noodles and then lie down to have a good night's sleep. Knock knock knock. Lin Yiqing hadn't even finished making the instant noodles when he heard a knock on the door. It couldn't be that Lin Bin had come to rave about something again, right? Lin Yiqing had a headache just thinking about Lin Bin's foul mouth, but he still opened the door. Standing in the doorway, is already changed into a home dress Xin. After fading out of the professional clothing after Xin looks a different flavor, her hands holding a soup cup. Ms. Lee, is there anything else so late? Xin said somewhat shyly. Mr. Lin, my grandma cooked winter melon pig's foot soup. We all ate it up and there were still leftovers, so I thought I wouldn't waste it, so I gave you a bowl of it. This is to thank me for being righteous and helping me out tonight? Lin Yiqing looked at the red-faced Xin and laughed. Then come in. Xin waved her hands and said, No, 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 no. She then handed the pig's foot soup to Lin Yiqing's hand and then hurriedly trotted downstairs. Lin Yiqing drank the winter melon pig's foot soup and couldn't help but marvel at Lin Bin's wife's cooking skills. The soup was stewed thick and not greasy. The entrance was smooth and the aftertaste was long. It was simply too good to drink. After finishing the soup, Lin Yiqing brushed the soup cup clean and quietly put it back into the kitchen cupboard. He did not want to make it difficult for a girl because of himself. Chapter 28, Lin Bin borrows money. Lin Yiqing did not go out the next day. Recently this period of time felt quite some laborious. He decided to give himself a day off to rest at home. Even if his physique was as strong as he was now, the sense of oppression brought about by all sorts of things coming one after the other during this period of time had caused him some stress. As for the matter of Sha Tin First City, he had already sent Sha Don to dock with Chen Haonan and the others. Sha Tin First City of all the preliminary work Beard Jian and Hung Yut executives have already done enough. Hung Ying to find a number of decoration company a few days ago has begun to start. As long as there is no big trouble, do not have to Lin Yiqing to step in. Lin Yiqing dealt with a messy breakfast. In his room, picked up a book and flipped through it. Bang bang bang. At this time, the door of the room was knocked again. Who is it? Lin Yiqing opened the door to his room and saw Lang Kobin standing in front of the door. The other party still had a rather lewd smile on his face. Uncle Bin, what's the matter? Didn't I already pay the rent yesterday? Lang Kobin was busy waving his hand and said, Aching, you misunderstood. I'm not looking for you to talk about rent. Yesterday's money is enough for your 2 months of rent, water and electricity. I made a special trip to Manhwa to buy a few pigeons to treat you to a meal. It's so expensive. There are still beers. Can I go in? Lin Yiqing was a bit puzzled. How could this iron-cock Linkabin be so nice today, that he would buy pigeons and beer for him? This guy must be begging himself for something. But what could I have for him to beg for? Linkabin entered Lin Yiqing's room and sat down. Enthusiastically said, Ah Chang, I know you didn't go out today. It must be another noodles to deal with it, right? Come eat pigeon while it's hot. I'll open the beer for you. Lin Yiqing didn't touch the things he brought, and asked straight to the point, Uncle Bin, you're looking for me for something, right? Just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. I can have what things, is to see you with our family Shinshin general age but no one to take care of, all day to eat noodles. I feel the hard over. This is to buy things to you. You do not want to worry about it. Lang Kobin said while sneaking a glance at Lin Yiqing's face, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Lin Yiqing, of course, recognized his trick at a glance, and pushed the things in front of Linkabin, saying, Uncle Bin, I don't deserve it. Since you're fine then go ahead. I still have things to do so I won't keep you. And your things are also taken away with you. I have something to eat. Lang Kobin was anxious when he heard his words, Ah Chang, this is what I went all the way to buy for you. You can't let me down. Lin Yiqing stopped talking and looked at him with cold eyes. No expression on his face at all. Lang Kobin was staring at him a little uncomfortable, then opened a can of beer, gulped pour 2 mouths, sighed and said, Ah Chang, you guessed right. I do have something to look for you. Lin Yiqing nodded. As expected, what is it? Just say it. I want to borrow money. I know you have the ability. Can you help me? Borrow money? A landlord borrowing money from a tenant. This was the first time Lin Yiqing had heard of it. But how did Lang Kobin know that I have money? Oh yeah, he saw me yesterday when I took money out from my wallet. It seems like it's still the old saying that money can't be exposed. Uncle Bin, I do have some money on me, but it's all hard-earned money from my hard labor. If you don't give me a valid reason, it's impossible to borrow money. Lin Yiqing didn't reject him directly. The tens of thousands of dollars in his wallet was nothing to Lin Yiqing. However, he felt that Lang Kobin must have encountered some big problem which made him open his mouth to borrow money from a stinking laborer that he never looked up to, which was simply a shameful behavior for Lang Kobin. It's like this, Ah Ching, I'm the company's accountant. A few days ago I made a mistake in a list, causing the company's accounts to be in the red by a few tens of thousands of dollars. If I don't pay it back then I'll be arrested and sent to jail. You know I'm the only one making money in our family. Xin is still on probation and can't even feed herself. The family doesn't have much money at all. I don't dare to talk to my wife about this. That's why I'm begging you. Help me, Ah Chang. Lin Yiqing carefully observed Linkabin's expression. He could see that things were not as simple as Linkabin said, but Linkabin stood in need of money was definitely true. Should he lend it to him himself? Ah Chang, you can calculate the interest for me. Just calculate the interest according to the bank, or higher than the bank can be. Lang Kobin was eager and somewhat impatient. Lin Yiqing's heart was already clear. This guy's matter would definitely not be as simple as he said. At this time he suddenly remembered the cup of winter melon pig's foot soup that Xin served him last night. Of course there was also Xin shy look last night, which had long been imprinted into Lin Yiqing's heart. Forget it, let's just give your understanding daughter a face, Lin Yiqing said in his heart. How much do you want to borrow? Hearing Lin Yiqing say this, Lang Kobin's eyes suddenly sparked with hope. Of course the more the better. How much can you lend me? Lin Yiqing took out his wallet and pulled out $1,000 and a few hundreds from it, then threw the wallet over to Linkabin. There's enough $20,000 to $30,000 in the wallet. You take it all. You don't have to give me interest. Just pay me back when you have the money. Lang Kobin thanked him profusely and left. On his way out he didn't forget to tell Lin Yiqing to eat the pigeon. Otherwise it wouldn't be good if it got cold. Lin Yiqing laughed and shook his head. 2 days ago he also laughed at the chicken for a woman almost cut. Today he lent her father money for a woman. Really, men are a virtue. However, the chicken that is purely in order to go to bed with a woman. Lin Yiqing is thinking with Shinshin can have some feelings above the things. After all, this girl with the previous girls he has met is not the same. Julian is a long time to get along with Lin Yiqing day-to-day love. Xin is his hero to save the beauty. Who wouldn't want something else to happen with a beautiful woman after he heroically saves her? If Lang Kobin knows that Lin Yiqing lent him money for the sake of his daughter, I don't know how he will feel? Lin Yiqing shook his head and did not want to think about Lenkabin's things. Directly pick up the pigeon and beer to eat. It is really worthy of Hong Kong Island's most famous Sha Tin Lunghua pigeon, especially sweet and delicious, and then drink a mouthful of beer. It is simply beautiful. After eating, Lin Yiqing directly lying in bed, by the way, made a few phone calls, mainly asked about Jimmy's side of the factory situation and the Fine East in the first city of Sha Tin side of the situation. Jimmy said that the machine has been installed and debugged. Fusang people sent technical experts or training workers. Training 3 days after the workers will be able to work. Then you can officially production. There is nothing much going on in the east side, and the work of several decoration companies is going on quite smoothly. In the future, Hongqing will arrange more decoration companies to enter the construction, and the progress will be very fast then. Lin Yiqing was very satisfied after listening to their reports, lying on the bed and stretched. First sleep well before. Chapter 29, Apartment Building Siege. Lin Yiqing woke up with a start and looked at the wall clock. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He climbed up in a flash, lit a cigarette and walked over to the balcony to look down. Lang Kobin's house was on the 11th floor of an apartment building, and Feng Shun Street could be seen just below the balcony. Wache Village is the old city center of Sha Tin, much more lively and prosperous than Sha Tin Y. And at 10 o'clock in the evening the streets of Feng Shun Street are still crowded with people, and all kinds of stores are still open for business, and it's still early for the closing time. At this time, Lin Yiqing found something wrong. In their own apartment building downstairs, a dozen motorcycles are still surrounded the apartment building door. Most of the motorcycles are two people, with baseball bats in their hands, and the arrogant look is that of a gangster. The motorcycles were still increasing at this time, and the last one to come was a black motorcycle. The man got off and took off his helmet, revealing a head of long flowing hair. When the others saw the long-haired guy arrive, they immediately gathered around him, and the long-haired guy gestured and said something, after which a dozen people entered the apartment building through the gate. 5 minutes later, Lin Yiqing heard the door of Lenko Bin's house downstairs was banging knocking. Knocking on the door was very loud, alarmed the residents of the entire floor. Wasn't that street fighter arrogant yesterday? Tell him to come out. Hurry up and come out, or else we'll catch you and skin you. Pouncer boy, going to be a shrinking violet? Lin Yiqing listened for a while. Those people had already started smashing the door with baseball bats, but Lenko Bin's house was the kind of fence security door. It wasn't something that could be smashed open in a moment. Bang bang bang, Lin Yiqing's room door was knocked on. This time the knock was more urgent. Xin cried as soon as she entered the door. Mr. Lin, they're coming for you. You mustn't go out. They're all holding baseball bats in their hands. My mom was scared and cried. My dad is calling the police now. Oh, coming so fast? Have you gone out and downstairs all day today? Xinshin thought for a moment and said, I just went downstairs to the convenience store to buy something. Could it be that they were on to me then? Well, that must be it then. It's okay, don't be afraid. Pacify your parents. I'll take care of things. Xin didn't know why she had an inexplicable sense of trust in the man in front of her, and couldn't help but nod her head. Lin Yiqing took Xinshin's cold little hand and patted it to show her not to be afraid, then walked downstairs with her. Uncle Bin, don't call the police. It's useless to call the police. It's so late now, the police won't care. You don't have to be afraid. They are here to find me. I'll deal with them. It has nothing to do with you. Lang Kobin was furious when he heard Lin Yiqing say this. Nothing to do with us? You messed with the people in the society outside, and they chased you to my house and smashed my door, and you still say it has nothing to do with us? We are really dragged to death by you. Dad, it's not what you think. It's like this. Last night when I came home, Xin told the Lunkobin couple all about what happened last night, then added, Dad, don't misunderstand Mr. Lin, he was also trying to protect me from those bastards last night. Lang Kobin was now speechless. He didn't realize that Lin Yiqing had gotten himself into trouble for his own daughter. Lin Yiqing said with a calm face, Xin, there's no need to talk about anything else. Let's deal with the matter at hand now. He then picked up his cell phone and dialed. Lang Kobin was surprised to see Lin Yiqing had a cell phone. When did a dock laborer have the money to buy a cell phone? When did a wharf laborer have the money to buy a cell phone? It was a luxury item costing tens of thousands of dollars, and only the top management of the company had cell phones, while ordinary employees like him didn't even dare to think about it. He then thought of today he went to borrow money. Lin Yiqing did not even blink to the wallet of tens of thousands of dollars thrown over. Even more somewhat confused, this one-of-a-kind young man in front of him was getting more and more uncomplicated. What on earth could he be? Hey, Dong, are you at the warehouse? Well, you bring someone to my house right away. Yes, the apartment building on Fengshan Street. There's a group of ungrateful guys who need to be taught a lesson. With Lin Yiqing's ability, he could easily clean up the 30 or so people outside and downstairs, but he was now one of the several bosses of Iran. If he had to do everything by himself, what kind of boss would he be? directly when the warrior to go forget. Ah Chang, what exactly is your identity? Lin Yiqing's family of 3 all had a new understanding of Lin Yiqing. This young man in front of them definitely had an unusual identity, but none of them could guess. Uncle Bin, it's not good to know too much about some things. Just like this matter today, even if I tell you all about it, what good will it do you? As soon as Lin Yiqing heard that those people were Yirong's people, he realized why Lin Yiqing didn't let him call the police. It was already more than 10 o'clock at night. Even if the police called the police, they wouldn't care, because Yirong was the underground emperor of midnight in Sha Tin. He then said with a serious face, Ah Chang, I don't know what you're going to use to deal with those people outside, but I grew up in Sha Tin since I was a kid, and I know what weight the word Yirong carries in Sha Tin, and those people are all Yirong boys. Are you sure that you can keep this thing down? My good friend Akin is also a Yirong guy. I'll give him a call. Hopefully he can help. Lin Yiqing pressed down his hand that was about to make a call. Uncle Bin, we haven't known each other for a short time. Could it be that you don't trust me that much? Lin Yiqing still wanted to struggle a bit, but couldn't resist Lin Yiqing's firmness, so he had to give up. Ah Ching you're still young. You really don't know the power of these people. Just at this time, the apartment downstairs suddenly a clamor. Lin Yiqing's home door smashed the door of the people who stammered a few words have run downstairs. Lin Yiqing hurriedly from the balcony to look down below, only to see downstairs came 6 minibuses. From above came down 60 or 70 people. Instantly the biker boys surrounded. Is the fine east with people too? Lin Yiqing patted Uncle Bin's shoulder. Uncle Bin, when I say it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm going down to take a look. Mr. Lin, be careful. Xin looked at Lin Yiqing, who opened the door to go out and couldn't help but instruct him. Lin Yiqing turned around and smiled. Don't worry, it's fine. After he went out, Lin Yiqing eagerly asked Xin, what exactly is the relationship between the two of you? What exactly is he? Xin, I don't know. I only spoke to Mr. Lin for the first time last night. I hadn't communicated at all before. Lin Yiqing looked at the scene downstairs and glanced at his family, who were all still jittery. Chapter 30, Beat Up the Missing Tooth Ping. Lin Yiqing had just taken the elevator downstairs and out of the apartment door when he heard someone yelling, no matter who it is, I'm going to catch him out today. Dare to hurt my brother. I want him to look good. The long-haired guy at the head of the gang of biker boys yelled in an unbelievable manner. Who's the one who wants me to look good? Lin Yiqing quickly walked up to all of them and asked the long-haired man with a gloomy face. After the long-haired man saw that the person coming was Lin Yiqing, he immediately panicked a bit. Yeah, why is it Brother Ching? Brother Chang, how can you personally show up for a small matter? Lin Yiqing glanced at him and said coldly, your lack of teeth Ping, aren't you? What's the matter? You've come to my doorstep? Toothless Ping was Cripple Bing's beloved little brother, and Lin Yiqing had only seen him a few times, more or less. Last night, the 4 puzzlers reported the name of the missing teeth Ping. Lin Yiqing did not take it seriously is also the reason why. He cannot hurt his brain for a 4-9 children, but did not expect that the missing teeth Ping really brought people to the door. Lin Yiqing of course, to give him a little color to see. Otherwise, if all the juniors think that Lin Yiqing does not have so much fire, not everyone can step on his head? At that time, Lin Yiqing's men would be even more unappreciated. Brother Qing, you misunderstood. I have a few brothers were beaten last night, but also robbed their girlfriend. This is not today. I brought people to give them back last night's scene. I did not expect to happen to meet Brother Qing. Lin Yiqing laughed coldly. Lack of teeth Ping, do you think you've grown so capable that you can act recklessly in front of me? I'm the one who beat up your brother last night. What? Do you want to get back at me? Toothless Flat smiled cheaply on his face. No. Brother Chang, how would I dare to do that? If I had known that it was you, Brother Chang, who beat them up, I wouldn't have come. And since Brother Chang beat them up, it must have been their fault. But after all, we are all Yirong's people, and we can't escape from saying that we are Yirong's fellow disciples. Brother Chang, you beat people up for no reason. Don't you have to show a little bit? Toothless Ping, this guy behind must be Crippled Bing behind him. Otherwise how would he dare to be so unbridled in front of Lin Yiqing? Lin Yiqing decided that after this point is not in a hurry to clean up there. Just asked, then how do you think I should show it? Tell me? Let's put it this way. Brother Chang, it's not fair to say anything else. My 4 brothers were injured by you. You'll take $40,000 out, and give $10,000 to one person as medical expenses. Do you think it's reasonable? Reasonable. Too reasonable. Lin Yiqing laughed and clapped his hands, walked to the front of the missing teeth Ping. Suddenly the smile disappeared. Snap sound according to the missing teeth Ping's hateful face is a slap. The missing teeth flat thin and dry body work can withstand Lin Yiqing's slap. He staggered unsteadily, fell to the ground. Mouth spit out a mouthful of blood. Blood even with a tooth. The reason why his fancy name was called Missing Teeth Ping was because he was missing a few teeth. And now when he saw that Lin Yiqing had knocked another one out for him, he suddenly burst into a rage. Long Cheng, you pouncer, how dare you knock out my teeth? I'll pounce on your old M. Toothless Ping bowed and climbed up from the ground, grabbing the baseball bat in the hand of the person next to him and rushed towards Lin Yiqing. He had just run over 2 steps away when his knee was struck by a steel pipe and he stumbled to the ground again. The person with the steel pipe was no other than Lin Yiqing's Baxi, who had just been brought under his command. The men who saw the lack of teeth Ping was beaten, of course not willing, one by one, waving a baseball bat to rush over. But how can the people brought by He Xiandong had already surrounded them? 30-some people, how can be more than 70 people's rival? Not a few minutes to be beaten one by one, squatting on the ground holding the head. At this time, Baxi holding a steel pipe aimed at the back of the missing teeth Ping is a stick. Missing teeth Ping hissed loudly. The body because of the pain has been curled up. Baxi is Cripple Bing's cousin. Usually with the missing teeth flat must know. But it seems that the two of them may have had a bad time with each other before. Otherwise Baxi, how would it be so painful to beat the missing teeth flat? Ring ring ring. At this time Lin Yiqing's phone rang, and when he picked it up, it was Cripple Bing's voice. Ah Cheng, is my man Ah Ping causing trouble at your place? You give me face to release him first. I will give you an explanation. All our fellow disciples, don't make things too big. What do you think? Lin Yiqing laughed out loud. Brother Bing, your boys have come to my doorstep. Do you mean to tell me to hold back and shake hands with him? Is it true that I have to shake hands with him even if someone else is on my head tomorrow? Ah Cheng, no matter what. I'm in the same generation as your boss Ah Chang. Can't you give me face? Face? I'll give you a dozen if face can be a meal. Ah Bing, why are you so ignorant? I'm hanging up now. After Lin Yiqing pressed the phone off, he greeted Fine East and the others. Take this pouncer back to the warehouse. Everyone else, let them roll. Toothless Ping's minions all pissed their asses off, and Lin Yiqing and Ho Shidong took Toothless Ping to the headquarters of Sha Tin First City. After entering, Lin Yiqing instructed Baxi to use a rope to hang lack of teeth Ping up, and then started beating him up, without a word of nonsense at all. Baxi loved doing this job. No one else needed to intervene at all. He alone took all kinds of handy tools and started to greet the missing teeth on the body. It looked like Baxi had definitely suffered from the missing teeth in the past, otherwise how would he be so hard? Baxi beat up the missing teeth flat for more than 20 minutes. The missing teeth flat at this time has no human appearance. The whole body is bruised and battered. The teeth in the mouth were also knocked down by Baxi several. The appearance of how miserable to be is miserable. Lin Yiqing greeted Fine East and they moved the mahjong table, called on Bo Zai Song and they began to play mahjong. Baxi, it's almost time to play. Sit down and rest for a while. Brother Cheng, I'm not tired. Baxi was quite dedicated, not idle for a moment, and while talking, he also pumped 2 more sticks into Toothless Ping. Fine East said as he touched the cards, forget it Baxi, if you hit him again, you'll kill him, it won't be easy to end it if he dies. Baxi then stopped his hand, pulled a chair and sat down, lit a cigarette and smoked it. A round of mahjong was not finished. Lin Yiqing's phone rang. After picking it up, a somewhat unfamiliar yet familiar voice came from the opposite side. Long Qing, do you think that you can leave everyone out of the picture now that you're the boss? Let me tell you, you are not in charge of Yirong now. Even if Qin doesn't speak, there is still me. Morning FAI. If you give your face, release the people right away. If you don't give your face, then don't blame me for not being polite. Chapter 31 Lane Bing comes. Ha ha ha. Morning FAI. Do you think I'm one of those little characters? Think you can bluff me with a few words? Tell you what, I don't care what kind of catfight you have with crippled Bing. Since you're willing to stand up for his little brother, then I'm not afraid to get the word out. Either of you's face is useless with me. Tell crippled Bing to go to Longhua tomorrow and set up 20 tables of wine to apologize to me. Otherwise everything is off the table. If you guys want to fight, I'll accompany you. After saying that, Lin Yiqing hung up the phone, staring at the mahjong on the table in thought. Xiaodong came to his ear and whispered, Brother Cheng, now that crippled Bing and Morning FAI are joining forces to put pressure on us, are we? Lin Yiqing waved his hand and said, just a bunch of dogs and chickens. Don't be afraid. This guy missing tooth Ping was sent by crippled Bing and Morning FAI to make things difficult for me. If I don't make things difficult for them, I'm afraid that they'll intensify their efforts in the future. Ah Dong is now in charge of the business of the association and can't be separated. Ah Song, you take Zuni and Baxi to continue to collect people. In the future our business will become bigger and bigger. Of course the more people the better. Understand? Got it Brother Cheng. Bo Zai Song nodded his head very solemnly in agreement. Now that Fine East had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility by Lin Yiqing, he knew that he had to work hard as well, otherwise he would be left far behind. At this time Lin Yiqing pushed the mahjong tiles in his hand. Who? Self-touch 13 youngest. Give money. Hey, Brother Cheng, you guys won again. Brother Cheng, you have to treat us today. I've had a bad hand today. Fine Dong and the others complained about Lin Yiqing's constant who cards. Lin Yiqing also wondered why his luck was surprisingly good today. It's really a bit strange. At this time his phone rang again. Lin Yiqing stared at the phone for a few seconds and did not answer. Now he most do not want to answer the phone. Only two people. One is Seafood Strong. The other is the Beard Jian. Both of them, no matter who called to the missing teeth, flat pleading. Lin Yiqing cannot not give face. Just what should come will always come. Lin Yiqing picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. Ah Chang, how's it going? Things have been good lately, haven't they? I heard that it only took you 3 days to take over City 1 Sha Tin and several streets in Nubizet and Yuan Shanwei. That's really efficient. As soon as Hu Zijian came up, he chatted with Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing also snorted and said, Brother Jian, it's better that you gave me a good foundation. This side didn't let anyone interfere in it, and now it's directly handed over to me. I haven't had a chance to thank you properly yet. Hu Zijian laughed. Ah Chang, you're welcome. In the future, the first city in the territory north of Shali Highway is all yours. This piece of land is not very big, but the business is not small. Then Ah Chang's Sha Tin Y can be much stronger. You have to do well for the company to operate. I know, buddy Ken. By the way, I heard that you've taken over Baxi and Shu Lek Yuan. Are you in charge of Little Leaf Source now? Lin Yiqing nodded. Originally he was going to join the Eastern Star Gang. I saw that he was quite capable, so I took him in. Little Lek Yuan has always been in charge. I'll bring him to meet you some other day to get to know him. Good. Ah Chin, you are also considered to be opening up territory for Ari Rome. Ha ha, good job. Brother Kin is too kind. You shouldn't be calling over for these things, right? There must be something else. Ha ha ha, I can't hide anything from you. Ah Chang, I heard that you kidnapped Ah Bing's little brother. Missing Tooth Ping? Now Ah Bing is looking for me to ask for someone. Are all the same teacher and brother? Set up the wine, I think it's even. I'll say sorry for robbing for you. You put his little brother to release it. Lin Yiqing laughed. Brother Kin, how can I afford for you to apologize for him? Since you opened your mouth. Brother Kin, of course I'll do as I'm told. How about this? You ask Ah Bing to come over and pick him up. I'm at the warehouse in the first city. He should know where it is. Okay, Ah Chang, thank you. Lin Yiqing fell into deep thought after putting down the phone. He desperately wanted to solve the mystery in his heart. Morning Hui went out of his way to turn against himself for crippled Bing, and Beardy Jian also came to plead for crippled Bing, as if crippled Bing had become the meat and potatoes in general for a while. What exactly were the benefits of them doing this? Lin Yiqing tried to scrape all the information in his brain. In the end there is only one answer. That is, Morning Hui has not yet given up with Beard Firm to fight for the seat of the sitting hall, and Beard Firm is also trying to pull in crippled Bing. There is still a month to go before Yirong will elect the next sitting house. Yirong have votes in addition to a few senior uncles, or left to them a few bosses. It can be said that the votes in each hand are particularly important, and sometimes just one vote can lead to a very different result, and the difference can be as great as 1,000 miles. All of this for Lin Yiqing simply does not have any meaning. Now his power has been formed. Even if it is more than a month after Morning Hui as Yirong sitters, he is not afraid. By then Morning Hui, in order to consolidate their own sitters, are afraid of pulling him too close to it. Thinking of this, Lin Yiqing looked towards the missing Teeth Ping, who had already been knocked out, and immediately had an idea in his mind. At this time, the little brother outside the door came in to report. Brother Qing, 2 cars came outside. They should be here to pick up someone. Lin Yiqing nodded. If it's Cripple Ping, bring him in, but only allow him to bring in 2 people. Got it, Brother Chang. After Cripple Bing got out of the car, he couldn't help but be secretly surprised to see the dense crowd outside the warehouse. This Long Qing had only just been installed so few days before he had so many men. A glance at the past only feared that there must be 100 dozens of people. Crippled Bing, all of his men added up to not more than 100. He could not help but sigh. Lin Yiqing really spend money to have the courage. After all, to pay money will be someone to follow. Crippled Bing to control his men in the 100 or less for fear of the usual spending too much cannot afford it. However, in the Crippled Bing heart, let him feel Lin Yiqing this kind of loser behavior with the same as the Morning Hui. Know that the courage to fight to be more people. Do not know the low-key money is the serious thing. Now is not the time to think about these, or first to save the missing Teeth Ping said. Crippled Bing heart do not know how many times cursed the missing Teeth Ping, but should save him or have to save. If Crippled Bing see death to save the words, his other juniors will only feel that they follow the wrong person. The kind of little brother accident or not care about the boss simply cannot live for too long. Not under the little brother centrifugal and then by the enemy cut to death, or finally fell into an empty mountain, but no one wants to follow the end. Thinking of these, even if the Crippled Bing is not willing to come or had to come, just to the door of the warehouse, a guard at the door of the little brother came up. Brother Bing, I'm sorry. Brother Bing, sorry, search, see to search the body of the boss. Crippled Bing behind the little brothers cannot stand. Boy, what are you talking about? Dare to search our boss? Sorry Brother Bing, this is the rule. Crippled Bing stopped his men from talking anymore and raised his hands for that junior to search his body. After the two men behind him finished searching as well, the junior guarding the door blocked the people behind him. Brother Bing, our brother Qing said that he would let up to 3 of you in, and the others don't have to enter. People have to bow their heads under the roof. Crippled Bing knew that even if he went in alone Lin Yiqing wouldn't take anything from him, so he waved his hand at those people behind him, and then walked into the warehouse with the 2 little brothers behind him. Chapter 32, Abolish the Missing Teeth Ping. Lin Yiqing glanced at the 3 crippled Bing who came in through the doorway without any expression on his face, took a drag on the cigarette in his hand and made a pleased gesture to crippled Bing. Sit, brother Bing. Crippled Bing glanced at missing tooth Ping, who was hanging alive or dead, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. Brother Chang, how dare I take it if you call me that? You should still call me Bing. Lin Yiqing laughed out loud and stood up, slowly pacing in front of crippled Ping. Brother Bing, just a few jokes. There's no need to get angry, right? What about Ping? Is that a joke too? Crippled Bing pointed at the beaten and battered lack of teeth Ping and said hatefully. Lin Yiqing glanced at missing tooth Ping and said, Brother Bing, the reason he's the way he is now is because he deserves it. Yesterday I cleaned up a few of his uneducated juniors. Today he dared to bring a group of people to my house to smash the door and cause trouble, and even asked me for medical bills. If it was you, what would you do? Lin Yiqing coldly stared at crippled Bing. He wanted to see how crippled Bing would answer. If crippled Bing also made a fool of himself like this missing tooth Ping, then Lin Yiqing didn't mind leaving him behind as well. The big deal was that Lin Yiqing himself had raised someone to be the boss of the Sha Tin stone sect, and he believed that many people would fall on crippled Bing at that time. Crippled Bing pondered for a moment and said, what Ping did was indeed wrong, but we're all in the same sect, so there's no need to make him this half-dead. Right, Chang? Lin Yiqing smiled and extended his hand to find Dong, who understood and took out a bunch of banknotes from the satchel beside him and handed them to him. Lin Yiqing put the banknotes into crippled Bing's hand. Brother Bing, I've kind of given this kid a lesson today. Now look at your face and give him some medical bills. This is over. What do you say? Crippled Bing looked at the banknotes in his hand and sighed. Good. This time count me to admit defeat. Qing, you have to remember. In the future do not do anything too much. At this time, crippled Bing saw Baxi sitting there. His face showed displeasure. Baxi, how can you see your cousin and not even greet him? Now that you're with Irome's most popular boss, you've gotten too big for your own good? Baxi scratched his head and stood up. Cousin, when I wanted to be with Dongxing, you weren't happy, but now that I'm with brother Qing, we're all Irome's people just like you. You should be happy. Happy? Humph. I am happy enough today. He then instructed his men behind him, take Ping and let's go. Crippled Bing's men put lack of teeth Ping down, then the 2 of them set him up and walked outside. At this time, lack of teeth Ping had already woken up from his unconsciousness. When he passed by Baxi, missing tooth Ping stared fiercely at Baxi. His mouth with leaky teeth spat out a sentence, Pouncer, boy, sooner or later, one day, I'll chop you to death. The voice of this sentence was not loud, but all the people present heard it. Crippled Bing was afraid of getting into trouble and hurriedly instructed his 2 henchmen, hurry up and go. Lin Yiqing spoke up at this moment. Wait. When several people heard Lin Yiqing speak, they all stopped moving. Chang, we've all spoken just now. You're not going to back out, are you? Crippled Bing said as he stared into Lin Yiqing's eyes. Lin Yiqing walked over to missing tooth Ping. Can you repeat what you said just now? Missing tooth Ping's eyes showed a hint of fear when he saw Lin Yiqing. His lips moved without making a sound. Are you still a man? Dare to say that you don't dare? Lin Yiqing looked at missing tooth Ping with scornful eyes. Missing tooth Ping seemed to feel like he had been greatly humiliated. After a while he opened his mouth and said, I said, in the future, I will definitely seek revenge on Baxi, that street pouncer. Lin Yiqing snorted coldly, is that so? Dong, bring me the knife. Crippled Bing panicked now and hurriedly stopped between Lin Yiqing and missing tooth Ping. Chang, don't mess around. He's beaten out of his mind and talking nonsense. I'll take him away now, okay? Also, I don't want this money. Leave it for the brothers to drink tea. With a snap, the pile of banknotes was blocked by Lin Yiqing and fell to the ground, scattering all over the place. Crippled Bing was still continuing to plead for mercy. Ching, you're a boss. Don't generalize with an unintelligent little brother like him, lest others laugh at you. Lin Yiqing had already taken the knife handed to him by Fine East. Without any nonsense at all, he pulled up one of Toothless Ping's arms, and with a miso sound, he stabbed him in the wrist, and did the same with his other hand. His speed is very fast. Crippled Bing wanted to stop but did not have time. After all, level 20 knife skill is not for fun. Crippled Bing screamed out, black blood oozing out of both his wrists, which looked particularly horrible. Lin Yiqing said to Toothless Ping expressionlessly, remember, kid, it's me, Long Cheng, who scrapped your hands and picked your tendons. If you want to take revenge, you can come to me anytime you want. Do you understand? Where is the missing teeth? Ping still have the strength to answer his words. Wailing sounds are from the throat. Brother Bing, hurry up and take him to the hospital. Otherwise the bleeding will kill him. Crippled Bing glanced at Lin Yiqing. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. He really didn't think that the superficially seemingly gentle Lin Yiqing would be so ruthless, cutting human tendons when he said so. Originally, he used to think that the death of Hongfa Red Stick Blind Leopard was an accident, but now it seems that it was really done by Lin Yiqing alone, because the ruthlessness with which Lin Yiqing did his work was something that the vast majority of people couldn't do. After the crippled Bing and his men left with the missing teeth, Baxi walked up to Lin Yiqing and said excitedly, "Brother Chang, from now on, my life is yours. If you want to take it, you can take it at any time." Baxi wasn't a little cutie. He knew that the reason why Lin Yiqing had cut Toothless Ping's 2 tendons was all because of the words Toothless Ping had said to Baxi. After returning to the warehouse today, Baxi was the one who beat up Toothless Ping, so Toothless Ping's hatred was all on Baxi. Lin Yiqing had inflicted even more damage on him by cutting 2 of his hand tendons, so Lin Yiqing had transferred most of Toothless Ping's hatred onto himself. Also, Toothless Ping's tendons had been broken. Even if they were reattached, they would still be a pair of ruined hands, so he couldn't even lift a knife. So how could he talk about chopping people? Lin Yiqing's move was also to give Baxi a point of peace of mind. Seeing Lin Yiqing think so much about himself as a junior brother who just followed him, with such a good boss, how can Baxi not be grateful? And how can he not have his blood boiling in his heart? Lin Yiqing smiled and said to Baxi, "Baxi, you're out of line to say such a thing. We're all brothers. I'm content as long as you have that intention. Ah Dong, send someone to clean up and let the brothers disperse. Yes, don't forget to pay the brothers for their hard work and treat them to a late night snack. Ah Son, Zuni, Baxi, you guys help Ah Dong get things done. We'll talk about anything tomorrow." Chapter 33 Fame resonates through Feng Shun Street. Sitting in the taxi ride home, Lin Yiqing quietly looked out the window at the night scene. At this moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations on successfully punishing missing Tooth Ping and deterring crippled Bing. Rewarded with 30 points and $500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yiqing opened the system panel and took a look. The points had now accumulated 153 points, and there were still 4 million Hong Kong dollars lying quietly in the system warehouse. The car quickly arrived under the Feng Shun Street apartment building. Lin Yiqing then remembered that he hadn't eaten dinner yet, so he looked for a fast food restaurant next to the apartment building that hadn't closed yet and prepared to have a snack before going back. It was already 11 o'clock at night. The store was cold and quiet with no one there. Lin Yiqing entered and saw a man sweeping the floor. "Man, what kind of food is there that you haven't gotten me some?" The sweeper was a bald guy. Hearing someone come in, he said without lifting his head, No, we're closed. Come back tomorrow." Lin Yiqing had already found a table and sat down. He also lit a cigarette. "Please make me something to eat. I'm starving. Anything will do. Just fill my stomach. I'll tip you more." "What tip? Can't you hear me when I say it's closed? Is it going to mess up?" The bald guy seemed to have a bellyful of anger and looked up at Lin Yiqing, but in an instant his eyes widened. It's you." Lin Yiqing was a bit strange. "What, am I that famous? You seem to recognize me?" "Of course, tonight you fixed the gang of biker boys from Missing Teeth. The whole street of Feng Shun Street is talking about you. Half of the street knows you. This big brother. Which hill are you from? Those bikers have been causing trouble on our street lately, and you've gotten rid of them with a single move, and even arrested their boss, Toothless, and now everyone on Feng Shun Street admires you a lot." Lin Yiqing had never thought that he had just made a small mess on the street, so that the whole street knew him. This is also a little too outrageous. What's the point of asking so many questions? I'm hungry. Oh, I'll go make you food right away. Wait for me. The bald guy quickly ran to the kitchen to work. Lin Yiqing smoked while watching him work over there. 10 minutes later, Baldy brought out a steaming hot Hainanese chicken rice and a few plates of marinade, as well as frozen milk tea and egg tarts. "Big brother, there's really nothing to eat in the store, so you can just deal with it. Come back tomorrow and I'll treat you to my best dishes, okay?" The bald man's enthusiasm was a bit too much, making Lin Yiqing a bit uncomfortable. "These are very good. I'm really thankful that I can eat such a hot snack in the middle of the night." "Thank you for what? In the future, we still have to rely on you big guys to take care of us. Our business is only good." The bald guy smiled fawningly at Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing shook his head while picking up the chicken rice. "I'm not a big brother. My name is Long Ching. Just call me Ah Ching. What should I call you?" "Ah, so it's Brother Ching. Brother Chang, long time no see. My name is Hua. They all call me Bald Hua. You can call me whatever you want." Okay Brother Hua." Bald Hua asked with a mysterious look on his face. "Brother Chang, do you know? Today, the whole street has spread the word that you are the young master of some big association, and that the toothless boy who dares to smash your door today is asking for death." Ha 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 ha. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but laugh. What else did they say? They also said that Toothless must have been thrown into the sea today, and that there will be no more of this person on Hong Kong Island. They really said that? So what do you think? Baldwa shook his head and said, I don't think what they said is true, and I don't know how to refute them, so I can only listen to them. Are you also curious about my identity? Baldy Hua nodded, of course, that's true. Brother Qing, you're so powerful today. Of course I'm curious too. I can only tell you that I'm from Irong. Got it? No wonder. Then in the future, can I tell others that this little store of mine is covered by your brother Qing? It turned out that this balding Hua kid's ultimate goal was here. Lin Yiqing put down his chopsticks at this time and took a sip of frozen milk tea. Brother Hua, this is not my turf. It's useless even if you report my name out. Understand? I'm done eating. Settle the bill, Brother Hua. Baldy Hua quickly waved his hand and said, a small snack is just a small snack. Where do you have to pay for it? Brother Chang, forget about it. Lin Yiqing smiled and said, alright Brother Hua, I'll make you a friend. In the future you can't say that your store is covered by me, Long Qing, but if someone makes a mess, you can tell others that you're a friend of me. Long Qing, thanks for the snack. After saying that, Lin Yiqing went out and went upstairs. This guy, Baldy Hua, although he could be a little smart, but he didn't flip out because Lin Yiqing rejected his request, which showed that this person's nature was good. Lin Yiqing didn't mind making a city friend with this kind of good nature. Back to Lenkabin's house, Lin Yiqing gently opened the door. This time Lenkabin's family of 3 should have already slept. He did not want to wake up others. Who knows that as soon as he entered the doorway, he saw that the lights in the living room were still on, and Lenkabin's family was sitting neatly on the sofa. It turned out that they had been waiting for Lin Yiqing all along. As soon as Lenkabin saw Lin Yiqing come back, he hurriedly stood up. Ah Ching, come and sit down. Have some tea. Lin Yiqing wondered in her heart how the always cold-faced Lenkabin suddenly became so polite to herself. Uncle Bin, Auntie Bin, it's too late. I won't sit down. I'll go up and rest first. We'll talk tomorrow. Uncle Bin hurriedly came over to pull Lin Yiqing's arm. Ah Ching before that Uncle Bin's attitude towards you is a bit bad, but they are all their own people. Well, you do not take it to heart. We have been waiting for you to come back. Is concerned about you? How are things done? How did it go? Will those bikers come back to cause trouble again? Lin Yiqing laughed. Uncle Bin, don't worry. I've already reached an agreement with the boss of that team of biker boys. They won't come back to cause trouble again. Are you talking about that missing tooth kid that you slapped down? That kid has been making a name for himself on our street lately. Will he be happy to be cleaned up by you today? Uncle Bin, you still don't believe me? If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. After saying that, Lin Yiqing went upstairs by himself. Lenkabin's wife complained to him. He said there is nothing wrong with A Qing. Why are you nagging over and over again? Look at it. It makes other people unhappy, right? Alas, I'm not worried that you and Xinshin will be assassinated by them when you go out. I hope that I'm too worried. Chapter 34 Trivia. The next day, Lin Yiqing went to the company's headquarters on Gue D Street to meet with Hu Zijian. There were 2 things in total. One was the friction that happened between him and Cripple Bing last night. He had to tell Beardy Ken in detail, so that Beardy Ken wouldn't think that he had no respect for his elders. The second thing was the main purpose of Lin Yiqing's visit, which was to report to Hu Zijian about his opening a factory in Fotan. When Hu Zijian heard that Lin Yiqing had rented a factory in Fotan to produce pirated CDROMs, he immediately changed his opinion of Lin Yiqing. Originally, he thought that Lin Yiqing was a young man who only knew how to fight and kill, but he didn't realize that the young man in front of him knew how to engage in industry after he had just become the boss, which really impressed him. Seafood strong with him for so many years still continue the old way, relying on a few Sparrow Hall and Bad Bar, and then is to collect protection fees, valet parking. Crippled Bing and Gue Li Chang, needless to say, one to engage in pills and a moneylender, are some of the lowly trade, although the money is fast, but also a very risky line of work. Morning Hui, needless to say, in Mongkok, what wave of gambling stalls and powder stalls together? If one day the police seriously want to clean him up, decades of jail can sit through his ass. Even Beardy Kin himself only transformed from the traditional association industry 2 years ago, and started to get involved in the legitimate industry, opening this factory here in Kwai T Street. Lin Yiqing, on the other hand, had switched to a legitimate industry right away. Although it was not legal to make pirated discs, it was already a white lane business compared to the lowly businesses of their club members. Bei Jian sat behind his wide desk, looking at the rich and powerful young man across from him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart that he really couldn't keep up with the pace of the times. Ah Chang, if you have something to say, just say it straight out. Of course it's good to be in the right line of work. Of course I support you, but there's no need to come and inform me specifically. Lin Yiqing dusted the ashes in the ashtray. Brother Jian, the bright people do not say the dark words. This business is my own money to engage in. Did not use the company a penny. Then the money earned, Hu Zijian instantly understood. Oh, you're talking about this, Chang. You can completely put your heart in your stomach. The pirated disc business is your personal business. No matter how much you can earn, it has nothing to do with the company. I can assure you here. Thank you, Brother Qin. Let's have dinner together sometime. You go ahead and get busy. I'll leave you alone. Alright, Chang. I'll ask Chang to find a place some other day. We'll have a nice drink as brothers. After Lin Yiqing left, Hu Zijian smiled and shook his head. How much money could a pirated disc business make? To think that it was worth Lin Yiqing coming to him in such a hurry to clear his relationship with the company. This Qing is still too young to be so nervous about a little bit of business, so he seems to have seen too little. What Hu Zijian couldn't imagine was that in a few months' time, he would hit himself hard and hate himself for being short-sighted and not taking advantage of the opportunity to buy a share in the pirate disc factory. After fixing Beijian's side, Lin Yiqing went to the pirate disc factory again. Today, all the machines had been installed and debugged, and the workers' training would be completed in 2 more days. Lin Yiqing left Jimmy 300,000 yuan as the factory's working capital. After all, burning pirated discs not only need raw materials but also to go to the theater to package the movie for recording. Every movie are packaged, but also need to spend a lot of money. He also told Jimmy to call him as soon as there was something he couldn't solve, and that the most important thing for them to do now was to get the pirate disc factory up and running. After leaving the factory, Lin Yiqing suddenly remembered that he hadn't gone to take a look at the renovation project for a few days, so he took a taxi again and went to City 1 Sha Tin. Chen Haonan was particularly enthusiastic when he saw Lin Yiqing. Brother Qing, I haven't seen you for a few days. Why are you so busy? Lin Yiqing laughed. Brother Nan, I'm a rough man. I don't know anything about these decoration things. My brother Tung is much more suitable than me to do these things, so I sent him to cooperate with you. How is it? You guys work well together, right? That's for sure. That day we were blocked in Paradise nightclub. If it wasn't for Brother Qing you called Brother Tung, and Brother Tung brought so many people here, how could we be rescued? Fine Dong laughed at the side and said, Brother Nan, you are too polite. Now we are all on our own. Where is the need to be so polite? Chicken interjected. Brother Qing, it just so happens that you're here today. Where are we going to relax tonight? Chicken, what are you talking about? You just know how to play all day long. Can't you see that we're talking about business? Don't be so rude to Brother Qing. Chen Haonan couldn't help but reprimand Chicken, but Chicken still looked like he didn't care about the smile. Lin Yiqing laughed and shook her head. This guy Chicken really can't live without a woman. Brother Chicken, I still have things to do tonight that I can't accompany you guys. How about this? Dong, take Brother Nan and Brother Chicken and the others to Regal tonight to have some fun. I'll pay for all the spending. Good. Hey, Brother Qing has given the word. Then we will not be polite. Nest skin, penis, foreskin. Tonight there is something cool again. Ha ha ha. After Chicken left, Lin Yiqing began to talk to Chen Haonan about business. Brother Nan, how's the progress of the recent project? Recently, 2 more decoration companies have moved in. Both of them are trusted companies that we found in Hung Yut. There are a total of 50 buildings, and a few of them are already half completed. In the future, there will be more renovation companies coming in one after another, and the speed will get faster and faster then. The initial plan was for a 1-year construction period, but now it seems like it shouldn't take that long. However, I have a feeling that some of the owners over at the 6th building have been quite fired up recently, coming to see the renovation every day and often getting into arguments with the workers. It doesn't seem like a good sign. Chen Haonan detailed the current situation to Lin Yiqing, who nodded her head while listening. Such a huge project was completed in less than a year, which was considered godly speed. You have to know that this is the construction speed of the late 80s and early 90s. Many advanced equipment and facilities are not available in the latter days. To be able to have such a fast process is already remarkable. As for the 6th building of the Thing Fine East has been reported with Lin Yiqing, the 6th building above most of the Shatian Wei neighborhood locals' house. They would have been dissatisfied with this mandatory collective renovation. Although they were dissatisfied, they could not help that several major real estate developers had already signed a contract with Hung Yut, and they would definitely not win in a lawsuit. So they wanted to use some underhanded means to achieve their goal. Brother Nan, I'll come over early tomorrow morning. I'll be right over here with you to supervise the construction. Let's settle the matter of the 6th building first, Lin Yiqing said in a cloudy manner. For Chen Haonan and the others, it was not easy to suppress the trouble caused by these Sha Tin locals, but for Lin Yiqing, it was no trouble at all. Chapter 35 Seafood Strong Touched. At night, Lin Yiqing came to Seafood Chang's Sparrow House alone. Seafood Kung was a man with little ambition and average abilities. His only merit was his loyalty and love for the old. For so many years he has been the boss of the Shatian Wei. His headquarters has always been in the Kung Ki Mahjong Pavilion, and in his own words, he likes this kind of atmosphere of the city folk playing mahjong the most. When Lin Yiqing walked into the mahjong parlor, A few of Seafood Kung's men immediately stood up to greet him upon seeing him. Now Lin Yiqing's status is very different from before. Before he is only Seafood Strong under the generals. On the status is not compared to Seafood Strong, the most powerful head of the horse grass ash industry. Today is different from the past. Lin Yiqing in the short period of half a month time quickly rose to become the most popular big brother of Yirong. Lin Yiqing's territory is the most important new city of Yirong. Sha Tin first city. Under the minions more than 100, has clearly become the idol of Seafood Strong minions. Those juniors were adoring and in awe of him. It was impossible for them to greet him casually like before. Instead, they all respectfully shouted, "Brother Chang." Lin Yiqing saw these few juniors that he used to be very familiar with. Some of them even fought side by side, and his heart couldn't help but feel a lot of emotions. "Ah Ming, ah Jun, ah Fu, what are you guys being polite to me for? What should have been before is still the case now." Lin Yiqing patted their shoulders one by one. "Now even though I don't work under Brother Chang anymore, we are still all brothers in the same school. So if you have any difficulties, just look for me, and let's have tea together some other day." Several junior brothers were thrilled. They didn't expect Lin Yiqing to be so approachable even though he was already in such a position. "Got it, Brother Chang, we'll definitely visit you some other day." Lin Yiqing smiled at them, turned around and walked into Seafood Chang's office. As soon as he entered the doorway, Seafood Chang saw that the visitor was Lin Yiqing and smiled to Grass Ash Yip next to him. "Yip, didn't you always say that Chang forgot about me once he got to the top? Look, he's not here to see me." Grass Ash Industry looked unconvinced, glanced at Lin Yiqing and said, "What? You know to come back to see the boss today? You don't know how to bring a gift. You don't know the rules." Lin Yiqing heard Seafood Chang said. Since that time Grass Ashy followed Morning Fai to do something. Grass Ashy often went to Mongkok also don't know what to do. Now he even came back. It seems that Morning Fai didn't give him any favor. "Ah Yi, what is your status now? Are you working with Morning Fai or have you come back to Chang's side?" Lin Yiqing stared at Grass Ash's eyes and asked coldly. Grass Ash Industry froze at his question. "How do you say that? Of course I'm still with Brother Chang. When have I ever been with Morning Fai? A few days ago, I heard people say that you were always in Mongkok Morning Fai's venue. I thought you had climbed up the ladder." Grass Ash Yip was a bit annoyed. "Long Qing, don't spit blood here. I've always been loyal to Kung. I don't need you to sow discord. I hope those rumors aren't true. Otherwise I'd want to clean up for Brother Chang." Once Lin Yiqing said this, sweat oozed out from Grass Ash Industries' forehead. He knew how strong Lin Yiqing was nowadays. If he really cleaned up for Seafood Chang like he said, then Morning Fai wouldn't be able to protect himself no matter what. Seafood Chang came out to round up the situation at this time. "Ah Chang, that's an overstatement. Ah Yi has always been quite loyal. Don't listen to the nonsense of the people outside. It's best like this. Ah Yi, as long as you can honestly follow Brother Chang, I'll guarantee your rise to the top when Brother Chang retires. But if you dare to be dishonest, I can clean you up clearly without Brother Chang's intervention. Understand?" Grass Ash Industry was completely soft now. "I understand." In fact, Lin Yiqing knocked the Grass Ash Industry as Seafood Strong very happy to see. This can let the Grass Ash Industry do not think all day out of the head, to be able to do things under their own hands peacefully. Seafood Strong see knocking Grass Ash Industry knocking almost, then asked Lin Yiqing said, "Ah Chang, you are so busy, today over is something right?" "Actually there is nothing, just want to come over to see you, and by the way take some money to the brothers." Seafood Chang was a little confused. "Why take money?" Lin Yiqing took out a cigarette and handed it to Seafood Chang, then lit another one himself and said after taking a drag, "Brother Chang, have you forgotten? That day in Sha Tin Sherman, I asked Ah Dong to come to you to borrow troops, and you sent dozens of people over. Why do you need to bring money over for this little thing? We are all our own brothers. If it wasn't for you Ah Ching, would this Sha Tin siege be back in my hands? You've helped me enough. Isn't it right for me to send a few brothers to support you?" Lin Yiqing shook his head and said, "Brother Chang, I'm not being outgoing with you. Of course there's nothing between us two brothers, but if we don't show it, I'm afraid that the younger brothers down below will have a problem with it in their hearts. One size fits all. Brother Chang, I know you have not been generous. Sha Tianwei's business is not much but also to feed so many brothers. I will find other business to give you some shares. Today this money you must accept to distribute to the following brothers. Cannot be cold brothers' hearts." After saying that he took out a large stack of banknotes from the bag beside him. Seafood Strong eyeballed enough to have $100,000. "Ah Chang, where do I use so much?" "Brother Chang, just take it, the rest counts as my filial piety to you and sister-in-law. I started to follow you when I was a teenager. You have always treated me like a son or nephew. Every time I go to your house, my sister-in-law cooks delicious food for me. I have never forgotten these. Brother Chang, there is nothing else. I'll leave first. Go back and ask sister-in-law well for me. I'll visit her when I have time." Lin Yiqing left. Seafood Strong mood for a long time difficult to calm down. mixed half a lifetime of society. Can have Lin Yiqing, so a little brother is also counted as 3 lifetimes lucky. Next to the grass ash industry looked at a large pile of banknotes on the desk. Hala all flowed down, brother Chang. I happen to be tight recently. Do you think you can? Seafood Chang glanced at the grass ash industry. The heart cannot help but give birth to a trace of loathing. Look at people Lin Yiqing. And then look at this money-eyed and always thinking of jumping ship to climb the grass ash industry. Really make people want to smack him 2 big mouths. But Seafood Strong of course cannot show it. Lin Yiqing self-sustainable. He later have something to rely on the grass ash industry for him to charge. He counted 10 from the stack of $1,000 bills and gave them to grass ash. This is $10,000. Spend it sparingly. Don't turn around and throw it into the gambling stall in half an hour. Grass Ashy took the $10,000 and looked at the stack of bills that Seafood Chang put into the drawer and muttered, how come you only give so little? Too stingy. Chapter 36 Morning FAI in Crippled Bing. 9 o'clock in the evening. Mongkok Sai Yi Street. Prosperous road street traffic. The road bustling, pedestrians shoulder to shoulder. Street vendors yelling. Streetcars honking mixed into a clutter. Alleyways on both sides of the road. Standing rows of fashionable women in soliciting business. There are many dry and thin powder man and powder stall boy in the backroom deal. Outside the entrance of an inconspicuous pedicure room, there were 2 luxury cars and a few vans parked, and around the cars stood 1 or 2 dozen young men full of Jianghu flavor. They were vigilantly surveying everything around them, as if something dangerous would happen at any time. The pedestrians on the side of the road saw these people and went around, afraid that they would accidentally provoke them to bring trouble to themselves. Only the girls on the street who were soliciting customers were not afraid of them, walking back and forth around them, looking around for their targets. In the pedicure store, Crippled Bing was lying on a cot smoking a cigarette and enjoying the pleasure brought to him by the pedicurist. Morning Hui was lying on the cot next to Crippled Bing, but instead of calling for a pedicure, he was chewing betel nut hard in his mouth and holding a can of beer in his hand. Ah Bing ah, not I say you. Your name back then was also fought out in Sha Tin. Was picked a hamstring also did not give in to softness of the person. At that time he roams brothers which do not admire you. What about now? A little Long Cheng scared you? He cut 2 of your men's hamstrings. If it were me I wouldn't be able to stand it. Crippled Bing forcefully stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray, closed his eyes and said, Morning FAI. You also called that Long Ching puffer. What did he tell you? Morning Hui was a bit speechless. At that time, Lin Yiqing did not give him any face, so Crippled Bing called Beard Jian, which led to the scene of going to the first city to fish away the missing teeth flat. Didn't you put down harsh words at that time, saying that he didn't give you face and that you would be rude to him? How come you don't even mention it now? Morning FAI plucked the betel nut kernel out of his mouth and threw it on the ground. Well, this puffer boy, Morning FAI, will finish him off one day. Humph. Crippled Bing cannot help but sneer in his heart. Morning Hui, this guy wants to provoke himself to deal with Lin Yiqing. When the time is sure to Lin Yiqing, Seafood Strong and they completely turn the face. With them turn the face is the same as with the Beard Jian turn the face. In this way, he Crippled Bing in the future can only follow the funeral of Hui mixed, and so on wrong election when the funeral of Hui simply do not have to give him any benefits. Crippled Bing can only vote for the funeral of Hui a vote. I did not expect the surface looks like a rough man. Morning Hui will also play this hand. If not behind a high person tips. Morning Hui, this guy is also hidden too deep. That can be too scary. At this time the pedicure master to Lane Bing finished repairing the foot. Lane Bing put on the shoes, said, Morning Hui, now is not at all the time to engage in infighting. There is still a month time wrong election. By then even if it is me and Gilacheng Cheng to support you, Jen can also have Seafood Chang and Long Cheng 2 votes. You are just equal. You'd better fix those old guys. Otherwise Kin's re-election is a sure thing. I'll go first. Think about it. Pay up if you need to. Use force if you need to. After saying that, he walked out of the door of the pedicure store. After looking around, he saw a woman wearing a tight red skirt with a marvelous undulating figure, beckoned to her, and the woman hurriedly ran over to him. Crippled Bing saw her appearance after feeling quite satisfied. Pretty girl, how about spending a good night tonight? The girl knew that her business was in good hands today, and took hold of Crippled Bing's arm. Boss, as long as you're happy, whatever you want. Crippled Bing took the girl into a car. His minions got into another car. The 2 cars turned out from the laundry street, accelerated and whistled and sped away. Morning Hui coldly looked at the back of Crippled Bing's departure, spat and muttered, Puff you old dead cripple. When I become a sitting duck will definitely clean up you guys one by one. Give me weight, brother Hui, do you want to fix it? The pedicure master saw that funeral Hui was angry and asked cautiously. Morning FAI was in a bad mood and lay down on the bed. No need, I'll rest for a while, you go and get busy. At this time outside a little brother ran in. Brother Hui is not good. The little brother of the new key chicken Bao got drunk and made trouble in our venue. Our people taught him a lesson. Chicken Bao is now bringing people to come to us to ask for an explanation. Morning Hui, who had already been burned to a crisp, sat up from his cot and asked with a cold face, Chicken Bao, are the Tiger Head Army's men? Yes. The little brother replied with some trepidation when he saw Morning Fai's evil behavior and appearance. I gripe. How did I mess with them? Morning Hui was getting depressed. The entire new mark had more than 60,000 members. Tiger Head Army was the most powerful boss of New Mark, with tens of thousands of people under his command. The strength of even one of Tiger Head Army's cronies wasn't something he, Morning Hui, could fight against. Chicken Bao was one of the Tiger Head Army's most powerful henchmen. How could Morning Fai mess with him? At this time he suddenly remembered a person. Immediately, as if grabbed a straw, he quickly picked up the phone and dialed a number. Hey, brother Xin, do you talk to the Tiger Head Army? Oh, this is the case. I and his henchman Chicken Bail some misunderstandings. Want to ask you to help mediate a bit. Right. At this time, Lin Yiqing had already returned to Wache village. As usual, he hadn't eaten dinner yet, and as usual, he went to Baldi Hua's restaurant last night, and there were still several tables of guests in the restaurant at this time. Baldi Hua was behind the bar holding a pen and not knowing what he was writing. Lin Yiqing knocked on the bar table. What is brother Hua busy with? Baldi Hua looked up and saw that it was Lin Yiqing. His face was full of smiles. Brother Qing, you're here. Please have a seat. What would you like to eat? Brother Chang? Last night's Hainanese chicken rice was good. Give me another one. What other specialties are there? Baldi Hua hurriedly sold Lin Yiqing on. Yes, there is. Although our store is small, but the pigeon is one of the best. Decades-old recipe. Guests have eaten said then the pigeon in the Longhua Hotel is even better. Brother Chang, want to try? Then let's have one to try. Lin Yiqing watched as Baldi Hua went to go about his business, so he lit a cigarette and picked up the menu on the table to pass the time. At this time the next table a few teenagers walked towards Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing looked up at them. These few teenagers didn't look like students, but rather like the kind of punks that roam the streets. Not even a cook. The leader of the group, who looked quite sharp, asked with a bit of shyness, Your brother Ching, right? We're from the apartment building next to us. We've been waiting for you here for 2 days. Lin Yiqing put down his menu. Oh, is there something you guys are looking for me for? Chapter 37, We want to follow you. The moment that teenagers' words came out, Lin Yiqing didn't find it strange at all. These few teenagers were only 16 or 17 years old, and the younger ones were only 14 or 15 years old. It was the time of adolescence when the blood was fresh, and it was normal for them to want to worship the boss and play the hero. When this world's Lin Yiqing was 17 years old, he followed Seafood Strong, and they all dropped out of school early before embarking on this path. Ha. You are all at school age. It's better to finish your studies. When the time comes to find a good job as well as outstanding, do not necessarily have to join the club with the boss. The first teenager scratched his head and said, It's not that we don't want to go to school, it's that we simply can't learn. Those books know me. I don't know it. There's really no way. Brother Chang, please take us in. There are a lot of gangsters in Wache village. Why do you have to follow me? Brother Chang, we all saw when you cleaned up Toothless Ping on the street the other day. You're simply too handsome. You're our idol. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but cry and laugh. He had completely become a celebrity on Fengshan Street just by cleaning up missing Tooth Ping on this Fengshan Street. He really didn't know whether to be happy or what. Brother Chang, just take us in. We will listen to you and not cause trouble for you, please. Okay? Lin Yiqing saw that they were so sincere, so he didn't insist anymore. How about this? You guys go home first. Tomorrow morning go to the Fu Rong Ji morning tea shop on Yo Pai Sha Street and look for me. I'll arrange for you then. Okay, Brother Ching. Thank you, Brother Ching, for giving us a chance. The few teenagers were especially happy. All of them looked like they were cheering. Brother Chang, then we'll go home first. See you tomorrow. The teenagers were just about to leave when Baldi Hua saw them from behind the kitchen and hurriedly ran out to stop them. Away, you few brats want to eat for free again? Uncle Hua, didn't I tell you to write down the bill first and settle it at the end of the month? Bald Hua was anxious. Away. Your dad also told me so. For several months he has not settled a penny. Just change your restaurant to continue to keep the books. Today no money to you all are not allowed to go. Uncle Hua, I'm me. My dad is my dad. When I make money, I'll settle my dad's bill together. Will you give me this face? Ah Wei said with his neck in defiance. When you earn money? Humph. Quickly, don't give me a slip of the tongue. Do you have the money to pay or not? Lin Yiqing slapped the table at this time and said, Brother Hua, what's the point of getting angry with a class of small children? When I was their age I also ate the first meal and not the next. It's not easy for all of them. Let's put it this way. I'll settle today's meal bill for them. You don't have to charge them when they come to eat again in the future. Just look for me to settle the bill. When Baldi Hua heard Lin Yiqing say this, of course he couldn't not give Lin Yiqing face. Brother Ching, these brats can't be spoiled like this. Otherwise they'll never learn. Brother Hua, just listen to me. Go cook. The few teenagers gratefully bowed to Lin Yiqing, and after thanking him profusely, they went home in pairs. Baldy Hua really didn't brag. The pigeon he made wasn't inferior to the pigeon from the Longhua Hotel. It was even more delicious than the pigeon from Longhua. The skin was crispy and the meat was tender. It wasn't too tasty. Lin Yiqing had a particularly satisfying meal, and finally drank a cup of frozen milk tea before being completely satisfied, lit a cigarette and took a puff. Divine enjoyment is nothing more than that. Brother Hua, check out. Balding Hua smiled sarcastically and walked over. Brother Ching, this is a small business for me. Otherwise I would have no problem treating you to a meal every day. Brother Hua, what are you talking about? How can I eat your free food all day long when I have hands and feet? Lin Yiqing said as she pulled out $2,000 bills from her bag and placed them on the table. Balding Hua's face changed dramatically. Brother Ching, just such a simple meal, where do you need so much? A few $dozen is enough. Listen to me. This is the cost of my meal and the cost of the meal for those kids just now. Also, the rest of the money will be treated as me depositing it with you. You don't have to charge those kids when they come back to eat in the future. You can tell me again when it's not enough. Baldy Hua held the $2,000 bills in his hand, looked at Lin Yiqing's departing back, and sighed. Such a benevolent and righteous boss is too rare nowadays. Lin Yiqing walked to the entrance of the apartment building, suddenly found something strange. A few old men look like squatting downstairs in an inconspicuous corner. The light of the fire is smoking. What are these people doing here? His first reaction was to say that the crippled Bing sent people to retaliate. Immediately Lin Yiqing denied his own this idea. Crippled Bing is not a fool. Lin Yiqing just heard his men. If he sent people to attack Lin Yiqing, that is completely with the beard Jian. Seafood strong faction torn face. Now is the time of Yirong election coming. Such behavior is tantamount to death. Lame Bing, even if he hates Lin Yiqing, will not do such a stupid thing. So what could they be? Lin Yiqing, with a belly full of suspicion, went up the elevator to the 11th floor. From the elevator out later, Lin Yiqing also could not help but eat a shock, only to see the whole building is covered with red paint debt repayment words, especially the door of the Linkabin home, not only written all over the word, but also pasted full of Linkabin's photo and photocopy of the ID card. Linkabin owes loan sharks? Yesterday, Linkabin also just fined themselves borrowed money. Today loan sharks on the door. It seems that this guy did not tell the truth with Lin Yiqing. Definitely not his company accounts out of the question. There must be other cats and dogs. Lin Yiqing carefully opened the door with the key, but found that the door was unlocked, so he began to press the doorbell. Pressed a few times but delayed no movement. He had no choice but to take out the phone and dial Lang Kobin's house. The phone rang for a long time before someone picked it up. Hello? It was Xin's voice. Xin. This is Lin Yiqing. I'm at the door now. Open the door. Xin didn't say another word and directly hung up the phone. Then the door opened, revealing Xin's tear-stained face. Come on, let's go in and talk. Lin Yiqing pulled Xin's hand into the living room, only to find that the lights in the living room weren't even turned on. Lin Yiqing casually wanted to turn on the lights but was stopped by Xin. Mr. Lin, don't. They'll harass us if they see us turn on the lights. The left and right neighbors won't be able to have peace. Lang Kobin's wife also spoke up. Ah Ching, sorry to drag you into this, causing you to go home with so much trouble. Alas, if you want to return the rent, I'll return the rent you paid before to you. Lin Yiqing laughed. Auntie Bin, what are you talking about? Where did I say I wanted to return the rent? He patted Xin's shoulder. Auntie Bin, Xin. Since we are living under the same roof, I can't just ignore your affairs. You don't have to worry about it. I'll take care of this. After saying that, he turned on the lights in the living room. Chapter 38, Ling Kobi knows loan sharks. Lin Yiqing sat down on the sofa, greeted the fidgety mother and daughter to sit down together. Lang Kobin wife then wiped her tears and said, Ah Ching your uncle Bin this time in big trouble. He has been honest and conscientious all his life. Did not think that the older even did such a thing. After this narration from her, Lin Yiqing understood what happened. Lang Kobin a month ago addicted to horse betting lost a lot. He was afraid of being known by the family will want to flip, and then borrowed a loan shark to go to the gambling stalls. Did not expect a few days on the loss of a clean, so the more he loses the more he borrows. The more he borrows, and in the end, even the deposits placed in his wife's place were all stolen by him, but there is no way to return to heaven, and finally made a mess of a blood money. Now the debt collector blocked the door. Linkabin himself do not know where to go. Debt collectors on the Shinshin mother and daughter after a meal of intimidation scared them door did not dare to open. The lights have been turned off. 2 people have been scared silly. Now in addition to the family's nearly $100,000 in savings lost all. The light owed loan sharks have 200,000. Speaking of which, Shinshin mother and daughter looked at each other and cried again. They had reached the edge of collapse. Something so big had happened. How could the two weak women cope with it? Mr. Lin, those debt collectors are too fierce. They said that if they don't pay back the money they will chop off my dad's hands and feet. They also said that they will sell me to that kind of place. Xin looked like she had been scared silly by that class of debt-collecting kooks, and cried one after another there. Lin Yiqing walked over and sat down beside her, patting her shoulder. It's okay, everything will pass. Trust me. Xin finally couldn't hold it in anymore, and all of a sudden jumped into Lin Yiqing's arms, her tears soaking Lin Yiqing's clothes. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and someone yelled, "Open the door! Open the door!" Xinshin was scared and screamed and hugged Lin Yiqing even tighter. Her whole body was trembling. It seemed that her nerves had reached the edge of collapse. Linkabin's wife asked in a trembling voice, Ching, what should we do now? Lin Yiqing gently stroked Xin's hair to stabilize her, then said, Auntie Bin, don't be afraid. Everything is with me. It's no big deal. After saying this, he let go of Xinshin and got up to walk towards the door. Xinshin was a bit scared but couldn't stop him. After the door opened, outside stood a few Jianghu atmosphere of a few puzzlers. When they saw Lin Yiqing were a little surprised. Yo, why did a guy suddenly appear? The pervert standing at the front wearing an earring squinted at Lin Yiqing. Who are you? Get out of the way if you know what you're doing, or don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette and said coldly, my friend, you guys are lending money to get rich. There's no need to make a scene, right? We'll find a way to get the money, so you don't have to come to the house. Where are you from? Dare to act like a big head here. The money owed by Linko Bin's asshole is already 200,000 today, and it will be even more tomorrow, and you won't be able to pay it back even if you sell this house. The studded boy proudly waved at Xin on the sofa. Hey, pretty girl, how are you considering what I said before? If you stay with me tonight, I can consider charging less. How about it? With those words, he was about to barge inside, but was pushed out by Lin Yiqing with a hand outstretched. Collecting the bill is collecting the bill. Casually barging into someone else's home. It's not acceptable anywhere, is it? I'm a grifter. You dare to push me? Do you know who my boss is? I think you don't want to live. The studded boy and the several goons behind him looked like they were raging, and were about to rush up to fight as they spoke. At this time Xin rushed to the door, blocked in front of Lin Yiqing. What's the matter with you guys? Come at me. Don't make things difficult for him. I'll go with you guys. Lin Yiqing pulled Xinshin behind him and said coldly, Xinshin, you give me back. When did I, Lin Yiqing, fall to letting a woman protect me? Kid, who is your boss? Call him over. I don't want to have a pointless argument with you few. Lin Yiqing said as he pointed at the few goons. At this moment, a voice came from behind the gangsters. It's only right to pay your debts. What? Who's so bold that they don't pay back the money and still dare to get tough with us? A young man in a black striped suit, wearing a big gold chain and a small watch, with his hair combed meticulously walked over from behind a few goons. It seemed like this person was the boss of these few curmudgeons who were collecting the debts. This boss walked to Lin Yiqing with his head held high, raised his eyes to look at Lin Yiqing. His eyes immediately glared, as if he was still afraid that he had misread the situation and rubbed his eyes a bit. Brother Chang? It's really you. Brother Chang. Aya. What is this thing? Really big water rushed the Dragon King temple. He then rushed behind him and lashed out. You guys, you don't even recognize Brother Ching, and you still dare to break into Brother Ching's house. You're really blind. While lecturing them, he also slapped each of them 2 times hard, and made the few goons stand in a row, like criminals with their heads bowed down and punished. Brother Chang, I'm really sorry. A few of their little ones don't know you. I'm here to apologize for them, so don't take it personally. Lin Yiqing was also a bit confused by this guy. Who are you? The gangster boss hurriedly took off his sunglasses and pointed to his nose. You don't recognize me? Brother Chang, I'm Xiao Bao, the Xiao Bao under Brother Chang. Only then did Lin Yiqing recognize him. It turned out that this kid was Gue Li Chang's right-hand man, Fine Treasure, specializing in collecting debts for Gue Li Chang. Oh, so it's Fine Treasure. Lin Yiqing patted Fine Treasure's shoulder. Fine Treasure, these brothers under you are very strong. They want to fight with me at the drop of a hat, and they also want my girlfriend to accompany him for a night. No one has dared to talk to me in such a big tone since I was stationed. These brothers are really powerful. Awesome. Fine Treasure smiled a bit embarrassed. Brother Ching, it's all because I'm usually negligent in disciplining them. They're a bit lawless. Don't worry, I'll definitely teach them a good lesson when I get back. Besides, with their status, where would they recognize you? Brother Chang, you're a big man. Forgive them once. Fine Treasure's posture was so low. If Lin Yiqing still didn't forgive them, then it would be too unforgiving of his big brother's demeanor. Alright, I'll let today's matter go. Xin listening to the conversation between them on the sidelines couldn't help but be secretly surprised. That man with the gold chain and sunglasses was ferocious. He was the one who said that if he didn't pay back the money he would let his dad break his arms and legs, and he was also the one who said that he would sell himself to the wave house. So vicious a person, after recognizing Lin Yiqing, actually behaved like a kitten, apologized and taught his men, but also compensated Lin Yiqing a bunch of good words. Xin looked at Lin Yiqing fixedly. The man in front of her eyes became taller and more mysterious. Chapter 39 Xin's tender feelings. Find treasure. Let's go. Let's go out and talk about specific things. Lin Yiqing walked outside with his head held high. Xin wanted to follow him but was stopped. He used his eyes to signal Xin to stay at home and not move. Find Treasure led his minions to follow Lin Yiqing down the stairs to a small bar across the street. Brother Chang, what's that Lin Kobin's relationship with you? Find Treasure asked as he picked up a beer and took a sip. Lin Yiqing didn't answer him, and said with a slight pause, Find Treasure, you're a smart person. It's better not to ask what you shouldn't ask. Just how much does Lin Kobin owe you guys? Find Treasure took out the cold mouth Bin's debit notes, which clearly written, Li Bin borrowed XX Finance $100,000 within a week to pay off the need to repay 14 million with interest. Now he has owed half a month. According to our rules, these money has been doubled. That is to say, rolled up to 200,000. Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette and said, when you guys lent him the money in the first place, you surely didn't give him $100,000, right? That's right, it's 90,000. 9 out of 14 back. That's the rule. Find Treasure didn't deny it at all. 9 out of 14 is the most common technique of moneylenders. For example, if someone wants to borrow $10,000, then Find Treasure will give him $9,000, and then make an IOU for $10,000. Borrow 3 days to return 110,000. Borrow 7 days to return 140,000. More than half a month the number on the loan note doubled. All kinds of rules are clear and clear. Children and men. Lin Yiqing nodded. He was still quite favorable to Find Treasure. A young man who was quite knowledgeable. This person spoke and did things very decently. A talent. Alright, Find Treasure. I won't say any more superfluous words. I'll pay back the money that Lin Kobin owes for him. But you have to promise me one thing. Don't lend him any more money in the future. And don't harass him and his family anymore. Can you promise me? Hearing this, Find Treasure was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Lin Yiqing to be so quick to pay back the money for Lin Kobin. The conditions Lin Yiqing proposed were not excessive, only that he needed to call and report to his boss, Gue Li Chang. After returning from the phone call, Find Treasure said, Brother Chang, I've already told the boss. The boss heard that you're the one who's going to help him pay back the money, and explained that I don't want to pay the interest, and will only give $100,000 for the principal. Lin Yiqing didn't expect Gue Li Chang to give himself so much face, reducing the debt by half in one sentence. Find Treasure, thank Brother Chang for me when you go back. With that, he took out a bunch of $1,000 bills from the bag beside him. Here is $100,000. Count it. Find Treasure put the money directly into his pocket. No need to count it. Of course I trust you, Brother Chang. And Find Treasure. Lin Yiqing took out some more money from his bag. Here's $30,000 for you to take. Take it as hard-earned money for your brothers. And take your brothers for a cup of tea. Find Treasure hurriedly waved his hand and said, Brother Chang, you're out of line. I, Find Treasure, am lucky to know you, Brother Chang. Besides, my boss would scold me if he knew. Lin Yiqing forced him to put it in his pocket and patted his shoulder. Your boss won't know. Alright, Find Treasure. I still have things to do, so I won't talk to you. Call me for tea some other day when you're free. Okay, Brother Chang, take care. Lin Yiqing returned to the apartment building, just reached the 11th floor and exited the elevator. A fragrant breeze hit his face. The girl instantly jumped up and hugged him. Mr. Lin, no, Chang, Brother Chang, are you alright? Lin Yiqing wrapped his arms around her plump fragrant waist and stroked her tear-stained face. Sheen. It's okay, it's all over. Come on, let's go home. After returning to Lin Kobin's home, Lin Kobin's wife anxiously asked, Chang, how is it? What's the situation? Lin Yiqing put the loan note on the table. Auntie Bin, this is the note signed by Uncle Bin. The money has all been paid back. Don't worry about it in the future. The most important thing now is to hurry up and contact Uncle Bin. Tell him that there is nothing wrong anymore. Tell him to stop hiding and hurry home. Aha, I know. Chang, really thank you so much. Lin Kobin's wife held the note and shed tears of emotion. Chang, we are not relatives, you are so good to our family. I really don't know how to repay you. Lin Yiqing laughed. Auntie Bin, you don't have to be so polite. It's already very late now. Everyone is tired. Take an early rest. After returning to his room, Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette. This evening Tim Ming, who he hadn't contacted for a long time, gave him a call. Tim Ming was the person that Lin Yiqing had specifically placed in Kowloon to collect intelligence. The content of his call was about Morning FAI. It was said that Morning FAI had messed with the Tiger Head Army's henchmen from Shinji in the past few days, and he was busy every day. About Tiger Head Army. Lin Yiqing also understood. He is the most powerful boss of Shinji. There are tens of thousands of people under his command. Now morning Hui offended his men will definitely be unable to eat. Another month is the day of the general election of Irong. No matter how funeral FAI deal with this matter, I am afraid that by then it will have an impact on his candidacy for the sitting. I wonder if Beardykin knows about this. Lin Yiqing made a call to Seafood Strong, and revealed this matter inadvertently. After Seafood Strong knew about it, I think this news will be transmitted to the ears of Beardy Jian with the fastest speed. In the middle of the night, Lin Yiqing was sleeping in a daze when he suddenly felt that someone opened the door to his bedside, at which time he smelled a familiar perfume odor. It was Xin. Xin gently pulled open the quilt beside Lin Yiqing, then slowly lay in. Since a girl had taken such initiative, Lin Yiqing certainly wouldn't shrink back, reaching out to turn off the bedside lamp. The next morning, Lin Yiqing woke up early, looking at Xin who was lying beside him. He felt a great sense of relief in his heart. The girl in front of him was still a virgin just before last night, and in this world of Hong Kong Island, it was considered a rare thing. Lin Yiqing looked at her beautiful and dignified face, and couldn't help but think that if Chen Haonan knew that he had this kind of relationship with his future girlfriend, I don't know how he would feel, but now Xin had become Lin Yiqing's woman. Since she was Lin Yiqing's woman, it didn't matter if it was Chen Haonan or someone else. No one would want to get their hands on her anymore. Otherwise Lin Yiqing wouldn't mind letting the other party taste his own power. The girl beside her opened her hazel eyes. Lin Yiqing looked at her and said with a smile, Xin, you're awake? You were exhausted last night, right? Two blushes immediately appeared on the girl's face. Hate it. Brother Chang, you're hungry. I'll go make you breakfast. No need Shinshin. I have something important to do today and will be leaving soon. You can eat with Auntie Bin. Ding. Congratulations on successfully capturing Li Xin's heart, gaining 30 points and $500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Hearing the tone, Lin Yiqing smiled with the corner of his mouth and imprinted on Xin's forehead. Then he got up and went out. Chapter 40 Zuni accepts a little brother. The reason why Lin Yiqing refused Xin's breakfast was because he hadn't thought about what kind of identity he would face her parents in now. He already had Juin, and now there was another one, Li Xin. Both of them had given their first time to Lin Yiqing, which was tantamount to committing their lives to him. How should he deal with the relationship between them? Lin Yiqing has always handled other things like a smooth flow, but emotional matters have made him a bit hesitant. It would be nice to have them all, but would they agree if they knew the truth? Forget it, let's not think about these things. Lin Yiqing called a taxi and went directly to City 1 Sha Tin. In the Fuck Wing Key morning tea store on Nyo Pai Sha Street, Lin Yiqing was eating a bowl of seafood congee, when Hoshi Tong and Bo Zai Song walked in. Brother Chang, they greeted Lin Yiqing and then sat down. They were all their own brothers, not so much polite words at all. Boss, 2 bowls of crab meat congee and 2 orders of fish egg boy. The boss responded enthusiastically in the kitchen. Okay guest please wait, it will be ready soon. After the congee came up, Pachai Song drank the congee with a spoon while saying, Brother Chang, you shouldn't have promised Chen Haonan yesterday. It was just a few punks causing trouble. It was enough for us to go. Why do you need to personally step in? Fine East nibbled a mouthful of fishball boy and said, Song, you are wrong to say that. We are in partnership with Hung Yut. It is our job to settle those miscellaneous matters. Since Chen Haonan told this to Brother Ching personally, if Brother Ching doesn't pay attention to it, if Hung Yut's side knows about it, they will say that we as a whole of Irong don't know what we're doing. Brother Ching is maintaining our Irong's face. Understand? Bo Zai Song wanted to retort again, but was pressed back by Lin Yiqing. Song, in the future, you have to follow Dong to learn more. Everything has to be from the big picture. Don't be calculating about personal gains and losses. Understand? I know Brother Chang. Although Bo Zai Song was still a bit unconvinced, but Lin Yiqing's words were more useful to him than an imperial decree. Even if he had a temper, he could only swallow it. Song, don't be unconvinced. From now on you have to learn to act with the eyes of a boss. A lot of things will happen in the next period of time in Irong. You guys will most likely have new identities. I'm afraid that you will be caught off guard at that time. At this time a taxi stopped in front of the breakfast store. Zuni got down from it. The kid was wearing a cowboy outfit, with long hair and dark sunglasses, his chest vaguely revealing a large tattoo. Pedestrians on the street have to hide far away when they see him in this kind of attire. Zuni didn't have any feeling, quickly walked into the store, and sat down at Lin Yiqing's table. Brother Chang, it's really hot today, so sunny in the morning. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but smile when he saw this dignified appearance of his. Zuni, today I'll introduce you to a few juniors. How about it? Introduce me to little brothers? Zuni's eyes instantly lit up. In fact, among the 4 of them, the only ones who were qualified to take official members of the society as their juniors were Lin Yiqing and Hoshi Dong as well as Bo Zai Song. The 3 of them were the red stick. White Paper Fan and Straw Shoes, who were tied up in their jobs together. Although Zuni is their closest brother, he is still a 4-9 boy. Although the 4-9 boys can receive juniors, but recently the juniors they received are willing to worship under Fine East and Pachai Pine. Zuni has only received a few 3 or 4 juniors. After all, in the 4-9 boys under the mix, can only mix a Blue Lantern to do? Even the official members of the association are not considered. But with the White Paper Fan and Grass Shoes that is different. Able to directly worship into the righteousness of the wing to become an official member. Lin Yiqing nodded to Zuni. That's right, just to introduce you to a few juniors. How about it? Do you want it? Yes, of course I do. Zuni replied without thinking. Good, they should be here in a while, so you have to take them well. A few people had just finished their breakfast when a few teenagers ran in from the front of the store out of breath. Ah Wei was a bit excited when he saw Lin Yiqing. Brother Qing, we're here. The minibus from Feng Shun Street was too crowded. It was hard for us to make it here. Aha! Lin Yiqing nodded. Then lit a cigarette. Let me introduce you guys. These 3 are Fine East, Bo Chai Song and Zuni. They are all my good brothers. Ah Wei and the others were sweet-mouthed to degree Brother Tongue, Brother Pine, Brother Zuni. Lin Yiqing ordered a breakfast for each of them and arranged for them to eat at another table. Zuni's face was already a bit unnatural by this time. Brother Qing, when you said you're going to introduce me to your little brother, it wouldn't be them, would it? That's right, it's them. What? You don't fancy them? Fine Dong and Bo Zai Song couldn't help but laugh. Zuni's face was completely unable to hang on, and whispered, Brother Qing, can't be. You're asking me to accept a few brats who haven't even grown all their hair as my little brothers? Lin Yiqing then said, Zuni, you're wrong. How old were we when we were with Brother Chang? We were about the same age as them. Now we've made our own way? I'm telling you. Such a small child cultivated well will be the most loyal to you in the future. Understand? Zuni seemed to understand somewhat, but they're only teenagers. What can I do with them? That depends on how you as the boss teach them. When those teenagers finished wolfing down their meal, Lin Yiqing greeted them over. Away. You guys will follow this Zuni brother from now on. He will be your boss from now on. Ah Wei said with some difficulty. Brother Qing, we actually want to follow you. It's the same with him or me. Don't worry. Brother Zuni will definitely take care of you guys. Then do we have to pay the dues? We don't have any money on us right now. Wei's words caused Lin Yiqing and the others to laugh. This kid knows the rules. Forget about the dues. Your Zuni brother will pay for you later. Come on. Each person take $500 and use it first. Use it up and then ask your Zuni brother for it later. Lin Yiqing took out some $100 bills from his bag and gave each of them $500. A few teenagers where there has been so much money? One by one. They were almost jumping up and down with excitement. Zuni patted their shoulders one by one. In the future, if you follow me, you have to abide by my rules. The first one is not allowed to kill each other. The second one is not allowed to seduce the second sister-in-law. Oh, you guys are still small. This one will be said later. And the third one is not allowed to eat outside the family. Understand? Understood, boss. Several teenagers were well behaved. Zuni nodded in satisfaction. Lin Yiqing stood up at this time. Let's go. Let's go to the first city to see. In the end, what kind of person can make Brother Haonan of Hung Hing so difficult? Chapter 41 Solving Trouble. Lin Yiqing made a call to Chen Haonan and arranged to meet at the 6th building of the first city. A few brothers with a few teenagers soon arrived at the destination. Lin Yiqing looked around. Other buildings have renovation workers in full swing construction. Only the 6th building quietly no one. At this time, Chen Haonan brought chicken and other people also came. Both sides greeted. Chen Haonan and Lin Yiqing sir quietly whispered a few words. Only then did Lin Yiqing understand the real purpose of those who hindered the construction. It turned out that after Lin Yiqing separated from Chen Haonan and the others that day, Chen Haonan received a phone call from the other side. The other party said that they could do the construction if they wanted to, but the decoration company would have to buy some sand, gravel and cement from them, and the earthwork for digging the water pond between the first and the 6th building would also have to be given to them. No wonder these people will be so active. To put it bluntly, it is still for one word. Money. Chen Haonan told them that he would have to discuss this matter with the boss and would come to the 6th building today to meet them and give them an explanation. Now Chen Haonan saw that Lin Yiqing's brothers had come. His heart was as if he had eaten a pill. But he also saw that Zuni had brought a few teenagers with him and was a bit puzzled. Lin Yiqing seemed to have read his mind and said with a smile, "They are Zuni's new little brothers, so I brought them here today to see the world." At this moment, Lin Yiqing saw 20 to 30 kooky-looking guys aggressively walking towards them. These people were holding steel pipes and sticks and such. The leader was a 30-year-old middle-aged man wearing a black undershirt, revealing shoulder tattoos. This person had a scar on his face, adding a touch of hostility to his entire person. "Field boy, how's your discussion with your boss going?" Chen Haonan dug his thumbs into his ears and said, "Brother Grenade, we've met a few times as well, and I still don't know your word, so I can't even talk to my boss. What? If you don't have a title, you're not qualified to talk to you? My name of hand grenade is also famous in Won UK village. My name is more useful than you Hung Ying here. Won U village was the easternmost village of Sha Tin way closest to Sha Tin first city, and the people there were all a bit pugnacious, so it was no wonder that they would cause such a disturbance. Lin Yiqing picked up at this point. So, the owners of this 6th building are all villagers of your Won UK village? Yes, a lot of them are. What's wrong? Brother Grenade despised Lin Yiqing who was speaking, although he felt that this young man wearing a polo shirt and carrying a computer bag, handsome and gentle, looked quite familiar, but he was not polite at all. When we bought the building, all the homeowners signed a contract with the real estate developer, and the renovation company bid by the real estate developer will carry out the renovation in a unified manner. Now you jump out to hinder the renovation, and even put up conditions. Are you not talking about the law at all? Brother Grenade said condescendingly. Law? Are you a lawyer? I'm the law here. Whoever has the biggest fist is the law. If you guys don't like it, then come and try. Lin Yiqing wanted him to say this. Brother Grenade said this. I understand. Whoever has more men and can fight is the law? That's right. Brother Grenade suddenly felt something was wrong. Kid, where are you from? Who are you to talk to me here? Yirong Langcheng, do you have this qualification? Lin Yiqing directly reported his name. Brother Grenade was about to say something, but suddenly choked. Yirong Langcheng? You are. The 4 words Yi Wing Longqing had risen to the level of god of war in Sha Tin, especially in Sha Tin Y. Especially since the deed of one man chasing 3 dozen Hong Fat Chai to Tai Y was being recited by word of mouth. It had become a household name in Sha Tin Y. How could Brother Hand Thunder not know about it? That's right, I am Long Qing. Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette and took a drag, slowly walking up to Brother Grenade. If you want to fight, we, Yirong, are never afraid. To compare the number of people, even if you count all the young and strong people in your Won Yu village, can you compare to the number of people in Yirong? This is the difference between a small gangster and a person in a proper society. Just with these 3 or 2 words, Brother Grenade was already almost scared silly. He is not afraid of Chun Haonan, these Hung Ying children, because he knows that Hung Ying's hand is not long enough to reach Sha Tin, but he is afraid of Yirong. Even a grass ash industry can be in Sha Tin around the pinch him as good as dead. Not to mention in front of him is the famous Yirong Long Qing. Brother Han Thunder was sweating like a pig. His lips shivered and said, Qing, Brother Cheng, I was wrong. I had no eyes to know that it was you who came. You are generous enough to spare me once. Fine, I can disagree with you, but the conditions you guys proposed, just pretend I didn't say it. Brother Cheng, we just want to get a little bit of favor. Since you stepped in, we'll leave right away. Lin Yiqing nodded with satisfaction when he saw that this fellow Hand Grenade was so sensible. Brother Hand Thunder, if you need me in the future, feel free to ask, not for anything else, just for the fact that you gave me face so much today. Brother Hand Thunder nodded his head repeatedly. I should. After saying that, he left with his men. On his way out, he and the people behind him didn't forget to cast a reverent gaze at Lin Yiqing. In the men's world, they would all respect the absolute strongest. After they left, Lin Yiqing called Fine East over and instructed a few words in his ear. Fine East listened and then greeted Chen Haonan and left first. At this time Chen Haonan only clapped his hands and said, Qing brother, I do not know what to say. I think you righteousness Rong Langqing 4 words in Sha Tin is simply a universal amulet. All hear your name have to give face. With you to be a friend is really my Chen Haonan 3 lifetimes of good fortune. Chicken in the side is a big pat on the back. That's a name of the green brother. No matter which way of the cow ghosts and snakes all the way around. No matter who are saying that this is the green brother you play out of the golden sign. South and our brothers are envious of the death of a few brothers. After kissing ass, he asked, Brother Cheng, is there any good arrangement tonight? Lin Yiqing every time he meets with Chen Haonan, he will take them to a nightclub or bar to have a good time. And Chicken can get a pretty girl every time to spend the night together, and he has been happy to do so for a long time. Lin Yiqing laughed. Brother Chicken wants to go out again? No problem. Let Ah Song and Zuni accompany you at night. And by the way, let's give Zuni's new little brothers a good time. I can't accompany you guys tonight since I have other things to do. Brother Nan, Brother Chicken, have fun. Having received Lin Yiqing's promise, Chicken was as happy as if he had won the Mark 6 lottery. Okay Brother Cheng, definitely have fun. Definitely. Chapter 42, Buying a car? Of course it's to go to Saigon to find Big Dummy. The reason why Lin Yiqing didn't directly flip out with Grenade and the others was because he didn't want those people from the renovation companies to see them fighting in City 1. If they fought here, even if they won in a crushing defeat, it would create a bad impression on those real estate developers and owners of the renovation companies, so being able to give up without a fight was the best option. Of course, Lin Yiqing had other thoughts and calculations. After parting with Chen Haonan and the others, he called a taxi and quickly arrived at the warehouse. At this time, Dong Xiaodong had already arrived first with Grenade, who was excited to see Lin Yiqing. When he was in the 6th building, Lin Yiqing whispered a few words in Fine East's ear. That is, he instructed him to bring Brother Grenade to this side of the warehouse, because at that time, Lin Yiqing had already become interested in Brother Grenade. Brother Chang, Brother Han Thunder immediately stood up to greet Lin Yiqing when he saw him. Brother Grenade, sit. The conversation that followed was very simple. Han Thunder was an idle gangster without a word, at best a local snake in Wanyu village. Lin Yiqing forcefully invited him and his brothers to join him. Han Grenade had a slight hesitation at first, but after some consideration he agreed. In the past, there had been others who had invited him to join Yerome, including Seafood Strong, but these people were either not qualified or too weak. Now since the most popular boss of Yerome, Long Cheng, extended an olive branch to him, if the Grenade is not followed by words in the future there will be really no suitable opportunity. Hand Grenade's men had more than 30 brothers, and Lin Yiqing had asked them to still follow Hand Grenade all the time, directly under Lin Yiqing's management, just like Baxi. In other words, Hand Grenade was on equal footing with Fine East, Bo Chai Song, Zuni and 8 Happiness, and now, although their seniority was shallow, Lin Yiqing would find the right time to zap jobs for them. Apart from Lin Yiqing, Grenade and Baxi were allowed to follow no one's orders, not even Fine East, because that was the rule. Lin Yiqing was their boss. After the talk was over, Grenade went back to Wangu village to inform his brothers, and Lin Yiqing asked Fine East to count all their current manpower. Fine East had gone on a rampage some time ago, and now had 50 to 60 men under his command, and Bo Zai Song also had more than 40 men under his command. Together with Baxi's 50-odd people, they had reached a total of over 150 people. If this time Grenade went back and succeeded in pulling all of his brothers together, he would have to add another 30-odd of his men then. So Lin Yiqing would have over 180 men under his command. Morning FAI has been operating in Mongkok for a few years now, but he only has more than 200 people under his command. Not to mention Seafood Strong in Sha Tin Siege is only 70 to 80 people. Lin Yiqing is already quite satisfied with his current achievements. After Lin Yiqing took in the grenades, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding! Congratulations on successfully conquering Grenade. Rewarded with 60 points and 1 million Hong Kong dollars. Ah Dong, why don't you go with me to Saigon today to take a look around? Fine Dong was a bit puzzled. What's the point of going to Saigon? To find Big Dummy. Of course. Brother Chang, you want to buy a car? Lin Yiqing nodded. That's right. I've been the boss for such a period of time. If I don't have a good car I'll be looked down upon. If others look down upon me they're looking down upon you guys. It's better to follow the customs and buy a car. The two of them left as soon as they said they would, and called a taxi to head directly to Saigon. After getting into the car, Lin Yiqing began to close his eyes and rest, but his mind flashed through a scene. The last time they went to Saigon was before the fight between Hongfa and Yerome. The company sent Seafood Kung a mission to send someone to Saigon to collect an account. Seafood Chang sent Lin Yiqing several brothers to go. They completed the task and returned to Sha Tin. Lin Yiqing before he had the feat of hacking the blind leopard to death and became famous in one battle. Saigon Big Stupid is the most famous smuggling car dealers. The whole of Sha Tinlo's association's big brother and boss is at least half of the luxury car from the hands of the Big Stupid to buy. So Lin Yiqing want to buy smuggling car of course. Also can't help but find the Big Stupid. The thought of looking for the Big Fool. Lin Yiqing cannot help but think of the movie Chin Hao Nan and Chicken they go to find the Big Fool the car. At first the Big Fool is still particularly arrogant. Was beaten up and then is to apologize and welcome them to eat seafood vote. This Big Fool is really a strange character. As a famous car smuggling business, guarding the Saigon smuggling line such a good resource. Usually also engaged in some car theft all day long. No wonder they look down on Shenhanan and he will beat him on the spot. After the Big Fool was beaten also did not go to find Shenhanan their revenge. That he was either beaten afraid or deterred by the name of Hung Hing do not dare to retaliate. This person is also really timid. From Sha Tin to Sai Kung need to go through the Tate's Cairn tunnel into Kun Tong. And then from Kun Tong into the Tseung Kwan O tunnel. And then along the tunnel road straight through to Sai Kung Clearwater Bay. It took an hour for them to reach their destination. A row of small fishing huts along Sai Kung's to Sin Street. Next to this row of small fishing houses is a parking lot. In the parking lot are mostly some Bentley, Lexus, Lamborghini and other luxury cars. This is the parking lot of the Big Stupid smuggling cars. Of course, many of these cars were stolen from all over Hong Kong Island by Dafu's men and sold as smuggled cars. It seems that Big Dummy has a deep-rooted relationship with the local police in Saigon. Otherwise how would the smuggled cars dare to brazenly park here? At the entrance of the small fishing house sat a few young men who looked like cooks. Lin Yiqing and Fine Dong both walked up to them. My friend, is brother Big Fool around? We're looking for him to talk some business, a curmudgeon asked. Looking for Big Dumb brother to buy a car of course, and talk business, talk so beautifully, but we have all high-end cars here. No low-grade cars for sale. If you want to buy a car, go look elsewhere. The grouch looked at Lin Yiqing and Sha Tin, who were in their 20s and didn't look like rich people, so he didn't think Lin Yiqing could afford the luxury cars parked in the parking lot. My friend, we just want to buy high-class cars. What? You don't want to do our business? Lin Yiqing hated this kind of dog-eyed guy. These people were always toads crawling on their feet, not biting people. The man heard Lin Yiqing say that, and sized up the two of them again, and said as he walked away, "Fine, you guys wait here for me to find brother big fool. If you guys trick me, I'll make you look good." Lin Yiqing and Sha Tin looked at each other and laughed. Such a guy who didn't know the sky and the earth could at most be a lowly curmudgeon in his life, because he simply didn't have the breadth of mind and vision to be a boss. Looking at the parking lot of cars, Lin Yiqing a glance at a silver Bentley. Smooth lined sheet metal work, excellent. Looks like a work of art. Fine East is also looking at those luxury cars with eyes full of light. As long as the men like cars, just like they all like women. Don't worry, Dong. We will come back to Saigon very soon in the future, and then we will buy you a car. Chapter 43, Sha Tin War God's name spreads to Saigon. Bad boy. Have you asked them clearly? Where are they from, what status, and what kind of car are they going to buy? I didn't even ask. You called me here without asking. Do you think I'm a minion at your beck and call? Big Fool's majestic voice came along with the sound of knocking at Grouch's head. That Grouch walked over with Big Dummy, who had a flowery shirt over his suit on the outside and a haughty and fierce look on his face. This is our big dumb brother. If you guys want to buy any car, just talk to Big Dumb Brother. The Big Fool snapped and smacked the back of the head of the Grouch. Well, since I have come, you should do what to do. These words with you to speak with the guests. The gangster slipped away, and Daju showed his signature smile to Lin Yiqing and Sha Tin. Hello, two guests. May I ask where you are from? Fine East replied, Brother Big Fool. Right? We are from Sha Tin. Sha Tin? Then may I ask what kind of work you guys do? Did anyone introduce you? No one introduced us. We got here on our own. We're from Yirong. As soon as Big Fool heard Hoshi Dong report the name of the society, this revealed the Jianghu aura he had been hiding. Oh? You guys are from Yirong? I still have a few encounters with your bearded kin brother from Yirong. What kind of car do you guys want to buy? Lin Yiqing didn't hesitate, directly pointing at the silver Bentley. I think this one is good. Big silly brother. Name your price. First. No hurry. No hurry. The one who drives this kind of car, besides the business owner, then it has to be the big brother of the association. What is the status of you two in Yirong? Fine East is a little impatient. Big stupid brother. You sell your car. We give money is, buy a car but also report the identity. When we are to count? You guys misunderstood. I see you guys are too young, afraid that you drive such a good car to go back to be scolded by your boss. Then we'll also say that I broke the rules. Lin Yiqing said at this time, Big dummy brother. I'm Yirong Langcheng. May I ask if I'm qualified to buy this car? Yirong Langcheng? Big Fool seemed to suddenly remember, you're Yirong's most popular boss, Sha Tin War God Longcheng? Watching Lin Yiqing smile and acquiesce, Big Fool's face flooded with a warm smile, immediately reaching out his hand to shake Lin Yiqing's and Fine East's. I've long heard of your great name, Brother Cheng, but I've never had the chance to meet you. But today, when I see you, Brother Cheng, you're really young and talented. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Brother Silly is joking. Who doesn't know that Brother Silly is the most prestigious in Saigon? How would I dare to act big in front of Brother Silly as a youngster? Since Big Fool is so sensible, Lin Yiqing of course won't be stingy with his compliments. It's a matter of courtesy. The Big Fool pulled Lin Yiqing to the beautiful Bentley in front of. Ching, you really good eyes. This Bentley I was going to leave to open their own. Since you want, then I certainly want to give face to the Ching brother. Let's do it this way. For a price of $300,000, Brother Cheng, you can just drive it away. $300,000? If it wasn't a smuggled car, a Bentley of this caliber wouldn't be able to come down for $1 million. But this was a smuggled car, and generally smuggled cars were only 1/5 of the price of a legal car. $300,000 is really a little high. No wonder the Big Fool, a hard to flatter himself, originally is to make a catnip in the price above. Big dummy brother. Everyone knows that these cars' origin is unknown. 300,000? Too hard, right? Lin Yiqing also put on his signature smile, but his words were not polite at all. Ching, look at this car's workmanship, sheet metal, as well as the facilities inside are particularly great. So, I'll let you have a little bit more. 280,000 to drive away. How about it? Lin Yiqing thought for a moment, said, 25 million I drive away, but you have to give me a full tank of gas, but also to give me to get a license plate mounted on the big stupid brother. Has been quite a lot. Do not be too greedy. Big Fool slapped his thighs and said, deal. Brother Cheng, are you giving cash or a check? There's no reason to give a check when you're out in the world. Of course it's cash. Big Fool looked happy. Good. Brother Cheng is quick. I'm the same. Cash is my favorite. After Lin Yiqing and Xiaodong drove away, Dazhou looked at a pile of $1,000 bills in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. At this time, the grouch who greeted Lin Yiqing and the others at the beginning came over. Wow, brother Silly, they are so quick. This is a good gimmick again. Brother Silly, that car was shipped over from Annan, right? I remember it cost less than $100,000 at that time, and now it's changed hands for $250,000. Big Fool's little brother looked blearily at the banknotes in his hand. Hey, okay, here you go, save it. Big Fool was annoyed by his little brother and drew out $2,000 and threw it to him, aiming to plug that mouth of his. However, once he thought of earning so much today, Big Fool began to think freely about going to Haojiang at night to gamble heavily, and in the meantime, find a few foreign girls to have a good time. Brother Dazhou, where do those two kids work? I'm afraid they are not qualified to buy such a good car at their age, right? It's not good to break the rules. Dazhou put the money away, took out a cigarette. The little brother hurriedly took out a lighter to light him. He then looked at the little brother contemptuously, said, what do you know? That leader as a few days ago will be Sha Tin stirred up a heaven and earth Yirong Langchang. Is the new Yirong is the most popular boss? You think I'm stupid? How will break the rules? That little brother heard this immediately. Some of the heart. He is the legend of a man cut more than 30 Sha Tin god of war? It's said that he doesn't even need a weapon. Whatever is around him can become a deadly weapon. It's over. I even said something rude to him at that time. If I had known that he was the Sha Tin god of war, how would I have dared to do so? It's too bad, brother Big Fool. If I had known his identity, I would have taken a picture with him as a souvenir. That's the Sha Tin god of war. Big Fool was almost annoyed by this little brother, but how this little brother is the most powerful and trusted believer who has been following him since childhood. He could only flick him a few times before giving up. Lin Yiqing was never thought that his name can be spread to Saigon, and also rumors of God. Now his name is spreading amongst the lower class of Saigon's gangsters, with some saying that he can easily stop 100 with a single blow. Although Lin Yiqing's current ability to block 100 might be able to do so, but it would also cost him a lot. The one who can easily block 100 is a Superman. Lin Yiqing can't do it. At this time, Lin Yiqing put down Xiaodong in Sha Tin First City and drove directly to the FO Tan factory. Chapter 44, I don't want to be a security guard boy. A week later, the piracy factory finally opened, and when a brand new dazzling disc came out from the burner, both Lin Yiqing and Jimmy had a happy smile on their faces. As the two of them walked on the road outside the factory, Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette. Jimmy boy, this is the foundation of our startup. Make sure you take care of it for me. I won't let you suffer. Jimmy said with a respectful face, Brother Qing, I will definitely live up to your trust in me. Even if I have to put my life on the line, I will do a good job with the factory. The most valuable thing is to say that Lin Yiqing's men are the most loyal to Lin Yiqing, in addition to the three of them who can't even run away from the fine dong. And then Jimmy. Lin Yiqing nodded. Jimmy, how are the distributors below? All no problem, Brother Qing. I used a few days to run through the major distributors in Hong Kong Island and Kowloon stalls. Our goods than other people's goods of high quality and also cheaper than theirs. Those distributors are scrambling for goods. Hearing this, Lin Yiqing suddenly felt a hint of something wrong in his heart, which was detected by his keen ability to sense danger. Jimmy boy, we can't take this lightly. You continue to make good relations with those distributors, as well as always be on guard against other pirated disc factories eyeing us and laying their hands on us. Lin Yiqing took a drag on his cigarette and said while analyzing. Jimmy didn't quite believe it. No way. Brother Chang, this is Sha Tin, Yirong's territory. We've already communicated with the cops. No one will look for trouble again, right? It's hard to say. Even though this is Sha Tin, how can you guarantee that someone won't send a team of men to burn down your factory with a single fire? Which one of these workers in the factory will fight with those ruthless gangsters? Jimmy was a bit at a loss for words for a moment. Then what should we do, Brother Chang? If we hadn't anticipated it earlier, if the factory was smashed, then it was our fault. Now since we've anticipated the danger, it's a good thing. Lin Yiqing picked up his handheld phone and dialed a number. Baxi, bring all your men to the FO Tan Washang Street factory right away. I'll be waiting for you here. Don't bring those student boys under you. Hand them over to Hand Grenade. Let Hand Grenade lead them for the time being. Baxi, Grenade, these names are Jimmy has never heard of. He was listening on the sidelines and couldn't help but be a little surprised. In such a short period of time, Qing has collected so many newcomers, and it sounds like there are a lot of people under each one of them. It's worthy of being Qing. It's worthy of being the most popular boss in Yirong. Jimmy, I'll assign Baxi to you to protect our factory. Let him and his men live in the factory on weekdays. If there's anything you can communicate with him directly. The two of them made many more visions and plans for the future piracy factory. And Lin Yiqing also revealed to Jimmy a little bit about the other businesses that he was going to expand when the factory was on the right track. After a conversation, Jimmy felt his blood boiling. If Lin Yiqing realized what he had just said one by one, in a few years, they would probably become the most profitable community in Sha Tin and even in the whole new world. In the end, Lin Yiqing patted Jimmy's shoulder. Jimmy boy, your file in the police station is clean. I hope that in the future, you can become an industrialist that everyone envies, or even a justice of the peace, and preferably, you can enter the securities world. At that time, the road ahead of us will be bright, and even we, Rong, will be able to walk to the front of the stage in name only, without having to become the pawns of those bigwigs' game. Jimmy felt like he had stepped into a new world after hearing Lin Yiqing's words. An industrialist, a justice of the peace, a big shot in the securities industry? If these signboards were to fall on him, who would think that Jimmy was just a street vendor who was bullied all day long? Jimmy is still in the beautiful vision. At this time 7 or 8 taxis parked in front of the factory. A white suit of Baxi got out of the car, holding a newspaper. Behind the little brothers have followed the car. In addition to the hand holding a newspaper is the arms, waist bulging, led by the 8 happy. A line of people aggressively to the factory flew over. Baxi led the people into the factory after seeing Lin Yiqing, said, Brother Chang, we're here. The minions behind them greeted Lin Yiqing. Brother Chang. Lin Yiqing nodded to them and asked, Baxi, if you're bringing people here, just come. What are you doing with the guys? Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Baxi and his minions had knives and other things hidden in their papers and arms. Baxi was a bit puzzled. Brother Chang, didn't you ask me to bring someone to do something? Ha ha ha. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but laugh. Jimmy couldn't help but laugh too. Baxi was still at a loss. What are you laughing at? Brother Chang, if you want to cut someone you just order them directly. Hurry up and put away all your guys so you don't scare the others. Hearing Lin Yiqing say this, only then did Baxi somewhat doubtfully hand over the guys in his hand to the little brother beside him. Baxi, this is Jimmy, the manager of this factory. Jimmy boy, this is Baxi. From now on he'll be the factory's security manager. Jimmy reached out and shook Baxi's hand after hearing this. Brother Baxi, happy cooperation from now on. Baxi's eyes widened at this point. Brother Ching, you called me over to send me to work as a security guard for someone else? Brother Chang, I can do whatever you want me to do. I can chop people up and collect money, sell pills and watch the venue, but I can't work as a security guard for someone else. Baxi said he felt aggrieved. At least he is the big brother of the small leeching source. Now he has to be reduced to do security manager in a factory. Tell it out and not let people laugh off their teeth. Lin Yiqing put his arm around Baxi's shoulders, pointed to Jimmy and said quietly to him, Baxi, do you know that he is the manager of this factory? Who is the boss here? Who? Baxi asked without thinking. He looked at Lin Yiqing's smiling face and then immediately understood. Lin Yiqing nodded at him. That's right, the owner of this factory is me. The fact that I sent you here as a security manager is just a front. This factory is our first industry. That is, the first venue that is entirely our own. What? In a bar and nightclub you're considered a lookout, but in a factory you're not a lookout? What's wrong with sending you to your own place to watch the scene? Baxi was suddenly enlightened. Brother Ching, you didn't say so earlier. I thought you sent me to another boss to work as a security boy for someone else. Since it's our own venue, then what else is there to say? Just leave it to me. Chapter 45, A Good Man in the Eyes of Mother-in-Law. Lin Yiqing arranged Baxi to this side of the factory, so that he could temporarily not worry about the factory in the future. Before leaving he left Jimmy another 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. After all, the factory is in need of liquidity. He also gave Baxi $100,000. Let him feel at ease with his little brother to defend the safety of the factory. This recent period of time to work hard to eat and live in the factory. Do not run around. After all the things have been explained, Lin Yiqing drove away from the factory. Baxi and Jimmy and other people see Lin Yiqing's beautiful luxury car. Eyes cannot help but reveal longing. Jimmy looked at the faraway Bentley and said, Don't worry, Brother Chang won't treat us poorly. We'll have it all in the future. Baxi nodded. Brother Jimmy, in the future, if there's anything you want to do, just give it to me. Lin Yiqing received a call on his way back to Sha Tin First City. The call was from Li Xinshin. She said she was looking for Lin Yiqing for something and asked him to go back. After settling the loan shark matter that day, the next day, Fine Treasure had gotten someone to clean up the debt collection paint and stuff in front of their house, including the hallway. Lin Yiqing took a look at the cleanup, which was quite satisfactory. After entering the door, Li Xinshin greeted him and helped Lin Yiqing take off his shoes and put them away. Xinshin, what's the hurry to call me back? Xinshin turned her face to look over at the sofa, and Lin Yiqing followed the direction of her gaze to see Lang Kobin sitting on the sofa, his head bowed in silence. Lang Kobin's wife was sitting across from Lung Kobin with tear stains on her face, revealing an expression of hatred. Yeah, Uncle Bin, you're finally back. You didn't come home for the past few days to Xin and Auntie Bin are almost anxious. Lang Kobin glanced at Lin Yiqing and hurriedly stood up to give Lin Yiqing a seat. After Lin Yiqing sat down, Lang Kobin bowed deeply to him. Ah Chang, thanks to you this time. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have to die. Alas, it's all because I'm useless. I even dragged them mother and daughter into this. Ah Chang, I'll pay you back the money I owe you as soon as possible. Lin Yiqing waved his hand and said, Uncle Bin, the matter of money will be discussed later, as long as you don't gamble again in the future. Lin Bin said in a loud voice, I won't gamble again in the future. Never again, you guys, don't worry. I'm as good as my word. Well, I hope so. Uncle Bin, you are the one who has a wife and daughter. I hope you can keep your word. This way, I still have things to do. Uncle Bin just came back. Your family just had a reunion dinner. I go first. Lin Bin hurriedly called out to Lin Yiqing, Ah Chang, you're so concerned about our family's affairs that you're contributing. We're like family. Let's eat together at noon. Xin also looked at Lin Yiqing from the side with anticipation on her face. Okay. Lin Yiqing looked at Xinxin's expectant eyes. Even if he didn't want to stay, he had to stay. Lin Bin's wife enthusiastically said, Ah Ching, you go take a rest first. Try my handiwork today, and then let your Uncle Bin go to Longhua to buy a few pigeons. Let's celebrate the family's peace. Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette after returning to his room. Just after taking 2 puffs, Li Xinxin barged in and wrapped her arms around his neck. Brother Chang, haven't seen you for a few days, have you missed me? Lin Yiqing wrapped his arms around her. Why are you up here? Not afraid of your parents seeing you? They have a particularly good impression of you right now. You're practically the savior in their hearts. I think if you ask them to marry me now, they will definitely agree. Lin Yiqing laughed and said, Xinxin, you are thinking too simply. You are your parents' only daughter. They definitely want you to find a stable and reliable boyfriend. The 4 words stable and reliable don't help me at all. Brother Chang, I've given you my body. You haven't told me what you actually do until now? Lin Yiqing said, Xinxin, did they ask you to ask me? Li Xinxin nodded with a red face. My parents want to know. You're so rich and so powerful. They're all a little curious. Lin Yiqing pulled up Xinxin's hand and walked downstairs without any avoidance at all. When Lin Bin just happened to come back from buying squab, Lin Bin and his wife couldn't help but stare in disbelief when they saw Lin Yiqing and his daughter so close. Xin. Ah Chang, what are you guys? Lin Bin was the first to ask. Lin Yiqing said in a serious manner, Uncle Bin, Auntie Bin, you don't need to test me anymore. To tell you the truth, I'm a person from Yirong. Last time Xin was bullied, I was able to defuse it. And this time I was able to fix Uncle Bin's loan sharks. It's all because of my society's identity. Lin Bin's eyes widened. Ah Chang, are you really someone from Yirong? Lin Yiqing nodded. That's right. Yirong's boss in Sha Tin First City is me. In the past, you told me that you were working as a laborer at the Saigon docks. That was all a lie. Uncle Bin, why else would you have rented the room to me? Lin Bin and his wife were both staggered by this news. They had thought that Lin Yiqing was some rich son who had hid here in order to escape his marriage. Now that Lin Yiqing had revealed his own identity, they realized that this handsome young man in front of them who looked so gentle had such a deep background. This kind of background was the kind of existence that the ordinary citizens of Hong Kong Island talked about. I'm sorry, Xin. I can't give you a solid and stable life right now. If you're willing to wait for me, I'm very happy. If you meet someone better, I'll wish you happiness. Uncle Bin, Auntie Bin, I'm moving out today. In the future you guys can call me anytime you need something. Xin's eyes were filled with tears. Brother Chang, do you not want me? Lin Yiqing shook his head and picked her up in a hug. Xinxin, I'll have a lot of enemies with my society status. If I continue to stay here, I'm afraid I'll bring you guys trouble. A constant stream of trouble. Xinxin, if you can wait for me, when my career is on a stable path and I have enough strong strength to completely guarantee your safety, I will come back for you, okay? Lin Bin and his wife knew that Lin Yiqing was telling the truth, and also knew that this was Lin Yiqing's very calm decision, so neither of them opened their mouths to stay. Before Lin Yiqing left, he asked Lin Bin to keep his room and not rent it out to others, and that he would send someone to pay the rent every month. Finally he imprinted on Li Xinxin's forehead in front of Lin Bin and his wife, then said to them, Uncle Bin, Auntie Bin, take care of Xinxin for me, and I'll repay you well in the future. Xin's tears flowed out like a tidal wave as she watched Lin Yiqing's back disappear out the door. Mom! Oh! Xin turned around and just hugged her mother's arm and bawled. Lin Bin sighed in silence. Lin Bin's wife gently patted her daughter's shoulder. Xin, Ah Ching did this, but also for our good. He has good intentions for you as a good man. Chapter 46 Anti-Triad Group Liao Zhibang. For the next half a month, Lin Yiqing had been stationed at Sha Tin First City. When Hu Zhijian handed over City 1 Sha Tin to Lin Yiqing, he also handed over to him all the land in the southeast adjacent to City 1 Sha Tin. This was a mature area, not as prosperous as Sha Tin City and Wuchei Village, but much better than Sha Tin Y. Lin Yiqing spent a week unifying all the bars, nightclubs, horse bars, and gambling stalls in this area under his own command. he demanded that all the watchmen should be his men, and that each venue should have a 10% stake in it, which was the unified standard of the Sha Tin society. At first, there were people who were not convinced and wanted to be a little bit stronger, but Lin Yiqing's strength was so strong that no one was able to block his front, and the other party was obedient after one round. After unifying the business of those gray and black zone industries, Lin Yiqing also sent immediately to the eateries, shopping malls, stores, etc., and used a week. The protection fee of these places is already all collected by them. Just the income from these watchmen and protection fees alone. There were hundreds of thousands of dollars coming in every month. Of course, there were also the shares of those venues that would also bring in a lot of income for Lin Yiqing. All of the income combined could be nearly $1 million a month. Now Lin Yiqing realized, no wonder so many gangsters are desperate to fight for the turf to be the boss. Such a small piece of turf can generate nearly $1 million a month. A person who works hard for a lifetime may not be able to earn this much money. This is the Gap, Cow Pai Sha Street, Manhwa Bar. Lin Yiqing sat alone at a small round table, took a sip of red wine from a tall wine glass, and quietly watched the beautiful and enchanting woman in the center of the dance floor sing with her eyes closed. The melodious and sweet singing touched the men present, arousing the raging hormonal impulses in their bodies. The woman on the dance floor was dressed in a proper big red evening gown, wearing exquisite but never heavy makeup, and her extreme features would make many men feel palpitations. Lin Yiqing quietly admired the woman, although he didn't have too many urges. But which man could refuse to admire such a beautiful woman? At this moment, a middle-aged man in a jacket came along beside him and sat directly next to his table without even greeting him. Man, a glass of juice. The man stretched out his finger and greeted the waiter, who quickly brought him a glass of juice with a matching straw on top. Mr. Lin, right? The man asked as he opened the door. Lin Yiqing revealed a faint smile. You know me? More than knowing. Lin Yiqing's big name has been resounding in Sha Tin these days. Can't even help but think I don't know you. The man sucked a mouthful of juice with an air of confidence. Then may I ask what your honor's name is? Sha Tin Police Station Trainee Inspector Deputy Head of the Anti-Triad Unit, Liao Zhibang. So it was a cop. No wonder he was so pretentious. What is Liao sir looking for me for? It won't be specifically to drink with me, right? Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette and asked with interest. Liao Zhibang stared at Lin Yiqing's face and said, I heard that your Yi-Rong will have an election in a week, so I came to talk to you. No way? Your hallowed royal police of Hong Kong Island is also interested in a small circle election like ours? Lin Yiqing asked with a slight sneer. Liao Zhibang instantly changed his face. Mr. Lin, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you don't have a record with our police. Just because you are now the boss of Yi-Rong, I have the right to detain you for 48 hours for investigation. Do you believe me? I believe it. Of course I believe it. So what happens after 48 hours? Aren't you still going to release me? A month ago in Yiming village, Hongfa's blind panther died tragically on the street. Do you dare to say you didn't do it? Officer, I'm a law-abiding good citizen. If you slander me like this for no reason, I can sue you for libel. If there's nothing else, please leave. I don't want to be at a table with people I'm not familiar with. Lin Yiqing directly gave him an expulsion order, and Liao Zhibang's face went red for a while. The reason why he had come to Lin Yiqing this time was because he had been ordered by his top boss to find out what the various forces in Yi-Rong were saying, and to strive for a peaceful transition in the Yi-Rong election this time. No trouble, no fighting, and stability and prosperity was the first priority. That's why Liao Zhibang will be the first to find Lin Yiqing. Originally he thought Lin Yiqing is just appointed boss will be better to control a little bit. A little threat to intimidate, a couple of sentences will be able to scare him. But I did not expect Lin Yiqing simply do not eat the set. Liao Zhibang forced down the anger in his heart, calmly said, Mr. Lin, other things we will not mention. Can you simply answer me a few questions? The other party was a police officer. Lin Yiqing couldn't be too disrespectful, since he was able to be calm. Then of course he himself wouldn't be unable to give a step down. Officer Liao, as long as you don't plant evidence against me, everything is fine. Liao Zhibang took out a cigarette and lit it, asking, are you interested in this election? Do you want to run for the election? No. Besides, even if I did, I've only been the boss for a few days. I'm not that qualified. Good. Then who will you support? Lin Yiqing shook his head with some amusement. Liao sir, out of order, right? This kind of question you think I can answer you? Liao Zhibang actually didn't expect Lin Yiqing to answer himself, and said to himself, I don't care which side you support. What we police need is stability and prosperity. We don't want you Yi-Rong to fight. That would not be good for anyone. If others fight, we also hope that you can stay out of it. Understand? Lin Yiqing took a sip of wine and pondered for a while. Liao sir, may I ask who you are representing to talk to me about this matter? Of course it's the anti-triad unit of the Sha Tin police station. Okay, since you are from the anti-triad unit you should know that you police have your rules and we short mules have ours. Even if I agree to you now, what if there are changes at that time? all things are not set in stone. Liao sir. Liao Zhibang frowned and said, so you're not going to agree? If I agreed to you very painfully, do you think it would be true? Liao sir, don't be too naive. If you go and ask someone else, I believe you'll get even less of an answer than you would with me. Liao Zhibang left, with a fire in his belly. Lin Yiqing didn't care if he would make things difficult for himself in the future, still didn't have a hint of relief, because Lin Yiqing know, a week after the election will be the Beard Firm faction and Morning Hui faction officially break the moment. He is in Irong and how can stay out of it? Chapter 47, I still wanna hit the moon. Brother Chang, my boss wants to see you. Liao Zhibang had just left. A young man wearing glasses came to Lin Yiqing's table and said to him respectfully. Lin Yiqing glanced at the glasses boy and felt that the person in front of him looked a bit familiar. The glasses boy had long wavy hair. His hair reminded Lin Yiqing of instant noodles. Under Lin Yiqing's cold gaze, the glasses boy felt a bit uncomfortable. He didn't dare to meet his eyes. His gaze flicked to the ground. Who is your boss? Oh, my boss is Brother Morning Fai. He's just across the street at Boston KTV. He also said to ask Brother Ching to please rest assured that he's just looking for you to talk about some club matters. Good, you lead the way in front. Lin Yiqing took out a few bills from his wallet and pressed them into the bottom of his cup, following that glasses guy out of the bar. In the largest private room of the Boston KTV, Morning Fai was hugging two girls with very little clothing on his left and right, and the two boys around him also had their arms around the girls on their left and right, and they were shaking the dice and drinking lively drinks. As soon as Lin Yiqing entered the door with his glasses, he saw Morning Fai arching over the chest of one of the girls beside him. Boss, Brother Chang is here. Hearing Glasses Boy's words, Morning Fai immediately stood up and warmly greeted Lin Yiqing. Chang come and sit down. All of you go over there. Let Ching sit over. He extremely familiarly led Lin Yiqing to his side, and enthusiastically personally poured Lin Yiqing a good wine. Chang, let's not talk about anything else first. Let's dry this cup. I'll drink first. After saying that, he tilted his head back and drained his glass, looking at Lin Yiqing with a smile. Lin Yiqing flicked the glass twice with his fingers and said, Brother Hui, if there's anything you have to say, just say it, or else I won't be able to drink this wine peacefully. Morning Hui's face gradually darkened. Chang, this is in your territory. Do you give me so little face? We had a little misunderstanding in the past, but married two in-laws are inevitably quarrelsome, and blood brothers are still inevitably quarrelsome. Don't you think so? Lin Yiqing didn't expect that this reckless man, Morning Hui, had even learned to morally kidnap, but this set of rules didn't work for him. Brother Hui, if you're looking for me for something then say it clearly. I'm afraid I'm not clear in my head when I'm drunk and will miss something. If it's nothing then I won't accompany you. Lin Yiqing stood up and was about to leave. Morning Hui hurriedly stopped him from the side and said on his shoulder, Chang, Brother Chang, it's fine if you don't drink. Just sit down and wait for me to finish, okay? He waved his hand at the spectacled boy next to him, who immediately understood and took out several large stacks of banknotes from his bag and handed them over to Morning Fai's hand. Morning Fai put the bills on the table in front of Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing took a look at them. They were all big $1,000 bills. They looked like hundreds of thousands of dollars. The sisters who were driven to the side couldn't help but gasp out in shock when they saw so much money. They had never seen so much money in their lives. Here's $500,000. Chang, I hope you'll support me in the election a week from now. Chang, what are we doing here? We're looking for money. Your current turf generates at most $1 million a month, right? You have to give part of it to the company, and you have to support your juniors. How much will you be able to leave in the end? Morning Hui continued to Lin Yiqing. Chang, as long as you support me, when I become a sitter, we will behead the chicken head and drink yellow wine to change the invitation to be sworn brothers, when there is money to earn together with the scenery. I'll fully support you to be the sitting pavilion in the next term. What do you think? Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette, took a drag and said, Brother Hui, I'd love to take this much money, but I'm afraid I don't have the life to take it. Some time ago, I remember there was someone who stood up for Cripple Bing and said that he would make me look good. I've been shocked until now. Morning Hui also took out a small cigar and lit it, swallowed a mouthful of smoke, crossed his legs and laughed. Chang, it's just a moment of anger. Do you mind so much? Let me tell you Ching, I've already made a deal with Bing and Chang. They fully support me to be the sitter. When I get to the top, I will twist the power of the whole society into a rope. When the time comes, we'll all be on the same page. We'll take the other half of Sai Street in Mongkok together. And in time, I'll make all the territory east of Nathan Road in Mongkok ours. Wrong. You should have heard of the oil and water in Mongkok. At that time, we, Wrong, will not be inferior to any of the big societies. Lin Yiqing glanced at Morning Fai. You're telling me that you're going to bring us together to fight our way into Mongkok East? Morning Fai thought Lin Yiqing was touched by the big pie he drew. That's right. The territory we fight back. You, Crippled Bing. and Gue Li Cheng will split it equally between the four of us. Is that sincere enough? Ha 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 ha. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Fight your way into Mongkok East, fight your way in and then we'll talk about it. I still want to hit the moon. Lin Yiqing opened the door and walked away under the stunned gazes of Morning Fai and the others. Morning Fai didn't expect that his so infectious speech didn't work on Lin Yiqing, who simply looked unmoved. Snap! Morning Fai had been overwhelmed by anger, grabbing the wineglass he had poured for Lin Yiqing and shattering it on the ground. Scram! Get out of here, all of you! Morning Huey's anger was about to set the air in the entire room on fire, and when those girl boys saw the scene, each of them ran out on their hands and knees. Only 3 little brothers remained inside the room without moving. After Morning Fai had finished his temper, he beckoned to his beloved little brother, Cobalt, to come over, and pulled out 2 stacks of banknotes from the table and handed them to Cobalt. Stripes, I'm going back to Mongkok right now. You take this 200,000 and go find someone right away. No matter what method you use to spend all of this 200,000. I want Lang Qing to disappear from this world forever tonight. Understand? Got it, boss. Zhong Yu, this Long Qing guy is especially capable of fighting. You must find me the best knife fighter to fix him. Remember, the best swordsman. Although Morning Fai was angry, he was not overwhelmed. Stripes carefully asked, Boss, should we move Fire Dog? Pa! Stripes received a slap on his head from Morning Fai. Are you stupid? Now that the general election in Irong is approaching, the police are now on alert and will bite like mad dogs at the first sign of trouble. What I want is for Long Qing to disappear, not for the police to catch a gun case. Understand? Understood, boss. Morning Hui slapped his forehead helplessly. The police in this era, if it's a kooky guy in a big firefight on the street, even if he cuts down a few of them, it's just a street armed fight, and at the most, he'll hand someone over to go out and go to jail. However, if the police catch the gun case, will certainly be the entire Sha Tin and even his Mongkok field turned upside down. To that time no one want to do business peacefully, no one can escape the blame. He, Morning Fai, has the most to do with it. The car quickly from the first city of Sha Tin to the west direction. Morning Hui quietly looked out of the car window of the night scene of Sha Tin, the heart flooded with infinite reverie. In 7 days, if I can defeat the beard firm to take over the Irong Dragon Head, then the window outside the Sha Tin is my funeral, Hui said. Thinking of this, Morning Hui picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Brother Xin, do you have time? I want to talk to you. Chapter 48 5 minutes. 9 heads. After Lin Yiqing came out of the Boston KTV, he returned to the headquarters warehouse. The moment before he came out of the KTV, he acutely felt that the last look Morning Fai gave himself was incomparably ruthless, and that meant that Morning Fai would definitely make a move against him. What means would Morning Fai use to deal with himself? He was currently unclear, but Lin Yiqing was not afraid at all, no matter how many people came, for the current Lin Yiqing was nothing more than dirt. Fine Dong and Bo Zai Song and Grenade were all in the warehouse. The 3 of them were playing blackjack. When they saw Lin Yiqing coming, they hurriedly got up to greet him. Lin Yiqing waved his hand at them, having so much fun. Ah Dong, what happened to the place I asked you to find for me? I found it right here in Yuchui Yuan, a house with 2 bedrooms and a hall. It's well decorated. Brother Qing, you'll love it. Well, good. When did the owner say he could move in? Any time. Lin Yiqing nodded his head and said, alright, Dong, you tell Zuni to bring his minions to help me move there tomorrow. Zuni will be very happy to know that Brother Qing. The 4 of them played mahjong in the warehouse until 10 o'clock or so, and then ordered a snack to eat. Bo Zai Song and Grenade started to spar, and Fine Dong also fanned the flames from the side. The 3 of them had a good time. Lin Yiqing had to go to the charcoal factory in the morning, so he went home early to rest. The house that Fine East rented for Lin Yiqing can only be moved in tomorrow, and tonight Lin Yiqing still has to stay in a small hotel on Yuan Hong Street. There was no way. Everything was good in Sha Tin City 1, but there wasn't a decent upscale hotel. When Lin Yiqing drove to Yuan Kong Street, it was nearly midnight, and there were not many pedestrians on the street. In addition to the street lamps and the sparse advertising lightboxes on both sides of the street, most of the stores on both sides of the street had already turned off their lights. The atmosphere of the entire street made Lin Yiqing's heart tighten. His sharp intuition told him that there was a situation. After Lin Yiqing parked his car on the side of the road, his eyes quickly scanned around, in the dark shadows of various alleys, as well as the dark shadows behind some of the store's lightboxes, there seemed to be shadowy figures. Visually, the number of people is more than 20. If they are really rushing at me, do they think that they can successfully take me down with only such a small number of people? Nope, it definitely won't be that simple. Lin Yiqing was slow to get out of the car. Some of those people in the dark shadows had already started to slowly walk out of it, hiding behind the cars, mailboxes and phone booths on the roadside. It seemed that they were already about to press on. He opened the door of his car and slowly stepped down. heading for the hotel entrance. How can you get a tiger's son without entering the tiger's den? Lin Yiqing just wanted to see what kind of goods Morning FAI could send against him, and it would be best if he could catch one or two of Morning FAI's beloved ones and force them to ask about Morning FAI's side of the story. When he walked to the center of the road, 4 people suddenly rushed out from 4 directions, all of them with sharp blades in their hands, charging straight at Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing, the corner of his mouth spread a smile. It seems that these guys are quite well prepared. Know that one by one up will be broken by me. Even know how to attack from all sides. Learn to use the art of war. Me so. The right-hand side of the knife machete stabbing to the distance Lin Yiqing very close distance. Lin Yiqing stretched out his fingers pressed on the back of his knife, and then force a break, only to see that the machete was like cardboard, like he was instantly broken into 2. The only thing that was left in the hands of that cutter was the hilt, and the next moment he felt that his belly was hit by a huge force, and his whole body flew out, and when he fell to the ground, his whole body went into a coma. The other 3 knifemen's knives were already very close to Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing grabbed the broken blade in his hand and casually swung it. The 3 machetes all lost their direction at once. The next 3 knives' body is like a rotten bag. In a few seconds were all kicked out, leaving only their hands. Machete now fell into the hands of Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing held 2 machetes in his left and right hands, coldly watching the situation on both sides of the street. Suddenly, from behind him came the sound of flying footsteps. Lin Yiqing instantly heard that it was the footsteps of 3 people. In front of him, there were also 2 people coming quickly towards Lin Yiqing from behind the cover. These 2 people were holding steel pipes and samurai swords in their hands. Their faces were all grim, as if Lin Yiqing had a blood feud with them. Samurai sword first cut over. Lin Yiqing left hand machete blocked a bit. At this time another person's steel pipe inserted over. Lin Yiqing dodged over. The machete in his other hand cut into the arm of the steel pipe. The arm of the person holding the steel pipe ate the pain. The steel pipe immediately fell to the ground. At this time, the people behind him had already arrived in front. Lin Yiqing kicked the samurai sword knife hand to fly, then turned around and blindly cut a knife. Only this knife will be behind a knife hand running over cut off an ear. The swordsman covered his bloody ear and sat down on the ground with a wail, and the other 2 swordsmen rushed up in unison. Lin Yiqing had finished warming up and could officially enter the battle. He threw both hands of the machete on the ground. The oncoming 2 knife hands saw him like this operation are frozen for a moment, and then continue to rush forward. A machete straight to Lin Yiqing's head cut down. Lin Yiqing with the human eye cannot see the speed instantly came to the right side of the person, swinging up a fist to his waist. With a click, the right hip bone of that person must have been shattered, and he fell to the ground as if he had broken his back, and a heartbreaking wail came out of his throat, like an injured wild dog. After the other man's machete slashed in vain, he realized that his 2 companions, one with his ear cut off and the other with his waist broken, were all desperately crying for help and wailing, and his psychological defense collapsed. The man threw the knife in his hand to the ground. "Ah, help! I don't want to die. Help!" he shouted as he ran wildly towards the other side of the street. They had received the bonus to cut down the famous Sha Tin god of war and had a big burden on their psyche. And now when they saw Lin Yiqing's operation of cutting down vegetables and melons like this, the man's psyche completely collapsed at once. Those who are still looking around for Lin Yiqing's flaws of the knives are also all a little jealous. Just less than 5 minutes time, Lin Yiqing knocked down 8, scared away 1. This kind of strength of the character they have not seen. All have the mind to retreat. At this time, the leader of the other side of the order. Everyone came to the center of the street, ready to Lin Yiqing with a final end. Lin Yiqing just stood quietly, watching the actions of those guys not far away. The opposite side of each person's movements have become more cautious and defensive. Everyone has seen Lin Yiqing's strength, the mentality of a huge change. In their eyes, this tall, thin and handsome young man in front of them was simply a monster. His immediate combat power and explosive power were completely out of the ordinary. Even the reincarnation of Bruce Lee could not compare to the Sha Tin god of war. Chapter 49, Gachango. Airplane. In the car in front of the hotel. At this moment, Stripe's jaws were dropping in shock. This was Yirong's most popular big brother. This is the legendary Sha Tin god of war. The terror of his strength is so great that all those who are lucky enough to see him will be amazed. The whole 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. The cops did not swallow a dime. All used to go to the Hong Kong Island various military depot to hire a knife hand. The 8 people who have been ruined and the guy who ran away in fear are all hired by cops at a price of $5,000 per person. And their bosses all swore that they were especially capable of fighting under their own command. But in front of Lin Yiqing, they were so unbeatable. Among the remaining dozen or so people, there were 2 top knife fighters who were from the number gang and Lian Shang. The one from the number gang paid $50,000. The one from Lian Shang paid $30,000. And the remaining dozen or so people also paid $5,000 each. $200,000 is so easy to spend out. but so far has not seen the slightest effect. At this moment, Lin Yiqing was facing a thin and lean middle-aged man, wearing a loose dress and holding an inconspicuous machete in his hand. Next to him was a leather-clad young man with a rooster's hair comb. The large nose on his face would make a strong impression on people at a glance, and he was holding a small bottle of wine and taking small sips of white wine. Brother Gakken. Airplane. Lin Yiqing really didn't expect to see these two people here. Who would have thought that the two of them would come together by mistake to work together for a handful of times because of Lin Yiqing? A dozen or so people had slowly surrounded them. No other expressions appeared on Lin Yiqing's face. All there was a smile for Brother Gakken and the airplane. What method should be used to bring these two guys over? Lin Yiqing is now thirsty for talent. Especially for such a capable fighter like Gakken, and the airplane is even more thirsty. There are only two methods. One is to use force to conquer. The other is to use money. However, Lin Yiqing decided to use the two methods together, and its effect was definitely doubled. Gakken Brother Wu took off the loose jacket outside. The black tight short sleeves inside set off a majestic muscle. His gaze was cold. His eyes were like knives watching Lin Yiqing. His feet moved gently. He was looking for a break in Lin Yiqing's body. The airplane's eyes were cold. He took a sip of the wine from the bottle in his hand, threw the bottle on the ground. Holding a machete, he quickly bullied his way towards Lin Yiqing. The other knives all stopped 5 meters away from Lin Yiqing. Just now Lin Yiqing, in a short period of time to solve so many people, already let these knives scared. They do not feel that they can be more powerful than those lying on the ground wailing. So now can only be the first to see the plane and add money to see whether the brother can get the upper hand. The airplane had already arrived in front of Lin Yiqing at this time, and the knife in his hand was plunged into Lin Yiqing's left rib at a very fast speed. Fast. Really fast. Extremely fast. But the airplane again fast. How can have Lin Yiqing's speed fast? Lin Yiqing will body to the right gently side to avoid the blade. 2 fingers instantly clamped the back of the knife. The airplane felt the back of the knife is restricted. Immediately wrist flip will knife turn a knife flower. Lin Yiqing's fingers released the back of the knife. Otherwise his fingers will be hurt by the blade. This is the first time Lin Yiqing did not break the other side of the machete. The airplane's performance makes him very satisfied. After the back of the knife got rid of Lin Yiqing's double fingers, the airplane's blade quickly chipped towards Lin Yiqing's waist. Lin Yiqing still exerted his super high agility. His body was like pulling onions from the ground, directly backward 2 feet, which made the airplane's 2 eyes were glaring round. He never thought that there would be someone who could make such difficult movements, except in martial arts movies. In reality have never seen or heard of it at all. While he was slightly hesitating, the airplane only saw Lin Yiqing suddenly dodging and bursting into his eyes like a ghost, brushing and grabbing his own arm, then gently twisting it, and the other arm did the same. The airplane's 2 arms were dislocated, and he was no longer able to fight back, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Lin Yiqing grabbed his clothes and threw him into his car, and locked the door. The world of the High Masters did not care about group fights, even in a Cookie Street melee. But before also think so, Gakken Brother coldly watched Lin Yiqing quickly finish the airplane. Eyes showed regret. He should follow the footsteps of the airplane together to deal with the man in front of the eyes, who looks like a gentleman but the body skills like a devil. However, it was too late for regrets now. A look of determination appeared in Brother Gakken's eyes. Taking people's money and eliminating people's disasters was his usual code of conduct. His right leg stomped the ground behind him. His whole body catapulted towards Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing dodged his body as he catapulted over, stretching out his palm to slash at his ribs. Originally, Lin Yiqing thought that he could easily finish off Brother Gakken with this slash, but he didn't realize that Brother Gakken's strong body wasn't blown out of proportion, and although he was in some pain, he wasn't in any serious trouble. In this way, Lin Yiqing immediately understand that the money brother in the movie is the carriage space is narrow and cannot play their own strength. If in the open environment, I am afraid that 10 Dongguan children are not his opponent. Gakken Brother from behind and drew a machete. 2 knives in hand under the sky, he has the momentum burst out, then stepped on the unique fighting pace staring at Lin Yiqing's movements, ready to launch a fatal blow at any time. Suddenly, he acted. His right hand machete violently slashed at Lin Yiqing's ankle. Lin Yiqing's body gently sighed to avoid the blade, and then reached out his foot and stepped on Gakken's right hand knife. Gakken loosened his hand, then gently rolled on the ground. His left hand machete slashed at Lin Yiqing's other ankle. Although his speed was already extremely fast, but he did not expect that Lin Yiqing was even faster than him. Lin Yiqing kicked on the wrist of the brother. The brother of the left-handed knife has also eaten the pain. He still want to get up to fight again, but has lost the opportunity, because at this time Lin Yiqing's other foot has already come to the back of his neck. The money brother only felt a pain in the back of his head, and then his eyes blackened and lost consciousness. 5 minutes. It only took 5 minutes. Both Brother Gakken and the airplane had already been loaded into the car by Lin Yiqing. At this time, those knives were hesitant. The money brother and the airplane, so strong people are in such a short period of time to be cleaned up. They then go on is not tantamount to send food? However, after receiving money from others and not doing anything, if their bosses know about it, they will definitely not have a good time. Lin Yiqing looked around at the trembling knife handlers, picked up the machete of Brother Gakken from the ground and waved it in the air with force. Instantly his figure burst into the opposite side of the knife hand in front of him. Brush 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 3 consecutive knife. The front of the 3 knife hands' wrists were all cut. Hand knife all fell to the ground. Chapter 50, Complete Victory. Ah, run, he's a devil, someone shouted, throwing the knife in his hand to the ground and running backwards with a scream. One by one, the others started to follow suit, and the last remaining ones saw that the tide had turned and all spread their legs and ran to the sides of the street. Lin Yiqing, a hand will run in the end of a guy grabbed. That person still want to fight back, but the hands of the knife are thrown. There is no ability to resist. Lin Yiqing put the machete to his ear. Where is the person who instructed you? Speak up and I'll keep you safe. I'll definitely let you go. The man closed his mouth and didn't say a word. Lin Yiqing smiled faintly. His hand rose and fell. Half of the man's ear fell to the ground along with the blood. Ow. He covered his ear and his entire body curled up. For this kind of tough-talking person, Lin Yiqing wouldn't have any nonsense at all. He would have to use direct means. Otherwise he would feel emboldened if you didn't do anything. Lin Yiqing's knife reached out to the man's other ear again. I'll ask you one last time. Where is he? The man covered his ear and looked at Lin Yiqing in horror. Still didn't say anything, but his eyes glanced towards the car in front of the hotel, and Lin Yiqing immediately understood. He then took a big step towards the hotel entrance, and Stripes also reacted from his shock at this point. He panicked and hit the steering wheel and stepped on the gas to drive away, but accidentally crashed the car head-on into a nearby car. The rear of the car slammed into another car, and the car stalled. Cold sweat broke out on his head and he hurriedly restarted the car, but he couldn't get it started. Seeing Lin Yiqing getting closer and closer, Stripes had heard of Lin Yiqing's power, and today he saw his bravery and ruthlessness with his own eyes, and both of his legs were trembling. Stripes violently opened the car door and jumped out of the car, darting out towards the other end of Gunkong Street. Due to his special panic, in the process of running, inevitably fell 2 heels. Just when he climbed up for the second time to continue to run, suddenly saw Lin Yiqing at his side with a smile on his face looking at him. Stripes scared out howl, as if he saw a ghost, running forward. Suddenly he felt his left leg was a strong attack. Just stood up, the body instantly kneeled down again. The knife in Lin Yiqing's hand was already on Stripes' neck. Stripes, right? I've seen you before. If you don't want to die, obediently follow what I say. Otherwise I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. The skill of Brother Gakken and the airplane were easily taken down by Lin Yiqing. How could Stripes dare to disobey his orders? He could only obediently follow Lin Yiqing to the side of his car. Lin Yiqing sat on the passenger side and said to Stripes, "Get in. You drive." Under Lin Yiqing's guidance, Stripes quickly arrived at the warehouse. The little brother guarding the door outside the warehouse saw Lin Yiqing's car coming back, and hurriedly went in to notify Fine East, who was still playing cards. Fine East and Bozai Song, Grenade with people ran out. After seeing a bloodied Lin Yiqing and his side-trembling striped boy were shocked. "Brother Chang, what happened? Did it hurt anywhere, Brother Ching?" Lin Yiqing waved his hand and said casually, "Ah Dong, have someone bring this brother strip boy inside to give him a little color, and get those 2 on the back seat inside and tie them up. Don't move them." Stripes was dragged by his arms towards the warehouse by the 2 juniors, his eyes especially panicked. "Brother Chang, Brother Chang, don't, Brother Chang, I'll tell you everything you want to know. I'll tell you everything I know." When Lin Yiqing changed his clothes and walked into the warehouse, Stripes had already been hung up, and Grenade was holding a steel pipe over him. He was hissing, "Don't hit me, please, I'll tell you everything." But Lin Yiqing did not say anything, but took out a cigarette and lit it, sat down and played cards with Xiaodong and Bozai Song. After playing for a while after the Grenade tired, handing over the hands of the steel pipe to a little brother, the little brother took over after the fight more than the Grenade. The bar boy screams even more miserable. At this time, Brother Gakken has awakened, and with the airplane that has always been awake to lean together, both are bound hands and feet. There is not a chance of escaping the life, so just there to watch the fun. I throw, really ruthless. Another 10 minutes, I'm afraid this kid will be killed. Brother Gakken commented very calmly. The airplane looked at him and spoke. 10 minutes? I think he won't be able to make it in 5 minutes, unless he's an Iron Man. Who could withstand such a beating? Plus money, brother, how about a bet? A bet is a bet. What do you want to bet? Gakken thought for a while and said, "Let's bet that when we both get beaten up, the loser won't be allowed to make a sound. How about it?" "Okay." The airplane did not hesitate at all and directly agreed. Regular people in this kind of environment would have long been scared to piss their pants. The 2 of them were tied up solidly and still like nothing in the bet. Have to say that their psychological quality is really strong. Very strong. Stop. Lin Yiqing didn't give Brother Gakken and the airplane the chance to finish the bet. After that little brother hit another dozen or so sticks he shouted to stop. Lin Yiqing came in front of Stripes with a cigarette in his mouth. Stripes, I'm not hitting you because I want you to say something to explode something, purely because you look down on me. I, Lin Yiqing, am known as the Sha Tin god of war, and you've even found such a couple of no-good pouncing boys to cut me down? When he heard Lin Yiqing's words, he didn't like it. Hey, Long Qing, it's good that you can fight, but you can't look down on us like that, right? At least woo, have a good name in the numbered gang, right? Where is my airplane unimpressive and where is it pouncing? The airplane was also irritated by Lin Yiqing's words. Lin Yiqing turned his head and smiled at them and said, woo, airplane, you two think you're so powerful, how could you be so easily cleaned up by me? And I didn't lay a hard hand on you guys, otherwise do you know what would happen to you now? He then pointed at the hanging Strip Boy. The faces of Brother Gakken and Airplane suddenly changed. Strip Boy's current dignified appearance was indeed tragic enough. At this time, Stripes was already delirious. Brother Qing didn't fight. I'm wrong, I know a lot of things about Brother Fai. Brother Fai is now colluding with Hung Fat Old Top Eagle Nu. He also wants to make trouble in the society election. If he can't make it to the next sitting house he'll have to get rid of all of you. Lin Yiqing knows that the Strip has been scared out of his wits. Morning Hui's black material all let him shake out. But Lin Yiqing did not expect is that Morning Hui surprisingly can be in collusion with the Eagle Nu. The saying is really good. As long as it is not their own people. Out of the mix of none of the righteousness to talk to the word. Not righteousness is Morning Hui. Speak as a fart is the Eagle Nu. These eating outside the two sides of the guy. Chapter 51 Conquest plus Money Brother Airplane. Originally, Lin Yiqing was still pondering that he would need to torture Morning Fai's inner circle to force a confession out of him, but he didn't realize that Stripes had already been scared out of his wits, and didn't need to force himself to tell everything he knew. The reason why Lin Yiqing let people brutally beat Stripes, the purpose is to scare Gakken brother and the airplane. Let them understand how brutal they are to the enemy. Lin Yiqing patted Strip Boy's face. Kid, I won't kill you, but when you go back, tell Morning Fai that I've remembered this favor he gave me, and I'll definitely return it to him with interest in the future. Dong, send someone to send Stripes back to Morning Fai and throw him at the entrance of his nightclub. Fine Dong immediately sent his little brother to go and do his job. Lin Yiqing leisurely arrived in front of Brother plus Money and the airplane. He lit up 2 cigarettes and stuffed them into the mouths of Brother Gakken and the airplane respectively. Come on you two, finish this last cigarette and get ready to hit the road. Brother Gakken spat out the cigarette in one gulp. Long Chang, my boss is our numbered gang master Lin. You'll know if you ask around. You can't kill me. You'll be in big trouble if you kill me. Lin Yiqing laughed coldly and said, why can't you recognize the situation? Right now it's your little life that's in my hands. How dare you threaten me? I don't know which Master Lin of the numbered gang is. I only know that this is Sha Tin. It's Re Rong's territory. Whoever speaks here is no good. Understand? Brother Gakken said excitedly. Brother Long Chang, I can work for you. You have an enemy, I can go and kill him for you right away. By the way, that Morning Fai is your enemy, right? I can make him disappear tonight. Don't kill me, okay? Lin Yiqing patted his head and glanced at the airplane that was very calmly gulping down smoke. Kid, why don't you beg for mercy? Airplane holding a cigarette. Some slurred said, this job is my own private out to take. The boss knows the impunity I've been good. Even if I look for him he may not care about me. You want to kill on the kill. I'm rotten life a casual law. It seems that the airplane this guy is really seedy. At least than the love of money and money brother enough seed more. This may be the difference between penniless and rich. After all, plus money brother such a person's savings must be quite a lot. So he was killed, of course he is not willing. Now the airplane although good hands, but did not get in Lian Shang which big brother's appreciation. Now just a 4-9 boy only. His boss fish head label is also just a tie job straw shoe. Even if it is a straw shoe fish head label also did not take the aircraft as his heart little brother. He felt that this all day only know how to fight and kill the little brother is a mindless rash boy. How will let the aircraft as a heart it? Lin Yiqing took a machete over. The airplane closed his eyes already waiting to die. Plus money brother although very reluctant but also resigned to fate. Who let him receive this life-threatening job it? Miso 2 sounds. Plus money brother and the airplane 2 people do not feel what is wrong with the body. Was tied hands but suddenly relaxed open. It turned out that Lin Yiqing had cut all the ropes binding their hands and feet. Both of them were a bit surprised and puzzled. It's like this. I quite appreciate the 2 of you. Are you interested in working under me? Don't worry. If you follow me, you'll have money and whatever you want. But my boss fish head bill there. The airplane was a little difficult. I'll talk to fish head label. No problem. Okay, brother Chang. Airplane was very happy. After years of mixing in the club, he finally had a boss who appreciated him and valued him. Brother Gakken, however, said, I only need money. As long as there is money let me do whatever I want. Yes, deal. Dong. Arrange a place for them to stay. From now on, the two of them are directly under my control. Got it, Brother Cheng? Fine Dong agreed cheerfully. After everyone left, only Lin Yiqing and Fine East were left in the warehouse. Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette. The smoke curled up and blurred his face. Dong, do you know why I took in the two of them? Fine Dong shook his head and said, Brother Cheng, if there is anything that a few of US brothers can do, why do we need to find those swordsmen to use? You're wrong, Dong. From now on you, Song, Zuni and Baxi and Grenade will all be our regional leaders in Irong. Have you ever seen any society's leader personally do the work of the knife men? From now on, all of you can't have blood on your hands, and you can't leave a single record with the police, so you can only develop in the long run when you're the bosses in the future. Do you understand? Understood. Brother Cheng, the election in a week's time will cause a big stir. Everyone will be implicated. I want you to take your brothers to guard our turf, and be ready to counterattack on command. Also, contact Xia Yunshan Earthquake for me. I want to see him tomorrow. Xia Yunshan Earthquake? Fine East was a bit surprised. Even if it was a big firefight in Irong, their own people were enough. How could they use Xia Yunshan Earthquake? TSZ Wanshan is one of the arsenal of Hong Kong Island. TSZ Wanshan Earthquake Brother Famous is a lot of small associations from the outside of the first choice of transferring troops, the real goods and goods. How many people want to be able to transfer how many people to you? However, the labor fee, agency fee, disability fee, funeral expenses cannot be less. Lin Yiqing want to find Earthquake. That is certainly want to transfer troops with. Although Fine East does not know Lin Yiqing specifically want to transfer how many people, but he knows that Brother Cheng as long as the hand will certainly be a large sum of money. Also, Dong, find someone to buy fire dogs, guns, both long and short, the more the merrier. Only after hearing this did Fine East realize that something big was really going to happen. As long as the club firefight didn't involve guns, even if there was a human life the police could tolerate it. But after the gun is a different scene. The police will certainly be thunder to be struck. Then it will be the environment of 9 deaths and 1 life. Lin Yiqing looked at the Fine East face, patted his shoulder to comfort. East, do not panic. I want you to buy fire dog is also for us to buy their own insurance only. Do big things must be calm, understand? Fine Dong nodded and said, I understand, Brother Cheng. This matter tonight is already dangerous enough. Brother Cheng, should we send more people around you to protect you? Lin Yiqing laughed. With my skill, do I still need someone to protect me? Sending people around me will get in the way if something happens. I can hold my own. After returning to the hotel, a system beep suddenly sounded in Lin Yiqing's mind. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully resolved the crisis and taken in 2 men with outstanding force values. Rewarded with 90 points and 1.5 million Hong Kong dollars. Now Lin Yiqing had accumulated 303 points, and the Hong Kong dollars had saved nearly 6 million in the system space. Chapter 52, Imperial China Nightclub. Lin Yiqing was just about to open the control panel when the system beep sounded again. Points accumulated above 300. Special rewards issued. 2 new special abilities. Fatal Injury Defense, S1. Lethal Damage Defense. Can defend against bullet attacks. S1 level can defend once a day. Can be upgraded. Subordinate Loyalty Bonus, 10. Subordinate Loyalty adds 10 to the original loyalty base. Subordinate Loyalty full level is 100. The loyalty of ordinary minions is usually about 65-70. After the addition is 75-80. So the loyalty is already very high. Like the loyalty of the Fine East is about 95. It is a special loyalty level. After adding 10 it becomes 105. Then it becomes extremely loyal. It is the level that can lay down his life for Lin Yiqing to block the knives and guns. With the loyalty bonus, Lin Yiqing could see the loyalty score of every one of his men if he wanted to, which made all his men transparent in his eyes. Lin Yiqing added all 300 points to the 2 new special abilities, and 200 points to Lethal Damage Defense. Lethal Damage Defense had become S3 ranked, and could defend against lethal damage 3 times a day, including all life-threatening injuries such as gunshots and explosions. The other 100 points Lin Yiqing added to the loyalty of his subordinates. Every 10 points could increase loyalty by 1 point. Now Lin Yiqing's subordinate loyalty bonus became 20. That is to say, the original 65-70 loyalty of the ordinary minions became 85-90. After the loyalty greatly increased, the minions' ability to do things and combat power will of course also increase greatly accordingly. Mongkok, Sai Street, Imperial China Nightclub. Inside the largest private room, there were a dozen people, except for 7 or 8 girls. All of them were members of the club. Both Morning Fai and Cripple Bing were sitting on the sofa, coldly looking at Stripes, who was paralyzed on the floor like a puddle of mud. Duh, big brother, I'm not good at my job. I'm useless. Just punish me. Strip Boy was covered in wounds. One eye was swollen and couldn't be opened, and blood was dripping from the corner of his mouth. Morning Fai's chest was heaving, looking like he was enduring great anger. Stripes, 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. If you hire someone from Yuan Long, at most $2,000 a person. I can hire 100 of them, and all of them are veterans who can hold a knife. How do you work? Did you swallow all the money I gave you? Stripes hurriedly shouted. No boss, you misunderstood me boss. I went to Honglu to find 24 experienced guys who are especially capable of fighting and dare to put up a fight, and gave each of them $5,000. I also put the number of gangs of Awuan and Liansheng fishhead label that very powerful little brother plane to find. 2 people I gave 50,000 I gave 30,000. I didn't dare to swallow a penny. Boss, all blame Long Cheng-yi is too powerful. All know the number gang Awu a person empty-handed can fight a dozen, but by Long Cheng 3 or 2 times to knock out. I really have no way boss. Woo woo, Stripes was in tears, panicking and explaining, if Morning FAI decided that it was him who had misappropriated the money and failed to do the job, I'm afraid that his end would be particularly miserable. That's why he was trying his best to defend himself. Morning FAI looked at this little brother in front of him who had followed him for several years. The cold and stern look in his eyes gradually faded. Stripes, I'll believe you for once. He then ordered his men to send Strip Boy to the underground medical center to treat his injuries, and Strip Boy thanked Morning FAI profusely and left. Crippled Bing coldly looked at the sent-away Stripes, coldly snorted and said, Morning FAI, is that Long Ching guy really that powerful? Dozens of people can't even get close? Morning FAI slammed the cigarette in his hand to the ground. Suddenly sparks splashed everywhere. Well, if dozens of people can't get close, what about hundreds of people? Is he invincible? At this time, sitting in the shadow of the corner of the man spoke out, Ahuya, calm down. Long Chang is no longer powerful, but also we Rong's people. After we make things happen, you become the seat of the house. Everyone supports you. He can turn up how big a storm. At that time everything is up to you. Brother Hui of Rong Sitting Hall. You can pinch him round if you want to, and rub him flat if you want to. A respectful look appeared on Morning FAI's face, and he said to the man in the corner, Brother XIN, I still need to rely on your support for all of this. Of course there's no problem. Long Cheng and Bearded Fur made me suffer such a big dark loss. Even if you don't look for me I won't let them have a good time. The man in the corner finally revealed his true face. If Lin Yiqing was present he would have immediately recognized him as Hongfa Old Top Eagle Nu. Stripes was right. Morning FAI and Eagle Nu had already gotten mixed up. There was no telling what they would do next. Ah, Hui, if there is a chance that you can catch Long Cheng, I hope you won't waste him and hand him over to me. I am quite interested in him. Okay, no problem, Brother XIN. It seems that Eagle XIN is still haunted by Lin Yiqing's unwillingness to go with him at the beginning. If a talent like Lin Yiqing joins Hongfa paired with the resourceful Eagle XIN believes that it won't be long before Hongfa will surely go to a higher level. However, Brother XIN, I need your full support. How many people can you Hongfa send out to help me? Morning Hui is not a good fool, although now Eagle Nu has joined him in this contest with Beardy Jin. But in Morning Hui's opinion, just talking and advising is simply not enough. Eagle Nu was certainly no cutie pie. Morning FAI, when you had a conflict with Ah Chicken, a henchman of the new Key Tiger Head's army, if it wasn't for me, would this laundry street turf of yours still be yours? Since I've promised to help you, and you've also promised to share half of the business of City 1 Sha Tin with me when the time comes, then of course I'm going to do my best to help you take the leading position in Irong. 200 good men who can hold a sword on my side of Hongfa can be at your disposal at any time, and you don't have to worry about a single penny of expenses. How's that? Sincere enough? Morning we picked up the wine glass in front of him and walked to Eagle Nu, clinked it with Eagle Nu, Brother Nu. Happy cooperation. Eagle XIN took a small sip from his wine glass and said, Ah, Hui, it's up to you. After saying that, he pulled up the 2 sisters on his left and right sides, and pulled them to go outside. Ah, Hui, I need these 2 sisters to accompany me tonight. You guys help yourselves. Morning FAI looked at Eagle Nu's back, turned his head to Cripple Bing and said coldly, Eagle Nu, this old thing, thinks he can ask for a lot of money just because he helped me once. Half of Sha Tin First City's business? Humph. He'll be the first to be cleaned up after I'm done with Irong's family business. Chapter 53, Xiaoyun Shan Earthquake Brother. At the side of the stands of the Xiaoyun Mountain Stadium, a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue suit with a flower-colored shirt was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed. Behind him were 2 men in black who were over 1 meter 8.5 and powerful. The 2 men in black stood like 2 pillars, one on the left and one on the right, which was quite an intimidating look. The man sitting with his legs crossed was watching the group of teenage kids playing soccer in the stadium with full attention, taking a puff of the cigarette in his hand from time to time. Brother Earthquake, watching soccer. Fine East smiled and greeted the man, and Lin Yiqing paced behind Fine East to the man. Earthquake seemed to be a little upset that the 2 of them had disturbed him from watching the game. Squinting at Lin Yiqing and Fine East, he muttered something under his breath that Fine East probably didn't hear. However, Lin Yiqing's 50 points of basic physique nowadays had made all his 5 senses particularly sensitive, and he clearly heard earthquakes muttering. Little Yakuza pretending to be a big brother, really don't know the heights of heaven. It seemed that this brother earthquake saw how young Lin Yiqing and Fine East were and didn't put them in his eyes at all. What are you guys looking for me for? Say what you have to say. I don't have that much time, Earthquake said impatiently. Fine East also seemed to not expect this famous Sha Tin mountain earthquake brother to have such a big frame. He said after a pause, Brother Earthquake, of course we are looking for you to borrow troops. Earthquake glanced at Fine East, said in a bad mood, who are you? Young to talk big. Children. If you are competing for the territory of the cigarette stand or convenience store, hurry up and get out of the way. I do not have time to nag with you. Xiaodong laughed, Brother Earthquake, I know you are a big businessman. If you are really competing for a cigarette stand or convenience store, how dare I bother you? Brother Earthquake, let me introduce, this is my boss, Irong Longqing. When he heard the words Yoshi Rangqing, Earthquake, who was still concentrating on watching the game, immediately turned his head. Irong Longqing? Lin Yiqing paced over to Earthquake and stretched out his hand. That's right, I'm Longqing. I wonder how big of a business it is to get Brother Earthquake interested. Earthquake shook Lin Yiqing's hand in embarrassment. Sorry, I thought you were some kids from somewhere to amuse me. Longqing, I heard that you've been very powerful in Sha Tin lately. Why do you want to come with me to borrow troops? Lin Yiqing didn't give him any crap and said bluntly, Brother Earthquake should know that we are going to have a general election in Irong recently, right? I want to add a talisman for myself, so I came to you. Brother Earthquake. Oh, Earthquake finally got interested. Then how many soldiers is Brother Longqing prepared to borrow? Then I wonder how many people Brother Earthquake can provide? Lin Yiqing asked in return. It's like this. Sha Tin Mountain's rules. As long as you dare to speak, you can borrow as many people as you want. Earthquake was like a salesman at this time, propping up the scene and speaking numbers. $500 per person. At least 30 people to borrow. In a small fight. No pain. No injury. $1,000 per person. Fighting a big fight each person $3,000. Lightly injured a person $10,000. Seriously injured $50,000. Dead a person $100,000 pension. Clearly marked price. Childish. Brother Longqing, which kind do you want to borrow? Pick me the kind of good hands that can hold a knife and see blood. I want 500 people. Each person to give $5,000. Pay $200,000 deposits first. Wait for my phone call. And then give you $2.5 million after finishing the job. The deposit of $200,000 is even the hard work fee for you to wait for news at any time. How is it? As soon as this condition was opened, Earthquake couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Then he was all smiles. Probably he hadn't received such a big order for a long time. Brother Chang, it's true that young talents come out of the woodwork. No problem. As long as you ask, I can satisfy you with anything. At this time, Fine East opened the bag in his hand and pulled out a large pile of $1,000 Hong Kong paper and handed it over to Earthquake. Brother Earthquake, this is a deposit of $200,000. Count it. Earthquake took the money and waved his hand. No need to count it. Brother Chang is so big that he will not shorten this small amount of money. Brother Chang, don't worry. I will definitely do this for you. From today onwards, I'll be waiting for your call 24 hours a day. Lin Yiqing nodded and said, Good, Brother Earthquake. I've done everything I need to do. The rest is up to you. Earthquake enthusiastically invited Lin Yiqing and Fine East to stay for dinner, but Lin Yiqing politely refused him with the excuse that he still had important matters to attend to back in Sha Tin. Turning around, he was about to leave with Ho Shidong, when he heard the stadium exploding in chaos. It turned out to be two groups of children playing soccer in the quarrel, one of the side of the crowd. There are more than 10 or 20 like, the other side of only 4 people, completely at a disadvantage, but does not bow down. And very much a newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger's posture. Seeing that the two groups of people are about to swing their fists and palms to fight, Earthquake commanded the person behind him, Aluo, don't let them fight. Go to call the two groups of children. I will give them to break the case, so as not to let Brother Longqing laugh. It seems that the man called Aluo in this area to speak were very weighty. Not long after the two groups of people obediently followed Aluo came to the front of the Earthquake. Earthquake hugged his bladder and squinted at the two groups of people. Tell me, what's going on here? What's this fight between folks? Someone from the crowded side spoke up. Brother Earthquake, we are Olive's boys. This stadium is covered by Olive. It's our numbered gang's turf. These 4 boys came to play soccer without even greeting us. We taught them the rules and they are still being rude to us. Brother Earthquake, do you think we should fix them? Earthquake rubbed his chin and said, Brother Olive? Is that the olive dish that follows the garbage king? That's right, it's Olive. Earthquake said with some disdain. How dare that gambler, Olive Crook, accept a little brother? He owns the stadium? What a big business. That little brother heard the earthquake. Some words are not good. Also do not dare to answer again. Half a day did not stammer out a sentence. At this time, the opposite four people in a pitch black skin big eyes guy spoke. This is the community's court. Everyone can play soccer. You can't beat us. So you cheat, but also kicked Tong hurt. Is it that you have the boss cover cannot be reasonable? The olive dish minions got cranky again at this and started yelling that they were going to clean them up again. Earthquake waved his hand at these people and suppressed their fire. Then he turned his head to that black charcoal head and said, "Little friend, Sha Tin Mountain has always been our number gang's territory, and although Olive Dish is incompetent, he is still a member of the number gang, and since this is his turf, I can't speak for outsiders. Let's put it this way, the four of you pay for 2 tables of peace wine. I'll be the peacemaker and let this matter go. What do you think?" Black charcoal head was tough as nails. "There's no money. Even if we had the money, we couldn't have invited them. If they have the guts, they'll beat us to death." Earthquake's face began to look ugly when he saw that black charcoal head was even soft and hard. Brother Earthquake, why bother with a few kids? Lin Yiqing hadn't even left yet. It was because he felt that these 4 guys were quite bold. He quite appreciated them, especially that black charcoal head. It wasn't until he saw that Earthquake's face had changed, and that the following would definitely make those 4 guys suffer a bit, that Lin Yiqing spoke out to help. Chapter 54, 4 Little Brothers. Ha ha, Brother Chang, our little friend from Sha Tin Mountain doesn't know any better. I've made you laugh. Earthquake looked like he was smiling. It seemed that black charcoal head didn't give him face. This made him feel bad. Brother Earthquake, let's do it this way. I'll take $5,000 and ask your number to help these kids drink tea. So don't make things difficult for them anymore. Give face. Lin Yiqing looked at Earthquake with a smile. And of course Earthquake couldn't refuse, so he could only take his hand and wipe his face before speaking. Well, since Brother Ching has said so, then I can't not give face. Count you boys lucky. This time it's Brother Ching who's protecting you, but I don't want there to be a next time. Be careful in the future. Lin Yiqing signaled Fine East to take those 4 guys away. Then he said goodbye to Earthquake, and under the watchful eyes of those number gang minions, they got into the car and left. Big brother, those few boys are quite wild. Even you do not give face. Want to? Earthquake waved his hand and interrupted Aluo's words. Forget it. More is better than less. Besides, there is Long Ching to protect them. Long Ching gave us such a large amount of business. In the future, we may still have to cooperate. Make money first. This little thing is still catty about what? The silver Bentley drove smoothly on the road to the Delaishan tunnel. Xiandong was driving and Lin Yiqing was sitting in the passenger side. In the back seat of the car sat the 4 rash youths. They had never sat in such a high-class sedan. One by one, they looked east and west. Their eyes were full of envy. What? Do you guys like this car? Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette, flicked the ash out of the window and asked the boys with a smile. The black charcoal head's eyes glowed. Of course I like it. Which man doesn't like a good car? That. Ching brother, right? Thanks for helping us out today. I wonder where this is taking us. Lin Yiqing exhaled a smoke ring. What? You 4 big living people are still afraid that I will sell you out? I see that you don't have a proper job either, so you can follow me from now on. How about it? Black charcoal head was a bit confused. With you? That's right. Lin Yiqing signaled Fine East to stop at the side of the road, opened the car door and got out of the car, stood beside the road and looked at the big mountain in front of him. Fine East and those 4 guys also got out of the car and introduced to the 4 of them. This is my boss, Yirong Langcheng. You guys should have heard of him, right? After the 4 black charcoal heads heard that the well-mannered man in front of them was Yirong Langcheng, their faces changed, becoming excited and thrilled. Sha Tin and TSZ Wanshan were just separated by a Lion Rock Park, and Sha. The recent pandemonium in Sha Tin was of course spreading by word of mouth among the young people in TSZ Wanshan. It turns out that the well-mannered man in front of himself is the Sha Tin god of war Yirong Langcheng. Black charcoal head said excitedly, Brother Chang, I didn't know that you were the famous Sha Tin war god. I'm sorry for being rude. Lin Yiqing waved his hand and said, if you guys don't want to follow me then I won't force you. Standing as you've already left the sight of those brats from the number gang, it's up to you whether you should go home or wherever you want to go. If you guys are willing to follow me, then get in the car and follow me to Sha Tin. How about it? Do you need to think about it? No need to think about it. Brother Chang, we'll follow you. Black charcoal head replied directly to Lin Yiqing without another stutter. For them, they couldn't wait to be able to follow Yirong's most popular big brother. Without a big brother to cover them, the numbered gang's little brother, the gambler Olive Dish, was able to bully them at will. Now that they have a big brother, and they are going to Sha Tin, where the big brother calls the shots, how can they not be happy? On the way back to Sha Tin, Black charcoal head introduced Lin Yiqing. His name was Chen Hua, and the other 3 were Gao Fei, Catboy, and Morning Bull. Ding, successfully subjugated Chen Hua and other juniors, rewarded with 20 points and 300. 000 Hong Kong dollars. Lin Yiqing was in a good mood when he heard the system beep and pulled out a few thousand from his pocket and handed it to Chanhua. Chanhua, the four of you will follow Fine East when you arrive in Sha Tin. From now on Fine East will be your boss. Fine East is a E-Rome white paper fan. It's more than enough to be your boss. Understand? Chanhua took that money. The four of them had never had so much money in their pockets. It was true that following a good big brother is different. Afterwards, Lin Yiqing said to Dong Xiaodong, Dong, you take them well. Take these boys will definitely have a future. Fine East replied as he drove, no problem. Brother Chang. At this moment, Lin Yiqing's cell phone rang. He picked it up. Hello. Chang. This is Brother Chang. Where are you now? It turned out to be Seafood Chang calling in. Lin Yiqing's heart fluttered. Could it be that something else had happened? If there was nothing important, it was logical that Seafood Chang wouldn't call him. Because Seafood Chang knew that he had been busy with Sha Tin First City recently. It was impossible for ordinary small matters to personally call him. Kung. I'm on my way back to Sha Tin. What's the matter? It's like this. Chang. Brother Qin is organizing a birthday banquet tonight. In previous years, a few of us bosses would go to celebrate Qin's birthday. You have just become the boss this year. I'm afraid that you don't know the rules, so I'm telling you in advance. Oh, where will the banquet be held? Tonight at 7 o'clock. Gathering Fortune House. Okay, I know. Thank you, Brother Chang. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yiqing immediately dialed another phone number. A song. Call up Zuni in Grenade. At 6:30 p.m. take someone to the alleys on both sides of the Bank of East Asia and ambush them. Try not to be exposed. Bo Chai Song seemed to be asking what happened, but Lin Yiqing just said for him not to care so much and just do as he was told. Lin Yiqing then said to Fine Dong, Dong, it looks like you guys are going to accompany me to the banquet today. In this case, don't go back to the warehouse first. Go directly to Yongxiang Jewelry House. Okay, Brother Chang. Yongxiang Jewelry Store is a relatively large Goldwest store along Yo Pai Sha Street. There is no parking place in front of the jewelry store, so Fine Dong parked his car on the other side of the road. Then Lin Yiqing led Fine Dong and Chanhua to strut into the door of the jewelry store. The waiter at the entrance received them warmly. Welcome. Several gentlemen. A beautiful woman wearing the standard uniform of the goldsmith's house walked over. Several gentlemen. I'm the shopping guide manager here. May I ask what you need to order? Lin Yiqing didn't reply, but just scanned towards their counter. But Xiaodong was quite interested in this beautiful shopping manager, and kept asking about this and that, and the beautiful shopper was not tired of introducing the goods to him. It is the back of the four have not seen what the world of the boy constantly surveyed everything in the store. They are a few poor boys have never been into the gold shop, not to mention have never seen so many fashionably dressed saleswomen. Although Chanhua was still able to restrain himself, Gao Fei and Catboy's eyes had already glanced at the sensitive parts of those salesgirls. Chapter 55, The Golden Buddha. Bring that golden Buddha over to me. Lin Yiqing pointed her finger at the particularly delicate-looking golden Buddha in the pile of gold ornaments. The beautiful shopping manager opened her eyes wide when she heard this. The golden Buddha weighs 3 pounds. It is one of the most exquisite golden Buddhas in their store. Could it be that this young pretty boy wants to take this golden Buddha? Originally, she thought that this handsome young man in ordinary clothes would at most come to pick a gold necklace or something for his girlfriend. But the other party really didn't follow the rules, and directly wanted to see the gold Buddha. Sir, the golden Buddha is 3 pounds, and it is made by a master craftsman with fine craftsmanship. I don't know what kind of person you are giving it to. Finey smiled and said, Pretty girl, my big brother said he wants to see the gold Buddha. Why don't you hurry up and bring it here? It seems that this is a big customer. The beautiful shopping manager hurriedly brought over the golden Buddha and placed it in front of Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing stroked the texture of the golden Buddha with his hand. The pure gold golden Buddha that was built all over the body was built with superior hand craftsmanship, and it was only when he looked at it from a close distance that he could see how beautiful it was. This gentleman, do you fancy this golden Buddha? A man in a well-tailored suit with meticulously combed hair walked over, his eyes facing the sky without even giving Lin Yiqing and the others a proper look. It seemed that this guy in a suit didn't even look down on the plainly dressed Lin Yiqing, not to mention the fact that Lin Yiqing was followed by Xiaodong, who was even more low-key, as well as Chen Hua and the four of them, who looked like they were just little yakuza hanging out at the bottom of the social ladder. What? Can't I buy it? Who are you? Lin Yiqing stared back at the other party with a provocative gaze. He was a bit disgusted by the unfriendly eyes of the guy in front of him. That beautiful shopping guide manager hurried over to introduce him. Sir, this is our lobby manager. The lobby manager puffed out his chest and glanced at the beautiful shopping guide with satisfaction, then said smugly, This gold Buddha has been ordered out. It was ordered by a big brother from Irong. He will come over to pick up the goods in a few days. You'd better take a look at the other goods. Lin Yiqing's heart was on fire. He originally wanted to buy a big enough birthday gift for Hu Zijian, but was disturbed by this bull ***** lobby manager. This kid actually put up some kind of wrong big brother. He really didn't know the sky and the earth. You this store things I have all seen. Just look on this gold Buddha. Since your store put out the goods that is to sell, non-sale goods you put out to do what? This. No matter what this gold Buddha is impossible to sell to you. Or anger that he wrongs big brother. We store cannot open down still do not know. I see you are also a seen person. Will not understand it? The guy then mumbled in an inaudible voice, just a few small-time players. Why pretend to be a big shot? Lin Yiqing pulled over a chair and sat down. Then lit a cigarette. Sir, we don't allow smoking in our store. The beautiful shopping manager's words were blocked back by Lin Yiqing's sharp eyes right after she left the room. Lin Yiqing spat out a smoke ring toward that lobby manager. If the big man you said will come to pick up the goods today, I have no opinion at all. Directly let him take it away. I'll choose another one. But you said he'll come to pick up the goods in a few days. Then I'll take this golden Buddha today. If someone else wants it, you can just recast it for them. The lobby manager was almost choked to death by Lin Yiqing's mouthful of cigarettes. Cough cough cough. The other party is a big brother of Rome. If they come to pick up the goods at that time but the goods are not available, do we still want to do our business? Either you guys take a look at other goods, or please go ahead. The lobby manager waved his hand, meaning for Lin Yiqing and the others to leave. If you don't sell us this golden Buddha, believe it or not I'll make your business impossible now. Fine Dong, the one who always had no temper was angered, slapping on the glass of the counter, his eyes coldly looking at that lobby manager. Manhwa and the four of them saw that their boss was angry. Of course they couldn't stand and watch the fun. The four of them immediately surrounded the lobby manager in the center, just waiting for Lin Yiqing or Sha Tin to give the order. They guaranteed that in a moment's time, they would be able to turn the high and mighty lobby manager into a pig's head. The two security guards in the store had wanted to go forward to persuade, but were scared back by a look from Sha Tin. They only get $1,000 or $2,000 a month. Usually maintain the order of maintaining the elderly women can be. Really need hardcore will wither. Who will be for so little pay to fight for their lives? Quick, call someone. The lobby manager was cornered by Manhwa and the others, shouting to the shopping guide lady at the counter. The shopping guide lady hesitantly glanced at Lin Yiqing, who nodded and made a gesture to go ahead. Getting acquiescence, the shopping guide lady hurriedly picked up the phone and dialed a number. We're Yangxiang Jewelry House. There's a disturbance here. Can you please? Okay. After putting down the phone, the shopping guide lady nodded to the lobby manager, who then breathed a sigh of relief. We are here to buy things not to fight. Don't lean too close to this Mr. Manager. You all go and pick a piece of jewelry you like and let your boss pay later. When Manhwa and the others heard that there was such a good thing, they immediately left the lobby manager behind, and each of them went to find a shopping guide to pick a piece of jewelry. The lobby manager had a gloating look on his face. Good. You are brave enough. Don't leave if you have the ability. Just wait here. Our Yangxian's monthly protection fee is not paid for nothing. Fine East still want to speak. Was Lin Yiqing pulled a hand to sit down, signaling him not to move. Fine East immediately understood. Lin Yiqing this is to see the lobby manager in the end rely on who? How dare to be so arrogant. Here is the Cow Pie Sha Street. When Lin Yiqing just became the boss, the Beard Jian will be the first city of Sha Tin territory to Lin Yiqing. By the way, part of the old town next to the first city of Sha Tin also gave him. Nyo Pai Sha Street was the main neighborhood of this part of the old town, which meant that, leaving aside City 1 Sha Tin, which was still under construction, this was where Lin Yiqing's base camp was located. That's why Lin Yiqing was so concerned. After all, being so humiliated in his home base, it was hard to say anywhere. Not more than a few minutes later, pedestrians and tourists on the street outside the store have to avoid. The roar of motorcycles resounded through half of the street. Although it has not yet arrived at the entrance of Yangxiang store, Lin Yiqing can feel the arrogance of the arrivals as well. More than a dozen motorcycles were parked in front of Yangxiang store, and those riders even intentionally blasted the gas pedal a few times in front of the doorway, emitting a particularly ear-piercing noise. Their leader was a man wearing a black leather trench coat and a helmet, and 20 or so people hooted and hollered as they followed him into the gold store. Manager Lee, call the troublemakers over here and get to know them for me. The trenchcoat man took off his helmet and said loudly to that lobby manager. Chapter 56, Brother Zuni. The lobby manager's face regained its blood color and condescending look at this time, pointing at Lin Yiqing and Fine East who were sitting there exchanging words. Zuni brother. It's them. These guys are so hateful. They're trying to forcefully buy and sell. That golden Buddha has already been ordered and they insisted that I sell it to them. I don't think they're here to buy anything. They're just here to cause trouble. Seeing such a large group of people rushing into the gold store, Manhwa's four people looked quite nervous and protected Lin Yiqing and Fine Dong. Lin Yiqing was quite satisfied with their show of loyalty. The lobby manager proudly whispered to Lin Yiqing and Fine East, "Humph. Wait and see. You guys are dead." The trenchcoat man followed the direction of the lobby manager's finger and when he saw Lin Yiqing and Fine East, The unruly and eagle-eyed expression on his face became gradually numb and embarrassed. He glared viciously at the lobby manager and walked towards Lin Yiqing and the others. Brother Chang, Brother Dong, Zuni, the trench coat man, greeted Lin Yiqing respectfully, and the few boys behind him, including Ah Wei, who knew Lin Yiqing in Fine East, also greeted Lin Yiqing in Fine East. Brother Zuni, you're making quite a show recently. Are you bringing so many brothers here to fight with me in Chang? Fine East smiled and teased Zuni. Zuni was so embarrassed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground, but behind him, he had just collected some juniors who didn't recognize Lin Yiqing in Fine East. What's wrong with beating you? Don't look at whose territory this is. Someone behind Zuni shouted. Manhwa pointed at the one who was yelling and yelled. Who wants to fight? Come out and fight one-on-one. What the hell? One-on-one. Just one-on-one. Surprised you? Ah Wei several hurriedly pulled that clamor. Whispered something, those few clamor guys after listening to the words of Ah Wei. Their faces are showing surprise and fear of the expression. Rules and regulations stand aside, do not dare to move again. The lobby manager also came over at this time, waving his fist behind Zuni. Brother Zuni, don't clean them up in the store. Take them to the back alley to clean them up. The boss will ask me to pay for the things in the store that are broken. Alright, shut up, Zuni yelled at those behind him, then said to Lin Yiqing, Brother Qing, they are a few of the little brothers I just received. I haven't introduced them to you yet. Don't be angry. All of you come over and call Brother Qing. Say sorry. Those few who were the most arrogant just now walked somewhat hesitantly to Zuni's side and faced Lin Yiqing. Brother Chang, I'm sorry, they said in unison. Lin Yiqing nodded to them. Those who don't know don't sin. Zuni, I'm not here to cause trouble today. I'm here to buy something, but that manager Lin won't sell it to me. You're an old acquaintance of his. Ask him if he can be accommodating? Zuni pulled the lobby manager aside, managerly. Why did you call me over without asking the other party's identity? Isn't this a deliberate attempt to embarrass me? The lobby manager had a questioning look on his face. What does what he is have to do with me? Brother Zuni, we haven't lost a single penny of our monthly protection fee. You can't just ignore this matter because you know him, right? Then who booked the Golden Buddha? Zuni didn't answer him and directly asked about the Golden Buddha. The lobby manager quietly said, it's your brother Morning FAI from Rome. After he came to see the goods that day, he said that no one is allowed to touch the Golden Buddha anymore, and that he will send someone to pick it up half a month later. Did you pay the deposit? No. How dare I ask for a deposit from your big brother from Rome? Don't you want to die? Zuni looked at him with a look of an idiot. Morning FAI didn't even pay the deposit and you ordered the stuff to him? It can't be helped. I don't dare to ask them for the deposit. Zuni said impatiently, you wrap up the Golden Buddha and give it to the man sitting over there. Don't worry, he won't give you a penny less. This is not good, right? I won't be able to account for it when the time comes. Zuni's face was completely cold at this time. If you offend Funeral FAI, at most you will be harassed by Funeral FAI's people, and I will be there to stand up for you. But if you offend that person, then you can pack up your things and leave now. I guarantee that in the future, there will be no place for you Yongxiang in the area of Kaopai Shatong First City. What kind of person is he? Zuni brother, you even so. Lobby manager only now began to realize the seriousness of the matter. He is my boss. Yirong Langchang, Zuni nonchalantly said. The lobby manager was now filled with shock. What? He is Yirong Langchang? If these words were to come from someone else's mouth, that person dressed in ordinary clothes, looking like a white-collar worker from some industrial center was the Yirong Langchang whose name resounded through the north and south of Sha Tin nowadays. The lobby manager would never believe it. However, this is what Zuni said himself. Zuni is Longqing's closest little brother. This is also known to everyone. So there is no way for the lobby manager not to believe it. The lobby manager followed behind Zuni and came to Lin Yiqing in fear. Brother Qing, I'm sorry, I didn't know your identity. I thought it was someone who came to the store to cause trouble. It's all my fault for not recognizing him. Tai, don't blame me. Lin Yiqing didn't answer his words, and asked Zuni, did you ask? Who ordered that Buddha? Funeral FAI. Zuni didn't say a word of nonsense and was straightforward. Humph, it's really not an enemy. That guy Morning FAI even looks at this Buddha too. Lin Yiqing sneered and looked at the lobby manager. The lobby manager immediately instructed that beautiful shopper, hurry up and wrap up the stuff. Send someone to send this gentleman back to his house. No need. We can just take it away ourselves. Ah Dong, take the goods and settle the bill. Lin Yiqing then looked at the lobby manager, managerly. If Morning FAI gets you in trouble because of this Zunfo, just call Zuni right away. I, Langqing, will wrap you up without a problem. The shoppers in the store were all talking. They all looked at Lin Yiqing with admiration. So this handsome young man is the famous Yirong Longqing, said got up and walked out of the Yongxian jewelry store. Fine East after the checkout on the way out successfully asked for the contact information of the beautiful shopping guide manager. Manhwa, a few of them with a look of complacency in the fine east behind the expression. Brother Chang, Brother Chang. Zuni chased after the lobby manager after barking a few words. Lin Yiqing patted him on the shoulder. Zuni, don't be too flashy in the future. A small matter like today, is it worth bringing so many people here? Keep a low profile, understand? Talk to the other side about anything first. It's not too late to call someone if you can't talk it out. Tonight, for Kin's birthday banquet, you and Ah Tung will accompany me. Let your men, Y and the others bring those new juniors that Ah Tung has taken in back to the warehouse. But Ah Chung told me to meet at the warehouse at 6:30, saying that you have to run an errand for Brother Chang. I'll call Ah Son later, just have Han Thunder go with him. Just have your men follow Ah Son. Okay, Brother Chang. The birthday banquet of Bearded Firm was not something that the ordinary 4-9 boys of the society could participate in, and Zuni was originally a hilarious character. So of course he was very happy to be able to follow Lin Yiqing to the birthday banquet. Chapter 57, Like Quan. Wah. Brother Chang is simply doing too well in Sha Tin. When can we be like Chang? Manhwa looked at the hopeful Gao Fei and said, if we follow the boss and work hard, we'll definitely have a chance to rise to the top in the future. As long as we work hard enough, we will definitely be able to get ahead. A few boys had already secretly resolved that they would definitely become a big shot like Lin Yiqing in the future. Just after 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin Yiqing instructed Fine East to drive the car. Zuni sat in the passenger seat. Lin Yiqing sat on top of the back seat. He stroked the golden Buddha next to him with one hand while pondering over something. Today's birthday banquet will definitely have many people from the Jianghu community to attend. What Lin Yiqing cares about most is that morning FAI will definitely come. The reason why he had arranged for Pachai Song to lead an ambush with grenade in the alleyway of the Bank of East Asia across from the Jufu building was that he wanted to be prepared for the eventuality that there would definitely be a clash. So it was better to be prepared than to be in danger. Since the last time morning FAI looking for knife attack himself, Lin Yiqing has long been mourning FAI as a dead man, but it is just one day earlier and one day later. Now is to wait for a suitable opportunity. Tonight is the Beard Firm birthday banquet. Lin Yiqing, of course, it is not possible to kill Funeral Hui, but Lin Yiqing did not intend to let him go. Funeral Hui, ah Funeral Hui, how will I let you see me after the comfort of it? Jufu building soon arrived. Get off the car. Lin Yiqing glanced at the restaurant outside, found that there have been a lot of vehicles parked. The car has a luxury car, but only a few most are ordinary Japanese American cars. When Lin Yiqing's silver Bentley stopped at the entrance of the Jufu building, those ceremonial ladies all lit up. They all said in their hearts that it looked like there was another big shot coming. Lin Yiqing, 3 people get off the car. They are still looking at the car, because get off the Lin Yiqing 3 people are too young. And Zuni's dress looks like a bottom of the small gangster look. Lin Yiqing like a company staff. Fine East is more low profile. Don't know also think he is the street newspaper stand. So those ceremonial ladies are watching, because they feel that these 3 people do not look like the owner of the luxury car, and thought that there are other people in the car. To their disappointment, no one else got out of the car. Lin Yiqing was at the head of the car. Xiandong was holding a wrapped gift box, and Zuni was at the end. Welcome. The ceremonial ladies welcomed in unison. Lin Yiqing entered the door without any expression on his face, and both Hoshidong and Zuni didn't forget to nod their heads to the ceremonial ladies before hurriedly following Lin Yiqing through the door. Arriving at the account counter, Lin Yiqing realized that it was actually Seafood Chang writing the account book, worthy of being the birthday banquet of the society's leader. Seafood Chang, the regional leader who was usually in the front and back, also had to work. Ah Chang, come sit down. After seeing Lin Yiqing, Seafood Chang busily and enthusiastically greeted him to his side and sat down. Brother Chang, Brother Chang, Brother Chang. Lin Yiqing along with Fine East and Zuni also greeted Seafood Chang. Seafood Chang patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder and said, how's it going? Ah Chang, things have been going quite well in the first city lately, haven't they? Brother Kin is always praising you in front of me for your ability. If this keeps up I'm going to be jealous of you. Ha ha ha. Watching his own little brother grow up step by step, Seafood Chang's heart couldn't be more pleased and happy. Lin Yiqing laughed. Recently indeed too busy also did not take the time to visit you. Brother Chang, how is the body recently? Your brother Chang's health is very good. Now he can still pick up pretty girls. Ha ha ha. Beware that your sister-in-law won't let you into the house. After Lin Yiqing and the others joked around for a while, he instructed Fine East to present the birthday gift. Seafood Chang sighed in admiration after seeing this very beautifully carved golden Buddha. Ah Chang ah, you're really thoughtful. This is the most substantial birthday gift so far. Brother Kin will be very happy when he sees it. Brother Chang, don't worry, I will definitely get you a 20 taels gold chain when you celebrate your birthday. Lin Yiqing patted his chest and said. Seafood Chang knew that Lin Yiqing didn't lack these few dollars right now, and agreed with a smile. Good, it's a deal. If you don't get it for me by then, I'll punish you for specializing in pouring wine for the guests. At this time, Lin Yiqing got close to Seafood Chang, and said, "Brother Chang, after the new year, I would like to open the largest bar in Sha Tin in the first city. I don't know if you want to get in on the ground floor?" Of course it's good. City 1 will definitely become one of the most prosperous areas in Sha Tin in the future. Opening a bar is of course a sure way to make money. This kind of good thing that you can think of me, shows that you have a heart. Of course, it's our own family that earns the money. Do we still want to benefit outsiders? As the two of them were chatting, Hu Zijian came out from inside and patted Lin Yiqing on the shoulder when he saw him. "Ah Chang, why don't you say hello when you're here?" Lin Yiqing replied, "It's not that I haven't seen Brother Chang for a long time, so I had a few more words with Brother Chang." "Brother Qian, happy birthday." "Ha ha, thank you." "Ah Chang." Seafood Chang pointed at the golden Buddha at this time. "Brother Qin, this is Ah Chang's birthday gift." Hu Zijian's eyes lit up after seeing the golden Buddha. "Ah Chang, this is too expensive. How can I accept something so expensive from you?" Lin Yiqing laughed. "Don't be polite, Brother Jin. You are our Yirong leader. Who else is qualified to receive this golden Buddha besides you?" "Ah Chang, you are really kind." Later on, "Ah Chang, together with Ah Chang, you will follow me out to greet a few guests, and I will introduce you to them at that time." What kind of guests would be able to make Beardy Kin, the leader of Yirong, personally go out to greet them? At least a sitting member of another society, right? Lin Yiqing couldn't help but be a little curious. Right at this moment, several luxury cars parked at the entrance of the restaurant one after another, and the parking boys outside rushed to help park the cars. Hu Zijian then brought Lin Yiqing along with Seafood Chang, and together they greeted the entrance. The welcome ladies began to straighten their necks and probe their heads again. And this situation seems to be what a big shot is coming again. From a black regal car down a man in a suit wearing gold glasses, more than 40 years of age, hair combed meticulously, looks especially spiritual. One after another people followed behind this person. These people at a glance are all characters who have a considerable status in the society. From the aura on their bodies can be felt. "Ha ha, Kuan, welcome welcome welcome." Hu Zijian smiled broadly and greeted them, showing an incomparable warmth and cordiality with the visitors. Brother Kuan is also full of smiles, pulled the beard Jian's hand to shake. "Jian ah, you are still so spiritual. Congratulations congratulations, happy birthday." Ah Long, quickly bring the birthday gift to Brother Qin. Ah Long hurriedly held over the birthday gift, only to see that it was a birthday peach made of pure gold, which was more weighty than the golden Buddha that Lin Yiqing had given to Hu Zijian. "Brother Koan, what's the point of spending so much money? The deal is that old brothers get together to have fun." "You're too polite." Beard Jian repeatedly excuses. Koan but very stubborn to the birthday peach to the seafood stronghand. Afterwards, Hu Zijian began to introduce, "Ah Cheng Ah, you may not recognize, this is our righteousness pile of righteousness of the company's leader, Li Kuan, Koan brother." Chapter 58 Feast. Lin Yiqing's brain was racing at this moment, immediately remembering some of the things that Seafood Kung had once told him about the righteous pile. Hong Kong Island's Ez Heap was born since the split of the Sanhe Association, and has a history of nearly 100 years now. Ez Heap belongs to a relatively decentralized gang on Hong Kong Island, and there have been dozens of large and small associations that have emerged, and they all fall under the sequence of Ez Heap. However, today, Hong Kong Island Ez Heap can still be called on the name, only Yirong, Yiren and Yizhong, three associations. Yi Wing, needless to say, is one of the three giants in Sha Tin. Yi Yan's territory is in Kennedy Town, which is adjacent to the Western District, while Yi Cheng's territory is in Sim Sha Sui, although it is in Sim Sha Sui, which is less popular with the big associations, but compared to Sha Tin, it is really an affluent area. Under the introduction of Hu Zijian, Lin Yiqing greeted Lai Koan and the regional leaders of the Iran Association one by one. Bumpy-eyed Dragon, Beishor Hua, Firecracker Sam, are the most popular bosses of Iran. They can come together with Lai Koan to celebrate his birthday. It really gives enough face to Hu Zijian. Ha ha ha, this young man is Long Cheng? Single-handedly and alone went to Eagle New, that territory to Eagle New to tie up the fierce man? Late bloomers can be feared. Ah. Li Koan shook Lin Yiqing's hand. The appreciation in his eyes was undisguised. Ah Long, Ah Hua, Ah Sen, you all come to know each other. Maybe in the future you will have the opportunity to work together. When Lai Koan complimented Lin Yiqing, those ceremonial ladies were stunned. That young man was actually the famous Sha Tin war god of today, Yirong Langcheng. Yirong Langcheng's name had recently become cocooned in their ears, but to be able to observe it so closely, they all couldn't take their eyes off it for fear of missing this rare opportunity. What woman wouldn't like such a brave, young, handsome, golden and promising man? Lin Yiqing followed behind the guests in Beijing, and just as she stepped into the front door of the restaurant, there was the sound of several cars stopping behind her. Everyone looked back. A Mercedes-Benz was at the head of the car, and two Gatoris were at the back. all of which were parked not far from the entrance of the restaurant. A man wearing a pure white suit from the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz car came down. Although this person looks already 37 or 88 years old, but still well-maintained. Handsome instrumentation. When young, it must be the girl's dream lover Prince Charming. Behind the white suit, from the Mercedes-Benz car down a gray suit and white shirt man. This person has nearly 50 years old. Looks like his status is only in the white suit below, because he and the white suit side by side walked over. Just slightly let the white suit half a body position. When Bei Jian saw this person, he immediately turned around and greeted him. Brother Fai. Uncle Mosquito. Long time no see. Seafood Chang was whispering in Lin Yiqing's ear at this moment, introducing Lin Yiqing to these people who were here now. The white suit was Dai Hui, the leading man of the Yizhong company, and he liked it best when people called him Mr. Dai. Together with him is the number 2 person in charge of the accounts of the company, Flat-Headed Mosquito. This person in the righteousness of the word pile of seniority is very high. Even the Beard Jian have to respectfully call him Mosquito Uncle. With Dai Hui and Flathead Mosquito came together. There are 2 bosses of Yizhong. One is the most popular and most powerful Yizhong Jimmy. The other is called Sandpaper. Jimmy is quite easy and polite look. The Sandpaper on a fear of the world. The old man first posture. Let a person look a little upset. Lai Kun also brought his people together to greet Dai Hui and others. So far, the 3 giants of the righteous pile gathered. Bei Jian took the lead, and all of them entered the restaurant. Lin Yiqing actually didn't like this particularly lively atmosphere too much, so he left the Fine East with Zuni went to play mahjong and push Pai Gao, but he stayed in front of the hotel, lit a cigarette, silently looking at the restaurant across the Bank of East Asia. Bank of East Asia on both sides of the alley at this time the shadows of people. It seems that the wave of sun with grenade has led people in place. It was fine for Morning Fai to be peaceful today. If he dared to make any moves, Lin Yiqing wouldn't mind cleaning him up properly. Even if it is at the birthday banquet of Hu Zijian, Lin Yiqing believes that Hu Zijian will be very happy to see him clean up Morning Hui. At this moment, a speeding white BMW car braked angrily at the entrance of the restaurant, and Morning Hui got down from the car and walked towards the inside with 3 shaky steps. Behind him was Lin Yiqing's familiar bar boy. Another long-haired man was not familiar with, but also followed closely behind Funeral Hui. Those ceremonial ladies behind Lin Yiqing were all shocked like quails when they saw Morning Hui. Those with their arms clasped in front of their chests and their palms blocking their hips. It seemed that they hadn't been taken advantage of by Morning Hui in the past. Gu, isn't this the popular big brother of Ari Rong? Brother Cheng, why are you here today as a welcome guest? When Morning Hui saw Lin Yiqing, he intentionally made a warm and enthusiastic expression. The striped boy behind him looked at Lin Yiqing with eyes full of fear and uneasiness, and the long-haired man was quite tough, staring at Lin Yiqing with an unfriendly look in his eyes. Lin Yiqing snorted coldly and said, Morning Fai. Your dog's mouth can never spit out ivory. You'd better give me some peace today, otherwise, I'll settle old scores with you today. Gu, Brother Long Ching is terrorizing me. I'm so scared. I don't dare to mess with him. Cops, cow, let's go inside. It'll be bad if Brother Long Ching gets mad later. After saying that, he gave Lin Yiqing a provocative look and then entered the restaurant. Lin Yiqing exhaled the last mouthful of smoke. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this time, I don't know which Miss Etiquette was groped on her buttocks again by Morning Fai, letting out a shriek, followed by Morning Fai's rather sinister and Thai laugh. Brother Cheng, it's time for the banquet. Fine East came out to greet Lin Yiqing at this moment. Lin Yiqing nodded and entered the restaurant with Fine East. Lin Yiqing was arranged to sit at a table with Yirong's 4 regional leaders. Morning Hui, Crippled Bing, Gue Li Chang, Seafood Strong, Iran's Bumpy-Eyed Dragon, Bei Shan Hua, and Firecracker Sam were also present. And of course, Yizhong's Jimmy and Sandpaper were also among them. As for Beardy Kin, he was sitting at a table with Dai Hui, Lai Cohen, Flathead Mosquito, and a few of Yirong's uncles. The rest is Fine East Zuni and their little brother, densely seated more than a dozen tables. The most powerful in this is not actually Beard Firm that table. After all, they have begun to do like Beard Firm Industry or like Lai Cohen like soon to retire. In the view of those juniors, they are already sunset. In fact, the real situation is indeed so. The most powerful and dazzling is of course Lin Yiqing and their table. These people are rich and strong community leaders, our bold and brave age, although there is no shortage of mediocre people like Seafood Strong, but people like Lin Yiqing, Morning Fai, Sandpaper, Jimmy, Bumpy-Eyed Dragon, Gue Li Chang. These people are all strong and resounding figures in their respective forces. Chapter 59, Chaos in the Air. The host of the birthday banquet was a third-rate movie actor that Hu Zijian had hired at a high price. The actor was holding a microphone at this time and spoke enthusiastically. Folks, friends, today is Mr. Lu Jianlu's birthday. We first wish Mr. Lu a happy birthday, good health, prosperity, career ascension, The following minions applauded and shouted. The host had a winning face. I announce that Mr. Lu's birthday banquet officially begins. On behalf of all people, I jointly toast Mr. Lu, and wish that your own company, under Mr. Lu's leadership, will prosper and rise to the next level. After saying that, he drank the wine from the glass in his hand in one go, and everyone here also picked up their glasses and drank. Of course there were also less harmonious voices appeared. Manhwa pushed the wine glass in his hand to one side, muttering, "Humph, what actor star, don't know what to say." Apparently he scoffed at this host's comment that Zhu Yirong was getting better under the leadership of Hu Zijian. Come, don't be polite, let's all eat fish. The grouper from Jufu Lu is a masterpiece. All move your chopsticks and try it. Seafood Strong, as a loyal supporter of Beardy Kin, saw that the steamed grouper was on the table, and enthusiastically greeted the people of Irantong Yizhong, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. Manhwa held a chopstick of fish and didn't move his mouth at all, glancing at it and throwing it back on the plate. Steamed grouper, or Eastern Star Spot, even if there is no sume, at the very least a rat spot. Seafood Strong face embarrassed. In fact, according to common sense, Beard Jian this status of Big Brother birthday, each table at least have a strip of rat spotted, but due to the restaurant negligence did not buy a rat spotted, so can only use the East Star Spot. However, Jimmy was quite giving face, eating quite happily. While eating the fish, he said, "Well, not bad, this restaurant chef's handiwork is very good. The grouper is made very fresh and delicious. I'll taste it." Seafood Chang glanced at Jimmy with slight gratitude and nodded at him. Jimmy returned the smile to Seafood Chang. Originally, this matter was over, but the half-dead voice of Morning Fai appeared again, flirting. "Brother Jimmy, is your wife at home all day giving you white rice? What kind of fish are you talking about as delicious?" Brother Jimmy's wife Zhang Hua is our Zhong famous strong woman. Brother Jimmy listened to his wife. He now that business, really booming ah. Sandpaper guy suddenly spoke. He was a delicious look. His left hand gnawed on a roasted chicken leg, and his right hand also held a strip of roasted pork. Morning Huey's words still had a joking meaning, but Sandpaper's words were particularly harsh. Even if Jimmy, who had always looked particularly kind, had frost on his face at this time. Sandpaper, what words we go back to say? Don't be outside the yin and yang. Stir up Jin's birthday banquet, you can afford it? Jimmy said as he slapped the table. Sandpaper lifted his chin and pointed at Jimmy and growled. "Jimmy, what about the fact that your men swept up 2 of my stalls last night? You've taken half of Ducky's China Harbor City. You want to bully me like you bully him? No way. I accompanied Mr. Dai to Macau last night. I don't know anything. Who swept your stalls? Why don't you tell me? Who else? Of course it's your Blackwater. We recognize that you have a lot of money and a lot of territory, but you still want to expand towards us? Do you really think we're all streetwalkers? Believe it or not, the 4 of us will unite and defeat you even if we can't eat you." Jimmy spread his hands and said, "Anyway, I don't know anything about last night's incident. After I go back, I'll ask Zhang Hua. If what you said is true, I'll ask my men to pull back. That's fine, right? No way. What about the money lost in my field?" Sandpaper was really unforgiving. "Then I can't do anything about it. I can't win the fight on my side and still have to compensate you for the loss, right?" At this time, Uncle Mosquito walked over and patted Jimmy and Sandpaper's shoulders. "What are you two doing? Are you going to let others look at us as a joke? How can we lead our men in the future? Each of you make a step forward. Still good brothers." Flathead Mosquito stepping in is equivalent to Dai Hui speaking out. Jimmy nodded towards Uncle Mosquito, and the cockfighting Sandpaper calmed down. "Let's do it this way. I'll go back and discuss it with Zhang Hua. I'll call you then. How about it, Sandpaper?" Jimmy has already made a big concession. Sandpaper gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. "Okay, since Uncle Mosquito said it, then of course I have to give face. Jimmy, I don't want your people to cross the line in the future. Hong Kong, Weinan and Guangdong East don't want to see your people, especially that Blackwater of yours." After saying this he lit a cigarette to himself and smothered his head and went to smoke, but anyone could see that he was still a bit intent on being unfair. Manhwa clapped his hands at this time and said, "I didn't expect a small grouper to cause such a big mess. Blame you, Seafood Strong. You really called such a name for nothing. Seafood Strong? Humph, can't even get a mouse grouper. Morning Fai, you've had enough. I've put up with you for a long time. It's none of your business what I'm called. Why don't you go and get it if you can get it? Mouse Spot, do you deserve to eat it?" Everyone did not expect Seafood Strong suddenly so tough up. It seems to be true that Funeral Fai poked his sore spot. Taking Seafood Strong has always been very dissatisfied with the nickname as a talking point, which made Seafood Strong angry. Seafood Strong had never been so tough on Funeral Fai before, and now in front of the several bosses of Yirin and Yizhong, Funeral Fai felt very faceless and angry. Manhwa rubbed his head and said to Seafood Chang with prismatic eyes, "Ah Chang ah, You're a big old man. Your skills haven't grown much, but your temper has risen. I'm not good at doing anything else, but I'm good at doing you. Do you want to do it? Seafood's strong forehead veins rippled. At this time a big hand on his arm. Lin Yiqing's hand. Lin Yiqing signaling Seafood's strong calm down. And then with a smile on the morning Hui said, Hui and not a child. Every day in the mouth of the fight. You really fight how many times Morning Hui reddened his face. Long Qing, are you going to stand up for your boss? That's nonsense. If I don't stand up for my boss, who will stand up for him? How about this? You hand in your name badge and seal a favor. Serve tea to my boss. You can also stand up for him, in name only. How about it? Long Qing, believe it or not, I will send people to sweep away all your business now? Morning Fai. Do you believe that I will personally send someone to sweep you away now? Morning Fai looked at the two minions sitting at a table not far away and weighed the next. In terms of the legendary Lin Yiqing's force value, the three of them were only not enough to beat Lin Yiqing with one hand. Long Qing, what kind of skill is the courage of a man? If you have the ability to call both of us Chi brothers, Sun Horse, do you dare? Chapter 60, Bearded Firm is in the hospital. What's all the noise about? Hui, Qing, today is my birthday. You two are also the bosses. Not afraid of the jokes of the little brothers below? Hu Zijian did not know when he stood behind Seafood Chang. In fact, he knew in his heart that Morning Fai was deliberately trying to make things happen, but he could not just teach Morning Fai a lesson. That would make others feel that he was favoritism, so he even Lin Yiqing together. Seeing the two no longer speak, Beard Jian quite satisfied, picking up the wine glass to the people present and said, today is Lu's birthday. It's rare that all of you have come to celebrate for me. Lu's thank you. Come on, let's drink a glass of wine together, said Beard Jian, a tilt of the head. The cup of wine poured into the mouth dry. The other people have risen, also tilted his head to dry. Only Funeral Hui is still puffed up sitting there, did not move. Seafood Chang saw this situation, was furious. Morning Hui, you a pouncer. Jian personally toast you do not drink. What do you want to do? Do what? I want to screw you. After saying this, Funeral Hui picked up the ceramic teapot on the table and threw it towards Seafood Chang, who was quick and dodged it with a flash. Behind the Seafood strong Beard Jian suffered. The ceramic teapot solidly fell on the forehead of the Beard Jian. Beard Jian was scooped, blood dripping down the face. Everyone was stunned in an instant. No one thought Funeral Fai would throw the teapot over, and no one thought it would land on Beard's head. Hu Zijian held his forehead without saying a word as blood dripped down his fingers, and he pointed at Morning Fai, who was already dumbfounded. Fai, you alas! Haixian Chang jumped up and shouted, call an ambulance. Hu Zijian's men rushed to call an ambulance. At this time, a large number of Hu Zijian's men have flocked over. One by one, they are filled with righteous indignation. They are all clamoring to do funeral glory for Hu Zijian revenge. Hu Zijian just left a sentence. You all listen to Qing. The ambulance came soon. Everyone carried Hu Zijian into the ambulance. And when he left, Seafood Chang stared at Funeral Fai with hatred. I'm not going to be able to do that. Funny Fai. Wait for me to come back. I'll fight with you one-on-one, said Seafood Strong, followed on the ambulance. Ambulance gone. Sandpaper clapped his hands. Wow. It seems that any society is not peaceful. Do little brother's teapot or thrown big brother's head to go. Really, Tien is a hanging kind of. Dai Hui walked over with Uncle Mosquito, and Uncle Mosquito slapped Sandpaper's head. Don't talk nonsense. Sandpaper. Then he said with the bosses present, everyone eat slowly. Our Mr. Dai is not feeling well. Go first. Eat and drink well. Dai Hui was like a mute. He nodded to the people present, and then walked towards the door with big strides. The same Jimmy and Sandpaper both followed them, and gave out business cards to the people present before parting. Yi Zhong's people walked away. Yi Ren's fiery sin said at this time, Morning Hui, we have also had a few acquaintances. I did not expect that you would dare to take a teapot to hit the sitting hall. If this is in our Iran, not less you 3 cuts and 6 holes. The fiery sin is really a straight-tempered cannon barrel character, but did not wait for him to finish his words. Someone patted his shoulder, turned around to see the original is Li Cohen. Li Cohen also to the people present to say goodbye. A pull up the words have not yet finished the fiery sin, and led the convex eye dragon and worship Mountain Hua. They walked out of the restaurant. All of a sudden, Yi Zhong and Yi Ren's people all left, which also released a signal to everyone. Yi Zhong and Yi Ren were afraid that their presence would affect Yi Rong's work, so they left the venue in a hurry. Most of those who remained in the venue now were the direct descendants of Beardy Qin's minions, and their leaders had come to find Lin Yiqing. Brother Chang, what do you say? How do we clean up this puffer? Brother Chang, you speak. Brother Qin said when he was leaving that we should all listen to you. Brother Chang. Lin Yiqing didn't reply, finished his cup of wine in one gulp, then lit a cigarette. Hui, if you swapped with me, what would you do? Morning Fai had the guts. Of course, I would kill you while you're sick, and then kill you. Good. it's really worthy of being morning FAI. He won't hide anything. Cool. Lin Yiqing clapped his hands, then instructed all of Bearded Firm's juniors. All of you retreat to your seats. If any of you have something to do, you can leave now. Bearded Firm's full-fledged juniors murmured, all of them not understanding the intent of Lin Yiqing's move, but no one left. Instead, they all silently returned to their original seats. Lin Yiqing was looking at Morning FAI somewhat playfully at this moment. Now that Morning FAI had become a turtle in a jar, if he were to finish Morning FAI off now, most of the people in Irong wouldn't have anything to say about it. But killing someone in front of everyone, Lin Yiqing's best result can only run away or go to jail. That's not his wish. Since he can't kill Funeral FAI, then he can only settle for the second best. Ah ching ah, it's getting late. A few of us old guys don't have much spirit. We have to go too. A few uncles of the society walked over at this time. A patriarch called Uncle Tim said to Lin Yiqing, no problem Uncle Tim, make yourselves at home. Morning FAI exclaimed at this time, Uncle Tim, I've been good to you on weekdays. I've always taken care of your business, and at this time you're just saying you're leaving? Uncle Tim looked at him and shook his head, sighed and said, ah hui, seek your own happiness. A few old guys also left. Morning FAI completely had no hope of turning the tables. At this time his two little brothers, Stripes and the guy with long hair stood behind him. Stripes still didn't dare to look directly at Lin Yiqing, but the guy with long hair was quite tough. Long Cheng, you don't have to look down on people so much. You can draw the line and we'll take it. Don't you just call yourself the Irong war god? I, Big Mouth 9, won't obey you. Lin Yiqing paced in front of Big Mouth 9. Big Mouth 9, right? Hasn't your boss taught you anything? What's the offense of committing a crime against your superiors? If your boss doesn't teach you, then I'll teach you. Big Mouth 9 was about to open his mouth to reply, but Lin Yiqing didn't give him a chance at all, and slapped him in the face, but he used 50% of his strength. Big Mouth 9's body flew out from the slap. As he struggled and shook his dazed head to get back up, people suddenly realized that half of Big Mouth 9's face like a hairy noodle had rapidly swollen into half a pig's head. Puff! Big Mouth 9 spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth. The blood was mixed with a few broken teeth. He could no longer speak at the moment. Long Cheng, pounce on your old M. At this time, Morning Hui saw the appearance of Big Mouth 9 completely angry. Hand carrying an empty bottle of wine towards Lin Yiqing pounced up. The empty wine bottle smashed down from above Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing's body slightly flashed, reached out and pinched Morning Hui's wrist holding the bottle with a slight force. Put it down for me. Lin Yiqing roared lowly. The beer bottle fell to the ground with a dang sound, and Morning Hui's face was deformed by Lin Yiqing's pinch at this time. Chapter 61, Beating Morning FAI. Lin Yiqing pinched Morning Hui to the point of almost crying out, and then gently and skillfully released his wrist. Morning Hui, under the severe pain, anger from the heart of the evil, copied the table fish pots thrown towards Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing dodged away, and then a few cups and plates were also thrown over. At this time, Fine Dong and Zuni already rushed over with their weapons, wanting to also throw Funeral FAI to return the favor, but Lin Yiqing reached out to stop. Morning FAI, I gave you a chance, but you're no good. You're useless. After saying that, Lin Yiqing's body was suddenly like a fully wound up spring. He came in front of Morning FAI with a brush. Everyone didn't see his movements. There was only one word in everyone's mind. That is fast. Too fast. Lin Yiqing quickly kicked out. A foot stomped in front of Funeral FAI's chest. Funeral FAI flew out like a kite with broken strings, fell heavily on the ground, 4 feet to the sky, and then covered his chest and struggled there. Lin Yiqing stepped forward, grabbed his neck and lifted him up, punched him in the stomach. Funeral FAI's body bowed like a cooked prawn. His mouth was unable to utter any words, only the pained ho-ho sound in his throat. This punch is for Brother Qin, to beat you for being disrespectful and violating your superiors. Then there was another punch to the ribs. This punch is for Brother Chang, to beat you for bullying your weaker brothers and crowding out your fellow disciples. Blood was already flowing from the corner of Morning FAI's mouth. Only that wasn't the end of it, because Lin Yiqing's reasoning told him that he mustn't beat Morning FAI to death in full view of the public, so he only used the right amount of force, but it was completely enough for Morning FAI to drink a pot of water. Morning FAI's battered chest and abdomen had just relieved a point when another heavy punch came. This time it was his left ribcage. Lin Yiqing wanted him to feel his heavy punch in all directions. This punch is for all the brothers present, to hit you for being a scourge to Irong's door style and making us lose face. Morning FAI's body was completely paralyzed at this point, and as soon as Lin Yiqing let go of his hand, he collapsed to the ground like a rotten noodle. Seeing this, Stripes went forward to support Morning FAI, and then said to Lin Yiqing, Brother Qing, please don't fight. If you fight again, my boss will die. Please, for the sake of the brothers of the same sect, let my boss go. Lin Yiqing was quite appreciative of Stripes. Although this kid was a bit cowardly, but his loyalty and love for his boss was still very good. At least he didn't leave morning FAI behind to escape out of fear. At this time, Stripe said to crippled Bing and Gue Li Chang, Brother Bing, Brother Chang, my boss is usually on good terms with you guys. You guys help beg for mercy. Crippled Bing and Gue Li Chang at this time is still in the surprise has not slowed down. Crippled Bing for his first time for a missing teeth flat with Lin Yiqing conflict and feel afraid. If today is his own Lin Yiqing beat, he does not have the young body of Morning Wee. I'm afraid that a few punches down on the spot to hang up. Gue Li Chang, on the other hand, for his own usually meet with Lin Yiqing are quite friendly. Lin Yiqing to his own quite polite and feel fortunate. Gue Li Chang did not say anything, because in this case, he could never offend Lin Yiqing for the sake of Funeral FAI. After all, he and Funeral FAI's relationship is not close on weekdays. Cripple Bing at this time mouth mumbling, ching ah, I think we should not. Stop fighting. Really kill the person we all are not good and. Crippled Bing and Gue Li Chang hard at this time has been afraid of Lin Yiqing. They are afraid of Lin Yiqing red eye to their own fist 2 punches. That can be how to eat. Lin Yiqing glanced at crippled Bing. This glance let crippled Bing heart thump. The heart indisputably thump 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 thump. However, Lin Yiqing didn't give him a hard time, but said expressionlessly, good, Brother Bing, I'll give you face today. Stripes, take him to the doctor. The door of the restaurant was suddenly opened at this moment, and several plainclothes policemen barged in with a team of uniforms. Sha Tin anti-triad unit. All sit still and don't move. I'll drag whoever moves back to the police station. Those who don't want to go to jail should be honest. The plainclothes man in the lead was a middle-aged man in a jacket, yelling at the dozen or so tables of club members in the hall, and as he walked in, he intentionally pinched his waist and lifted up the corners of his jacket, revealing the police revolver hidden inside. Particularly arrogant and domineering, the middle-aged man saw Lin Yiqing and the others at a glance, and walked directly to their table. The big brothers of Irong's big gathering. Why, is Beardy Kin not here? Lin Yiqing didn't answer him positively, spread his hands and said, Officer Liao, we are all law-abiding good citizens, just having a meal here. This also need to labor you to take a trip? 15 minutes ago we received a report that there was a large gathering of society delinquents here, and there were also people being carried to the ambulance. This is always correct, right? Gue Li Chang then stood up and said, Officer, it's just that someone who was drunk on alcohol accidentally fell down and called an ambulance. There's no need for you to make such a fuss. Fell down? Then what happened to him? Liao Zhibang said as he pointed at Morning FAI who had already softened into noodles. Stripes hurriedly replied back, Officer, he's drunk. Can you let me take him away first? Liao Zhibang looked at Morning Huey's close minions all said so. He was speechless. His face was extremely ugly. Okay, all of you don't be naughty. All of you be honest. I'll be guarding the entrance of the restaurant. If you let me catch you, don't blame me for not being polite. As he was leaving, he didn't forget to issue a threat to Lin Yiqing and Gue Li Chang. Long Cheng, you're the boss of the first city now, right? Be more restrained. Don't let me catch you in the act. Gue Li Chang, the same goes for you. Your finance company better not have anything for me to catch. After the cops left, Stripes asked again, Brother Chang, can we go now? Lin Yiqing didn't look at him again and waved his hand signaling to let them go. As Stripes and Big Mouth 9 staggered out of the restaurant with Morning FAI on their left and right, just out of the doorway of the restaurant, Morning FAI slurred, Strip boy, call Eagle New, and Sand Tiger, let them follow the plan to act. Zhong Yu, send me back to Laundry Street. Boss, you're hurt like this, why don't we go to the hospital first? Stripes were a bit unable to bear to see Funeral FAI's agonized expression. Go back to Sai Yi Street, go to Cacdon Medical Center and ask Jack to come. I don't want to go to the hospital. Yes, boss. At this time in Laundry Street in Tai Wai, people in all shapes and sizes from the society began to gather. Cars drove by one after another. People on the streets were afraid of getting into trouble when they saw the situation. They hid in nearby buildings or simply went home. The destination of all these people and cars is the center of Sha Tin. Tonight in Sha Tin, destined to have another bloody storm. Chapter 62 Barstorm. Alright, things are done. Brothers of Irong, we are being watched by the police tonight. All disperse. We will gather again some other day. Is it okay? Lin Yiqing gave the word and everyone stood up. No problem. Brother Chang, we'll listen to you. Okay, Brother Chang. After everyone went out of the door of Gathering Fortune House one after another, Lin Yiqing nodded to crippled Bing and Gue Li Chang who were still sitting in the same place, and called on Fine East to drive away together with Zuni. Brother Chang, where to? Fine East asked as he gripped the steering wheel. To the hospital. See what condition Kin is in now. Okay, Brother Chang. 10 minutes later, the Bentley exited the Newtown Plaza and drove to Sha Tin Y Road, and after going straight across the river and then past Sha Jiao Village was the Prince of Wales Hospital. The reason why Hu Zijian came to this hospital His intention was obvious. The west of Prince of Wales Hospital is the territory of Seafood Kung, while the east is Lin Yiqing's territory, where he felt that his safety could be guaranteed. Lin Yiqing's trio arrived at the trauma and emergency department and met Beardy Qin, who had already been bandaged up and was half lying on a hospital bed. "How is brother Qin? Is it alright?" Seafood Chang said beside him. The doctor said there was a slight concussion, several stitches, warning FAI a dead pouncer. "Wait, I must decapitate him." Hu Zijian waved his hand and said, "Ah Chang, recently there are too many things in Yirong. Don't make any more trouble. Besides, funeral FAI didn't do it on purpose." At this time, a few of Bearded Firm's beloved juniors spoke up. "Brother Qing, what about mourning FAI? Did you just let him go peacefully?" Lin Yiqing smiled and said, "Don't worry, mourning FAI needs to stay in bed for a few days. Are you still not assured of what I'm doing? That's good. Brother Chang, this should have been done by us. Thank you for your hard work. We're all brothers. It's not fair to say that." Lin Yiqing said to Hu Zijian, "Brother Jian, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. If there's anything else, call me at the first time. It's too conspicuous to have so many of us in the hospital." Beardy Jian knew that Lin Yiqing was telling the truth and nodded his head. "That's fine, Ah Chang. You go first. It'll be fine with them. Besides, there's still Ah Chang here to chat with me." After coming out of the hospital, Lin Yiqing immediately instructed Fine Dong, call both Ah Song and Grenade back. Keep a close eye on our own field. I'm afraid that if we piss off Morning FAI today, he'll send someone to stomp over here. "Okay, Brother Qing." After arranging everything, Lin Yiqing sent Fine Dong and Zuni back to the warehouse, and drove to Fengshan Street by himself. Before going to the hospital, Lin Yiqing received a phone call. The person on the other end of the phone asked him to go to a bar on Fengshan Street. Lin Yiqing got off the car and entered the bar. It was full of young people who were getting high. He casually found a card seat and sat down. The waiter came over. "Sir, what can I get you?" "A glass of lemonade, please." Lin Yiqing took out $100 cash and placed it on the plate the waiter was carrying. "Keep the rest as a tip." The waiter probably hadn't encountered such a generous customer in a long time. $15 for a glass of lemonade, and the rest as a tip would be $85. And he probably didn't even earn $35 a day. "Thank you, sir. Please wait, it will be right away," the waiter said joyfully, then flew towards the bar. Lin Yiqing looked at the various men and women on the dance floor of the bar, took out a cigarette and put it on his mouth. At this moment, a hand reached over. Click. The sound of a lighter came out, lighting the cigarette for Lin Yiqing. A heavily made-up girl sat down opposite Lin Yiqing. "Pretty boy, are you interested in treating me to a drink?" "Ah?" Lin Yiqing smiled. "Sorry, miss, I'm waiting for someone." The meaning of Lin Yiqing's words was obvious. Let the girl not waste her time on him. He would not pay for her. However, the sister boy didn't give up because of Lin Yiqing's words, reaching out himself and pulling out a cigarette from Lin Yiqing's cigarette case and lighting it himself. Do men who come to places like this have anything else on their mind besides trolling for girlies? What's wrong? Am I not pretty enough? The way the other party was scratching his head made Lin Yiqing retch, and it was at this moment that the waiter came over with Lin Yiqing's lemonade. When the waiter saw that the girl was pestering Lin Yiqing, he hurriedly advised, "Lisa, this gentleman is not that kind of person. Look, he didn't even order a drink. It's just a glass of lemonade. You'd better find someone else." "A boy. T&D, what I do still want you to teach? Just mind your own business. Don't nag me here." The girl called Lisa changed her face and said something back to the waiter. "You're harassing the customers. Do you want me to call Brother Shrimp?" The waiter was still quite afraid of this sister boy, but he seemed determined to help Lin Yiqing. But Lin Yiqing was able to tell that he was by no means doing it for the $85 tip, but for something else, such as the fact that he seemed to have gained something called respect from Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing didn't tell him what to do like the other customers because of the tip, not to mention that he even said thank you to him, which was something that this waiter hadn't heard before even after working in the bar for a long time. "I'm warning you, don't you dare bluff me with Shrimp. Fat Chiyu is my boyfriend now. He's right next door. Believe it or not, I'll call him." At this time, many people in the bar heard their quarrel. All talking, a dark-skinned man with a big block behind him with two people came over. "Ya Chai, what's the situation? Why are you arguing with the guests?" After seeing the man, Izai's face reddened. "Brother Shrimp, I didn't mean to quarrel. Here, it's this Lisa sister, often fishing for a man in our place. After eating and taking it, she will also extort others. So many customers are afraid to come to our store to play." "Oh, is he telling the truth?" Negro Shrimp faced Lisa with unfriendly eyes. "Brother Shrimp, people are just here to look for their boyfriends. He's just a bunch of nonsense. Don't listen to him." The corners of Negro Shrimp's mouth turned up in a slight smile. "Really? How come I've heard several of my brothers say you're Lisa's name? Do you want me to ask my brothers to invite you to the back and see what our brothers are capable of?" "No, no, no." Lisa grabbed her handbag and stood up to leave in some panic, but was grabbed by Negro Shrimp's arm. don't let me see you in my venue in the future. Otherwise you should know the consequences. Understand? Understood, shrimp. Lisa ran out of the bar in a panic. Chapter 63, The Bar Fiasco, 2. Lin Yiqing recognized Black Ghost Shrimp as early as when he first came over. Now Lin Yiqing has the ability to forget everything because of his superhuman physique. The Black Ghost Shrimp is the Beard Jian full-fledged little brother. That table, this bar in Sha Tin City, Fengshan Street, of course, is the territory of the Beard Jian. The Beard Jian sent his own full-fledged little brother to manage to watch the scene. That is rightfully so. Lin Yiqing sure Black Ghost Shrimp did not recognize himself, because the bar lighting dim, unless it is Lin Yiqing this kind of physique over the strong eyesight perverted existence, away from a little far from the general public cannot recognize what appearance. Negro Shrimp patted a son's shoulder, then to the darkness of Lin Yiqing said, disturbed guests, if that woman again to pester you, you can send a son to find me. Lin Yiqing picked up the lemonade and took a sip to show that he knew. He took another drag on his cigarette. The bright and dim cigarette butts were like fireflies in the darkness. Who is so bold as to drive away my girlfriend? A fat head and fat face fat boy led a dozen people into the bar. As soon as he entered the bar, he started to yell loudly. His side is that Lisa, who was scared less by the shrimp just now, it seems that he is the boyfriend Fatty Chow in Lisa's mouth. At this time Lisa has not just that panic look, replaced by a fox, proud face. I have to say that this woman really become fast enough. About this fat super, Lin Yiqing in the Beard Jian's birthday banquet has also seen. He should also be sitting in the Beard Jian direct line minions of the table, with the Black Ghost Shrimp is sitting at the same table. It seems that Beardy Ken's men are not so united. As soon as Beardy Ken was admitted to the hospital, he immediately started infighting. At this moment, Lin Yiqing saw Lisa lifting her chin in the direction of a boy. Lin Yiqing said to himself that it would be bad, that honest waiter would be in trouble. As expected, Fatty reached out his hand and pointed. Several people behind him immediately rushed over and grabbed his eye in front of Fatty. Fatty Chow patted a boy's face and said, "Kid, do you know who I am?" A boy at this time has been scared, a little stuttered. Recognize, you are Fatty Chow. Puff, you old M. Is Fatty Chow what you call him? Call Brother Chow. Fat Chow's little brother slapped at his eye's head. Brother Chow. One boy had no choice but to do as he was told. Fat Chow smiled and said, "Kid, not much else to say. You pregnant with my girlfriend thing. I do not beat you or scold you, but you have to compensate me for the loss." What? What loss? Of course it is the loss of fishing for the Kai Z did not catch La. This way, I see you do not look like much money. Just give $10,000 I go with the brothers to drink tea. Well. What? $10,000? Brother Chow. I don't have it. Izai hurriedly said. Puff, you old M. Fatty Chow threw a slap on Izai's face. You don't have it? No money and you dare to act like a big brother. No money and you dare to mess with my girlfriend. A boy was beaten dizzy. Want to struggle but was held down by two people. Fat Chow. Stop it. Black Ghost Shrimp at this time led the people to rush over quickly, but Fat Chow's face did not have any reaction at all. Squinting at Black Ghost Shrimp. What's wrong, Black Ghost Shrimp? Are you going to stand up for this kid? Black Ghost Shrimp coldly said, he is the waiter in the venue I watch. Of course I can't let him be beaten by others. Fatty Chow. This venue is the company's venue. Aren't you afraid that Kin will find out if you cause trouble here? Fatty laughed. Shrimp, don't bluff me with Kin. This kid is ruining my business, so I can't make any money, and my men won't be able to eat, so you'll have to support us. I don't care if your girlfriend trolls other people's venues and messes things up, but not in the venues I watch. Although there were only 4 or 5 people on the Black Ghost Shrimp's side, he still didn't give in a bit in the face of 1 or 2 dozen people from Fat Chow, which was enough to show that he was a man of honor. That's fine. It's fine if I don't mess up, but I want this pretty boy to pay for my loss. $10,000. I'll leave right away. If you're willing to pay for him, I don't have a problem with that either. Moreover, if my girl comes to your place again, you can't be rude to her anymore. You're clearly bullying the lesser people based on the fact that there are more of them. Black Ghost Shrimp's face was icy cold. Obviously his anger value had reached its peak. How about just bullying you? Seeing that the two sides were about to make a move at the drop of a hat, Lin Yiqing sighed. He really didn't want to see Bearded Firm enter the hospital while his minions were killing each other here. So he stood up and walked to the middle of the two gangs of people who were in a state of saber rattling. Izai saw Lin Yiqing walked over a little surprised. He could not figure out what this guest to do. Before the ordinary guests to see this kind of situation has long been scared away, run faster than a rabbit. But this guest is so single-handedly into the center of the vortex. Lisa was also a little surprised when she saw Lin Yiqing. In her eyes, Lin Yiqing was dressed like a company employee, the best object to catch a prince. And she didn't think that this person would have the guts to come over here. Black Ghost Shrimp, Fat Chow, right? They're all fellow disciples. Give me face. Let's make a big deal out of a small matter. How about it? Lin Yiqing opened his mouth. Both sides were surprised. What was this young man's status? How dare he open his mouth to make peace between the two sides? Fatty Chow seemed to be a bit nearsighted. He didn't see Lin Yiqing's face clearly and yelled, "Puffer boy, what are you? You say forget it and forget it?" Black Ghost Shrimp is not. He can see that the young man in front of him is very familiar. After a little thought he immediately blurted out, "You are Long Qing." "Qing brother." Lin Yiqing nodded at him. "Black Ghost Shrimp, right? I've seen you at the birthday banquet." Black Ghost Shrimp was a bit excited. "I didn't think that Brother Chang would patronize this small venue of mine. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Brother Chang? I was too stupid to come over and greet him personally." Looking at Black Ghost Shrimp's helpless and incoherent appearance, Izai and Lisa were even more confused. At this time, Fatty Chow finally saw Lin Yiqing's face. His heart immediately sank to the 18th layer of hell. He nodded his head and walked over. "Brother Ching, it's all because of my bad eyes that I didn't recognize you. Don't be generous with me." Lin Yiqing didn't say anything, just waved to a waiter who was watching the action, and the waiter walked over with a dinner plate. Lin Yiqing smoothly picked up the wine bottle from the plate and poured a glass of wine, then squinted at Fat Chow. Fat Chow was a little embarrassed, but he then understood Lin Yiqing's intentions, and picked up his glass of wine and drank it all in one go. "You know Brother Ching, this is R.E. Rome's venue, and my girlfriend came over to play, so it's reasonable." His words have not finished. Lin Yiqing has finished the second cup. Fatty Chow only had to pick up the cup, and the second cup of wine gulped down. Chapter 64, Uncle Tim. "Brother Chang, it was my fault for speaking ill of you before. I'm sorry, please let me go for the sake of Brother Kin." Seeing that reasoning didn't work, Fatty Chow finally started begging for mercy. Lin Yiqing raised his eyes to look at him, smiled faintly, and poured another cup before continuing to stare at him. Fat Chow's face was a bit embarrassed, a look of wanting to get angry but not daring to do so. However, he finally gritted his teeth and drank the wine from the glass in another gulp. At this moment, Fatty Chow kept burping, looking like he wanted to vomit, all because what Lin Yiqing had poured for him wasn't ordinary beer, but a bottle of Eastern European wine, a kind of spirit with a very high degree. "Brother Chang, I really can't stand it anymore. I can't drink anymore." Fat Chow completely gave in. He shook his two fat hands. His cheeks that were pushed to a reddish color by the strength of the alcohol were still barely hanging on to a sensible smile. Black Ghost Shrimp at this time in the heart of great pleasure. He has long been accustomed to see Fat Chow's domineering, relying on their own under the brother more. Fat Chow often do not put their own people in the eyes. The same beard firm under the banner. Originally they are equal, but Fat Chow must be specialization. At any time want to press others' head. There are many of Beard's men who are dissatisfied with Fatty Chow, but Fatty Chow has a lot of power and a lot of minions, so most of them dare not say anything. What's more, on weekdays, Hu Zijian relies on Fei Chow. Today, if it is not Lin Yiqing, even if Hu Zijian himself is here, but also cannot force Fei Chow to drink so much liquor. This is because Lin Yiqing for the people of Yirong, too much prestige, too much fame. Fei Chow really do not dare to disobey him. Lin Yiqing said to Fat Chow and Black Ghost Shrimp, "Ah Chow, ah Shrimp, let the people below disperse. You come together, I want to chat with you." After Fatty Chow and Black Ghost Shrimp were seated, both of them were a bit formal. Black Ghost Shrimp was the first to open his mouth. "Brother Ching, I just have a misunderstanding with Fatty Chow. I didn't think that this little thing would have to alarm you. Really shouldn't. I'm sorry, Brother Chang." Fatty Chow also did not have that brash and unreasonable look before. "Brother Chang, it's all because of my broken mouth that I spoke out of turn. If you are still not relieved, then just scold me." Lin Yiqing lit a cigarette and said, "Shrimp you work for the company. Look after the field that the company has given you. This is very good. Do a good job. In the future there will be a chance to get to the top. I'll focus on HOU. Do you rely on finding a few horses all day long to go around trolling and cheating people? This is not a long-term solution. You met me today, but what if you meet other big shots or cops from other organizations? Even if Kin wants to help you, it won't be justified because the fault will be on your side. Even if we go out to talk about numbers, we still have to be reasonable. Cheating kaiju fairy jumps. This is the most disgraceful business. Small Yakuza will only do things. We are the people of Yirong. We can't spoil the signboard of Yirong." "Ah Chow, stop it." Fatty Chow was very slightly embarrassed. "Brother Chang, I usually work for Brother Kin, and Brother Kin gives quite a lot. It's just that I have a lot of juniors under me. That's why I came out to generate income. You're right to teach me a lesson. I'll definitely remember that in the future." Lin Yiqing nodded. In the end he left the contact information of Black Ghost Shrimp and Fat Chow, and instructed the two not to start any more storms in the future. Otherwise if he knew about it he would definitely punish them. Fat Chow nodded and brought his people away. Black Ghost Shrimp still want to say something to Lin Yiqing, but do not know where to start. Lin Yiqing see him so formal, let him go busy, and ordered to let the waiter to give him another cup of lemonade. A small end of the lemonade came to the Lin Yiqing table. At this moment his heart is incomparable excitement. In front of this man can be counted to let him see what is the real big brother. What is the real Barkley? Chang, brother Chang, your lemonade is here, Izai carefully whispered. Lin Yiqing touched his pocket and want to pull out money. A son hurriedly waved his hand and said, Ching brother, shrimp brother said that tonight, no matter what you drink and call what service, all counted on his account, all free of charge. If anyone dares to accept your money, he will have to look at who. Lin Yiqing, of course, will not make things difficult for this honest waiter, so he said, okay, thank Black Ghost Shrimp for me. Izai looked at Lin Yiqing with admiration and nodded heavily, brother Ching, thank you. If you didn't save me today, I'm afraid I would have been beaten up by Fatty Chow's gang and had to pay for it, but now I'm able to get away unscathed because of your help. Brother Chang, I really don't know how to thank. There's no need to be so polite. Ya Chai, you work in our Rong's venue. It's only right that I step in to protect you in case of trouble. If I need to use you in the future, I'll look for you. Brother Chang, if I can help you, I will do whatever I can to help you. Yizi went to work, and after another half an hour, the person Lin Yiqing was waiting for arrived late. Uncle Tim, who was in his 60s, was staring at the girls on the dance floor while walking, shaking his head from time to time. It seemed that he was a bit sad about his old age. Lin Yiqing stood up and greeted him. Uncle Tim, this way please. After the two of them were seated, Uncle Tim pursed his lips, still looking at the dance floor, and said, Aya, today's young people are much more fun than we were back then. It's really enviable. Then he turned his face to Lin Yiqing and said, sorry, my home is in Sherman. I didn't get a cab for a long time, that's why I'm late. Won't it be a mistake for you? No Uncle Tim, if there's anything you want to do, just tell me. If I can do it, I'll do my best to help you. Uncle Tim stroked his chin and said, in 3 days, Rong will have a general election again. This time you will be the leader of Rong. Lin Yiqing was full of helplessness and said with a bitter smile, no way. Uncle Tim, you told me that you have something serious to ask me out and made me wait for so long just to talk about this? That's right, isn't this a serious matter? Lin Yiqing helplessly shook his head and said, Uncle Tim, if you have nothing to call me for a drink and a chat, I'd be happy to do it, but being a faucet? Save it. What? You don't want to be the leader? Uncle Tim was very puzzled, as if Lin Yiqing not wanting to be the faucet was an unbelievable thing. What about after being the leader? You still have to worry about the whole society. Every aspect of the society has to come to you for anything, and you have to be watched by the police all day long. What's so good about it? Besides, Qin is my boss's boss. I have to compete with him to be the leader for no reason. What am I to outsiders? Uncle Tim picked up his wineglass and took a small sip. Nowadays, I, an old man, don't quite understand what you young people think. A morning FAI, playing with his life to get to the top to be the leader. And a you, with this kind of attitude. Chapter 65 Seafood Strong was hacked to death. Who does Rong's future depend on? It still doesn't depend on you youngsters. Thinking back to the time when I was the leader of Rong was still just a small player in 2 small villages, Yiming and Shajia. At that time our brothers were still less than 100. It was with these people that we took down the area of Naopei Sha, took down Sha Tin Shekmun, and managed to enter Sha Tin city center. And since then we, Rong, have grown bigger and stronger step by step until today. Qin is a capable one, able to clear downtown Sha Tin Rong, and also open up the territory to take down the Mongkok venue. But he's not getting any younger now. He doesn't have the same vigor and ambition he had back then, and he's all about proper business. May I ask, without the support of the society behind them, who among the brothers of Rong dares to say that they can be stable and always have smooth sailing when doing proper business outside? After saying so much, Uncle Tim had only one purpose, and that was to instill in Lin Yiqing that Hu Zijian no longer had the passion of the past and was no longer suitable to be the leader of Rong. 9 years and 3 terms, Qin is already the longest leader we've done in Rong. This time to choose the leader, we old guys won't support him anymore. It's time for a newcomer to take the stage. Lin Yiqing was a bit helpless. Uncle Tim, it's useless for you to say so much to me. I am a Rong 49 boy. I became the leader in just a few months, and I am also allowed to take charge of the business of the first city. Qin has known me well. I won't be able to compete with him. What's more, how many people are eyeing me? Which I know. If I'm still not satisfied with wanting to be on the top of the dragon head, I'm only afraid that those people who are eyeing me will fight tooth and nail to pull me down. Uncle Tim laughed at this moment. You can have this realization. I feel even more that you are the right choice to be the next Rong dragon head, because you are not greedy. Chang, as long as you nod your head now, a bunch of us old guys will definitely fully support you. What if I don't nod? Lin Yiqing asked back. Qin is too powerful in Rong nowadays. The society can't let one person be the only one. If you don't do it, Even if we can't see Morning FAI anymore, we can only support him. Only Achin you have to think well. If Morning FAI takes the throne, I'm afraid there won't be any good fruit for you. Lin Yiqing laughed. If there is no good fruit, I won't eat it. Even if Morning FAI ascends to the throne as the leader, as long as he is not favorable to me, I don't mind pulling him down from the leader's seat. Uncle Tim, if there's nothing else I'll take my leave. I'm busy with too many things. After Lin Yiqing left, Uncle Tim's expression went cold. Backwoods boy, you don't want the opportunity you were given. Then you're on your own. After a day of meeting too many people, Lin Yiqing's physical strength was still high, but his energy was a bit low. After returning to Yu Chui Yuan's rented place, Lin Yiqing could finally relax his whole body and lie on his big bed, resting quietly. Lin Yiqing now has a few $1 million in cash at hand. The reason why he didn't buy a big house for himself to live in is because now he is still just a loner. What's more, even if he bought a house, he can't live a few days a month, and more often than not, he's still with his brothers in the warehouse or elsewhere. Renting this house was because Lin Yiqing wanted to have a place of his own to be alone once in a while, otherwise it wouldn't be necessary. Just as Lin Yiqing was about to enter dreamland in a daze, his cell phone suddenly rang. Without opening his eyes, he fumbled to pick up the phone and answered it. Hello. On the other end of the phone was Fine East's anxious and crying voice. Brother Ching, it's not good. Brother Chang he was hacked to death in an ice room near the hospital. Lin Yiqing's heart trembled. A huge sadness surged to his heart. What did you say? Don't get excited. Speak slowly. It is so Ching brother. Strong brother under the younger brother said. Strong brother he came out of the hospital tonight, went to an ice room to eat a midnight snack. After eating a midnight snack just out the door, drove over to a few cars. From the car down more than 24 people, all masked and holding a knife. On the strong brother hacked to death. Said here Fine East has begun to choke. Seafood strong. To Lin Yiqing brothers and sisters as father and brother-like existence, although his ability to general ability is limited, is a mediocre person, but to the following brothers but always keep a heart, always be sincere to each other, so a good man in the few good guys, but in this late night was hacked to death, chopped to death his people. Fine East has spent money to inquire about. There are witnesses to the punks said. They get on the car to take off the hood when someone recognized. Among them, there is a funeral hui under the chicken spring. There is another person even Lin Yiqing did not think of. Actually is the grass gray industry. Grass ash industry this street. Actually cannot wait for seafood strong retirement that day. Defected to the funeral of Hui, but also hacked to death their own boss. Lin Yiqing at this time cannot wait for him to peel skin and cramp. Having just hung up Fine East's phone, Lin Yiqing's emotions hadn't yet left from his sad thoughts, when his phone rang again. Hello brother Ching, I'm Kin's henchman, Luan. Kin was chopped up in the hospital and was admitted into the intensive care unit. Now he doesn't know if he's alive or dead. I'm the only one who ran out of the few people guarding Kin. Now I can't get in touch with Kung, so I can only call you. Bad. Rong really messed up this time. Morning Hui can send people to cut seafood strong. Lin Yiqing is not too surprised, because Morning Hui has always looked down on seafood strong. Today seafood strong in the birthday banquet with him on the top of the bowl. Morning Hui will certainly be angry and unfavorable to seafood strong. Only Lin Yiqing did not think that funeral FAI would not even wait for a night, and now move. So Lin Yiqing not only feels sad about seafood strong, there is also a bit of self-reproach. He is really a bit careless did not remind seafood strong in time. Now get the news of beard firm was cut. Lin Yiqing is really some shock. After all, now beard firm is still Erong Dragonhead. Funeral Hui dared to be so rampant. Is he really want to rebel? Is he really going to rebel? Is he going to turn Erong upside down? Lin Yiqing tried to stabilize himself and lowered his voice. Luan, do you know who chopped Kin? I saw it. It's Hongfa's Ghost 5. Hongfa's old top eagle's new right-hand man. Oh, I know. You contact Bro Kin's brothers. A few more people go to the intensive care ward to help guard it. Don't act rashly. If anything happens, give me a call at the first time. Okay, brother Chang. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yiqing's face was completely gloomy. He only knew that Morning FAI and Eagle New had some unclear relationship, but he didn't expect them to be so close. The two sides joined forces to strike a thunderous blow against Hu Zijian's forces. This is Morning FAI's ambition to win the next Erong leader's seat. By the time someone asks who poisoned Beardy Ken, Funeral FAI just say he knows nothing about it, because many people see that it is Hongfa's Ghost 5. How can not rely on Funeral FAI's body? Chapter 66 out to mix. Sooner or later to return. Lin Yiqing got up and dressed, lit a cigarette. Just so a cigarette time. He received a few phone calls. There are seafood strong under the younger brother called. Their Tim uncle called. Liao Zhibang also called to ask about the situation. Lin Yiqing just replied to everyone that he didn't know anything, and that he would wait until he understood the situation. After hanging up these phone calls, Lin Yiqing with an incomparable sadness went out and drove to the place where the seafood strong accident. The Yuchui Yuan where Lin Yiqing lived was only a park away from the Gangbei Street where Seafood Chang had his accident, so Lin Yiqing drove to the destination very quickly. At this time of the day, the nightlife should be in full swing, but there were only a few people on Kong Pui Street. The white signboard of the Round Island Corner Ice House was still on, but the ice house's roll-up door was closed. The flower stand in front of the ice room tilted and fell to the ground. Flower pots rolled down all over the place. The ground in front of the door was obviously cleaned, and there was no trace of blood-stained appearance. Brother Chang, although you were mediocre for half your life, you have experienced a lot of big storms. You are a good boss, but also a good brother. This is the place where your life ended. Perhaps your soul is still floating in this part of the sky above the ice chamber. Brother Chang, I, Lin Yiqing, swear here that I will definitely avenge you, and I will make all those who have participated in this matter die without a burial place. Lin Yiqing's mood had regained its calmness at this time, and gradually became cold and determined. He picked up his handheld phone, and after a moment's thought, he started dialing, and took the lead in calling Avalanche Nose Chen. Chen, from today onwards, you keep an eye on Morning Fai and Eagle Xin and their men, and also pay attention to Cripple Bing and Guili Chang's side. The manpower under your command is not enough now, right? I'll transfer Flying Mouse and Tim Ming back to fully assist you. After speaking with Avalanche Nose Chen, he dialed another call, this time to Xia Yinshan Earthquake. Brother Earthquake, sorry to bother you so late. You haven't forgotten what we talked about last time, right? I want you to start coding people now. Must remember, I want good men who can hold a sword. After the code I want people. You prepare your own car, ready to kill into the Sha Tin too. These 3 days all the expenses are all on me, of course, and cannot let the brothers wait for nothing. 1 person a day of $500. I will now send my brother to send the cash to you over. Earthquake on the other end of the phone promised very quickly, patting his chest to ensure that hanging up the phone to start coding people. Lin Yiqing's last call was to the Fine East. The content is very simple. He let the Fine East personally go to send $500,000 cash to the earthquake. After all, they do not have any friendship with the earthquake. Nothing is as good as the money to more insurance. After finishing all these things, Lin Yiqing came to the hospital. First went to the morgue to take a look at the Seafood Strong. Although the ambulance went in time, but Seafood Strong still in the ambulance did not arrive when the body cold. The wife and daughter of Seafood Strong guarded outside the morgue after seeing Lin Yiqing cried all over the place. Lin Yiqing only had to pacify them not too sad. Crying bad body is not good. This is the Seafood Strong spirit of the heavens is the most unwilling to see. In the end, Lin Yiqing instructed Seafood Strong's men, a little brother called Volcano to send his sister-in-law and niece home. Seafood Strong life before that time, grass ash industry all day long in the outside world, either with the death of Huey's younger brother together, or with other associations of people hooking shoulders. To Seafood Strong words all ignore. So Seafood Strong will be another loyal little brother Volcano training up, otherwise he even under a small brother can step forward to do things are lacking. Volcano was very loyal to Seafood Chang. Lin Yiqing had seen him a few times, and he had special respect for Lin Yiqing, so Lin Yiqing's impression of him was not bad. Sent away Seafood Strong wife and daughter, Lin Yiqing came to the intensive care ward. At this time, Beard Jian's ward outside the corridor has been full of his little brother, densely packed dozens of people. Each person's clothes are bulging. A look is ready to have guys and gals. The elevator door opens. Lin Yiqing out of the elevator at that moment. Immediately there are a few people surrounded up. When they saw that it was Lin Yiqing, they immediately let out a sigh of relief. Brother Ching, you're here. Brother Chang, good day Brother Chang. It had to be said that these full-fledged henchmen of Beardy Kin were still very polite to Lin Yiqing, and Lin Yiqing saw the Black Ghost Shrimp at a glance in the crowd. After greeting Bearded Firm's men, he walked over to Black Ghost Shrimp. Shrimp, how is Brother Firm doing? Among the dozens of people, there were several people who were more qualified than Black Ghost Shrimp's men, but Lin Yiqing only recognized Black Ghost Shrimp. Black Ghost Shrimp was a little excited to see that Lin Yiqing had specially found himself to inquire about it. Brother Ching, Brother Kin's life is not in danger. We left our brothers in the ward to protect him before. Due to their deadly resistance, Brother Kin was only chopped in 2 legs, and he has already finished the surgery now. Lin Yiqing nodded, that's good, but so many of you are too flashy in the hospital corridors. You might attract the police. Leave a dozen or so of you who are good at protecting Brother Kin. The rest of you just go downstairs and wait. After hearing this, the backbones of those under the Beard Firm have said yes. The final result is that the backbones are all left behind. About the appearance of 10 people. The following small ones are downstairs to go. Negro Shrimp at this time mysteriously whispered to Lin Yiqing, Ching brother, I heard a Monkakai said, now funeral glory in his field to celebrate the feast. Crippled Bing, Gue Li Chang, Uncle Tim and there's several old men all present. A few of Jian's side of the first line and some of our Irong periphery to the scene to celebrate. Oh, Lin Yiqing's eyes were cold, and he said with a cold snort, so impatient? If there's any more news, feel free to call me. Okay brother Ching. At this time it was already more than 3 in the morning. The door of the intensive care ward opened and a doctor with 2 nurses hurriedly walked out from the ward. After the doctor and the nurses left, the little brother who had been guarding bearded Kin came out to deliver a message. Brother Chang, brother Kin has woken up. He knows you're here and wants you to go in and talk. Lin Yiqing followed his little brother into the hospital room, and he sat down next to Bei Jian's bed and held his hand. Brother Kin, you've suffered. A bitter smile appeared on Hu Zijian's pale face. Ah Chang, I didn't think I'd have to go through this at my age. Sooner or later, you have to return the favor. I heard that Ah Changhe. Alas, it's all because I dragged him down said here. Beard Jian cannot help but tears. Seafood strong from his youth has been following his little brother. So many years has been loyal, tonight but died in the street, really let him think about tears. Lin Yiqing patted the back of Beard Jian's hand. Brother Jian, you are in poor health. I am sorry for your loss. Chapter 67, Shooting to Kill. Ah Ching, when I first came out to be a gangster I was told by my seniors that to come out to be a gangster is to have 1 foot in the coffin and 1 foot in the bitter kiln. At that time, I brought a Kung and the others to make a small name for themselves in the grey kiln, and was spotted by my boss and joined Irong. Then fought all the way from Sha Tin Circle to Newtown Plaza, and took down the venue on Sai Street in Mongkok. Hu Zijian took a deep breath and continued. Although I have also experienced many dangerous twists and turns, but every time, I have turned the danger into safety, and all these years have been considered smooth sailing. I didn't expect just such a short daytime. I and Ah Chang actually planted so completely. Ah Chang lost his life. I'm not much better. The doctor said that my 2 legs are ruined 1.5. The rest of my life can only sit in a wheelchair. Lin Yiqing was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Hu Zijian to be hurt so badly. Ah Chang, keep it quiet. If everyone in Irong knows about my current situation, I'm afraid that the tide will completely turn to Morning Huey side. We have to hold on before we can do anything. You're the only one who knows about this matter. Understand? Lin Yiqing nodded. Brother Jian, get well. I'll take care of everything outside. I'll make them pay. Hu Zijian nodded. Ah Ching, during that time before, I still felt that I wasn't old yet, and wanted to compete with Morning Fai and be the leader for another term. But you know what? Today I realized that I'm no longer fit. I'm no longer the same Ah Jian who can lick blood from the edge of a sword. Ah Chang, I'm now an invalid, and Irong's future depends on you. Defeat Morning Fai and you'll be the leader of Irong. It was already past 5 o'clock when Lin Yiqing came out of the hospital. The sky was already bright, so he found a morning tea store to have a simple breakfast. At this time his handheld phone rang, and after connecting it, he heard a noise on the other side, followed by an old man's voice. Ah Chang, this is Uncle Tim. Where are you? I want to have a chat with you. Uncle Tim, didn't we just talk yesterday? Why do you want to meet and chat again today? There's no need to meet. Let's talk on the phone. Good. Young people are quick. The corner of Lin Yiqing's mouth revealed a hint of contempt. Old thing. I don't know what to get up to again. Ah Ching I still want to talk to you about the Irong election today. However, this time, what we are going to talk about is not you Ah Ching being the leader, but Morning Fai being the leader. The look of disdain on Lin Yiqing's face worsened. Uncle Tim, how is it that after less than 12 hours, your tone of voice has become so fast? Of course we old people have to recognize the situation. Which side is strong we follow? Should we follow the weak side? Now that Kung is dead and Kin is in the hospital, how long can you hold out on your own? In fact, I didn't want to call you. It's Morning Fai who asked me to do so. He asked me to bring you a message. What he said to you in the KTV that night has always been true. Lin Yiqing snorted coldly and said, Uncle Tim, when you are old, don't flaunt outside all day long. It's better to enjoy your old age at home honestly. You also for me to bring a word to the Morning Hui. That night in the KTV with him, what I said, has always counted. Now Lin Yiqing has to face all the forces of Morning Fai and Hongfa Eagle, as well as those who betrayed from the side of Beardy Jian, led by Fatty Chow, and Cripple Bing is also watching from the sidelines, and will definitely take advantage of your illness to kill you, and will never let Lin Yiqing have a good time. Those who do not have land on the periphery of Irong must have been promised something by Funeral Fai. For the sake of profit they will also stand on the opposite side of Lin Yiqing. Now Beard Jian can self-preservation is already good. Seafood strong hung up. His men are disorganized. The following field is not swallowed by people as the Bodhisattva blessing. The corner of Lin Yiqing's mouth showed a smile. The sea shows the hero's character. Let the storm come more violent. At this time, a dirty car splattered with mud came to a screeching halt in front of the morning tea store. The car came down, was topped with a chicken nest-like hairstyle. The face looks to be very tired. Liao Zhibang. Ching brother you can let really hard to find If not your car is conspicuous enough I really cannot find you. Liao Zhibang sat down opposite Lin Yiqing, waving at the bar. Boss, 1 order of barbecued pork rice, 2 egg tarts, and a glass of ice soda. After seeing Lin Yiqing, Liao Zhibang's entire body seemed to relax. Brother Ching our officer Li sir wanted to come to see you in person. He has a bad temper. I'm afraid you guys won't get along. So I've been looking for you since the early hours of the morning, and I've been finding you until now. He asked me to bring you a word. Our police force does not want Rome to fight. For so many years Sha Tin have been peace and harmony. No matter whether it is our police or you short mules, most of them are regular. Small fights do not matter. But if there is a large-scale armed fighting, even the police commissioner will be personally over the issue. Understand? Lin Yiqing smiled and said, Liao sir, you say this with me is useless. I have always advocated for peace, but Morning Hui, he must beat me and what can be done? He is ruthless enough to kill my boss Seafood Strong. If I do not avenge for my boss, how can I have the face to lead the brothers to eat in the future? Whether you guys have food or not depends on whether we give it or not. If we don't give it to you, we won't even let you do valet parking. You really think you're a legitimate business? Ha ha ha. Lin Yiqing laughed. You see what happens when there is no valet parking on the street. You see what happens when short mules don't have food to eat. Sir, even if I promise you now, turn around and I'll send someone to do something. What can you do with me? I'll arrest you. Arrest you now. Liao Zhibang showed his handcuffs and threatened Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing stretched out his hands. Good. If you arrest me in the front foot, the first time that crazy man Morning Fai knows about it, he'll send people to stomp on my field, and the fight will be even more vicious then. Don't you want to stabilize prosperity? Then arrest me. Liao Zhibang hesitated. He didn't dare to make this decision on his own, silently weighing the pros and cons in his mind. I have something else to do. Excuse me. Officer Liao, take your time eating. Lin Yiqing got up, lit a cigarette, coldly glanced at Liao Zhibang and went out to the car. After getting into the car, he immediately dialed the phone. Tim Ming, don't go with Morning Fai and the others first. You give me a check on the situation of Sha Tin's anti-triad team leader. Investigate clearly in all aspects. After getting an affirmative reply, Lin Yiqing started the car. He glanced in the rearview mirror at Liao Zhibang, who hurriedly ran out of the morning tea store, got into the car and followed him. It seems that Liao Zhibang, this guy, is determined to follow Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing of course cannot let him just follow, certainly to find an opportunity to get rid of him. Just at this moment, the red light at the intersection. Lin Yiqing stopped the car to wait for the red light. He was still thinking about how to get rid of Liao Zhibang. Suddenly a motorcycle rider came to the window of the Bentley. The motorcycle rider did not have any unnecessary action. From the arms of a black bright guy, then raised the black hole of the gun. At the driver's seat Lin Yiqing bang, bang is 2 shots, and then an accelerated and sped away. The back of the Liao Zhibang witnessed this scene. Immediately start the car played like a life-rushed motorcycle in hot pursuit of the past. So a run a chase. Not long after the tail of the shadow of the car disappeared. Chapter 68 Fishing for Big Fish. After Bei Jian and Seafood Chang were attacked one after another, this time it was finally Lin Yiqing's turn. Morning Hui understands Lin Yiqing's strength. Only send a few knives and so on can never threaten Lin Yiqing's safety. But who sends dozens of hundreds of people to engage in sneak attacks and assassinations? Had no choice but to spend a lot of money to find a gunman. Morning Hui's heart is very clear. As long as the gun, then the police will not want him to be good. But if not, Lin Yiqing will become his biggest stumbling block on the dragon head. There is no way. As long as the kill Lin Yiqing, on the top of the Rome dragon head, then all kinds of resources to his hands of funeral Hui. Then the police cannot take him. At this critical moment, you can't care so much. This is the eagle knew teach him the original words. Even if Morning Hui heart knows that the eagle knew certainly not wholeheartedly to help him, but he also had to do, because the eagle knew said is indeed right. Long Cheng a long Cheng, even if you can fight again, even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, but you can dodge the bullets? At this moment, the red light in front of Lin Yiqing's car has turned green, but the vehicles and pedestrians around and behind all witnessed the scene before. In everyone's mind, that in the sunshine emitting dazzling silver light Bentley car, the person inside is already certain death. Which person can be shot twice and still not die? Bentley car window glass above the 2 bullet holes has explained everything. Some people have begun to call the police. There are a few bold people in the far side of the Bentley car to move. Want to see what is the situation in the car. Just at this moment, a van suddenly ran over. Squeak a sharp brake in the Bentley car next to a middle-aged man wearing a black trench coat. His hair was smeared with hairspray and got off first. Behind him was a young man wearing a black denim suit. The 2 men got off the car without saying a word. Directly opened the door of the Bentley. The young man on the driver's seat frame off the car. Moved the person to the van. Then the black trench coat man driving the van the cowboy man driving the Bentley car. The two cars one after the other quickly drove away from this place. After less than 2 minutes, 2 police cars whistling, the police got off but missing the scene of the crime, a time or looking at each other, and then had to ask the witnesses around what. The van came 2 people naturally is to add money brother and the plane. The 2 of them have been in the dark to protect the safety of Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing in the morning tea store met Liao Zhibang, gave them a gesture to let them follow Liao Zhibang behind. Neither of them had expected such a situation to arise, that someone would kill someone with a gun in broad daylight. Gakin was especially satisfied with the generous treatment Lin Yiqing had given him, and now that Lin Yiqing had been shot, he was one of the most anxious people. While driving towards the Prince of Wales Hospital at a rapid pace, he was still saying non-stop, "Mr. Lin, wake up and don't sleep. We're almost at the hospital. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin." At this moment, while he was driving and looking through the rearview mirror to see what was going on with Lin Yiqing right now, he saw that Lin Yiqing, who was lying in the back row, suddenly sat up. This startled Brother Gakin so much that his feet braked hard, and he turned his head to look at Lin Yiqing who had already sat up and composed himself. Yes, Lin Yiqing wasn't dead. Not only was he not dead but he was unharmed. Fatal damage defense S3, can completely defend against gun explosions and other fatal damage, 3 times per day. In other words, even if Lin Yiqing received 2 shots, he was still unharmed, and even if he received another shot, it would be impossible to hurt him. That gunman had never dreamed that there would be someone in this world who couldn't even be killed by a gun. Of course, Morning FAI certainly wouldn't have thought of it either. "Mr. Lin, are you okay?" Brother Gakin was stuttering. He had witnessed the gunman shooting, although he was far away, but with his many years of experience as a gold medal bodyguard, at that close of a distance, there was no possibility of Lin Yiqing surviving, and Lin Yiqing's Bentley wasn't bulletproof glass. It's too late to explain. "Oh woo, go for a drive to the hospital. Then go back to the warehouse right away." The airplane was at the back driving the Bentley unaccountably following Brother Gakin around the hospital for a while before continuing to follow back to their warehouse base camp. Fine East had already gone to Xiayin Mountain at this time, and when Bo Zai Song and Zuni and the others saw Lin Yiqing return, they hurriedly welcomed him into the warehouse. After a few people sat down, Lin Yiqing began to speak. "Morning FAI must have gotten the news that the gunman has gotten it by now. Now the outside world must all think that I'm dead. And within the last few days they'll be coming to sweep us off our feet. Song, you are in charge of Cowhide Sand side of the field, but you must remember, don't fight hard. If they are few you can fight with them, if they are many then evacuate quickly. Zuni and Grenade you go to the factory to help Baxi. No matter how many people they go, must be dead guard. Never let them enter the factory half step. The short dogs that Dong got back, 1 for each of you. You can fire if necessary. Do you understand?" "Yes, Brother Cheng. Yes, Brother Cheng." Brother Gakin was given a pistol each like the airplane. Their mission was still to follow Lin Yiqing, but this time they were to be Lin Yiqing's driver and bodyguard. At noon, Hoshi Dong came back from Xiayin Shan. He walked into the warehouse door with a face of hurt and tears. Before he could speak, when he saw Lin Yiqing who was eating hot pot together with Bo Zai Song Zuni, his mouth opened and almost couldn't close. "Cheng brother, you are not. How? You how? They are not saying you." Lin Yiqing laughed loudly and pulled over a chair for him to sit down. "Did someone tell you that I was shot twice and already dead?" Fine Dong nodded and said, "Morning we called me and said that you're dead, and that there's going to be a general election for Rong in Mongkok this afternoon, and that the oldest one is dead and the second one is on, and that he wants me to go to it. He also said that it doesn't matter if I don't want to go. Rong has no more than 1 more me and no less than 1 less me." Lin Yiqing nodded and said, "This guy Morning we really can't wait a moment. Killing Brother Chang, seriously injuring Brother Qin, shooting me, and then choosing himself to be the dragon head, without leaving half a breath. Good tactics. Brother Chang, how did you escape the gunman's assassination?" Fine East asked the question in everyone's mind. Lin Yiqing of course could not tell the truth. He lit a cigarette and said, "I naturally have my way, but I can't tell you now. Now that Morning FAI thinks that I'm dead, and our hall has become meat on the chopping board in his eyes, there is much more room for us to play." Brother Gakin immediately said at this moment, "Mr. Lin, do you want me to go and finish off Morning FAI right now, an eye for an eye? I don't want you to send someone to me. A car and a gun will do the trick." No, I'm going to let Morning FAI go to his demise in madness, and I'm also going to fish out the big fish behind him. Chapter 69 The Great Funeral Riot, Mongkok Rong's Revelry. According to the report from Avalanche Nose Chan, lasted for a day and a night. Although Morning FAI only won the election and the inauguration ceremony had not yet been held, there were many people from other associations who went to congratulate him. Morning FAI was so complacent that he had already started to send people from Mongkok to Sha Tin to take over Beardy Kin's place. and it was estimated that morning FAI's men would drive into Cao Pai Sha Street in less than a day tomorrow. The day after Lin Yiqing was attacked was the day of Seafood Kung's funeral, which was held in Seafood Kung's lair, his favorite mahjong parlor. A day has passed. Most of the time come to pay tribute to the people are still very few. In addition to the volcano and other, a dozen loyal to Seafood strong little brother in maintaining order. Is some neighbors and friends and relatives come to pay tribute. As for the Jianghu people come to pay tribute to the people. Only the fine East in Bo Zisong as well as the Beard Jian sent the black ghost shrimp. According to the rules, today also for Seafood strong vigil overnight. The next day can be sent to cremation. After the sun set, at around 7 o'clock in the evening, a figure wearing a striped suit and strutting around broke into the Sparrow Hall, and walking alongside him was a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing a black tang suit. Behind them is a great dozens of guys who seem to be a grouch. After entering the door, the man in the striped suit looked around with a big grin. His face had an expression of the old man being the king of heaven. Morning FAI. You still dare to come? Volcano was furious after seeing Funeral FAI and Eagle knew, dashing to Funeral FAI and pointing at him. My boss was hacked to death by you, and you even want to mess up the funeral. Morning Hui behind the little brother will Morning Hui protect tightly. With the volcano that dozen people push and shove up. Kid, I'm warning you, food can be eaten indiscriminately. Words can't be spoken indiscriminately. You said I chopped your boss to death. What proof do you have? Hong Kong Island is a society of law. If you keep talking nonsense I'll sue you for libel. Today, Seafood Kung's funeral. I'm the new head of Yi Wing. I've given you face. Do you know the rules of the Jianghu? What is the crime of committing a crime below? Morning Hui mouth set will volcano to say speechless. At this time Fine East came over. Morning Hui, today is the funeral of my boss. You as a boss and the following little brother quarrel is not good, right? How can you bring so many people to pay tribute to the deceased? Morning Hui slanted a glance at Fine East, coldly snorted and said, small shrimp pretending to be a big fish. You are just a holding number. What is it? Oh right, now that Long Cheng is dead, you are the rightful boss of the first city in Cowhide Sand, right? I'm telling you, you won't be able to hold this position for a few more hours, because now in Irong, Morning FAI, have the final say. Right at this moment, Fine East's handheld phone rang. After answering the phone, Fine East's face became more and more gloomy. The call was from a junior in the field. Hongfa's people are now frantically sweeping the fields around their Cowhide Sand Street. All of Lin Yiqing's fields are not spared. Morning FAI, you are ruthless. Surprisingly, you've joined forces with Hongfa to deal with Irong's own people. Ha 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 ha. After a burst of laughter, Morning Hui said, young man, you are still tender with. Don't you know a saying? Interests, only interest relationship is the most unbreakable relationship. I and Hongfa's Eagle new big brother has formed an alliance. In the future, Irong and Hongfa will have to go forward and backward together. And in the future, our business will also become bigger and bigger. Traitor, traitor, Volcano and the people around him spat on Morning Glory's shamelessness. At this moment, Fine East glanced at Eagle New, who was wearing a tang suit. Again, Eagle New. When did your people become Morning FAI's dogs? Unbridled, bold. Eagle New and Funeral FAI were enraged at the same time. Both were infuriated. Eagle New was angry at Fine East for speaking out of turn. Funeral FAI was afraid that Fine East would enrage Eagle New. If Eagle New left in a huff for the sake of saving face, as soon as Hongfa's power was withdrawn, a lot of the things that Funeral FAI wanted to do would become difficult. How dare you speak out against Eagle New's big brother? Fine East, I think you want to meet Seafood Kung in Longqing today. The minions behind Morning FAI had already gotten stupid. Volcano and his minions as well as those from Bo Chai Song Tong Negro Shrimp all rushed up. Both sides were close to starting a fight. At this time, from the darkness outside and rushed in a large number of people, pointing to the Fine East and other people shouted, what the hell? Do what? Want to die? Is not it? Just when the crowd was about to mess up the funeral, suddenly an old man came in through the crowd. Stop it. You guys don't even look at what kind of place this is. Is it a place for you to make trouble? It was Uncle Tim who came. This old greaseball even came here at this critical time. There must be something fishy in it. At this time, only to hear Uncle Tim coughed, said, you come to worship, no one will say anything, but you make such a big battle, make a few hundred people outside to make a mess. This is your wrong. Is our wrong is not enough mess? The people present, such as Hashido Volcano, sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard that there were actually hundreds of people outside. Could it be that Morning FAI was really going to mess up the funeral tonight and then get rid of all of them? Uncle Tim continued, Xiao Xin, you Hongfa have been at peace with Irong for decades, but why have you been so restless this time? A while ago you provoked a big war between Irong and Hongfa, and now you're following Ah Hui to mess around. You are old, as an elder, you don't know how to pacify the young people, but you just keep on arching the fire. Is this what Hongfa is doing? Uncle Tim's words were spoken in a decisive and reasonable manner. Just now also put himself on the moral high ground. Speech head of Morning Hui at this time speechless. Eagle Nu also cannot refute Uncle Tim's words. Only his eyes flashed a trace of doubt. Uncle Tim, this old fox, always is which side is strong he help which side. Or he personally fostered people. He will speak for people. Today this is what happened. Did he suddenly change his nature after living most of his life? What everyone doesn't know is that just 20 minutes ago, someone made a phone call to Uncle Tim. The caller spoke in detail about his home address and who was in his family. Even what his granddaughter wore and the color of her school bag painted a clear picture for him. In the end, the man only said one thing: as long as Uncle Tim can come out to the Seafood Strong funeral, to stop the funeral of Funeral FAI with Eagle Nu mess. Today this phone call Uncle Tim can be treated as never received. Uncle Tim this time completely pinched the soft underbelly, for the sake of his family in order to children. His old face, this old life, and what? The phone call was made by Flying Squirrel, who is responsible for monitoring Uncle Tim and several other old men. And of course, Crippled Bing and Geely Chang. Flying Squirrel sent to monitor Uncle Tim's little brother is also a talent. Will Uncle Tim's family all the circumstances of a clear picture? Cannot help but Uncle Tim does not give in. Chapter 70, A Great Victory. Morning Hui cocked his head and stared at Uncle Tim, spitting the beetle nut out of his mouth before saying, Uncle Tim, at your age it's better for you to go home early and rest. This place doesn't suit you. Morning Hui, what are you saying? No matter what, I'm also Rong's uncle. Don't I have a say in Rong's affairs? Besides, this is Ah Chang's funeral. Who are you to kick me out? Uncle Tim unexpectedly got into a fight with Morning FAI. You old things, I've long been displeased with you. You're all unprofitable fellows. You follow whichever side is rich and powerful. Uncle Tim, retire, don't toss and turn. Otherwise I can't guarantee that your old bones can die peacefully. Morning FAI, are you threatening me? So what? Men, escort Uncle Tim home. Behind Morning FAI, a few juniors immediately came out, forcibly carrying Uncle Tim towards the outside. Morning FAI, how dare you bully your master like this? I would never have supported you if I had known this. You will get your retribution. Uncle Tim's voice was getting smaller and smaller, and in the end it was already faintly audible. Morning FAI looked at Fine East and the others triumphantly. Fine East, the few of you who are leading will come with me tonight. I want to discuss something with you. Morning FAI, are you going to bully us with the number of people? Do you think I will surprise you? Fine East coldly said. Ha 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 ha. Morning Hui pointed behind himself. 300 dozens of people are looking at you. One person's mouthful of spit also drowns you. You are not surprised? Today I'm just going to wipe you all out. Those who obey me will prosper and those who oppose me will die. Fine East, what do you choose? Just at this moment, the sound of many automobiles suddenly came from outside the Sparrow Hall, and Fine East's heart that had been lifted up was finally put down. I'll choose your old mum. With a wave from Fine East, several men dressed in black came out from the back of the Spirit Hall. After Morning FAI saw the face of the person in the lead, his eyes went wide. Lang Qing, you're not, I'm not dead, right? Lin Yiqing smiled faintly. Morning FAI, it's impossible for me to die, but today you're going to be buried with Brother Chang. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. I have more than 300 people. Can you kill them even if you're more powerful? At this time, one of Morning FAI's little brother ran in from the entrance of Sparrow Hall. Big brother is not good. There are more than 10 buses outside. More than 500 people came down, and they have surrounded us all. Morning Huey's cold sweat brushed down. Behind him Eagle Xin was equally cold and sweaty. Long Cheng, what on earth are you up to? Let me tell you, right now I'm the leader of Rong. If you disrespect me, you're committing a crime from below. Lin Yiqing slowly drew out a machete and walked towards Morning FAI alone. Do you think there's any use in saying such words now? After saying that he chopped down towards Funeral FAI hurriedly held the knife in his hand to block, which had expected Lin Yiqing's blade to turn. The tip of the knife slipped down to Funeral FAI's hand that was holding the knife. Ah, a miserable scream. Funeral Hui 3 fingers were chopped off by Lin Yiqing. Protect the boss. Seeing that their boss was injured, Morning FAI's minions immediately rushed up, many of them to surround Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing was unafraid. His hands rose and fell. There was simply no one who was his one-on-one enemy. At this time, Lin Yiqing behind the Fine East and other people, the volcano and other people, as well as Chun Hua and them. Of course, there is also plus Money Brother and the airplane. They all joined the battle. At this time only to hear the Sparrow Hall outside the same shouting and killing sound of the sky. Earthquakes and 500 people have begun to fight from the back, and their fighting strength is not bad. Just a few minutes of time. Morning Hui's side of the people have begun to loosen up a bit. Lin Yiqing cut down more than a dozen people in less than a minute. Morning Hui's men finally saw the terror of the Sha Tin god of war. Lin Yiqing's reputation and his strength showed that those people had begun to cower. Morning FAI covered his hands and yelled, "All of you, get on me, chop up Lin Yiqing and we'll live. Otherwise none of us will escape." At this moment, Eagle Xin looked around left and right and instructed his 2 bodyguards, "Let's go through the back door." The 2 bodyguards protecting Eagle Nu hurriedly slipped towards the back door. Just reached the door, a figure dipped and rushed over, holding a sharp blade in his hand. Brother Gakken looked at the 3 of them with a smile at the corner of his mouth. Airplane followed closely behind. "Brother Wu, you can't let the credit go to you alone, right? Share one with me." "Good." Quick battle. Knowing that it would be impossible to escape without taking them out this time, Eagle Nu's 2 bodyguards roared in unison and charged towards Brother Gakken and the airplane. After the internal and external attack, the formation of the people under Morning FAI had begun to crumble. Those who had been cut down, those who had been so scared that they had shrunk to the wall and dropped their knives and didn't dare to move had accounted for half of them, and only a portion of the diehards were still sparing no effort to protect Morning FAI. Lin Yiqing knows that this is the most critical moment. He changed the knife first killed in front of the Morning Hui loyalists. Chopping melons and vegetables in general is another big cut big kill. Loyalists have fallen to the ground. They are still not convinced to go forward. Still was Lin Yiqing easily taken down. The rest of those who know that they simply cannot be Lin Yiqing's opponent, although still surrounded by funeral FAI, but no one dares to Lin Yiqing in front of the charge again. At this time outside the Ci Yunshan leader came in with Lin Yiqing convergence. Morning Hui mouth trembling to look at the outside of a huge piece of Ci Yunshan reinforcements, as well as like a god of killing Lin Yiqing. "Morning Hui, you this dozen little brother to you but loyal you do not want them all dead disabled it? If you don't want to, then surrender." Right at this moment, Gakken brother Tongjia grabbed Eagle Xion's collar and threw him in front of Lin Yiqing. Morning FAI knew that there was no more room for redemption when the tide had turned, so he could only sigh and say, "Alright, I admit defeat. Lin Yiqing, count yourself out." At this time, Fine East they pulled out 2 people from those minions of Morning FAI who had already surrendered. One was Morning FAI's henchman Chicken Chun. The other one made Lin Yiqing's pupils shrink with hatred. This person was Grass Ash Yip, the renegade under Seafood Strong. "Ah Wu, tie up the 4 of them. The rest of them, let the dead ones have their families come to identify their bodies, and send the injured ones to the hospital. Ah Dong, you're in full charge." After Gakken tied up Morning FAI, Eagle Xin, Chicken Chun, and Grass Ash Yip, Chen Hua and the others helped him load the 4 into a van along with the airplane. Lin Yiqing came to the outside with the Ci Yunshan side of the leader of the tail all settled, arranged for them to go first, or else make such a big commotion. The police came to the Ci Yunshan. "So many people here will be very embarrassing." Ci Yunshan's people just left. Several police cars whistled, as if they already knew that the battlefield is now almost cleaned up. "Brother Lin Yiqing, you're really out of this world. I thought you were killed by the gunman that day, but I didn't expect you to be alive and well again today. You're really hard to distinguish between ghosts and gods." "Officer Liao, I'm not in a good mood to nag you for the wake of Kung today, so just say what you have to say." Chapter 71 Sha Tin Police Station. Lin Yiqing, just now we received an alarm that there are several hundred people in this area in an armed fight. You dare to say you had no part in it? Officer, please use your brain before you speak, okay? This is a funeral hall. Who would fight in a funeral hall? Fine. I don't want to talk to you. I just want to ask you, where are Morning FAI and Eagle Sun? I've already gotten wind that they've brought hundreds of people to surround Sha Tin. Lin Yiqing spread his hands. Finding people is your police business. Now you are asking me. I am not a police officer, how would I know? Lin Yiqing, don't you toast to the fact that you're not going to be punished. Sha Tin Police Station Anti-Triad Unit. Lin Yiqing was lying on the bed inside the black iron fence, looking at Liao Zhibang who was busy on the phone outside. Officer Liao, I haven't slept well these past few days. Thank you for providing me with such a nice bed with cold air blowing. I'm going to sleep first. Mo disturb me. If you want to talk to me, speak with my lawyer first. After saying that, Lin Yiqing turned her head and huffed and puffed. Angry Liao Zhibang's hair is almost erected. At this time, a wearing white long-sleeved police uniform, shoulder a bar 2 flowers of glasses middle-aged man walked in. When Liao Zhibang saw this person, he immediately stood up straight and saluted this person. Li Sir. Well, say anything? Li Sir glanced at Lin Yiqing who was in the temporary detention room. Liao Zhibang also glanced at Lin Yiqing and shook his head at Li Sir. Li Sir said with some displeasure, Zhibang, right now there are more than 100 people gathered outside our police station, as well as the surrounding citizens who are also watching, and the above told us to come up with a solution immediately. Liao Zhibang frowned and said, Li Sir, do we have to be coerced by them to release people? Li Sir pulled Liao Zhibang aside. This is not a matter of coercion or not. You simply have no evidence to convict him. Hong Kong Island emphasizes evidence over confessions. What's the point? Organizing and leading the Black Thistle Society. I can nail him for this one alone. Liao Zhibang said defiantly. We police maintain social security. What we want is stability and prosperity. Even if you nailed him and pressed him down, there will be others who will rise up. Or even press one down and rise up 10. After so many years of being an anti-triad unit, don't you understand? Plugging is better than sparing. I see this Lin Yiqing is not the kind of brainless big gun barrel. If we utilize it, the effect may be very good. Li Sir lit a cigarette and handed another one to Liao Zhibang. Liao Zhibang did not pick up. Asked rhetorically, Li Sir, is not someone with you said something? Li Sir nodded. Half an hour ago. Dear Jian called me. Said, Long Qing uppy wrong leader. He will persuade Long Cheng in the future with us to start in-depth cooperation. I agreed. Liao Zhibang sighed and said, I already knew it would end up like this. Li Sir, I know you can't help it, but are we just going to let these social scum jeopardize society? Zhibang this world is not black or white. Let people go. Li Sir patted Liao Zhibang's shoulder and turned around to walk upstairs. Liao Zhibang raised his chin with a dark face to the police officer standing guard next to him. The officer understood and opened the door of the temporary detention room. At the front desk of the Sha Tin police station, Lin Yiqing took the pile of banknotes handed over by Ho Shidong and handed it to the officer in charge of the bail records. They then walked out together, and after the 100 or so juniors outside saw Lin Yiqing, they all cheered. Brother Cheng, Bo Zai Song, Zuni, Granad, and Baxi all came. Lin Yiqing couldn't help but frown when he saw this scene. Dong, it's a bit too much forget what I taught you? Keep a low profile, must keep a low profile. Last time, yes. Brother Cheng, after getting on the car, Lin Yiqing's first question was, Dong, what time is it now? Fine Dong glanced at his watch, 4 in the morning. Brother Cheng, Lin Yiqing picked up his handheld phone and dialed, Hey, Song, you and Zuni look behind to see if there are any police following. If there are, you guys are responsible for drawing them away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yiqing carelessly asked again, Where are Morning FAI and Eagle Sun? In our container warehouse at Saigon Pier. Don't worry Brother Cheng, it's safe. Good. Have you contacted Maizen? Yes, let's go to Saigon. At the Saigon Pier, the door of a container warehouse was opened, and Ho Shidong walked in with Lin Yiqing. The one in charge of guarding Morning FAI's 4 people was Brother Gakken with the airplane and a few of his beloved minions. Morning FAI's 4 people were tied up solidly and kneeling on the ground. Lin Yiqing pulled out the cloth stuffed in Morning FAI's mouth, and looked at him coldly. Morning FAI, what are your last words? You can say it. Morning Hui was in tears, kowtowed one after another there. Chang. Brother Cheng, I was wrong. You spare my life. You spare me, let me do whatever you want. I sell my life for you. I do whatever you want. Brother Cheng, spare my life Lin Yiqing looked at his decrepit appearance and shook his head. Morning Hui, I always thought you were a man. I never thought that. You don't deserve to be my opponent at all. Right, I'm not worthy. Brother Cheng, please spare me. Let me go. I'll roll right away. I'll go to Annam, to Siam, to Luzon, or even to Africa. I'll never come back, okay? Lin Yiqing was so annoyed by him that he waved his hand, and Brother Gakken immediately came over to block Morning Huey's mouth once again. Eagle knew. Do you have anything to say? Eagle Xin was quite tough, and said with a flat face, Cheng, since it fell into your hands, it's a word of death. It's a pity that I, Eagle Xin, who was a hero all my life, fell into the hands of a junior like you. Alas, I was careless. Lin Yiqing also looked at the chicken spring and grass ash industry. The two of them a scared paralyzed to the ground trembling, a cry like a tear. Lin Yiqing no longer have the interest in watching. At this time, Fine East's phone rang. He looked at Lin Yiqing. Lin Yiqing agreed to. Fine East picked up the phone. After a short conversation, Fine East in Lin Yiqing's ear whispering. Lin Yiqing waved his hand to Gachango and the others. Gachango and the others immediately looked for sacks and loaded the 4 guys in, during which they kept struggling, but were repaired again. Opening the door of the warehouse again, only to see an old tented boat parked on the sea a few dozen meters away. Fine East commanded Brother Gakken and the others to bring the people onto the canopied boat and threw them in the cabin. The only people who boarded the boat, other than Lin Yiqing, were Fine East, Brother Gakken and the airplane. The airplane immediately started the boat's engine, and under the guidance of Ho Shidong, the boat drove in one direction. Gakken quietly said to Lin Yiqing, Boss, do you need to go through so much trouble to deal with them? Just leave it to me. I'll make sure it's done cleanly. As long as the money is there, it's fine. No, your main task is to protect my safety, not to be a killer. Lin Yiqing categorically rejected his proposal. Chapter 72 Death Without a Burying Place. The caravan boat had sailed until it was far out to sea from the shore, when a wider and longer caravan boat sailed across from the opposite side. A light on the opposite boat flashed in this direction, and Fine East also picked up a torch and signaled towards the opposite side. After the two boats approached, a few people on the opposite side of the boat built the pedals between the two boats with their hands and feet. Lin Yiqing took the lead and walked over, followed by Jia Qian and the airplane to help the people on the other side of the boat to transport the four guys covered in sacks over. The captain of the boat came over and shook Lin Yiqing's hand. "Hello brother Qing, I'm Hold Misen." Lin Yiqing nodded. "I've heard of you. This is the high seas, right?" "Right. Good then, do something." Hold Misen waved his hand at his men. His men were clean. They directly put those four guys into sacks one by one, then filled the sacks with large stones, used something to firmly seal the mouth of the sacks, and then threw them into the sea one by one. Lin Yiqing watched them being thrown into the sea one by one with his own eyes. He looked towards the sky, and silently said in his heart, "Brother Chang, do you see it in the sky? I said I would let those who harmed you die without a burial place. I did it. I hope I can comfort your soul in heaven." At this time, Dong had already finished settling the bill with Misen. He walked to Lin Yiqing's side, and patted Lin Yiqing's shoulder. Lin Yiqing looked at Dong Xiaodong and patted his hand. "Don't worry, I'm fine." He then waved his hand at Hold Misen. "Hold Misen, let's go. Farewell, brother Chang." Lin Yiqing cleaned up the four of them and was rewarded with another 60 points and 1 million Hong Kong dollars. He gave all of this million to Fine East and instructed Fine East to use the money to buy a few units and properties near City 1, in the name of Seafood Kung's wife, and then rent them out to collect the rent. Seafood Strong is gone. Lin Yiqing feel obliged to take care of his wife and children. Although the money is not everything, but no money is never. Seafood Strong funeral was held very grand. The whole Sha Tin dignified characters all came. Even the seriously injured Beard Jian also sat in a wheelchair was pushed by the black ghost shrimp. He said it is to send a brother, but Lin Yiqing felt that it is not so simple. Sure enough, after Seafood Strong's funeral, Beardy King called Lin Yiqing over to talk alone. Chang's funeral was well organized, and his family was especially satisfied. "I heard that you even sent some properties to them. You're really thoughtful." Lin Yiqing smiled and said, "People are already dead. People can't come back from the dead. We can't affect the deceased, but we can still do something better for the living." "Brother Qin, you didn't call me here to talk about this, did you?" Hu Zijian nodded and said, "That's right. I want to ask you, what do you plan to do next? Fight your way into Dawei and take Hongfa." 8 short words came out of Lin Yiqing's mouth, but made Hu Zijian's eyes widen. "It's too hasty, Chang. The police communicated with me that they don't want anything else to happen in Sha Tin these days, so I think it's better to hold off for a while." "Brother Qin, now that Eagle's son is gone, Taiwai is exactly the right time for a power vacuum. If we don't take advantage of this time to fight our way in, when Hung Fat has a new dragon head, it won't be so easy for us to get into Taiwai again." Hu Zijian rubbed his eyebrows with his fingers. "When you become the leader of Yirong, if you can have the support of the police, you'll find that no matter what you do, you'll have smooth sailing. But if you piss off the police, I'm afraid that they'll get in the way of everything." "Brother Qin, I've never been a person who was afraid of trouble. If the police want to deal with me, then let them. If they dare to act rashly, I have a way to make them burn out." After saying that, Lin Yiqing walked towards his Bentley. Bei Jian looked at Lin Yiqing's back, his eyes filled with helplessness. He shook his head before picking up his handheld phone. "Hey, Li sir, I didn't get through to him. It seems that this fight at the Grand Circle is unavoidable, but I think it is good to fight. Lin Yiqing if won, the future of Sha Tin City and Taiwai is Yirongqingi. At that time, you police is not more worrying it." The other end of the phone let out a cold snort. "Hu Zijian, this is the last time. I don't want you to Yirong on the throne as a disobedient person. Recently our new administrator of Sha Tin is about to take office. Don't cause too much commotion, and make it quick." "Okay, Li sir, understood." Beardy Kin shook his head and let Black Ghost Shrimp push him towards Lin Yiqing's car, and stopped at the front of the car to wave to Lin Yiqing. After Lin Yiqing talked with Beardy Kin, he promised Beardy Kin that he wouldn't make a big deal out of it, and that he would only take out Hongfa's dog Head Sang and Ghost 5, intending to take over Taiwai peacefully. Dog Head Sang could find a place to retire if he was obedient, but Ghost 5 must die, as he was the one who hacked Seafood Kung to death. Cripple Bing and Gue Li Cheng also came over at this time to show their loyalty to Lin Yiqing. Cheng, in the past, when we followed Morning FAI, it was all because Morning FAI threatened us with force. We had no choice. Right, Cheng, when you become the leader of Yirong, we will definitely support you. Whatever you say, the two of us will have absolutely no second thoughts. Lin Yiqing slanted a glance at them. "Really? Is that true?" "It's true. It must be true." The two spoke in unison. "Alright then, I'll leave the matter of the big siege to you two. You send someone to tie up Dog Head Zhang and Ghost 5 to me. Only success is allowed. If things don't work out and still spook the snakes, I don't think you two need to be district leaders anymore." Cripple Bing and Gue Li Cheng looked at each other and seemed to hesitate, but then Cripple Bing clenched his teeth and said, "No problem, Cheng, leave this matter to us. We'll do it right. Lin Yiqing looked at Gue Lichang. What about you? I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Gue Lichang clenched his fist and shouted. After Lin Yiqing left, crippled Bing and Gue Lichang complained to Beardy Jian in his wheelchair. Brother Qin, look at this kid. He's so rampant at such a young age. He doesn't put us in the slightest bit in his eyes. At least we are his uncles. Brother Qin. Cripple Bing glared and grinned, very dissatisfied. Gue Lichang also said, Brother Qin, it's fine if he treats us like this, but you are his grandfather. Even if you are now injured and fully support him to take the throne, what kind of attitude does he have towards you now? Where is there an ounce of respect? Of course, Beijian knew that these two guys were arching their own fires, and then smiled and said, Dominance, this is what I taught Ah Chung. As a society leader and still so young, how can you do without a domineering spirit? How can you convince the public? Now that I'm retired, after Ah Ching's leading ceremony is completed, I'm going to go to Europe for a vacation. Sha Tin, let you guys toss it around. Beardy Qin was pushed by the black ghost shrimp to get into the car and left. Crippled Bing and Gue Lichang, two people still intended to be unfair, but there is not the slightest way. See you tonight at Ton La Lu. Discuss ways to catch Doghead Zhang in Ghost 5 Boy. Good, then I'll see you there. Chapter 73, the final chapter. The next day, Longqing took people to Mongkok, collected all the venues as well as people from Morning FAI's hand, and sent Bo Zai Son with more than 100 people to enter Mongkok's venues in a strong manner. The reward points for taking down the Mongkok venue will be 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Then he concentrated on marching into Taiwan. The leader of Taiwan Eagle's new turf was now the same Ghost 5 who attacked Beardy Qin. This man was a particularly cunning person but not a qualified boss. He had no pattern. At the time of Longqing's overwhelming attack on their territory, Hongfa's Doghead Sang below Dawei came to his aid, but was stopped by Ghost 5, who was afraid that Doghead Sang would ask for favors from him after helping him. And in such a situation of missed opportunities, Longqing took Dawei Eagle's new turf in one fell swoop, taking down the Eagle's new turf, bonus points and 500,000 Hong Kong dollars. Half a month later, Doghead Sang fought hard to resist, crippled Bing and Gue Lichang as well as Longqing's men led by Zuni. 3 sharp knives plunged into the heart of Doghead Sang, and Doghead Sang was also overthrown, taking down Doghead Chang's territory. Rewarded with points and 500,000 Hong Kong dollars, Doghead Chang's turf was given to Cripple Bing by Longqing, while Eagle Sun's turf was given to Gue Lichang. That night, Longqing went to the hospital to see Beardy Qin. 3 days later, the company met again, and Longqing pushed Hu Zijian, who had just recovered from a major injury, to the company headquarters. Hu Zijian flagrantly supported Longqing to be the new Rome leader, and the 4 patriarchs, Crippled Bing and Gue Lichang, of course, also agreed with both hands. Crippled Bing still stayed honestly in his stone gate. This time he was in collusion with Morning FAI. It was already good that Lin Yiqing didn't trouble him, so he didn't have any opinion. Longqing appointed 2 more leaders of the society. The leader below Taiwan is Pat He. The leader above Taiwan is Hand Grenade. The leader of Mongkok, Pachai Chun. The leader of City 1 Sha Tin, Yi Ming, and Sha Kok, leading Fine East. As for Longqing, he personally sits in downtown Sha Tin, and has taken over all of Beijian's men, successfully sitting in the Yi Wing seat, rewarded 300 points. A lucky draw, 5 million Hong Kong dollars. Lucky draw gets an armory with 10 submachine guns, 5 AKs, 20 pistols, 30 grenades, and 10,000 rounds of ammunition. Iron's new leader took the throne, and also knocked out Hung Fat, an old association. The jungle of Hong Kong Island was in an uproar. A week later, Longqing sent out invitations to all Hong Kong Island societies in the name of Yi Wing, inviting them to attend his throne ceremony, which was a necessary courtesy for the Hong Kong Island triads. Chan Yu, Hung Hing's warlord, Big Brother B, Causeway Bay shoulderman, Chan Honam's brothers, Lai Quan, the nominal shoulder man of Wan Chai, Tung Sing Pen Thunder Tiger Louis Yu Yun, Tackle Dragon Tiger Sito Honam Ma on Shan Bos Kola Sen Pao. And Lian Sheng sitting in the double fancy east sent his beloved little brother Chai Chai. Suan Wan boss Wan Elephant with his head horse Big D. Because Wan Elephant and double fancy east are brothers. Double fancy east sent Wan Elephant. Sun Ki sent Chicken Pa, the head of the Axe Army, and Tai Shan of Taiwan Shan. The black-faced brave gang sent their head of the black-faced brave gang, Mr. Lucky Wah, to come. In addition to Hung Hing, which has a cooperative relationship with Yi Wing, Hung Hing sent Chun Yu. The other associations at most sent a hall bearer. It seems that for them, Yi Wing is just a small countryside association, and they did not have any regard for it. After the ceremony and banquet, Longqing sent someone to leave behind Big D, LT, Quan and Sito Haonan, and let Fine East and Pachai Pine accompany them to have a dashing afternoon in the company's nightclub. After Fine East and Pachai Pine accompanied them to dinner, They brought them to Long Qing's office and went out. Long Qing in the chair with eyes closed. Sito Hanan is catching flies to play. Likewan took out a cigarette and lit it up to look through the pictorials on the table. Only the big D cannot help it. Qing brother, today entertained us very comfortable, but meet again to call us to come and see you sleep to come? Long Qing slowly woke up, picked up a cup of tea and took a sip, said, Big D, there is a sentence I want to tell you. No patience is not a big deal. Originally I was going to talk to you about a few things today, but Big D's behavior has made me a little hesitant. If you don't talk, you don't talk. I'm not going to accompany you. Before Big D could take his first step, Long Qing opened his mouth. You three, are you interested in the leading position of your respective clubs? Big D couldn't take the first step. His face changed in various ways, but finally he turned back and sat down. Brother Chang, empty words, you can say whatever you want. I'm still interested in the seat of the governor of Hong Kong. LT. Quan and Sito Hanan made their respective comments, both of which were also highly skeptical. Long Qing started to paint a pie for them, and now he would fully support Big D to become the boss of Tsuan. Support LT. Shui Quan to drive Hop Tao's forces out of Wan Chai, so that LT. Shui Quan would have a dominant position in Wan Chai, and support Sito Hanan to fight his way into Causeway Bay from Happy Valley. The concepts of Wan Chai and Causeway Bay on Hong Kong Island are different. The Wan Chai district includes Wan Chai, Causeway Bay and Happy Valley, Tai Hang, Jardines Lookout and Wan Chai Gap. Big D doesn't believe it. How to support, how to fight? Rely on your mouth? Long Qing, wait, I am a Yi Wing sitter. Let you three wait for an hour. Not too much, right? Someone served tea and cigarettes, then closed his eyes again. An hour later, one junior after another junior ran in to whisper a message. After all three juniors went out, Long Qing sat up. An hour ago, and Lian Shangsuan boss Huang Xiang was hacked in the market, hit by a dozen knives. Knife fatal. Now it's already in the Hong Kong Adventist Hospital morgue. In a few days Lian Shang will choose the Tsuan boss. Big D, you should know what to do. Big D's eyes widened in disbelief, then weighing in. An hour ago, 6 bars, 2 nightclubs, 4 saunas, a seafood hotel, and a few underground casinos in Wan Chai Hap Tao were all swept away. Most of the Hap Tao turf has already been taken down, and it's just a matter of you striking the final blow. Ah, Kuan. LT. Quan looked at Long Qing in disbelief, as if he wanted to recognize him properly. An hour ago, Hung Ying Causeway Bay boss AB was hit by a big truck on his way to Tsim Sha Tsui. Big brother B and his close associate, Ah Can, died in the accident. Meanwhile, all of Causeway Bay AB's venues have been staked out. Jardines Bazaar. My Ewing's 4 Eyes Yen and Asham are waiting for you there with 300 men. Sito Hanan had a serious face, shook his head and then laughed loudly. Brother Qing, hard work, made 3 big things, managed to gain a lot of points. 3 million Hong Kong dollars. All the accumulated points were exchanged for Big D, LT, Quan and Sita Nan's friendship value and Li Feng Tian's loyalty. Their friendship value and loyalty had reached full level, never betrayal. Sito Hanan asked, Brother Qing has given us a heavenly favor. What do we need to do? Long Qing replies, I want Yirong Sha Tin to be clear. Lang Qing, that's all? Long Qing, and also the unity and cooperation of the 3 of you in the future. The 3 of them went back to take care of business. The 3 of them go back to take care of business. Big D buys out Skewer Blast, Lung Can, Double Fandang and Lang Lao, and without a doubt becomes the boss of Tsuan. Sito Hanan with his own men and 4-eyed Yen and Asham with the Ci Yunshan 300 people straight to kill the Causeway Bay AB's field. People blocking the killing, Buddha blocking the killing of Buddha. Chen Hanan with dozens of brothers fought but to no avail. The straight line was driven out of the Causeway Bay. The brothers are scattered, leaving only Chen Hanan and the foreskin Big Day to overnight run back to his hometown of Shek Kip Mei. Sito Hanan revitalized the East Star Mail style, will be included in the Causeway Bay under the banner. All the dust settled. Long Qing took out 9 million Hong Kong dollars to open a gambling boat with Big D, which can hold 100 people. Another 3 million Hong Kong dollars was taken out to open a movie company with LT Quan. Another 3 million HK dollars was taken out to start an underground boxing match with Sito Honam. Reach 3 pieces of business. Reward points. Reward 3 million Hong Kong dollars. A week later, Sito Honam had a fight with Coke, and Sito Honam was sneaked into the hospital, fake. Subsequently, Ho Young led several hundred people from unknown societies to kill Ma On Shan, hacked Tung Sing Kola to death and drove all their people out of Ma On Shan. Camel intercedes and tries to get Pao, one of Kola's men, to manage Ma On Shan with Ho Young, but he is bribed by Sito Honam with $2 million, and Sito Honam then cedes Ma On Shan to Yi Wing. Lin Yiqing immediately gave Zuni, 4 Eyes Run and Asham a job to take over Ma On Shan with their men, and from then on, Yirong completed a clean sweep in Sha Tin. A few months later, the first city of Sha Tin's renovation project is completed to clear the accounts. Coupled with the company's large and small business and protection fee collection, the company's accounts have 300 million in cash. In addition to the dividends distributed to the company's people and vigorously recruit new members of the society to join the club to spend a few tens of millions of dollars, the rest of the money out of 200 million to do real estate property company, a large number of buildings to collect the land to collect the right of the ding-ding. A few years later, Lin Yiqing has become an unrivaled big brother across Hong Kong, Kowloon and the New Territories, with more than 50,000 disciples under his command, and Yi Wing has also become one of the major associations on Hong Kong Island.